The Empress had just finished her bath, and at this time, she was still the second princess. In the 53rd year of the Dushuan era, early spring, at a remote courtyard in the Jingdu Zhendong Marquis Manor. The heavy snow that had shrouded Jingdu all winter had just begun to melt, yet the sky remained bitingly cold. Xiaqin, thinly dressed, practiced with his blade in the chill wind, sweat pouring off him. His handsome face flushed red blood energy, surging within him, his eyes revealing an unyielding determination. Xiaqin gripped the long blade, its body burning red. He slashed through the air, leaving ripples as if cutting the wind itself. With each swing, a line of small characters appeared before his vision. One successful swing, basic blade technique, proficiency 1. One successful swing, basic blade technique, proficiency 1. One successful swing, basic blade technique, proficiency 1. Basic blade technique perfected. You have comprehended an advanced technique from basic blade work. First Sun Demon Slashing Blade. Your blood energy level has reached the peak of grade 9. Do you wish to break through now? As these small characters emerged, joy spread across Xiaqin's handsome young face. The red long blade in his hand transformed, and the blood energy within him seemed to boil and surge. Strands of blood energy even seeped through his body, coalescing behind him into a blazing red sun. This sun resembled the first light of creation, cleaving through primordial chaos and darkness, brimming with vitality and scorching heat. Empowered by this sun, Xiaqin trembled violently, his entire being like molten lava. His blood energy reached its peak, as if it could boil rivers and evaporate seas. This process did not last long. Xiaqin's gaze sharpened, his still somewhat youthful face revealing solemnity. He swung his blade once, and the entire courtyard seemed to transition from winter into early summer. One strike changing heaven and earth. At the same time, a cracking sound echoed from within Xiaqin's body, as if an invisible shackle had broken. The boiling blood energy found an outlet, rushing like the Yangtze River to the sea, and at this moment Xiaqin's aura reached its zenith. Grade 8 Refining Essence Realm achieved. Xiaqin slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flickering in his pupils. For an instant, his two pupils seemed to merge into one like a double pupil. But this vision passed in a flash. Xiaqin grew calm, his aura retracting until he looked like an ordinary youth. It has been 2 months since I came to this world, and I have finally broken through to the 8th grade. A smile crept across Xiaqin's lips. 2 months ago, he had discovered that he had entered the early version of that mysterious game world in advance. In his past life, it had suddenly appeared on Earth. No one knew where it came from, only that some lucky ones were chosen to enter this world that felt completely real. This was now the reign of Emperor, one of Great Wu. Xiaqin did not know much about this period because he had entered the game early, and by the time the open beta began, it was already the era of the Empress. This is the time of the two dragons contending for the heirship. In 5 years, the third prince will stage a coup, leading his army into the capital, forcing open the White Tiger Gate and entering the palace. The crown prince will die, the third prince will kill in madness, slaughtering all the male bloodline of the royal family. But the final victor will not be him. Xiaqin sorted through the clues, recalling the story of this period. But unfortunately, in his past life, he had only entered this world during the first public beta when the Empress had already been on the throne for 6 years. Thus, Xiaqin had not delved deeply into this period's history, he only knew the general outline. The struggle of this period seemed to be between two dragons, but in truth, a hidden dragon lurked in the shadows. 5 years later, during the coup at the gate, the second princess descended like a miracle, wielding the grand progenitor's sword, leading cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. That night, the entire imperial palace echoed with battle cries. Blood stained the falling snow red until at last the second princess suppressed all the rebels. But Emperor, when the crown prince, the third prince, and all male direct descendants of the royal family were slaughtered in that coup, dying on the spot. In the end, Great Wu welcomed its first empress and a glorious era began. Is it because of this jade seal that I entered this world 11 years early? Xiaqin opened his palm. A jade seal was imprinted on his hand like a totem, but only he could see it. The jade seal was carved with 9 dragons breathing chaotic energy, surrounded by violet mist. Vaguely, Xiaqin saw sun, moon, and stars revolving around it, with the purple star of the sun and moon at the center. Xiaqin tried to look deeper, but the jade seal dimmed completely, as if irretrievable. He withdrew his gaze, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and composed himself. Regardless of the seal's divine properties, what mattered now was improving his own strength and influence. In the current phase of Emperor, when the court was chaotic, bandits rampant. Although things were generally stable, the territory had already fragmented into 4 warlord regions. This was his opportunity. Heroes are made by the times. Only in times of chaos can one rise to prominence. I must hurry. Once the Empress ascends and puts down the rebellion of the 8 kings, she will unify Great Wu's power, and then the era of great unity will begin. Xia Chun felt he must plan ahead. Because although the era of great unity was safer, more prosperous, and culturally rich, it also offered far fewer opportunities. By then, Great Wu would be the sole hegemon subjugating the 4 seas and commanding the 8 wastelands. Whether Buddhist, Taoist, or the so-called players, all would submit to the Empress. Only later, when the spirit Qi recovery version begins, when the myriad realms merge, and this world becomes completely real. The combat power ceiling rises, the Empress disappears, Great Wu collapses, and the version of Xinxia Imperial Dynasty conquest begins, bringing new opportunities. As he thought, Xia Chun fetched water, took a cloth, and began wiping his sweat-soaked body. In this life, his starting situation was decent. He was born into the Zhendong Marquis household. Great Wu was founded 800 years ago. 637 years ago, Emperor Ling trusted eunuchs and favored relatives of the Empress, leading to a rebellion of the feudal lords and the fall of the capital. The 8th son of Emperor Ling, Emperor Wu of the martial ancestor, restored the realm through a northern expedition, returning to the old capital. He re-established the world, giving Great Wu 19 prefectures and extending its destiny by 600 years. The first generation of Zhendong Ho Xia Xuanjin followed Emperor Wu from the frontier, rising from a common soldier to become a renowned divine general. Emperor Wu's northern expedition had 3 armies. The eastern route was commanded by Xia Xuanjin. When the other 2 routes encountered resistance, and the campaign seemed doomed, Xia Xuanjin led 5,000 cavalry on a 10th Sanli raid to the capital. Like a sword piercing the enemy's heart, he breached the city, took the enemy commander's head, reversed the situation, and helped Emperor Wu secure the realm. At the grand ceremony, Emperor Wu praised Xia Xuanjin in front of all officials, outwardly firm, inwardly wise. His sharpness is unmatched in the realm. Therefore, Xia Xuanjin's merit was first among all ministers, and he was enfeoffed as Zhendong Ho. Rumor had it that Xia Xuanjin's achievements warranted a princedom, but due to the ancestral law against enfeffing non-royal family members as princes, he was only made a marquis. Otherwise, he would have been the Prince of Zhendong. Now the Zhendong Marquis lineage had reached the 17th generation, always prosperous and never declining. Although still called the Zhendong Marquis manor, it had long achieved a family of 3 marquises. Though I am not given much regard in the manor, it is still an excellent start compared to many. Xia Chun was already satisfied with this start. From what he knew, many players in the past life who entered during the internal beta were nobodies, some even starting as beggars on the roadside. A hellish beginning. According to game balance rules, the earlier one entered the worse the starting identity. But now Xia Chun had broken that pattern, being born into a noble family. Third young master, there is a letter from second master. Just then a hurried figure entered. A young servant boy in blue, panting heavily, his cheeks flushed red from the cold wind or running. The emperor was exceptionally gifted in understanding and from youth possessed an unyielding spirit. He diligently practiced, never slacking, swinging his blade 10,000 times daily in his courtyard, tempering his martial path until he finally achieved success. One day in the courtyard, he pioneered a technique, naming it the First Sun Demon Slashing Blade. In the small courtyard, the locust tree had sprouted tinder buds gleaming brilliantly under the spring sun, full of vitality. Second master has sent a letter for you, young master. Xia Qian's face carried a hint of joy. Second master had finally remembered the young master. If his memory served, the last letter was 3 years ago. Xia Chun calmly took the letter from Xia Qian's hand, showing neither joy nor sorrow. He only said with slight surprise, "Has something happened in the outside world?" No letters had been sent back in 3 years. This sudden arrival made Xia Chun feel that nothing was as simple as it seemed. Young master truly has foresight. There is great news. Second master slew a 3rd-rank great demon in the eastern wasteland, said to be a overlord of the eastern wasteland mountains. After this battle, all demons retreated 100 miles, sweeping away the calamity of the eastern wasteland and greatly enhancing the prestige of our kingdom. Xia Qian was not much older than Xia Chun, actually 1 year younger, having just turned 16. With the heart of a youth, he spoke with immense excitement, as if he himself had slain that 3rd-rank great demon. Everyone says that within a year or 2 the eastern wasteland may be completely pacified, and then second master and second madam can return to court. The young Xia Qian was agitated. 14 years had passed, and at last the young master could be reunited with his family. Xia Qian heard these words, but his eyes showed no joy. He had fully inherited the memories of the previous Xia Qian, unlike the game logins of his past life, without original memories. It was as if he had been born here, possessing all of Xia Qian's emotions, as if he were always Xia Qian, only having awakened his past life memories 2 months ago. Xia Chen involuntarily recalled the information about Second Master from Xia Qian's words. Second Master, the Marquis of Zhendong, Xia Yuan, Xia Qian's biological father. In Xia Qian's childhood memories before the age of 3, his father Xia Yuan doted on him with endless affection. After the martial arts aptitude test at 3 declared him a waste physique, Xia Yuan fell into silence, but ultimately his gaze remained resolute. Though my son is a waste physique as my eldest son, I will surely find a great fortune and reverse his fate. The very next day after he said this, the demon tide in the eastern wasteland erupted. Xia Yuan was appointed commander of the pacification army in charge of 100,000 troops on the eastern border. Xia Qian's mother Su Xiaoxue, a powerful sorceress, accompanied the expedition. Young Xia Chen did not understand what this meant, but only wished to follow his parents to the eastern wasteland. He was sternly refused, told that the eastern wasteland was too dangerous. The 3-year-old Xia Chen was left alone in the Marquis Manor, and 14 years passed. In the first 3 months, letters frequently arrived at the Zhendong Marquis Manor, along with demon essence blood, used to temper Xia Chen's flesh. After 5 months, letters grew scarce. Young Xia Chen only thought the great demons in the eastern wasteland were wreaking havoc the battlefield, shifting every moment, consuming his father's energy, and leaving no time for letters. A year later, Xia Chen learned from the servants that a new direct bloodline was to be added to the Zhendong Hofu. He asked and found out he had a younger brother. Xia Chen's mother Su Xiaoxue accompanied Xia Yuan on the campaign and became pregnant again a month after departure. After the birth of his younger brother, letters from the eastern wasteland went from once every 3 months to once every 6 months. After he turned 6, only 1 letter arrived, and the delivery of medication and blood essences ceased. The original Xia Chen still firmly believed the eastern wasteland battlefield was perilous, with countless great demons appearing, and his father, as army commander, had no time for him. Later he again heard from the manor servants that his own brother, born on the eastern wasteland battlefield and always kept by their parents' side, had been found to possess extraordinary talent and was hailed as heaven-defying prodigy. Xia Chen finally understood. He had been abandoned. Now Xia Chen had grown accustomed to this free and unrestrained life, even though he was somewhat invisible in the Marquis Manor. But it wasn't as cliché as the dramas where evil servants bully their master. His uncle and aunt treated him well as their own son. And now, with his parents returning along with his never-before-seen younger brother Xia Hao, who possessed unparalleled talent and a special bone inside his body, could his days remain free and unrestrained? Especially since Xia Chen knew that bone was the legendary Supreme Bone. Although it could not compare to his innate double pupils in the future spiritual energy revival era, it would still erupt with blinding radiance. And after 14 years of no contact, even news of the eastern wasteland reached the manor's servants before him. Thus, though bound by blood, they were already strangers. You may leave now. Also inform the kitchen to double my lunch portion. Xia Chen smiled and nodded to Xia Qian. This youth had been with him since age 4. They had spent 12 springs and autumns together. Strictly speaking, Xia Qian was also a member of the Xia clan, but a distant branch separated 200 years ago now, with thin blood ties, yet still surnamed Xia. It was precisely this connection that allowed Xia Qian to be sent to the Marquis Manor for training as a child, staying by Xia Qian's side as a direct descendant. Xia Qian nodded, knowing that his young master had been diligently training in martial arts and had greatly increased his appetite. But he was still surprised. Doubling again would mean over 20 portions. Watching Xia Qian disappear into the distance, Xia Qian slowly lowered his head, his gaze focusing on the yellowed envelope with a qilin pattern in his hand. After a moment of silence, he extended his finger and gently cut his fingertip with the crimson long blade in his hand. A drop of hot, bright red blood fell. Instantly, the qilin pattern on the envelope flared with brilliant light, as if stimulated. Faintly, the roar of a qilin seemed to echo. The process lasted for a breath or two, then the light faded, and everything returned to calm. Xia Chen knew this was his mother Su Xiaoxue's doing. At this stage, although spiritual energy had not yet revived, there was still high-level martial prowess. Some could stand alone against 100,000 troops, or sever a great river with a single sword strike. But those reaching this level could be counted on 2 hands across the entire world. Most, even if strong, were still within the bounds of ordinary humans. The system was crude, divided into warriors and sorcerers. In his past life, Xia Chen simply regarded this as a mysterious fun game and categorized these two as fighters and mages. Besides this, the world also had demons. And Su Xiaoxue was a powerful sorceress. Su Xiaoxue. This letter was specially sent to Xia Chen, so only his blood could unseal it. It was a sorcery designed to prevent interception, and prying such arts were beyond crude warriors. Xia Chen opened the envelope. The high-quality rice paper felt smooth and soft, but only a few words were written on it. Your father will return home in no less than half a year, no more than 2 years. Also, the emperor has bestowed a marriage. You, as my son, are to marry the second princess. Act well, and do not disgrace our Marquis manor. Sparing with words. That was Xia Chen's first impression upon seeing the envelope. The first half of the sentence did not surprise him. A great victory in the eastern wasteland. The world was ranked from 1 to 9 grades. Warriors, sorcerers, and demons all fell within these 9 grades. A third-ranked great demon was extremely rare in the world. Having slain such a demon, the war in the eastern wasteland, which had lasted 14 years, should finally come to an end. Moreover, Xia Qian had already told him. What made Xia Chen's pupil's contract was the latter half. He was to marry a princess, and the second princess at that. The future empress. The future empress. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, yet Xia Chen's heart could find no peace. The empress, she was the most formidable existence in the great unification version, a being who awed the world, subjugated all realms, gathered the world's fortune, and established eternal laws. Then, leveraging the fortune of unification, she constructed a sacred temple, and with immense audacity, made a grand vow to the heavenly Tao, forcibly transforming the Great Wu dynasty into a dynasty of fortune, where fortune suppressed all within its borders. From then on, all who were not subjects of Great Wu were deemed heretics, their cultivation speed slowed, while those holding official positions could, depending on their rank, harness varying degrees of the dynasty's fortune to accelerate their cultivation. All the heroes of the world were thus ensnared. This situation persisted until the spiritual energy revival and myriad realms convergence stage, when the Empress vanished, the dynasty's fortune crumbled, and the great unification disintegrated. Only then were the world's heroes liberated from the suppression of Great Wu's national fortune. But once Pandora's box was opened, there was no returning to the past. Thereafter, every ruler of a dynasty imitated the Empress, using fortune to suppress their domains. The dynasty's fortune became a tonic for cultivation. The higher the office, the faster the cultivation, and the ruler reaped the greatest benefits. Xia Chen carefully recalled the subsequent plot. In his past life, he had treated this world merely as a game, paying little attention in the early stages, skimming through most of it. But when the Myriad Realms Convergence version was unleashed, and this world became the main realm, everything turned real, and the players no longer possessed immortality. Only then did he realize something was amiss. I've never heard that the Empress had a fiancé. Xia Chen shook his head, trying to recall, attempting to deduce the current situation from the later plot. Unfortunately, in his past life, he had entered this world only in the early stages of the Great Unification version, and no one knew what the Empress, still the second princess during the Emperor's era, had truly experienced. No, during the Great Unification era, the Zhendong Marquis manor still shone brilliantly, producing a succession of outstanding talents. My biological younger brother Xia Hao possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, his talent astonishing. Under the Empress' reign, he became a pillar of the empire, the sharpest spear in Great Wu's territorial expansion, earning illustrious military achievements. The Empress, with great boldness, broke ancestral traditions and enfeoffed my brother as the Zhendong king. But rumors circulated that my brother Xia Hao's enfeoffment was due to the Empress during her time of hardship being betrothed to an ordinary scion of the Zhendong Marquis manor. Ultimately, that scion perished in a bloody coup, his blood spilt on the spot. After the Empress ascended the throne, the betrothal was quietly dropped. It was precisely because of this incident that the Empress compensated the Xia family, granting Xia Hao an extraordinary enfeoffment as king. Xia Chen had always believed these were mere rumors, slander against the Empress and the Zhendong king by malicious individuals. But now it seemed it might all be true. The Empress truly had a past with the Zhendong Marquis manor, and that ordinary scion whose name was not even recorded in history was him, Xia Chen. My existence is just a blemish, an unbearable past, a stain on the Empress' glorious image, so even my name cannot be preserved. Xia Chen laughed bitterly, but deep in his eyes the strange phenomenon of his double pupils surfaced again. His irises seemed to merge like sun and moon, intertwining with wisps of chaotic qi, swirling, a cold, sharp glint flickering within them. So my storyline ends with the coup. No wonder I never heard in my past life that the Zhendong Marquis manor had a legitimate son named Xia Chen, or that the dazzling pillar of the empire Xia Hao had an elder brother. Xia Chen's expression returned to calm, as still as the waters of an abyss, without a single ripple. He entered the house and dressed himself in a fine robe. There had been some maids in the courtyard, but after he turned 12 the manor had dismissed them all. It wasn't that the manor mistreated him because of his youth. All the young masters of the manor were treated the same. Before reaching the 8th rank, martial artists must avoid losing their virginity. But martial training stirred the blood, and with beautiful maids constantly around, it was easy to taste forbidden fruit, jeopardizing future prospects. As soon as Xiachen stepped out of the courtyard, a beautiful woman of about 16 dressed in a green silk dress walked gracefully toward him. Bai Zhu. Xiachen recognized the woman. Third young master, the master and mistress request your presence. Bai Zhu stopped before Xiachen and bowed respectfully, her attitude deferential, not acting spoiled or arrogant like in the dramas, nor looking down on this somewhat overlooked young master of the manor. I understand. Xiachen nodded and followed behind Bai Zhu, watching her graceful figure and undulating hips. A surge of heat rushed through him, and he felt an urge he could barely control. He quickly averted his gaze. Having just broken through a realm, his qi and blood were at their peak. Bai Zhu was a maid of Qi Mingru, the mistress of the Xia family. Qi Mingru had planned to assign Bai Zhu to Xiachen's courtyard to care for him once he reached the 8th rank. Xiachen distracted himself by mapping out the manor's relationships. The manor had been passed down for 600 years, and the current direct line consisted of 3 branches. The old Marquis, Xia Chutian, the Zhendong Marquis, though 86 years old, still had vigorous qi and blood. However, he had long since withdrawn from family and court affairs, focusing on seclusion in hopes of reaching a higher realm. The old Marquis had 3 sons, the eldest Xia Qian, whom Bai Zhu referred to as the master, the second Xia Yuan, Xia Qian's biological father, called the second master within the manor, and the third son Xia Han, the third master. The one currently managing the manor was the eldest son Xia Qian, the Anwu Marquis. Xiachen followed Bai Zhu through the winding outer courtyard to a great hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a dignified middle-aged man seated in the main seat, and beside him a woman who looked to be in her 30s, well-preserved with an elegant and noble bearing. Uncle Aunt. Xiachen entered the hall and bowed respectfully. Chainer, we are family, no need for such formality. Xiachen smiled and gestured for Xiachen to rise. The beautiful woman beside him added, Chainer, it's been a while since you last came to my courtyard for a meal. Have you grown distant with your aunt because you heard your mother is returning? Chainer, it's been a while since you last came to my courtyard for a meal. Have you grown distant with your aunt because you heard your mother is returning? Qi Mingru chided Xiachen playfully, her eyes brimming with 1,000 charms, showcasing the grace of a mature woman. Qi Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had raised and nurtured Xiachen since childhood, treating him as her own son. And I've been diligently practicing martial arts lately, so I've been negligent. Xiachen smiled and approached, sitting down beside Qi Mingru. A warmth rose in his heart. Although his biological mother had neglected him for so many years, pouring all her love into her second son, his uncle and aunt had truly been good to him. And I've been diligently practicing martial arts lately, so I've been negligent. Xiachen smiled and approached, sitting down beside Qi Mingru. A warmth rose in his heart. Although his biological mother had neglected him for so many years, pouring all her love into her second son, his uncle and aunt had truly been good to him. They had not looked down on him for being born with a crippled physique. He had grown up in the manor from the age of 3 without suffering much grievance, all thanks to the care of Xia Qian and Qi Mingru. When Xia Qian and Qi Mingru heard that Xia Chen had been diligently practicing martial arts, their expressions darkened, and they sighed inwardly. Although one with a naturally crippled physique could still train in martial arts, it would be difficult to achieve great success in this lifetime. Even with 100 times the effort of an ordinary person, the gains would still be meager. Xia Qian and Qi Mingru then asked Xiachen what else he lacked. The 3 of them chatted happily, feeling like a real family. Your father rendered great service in the eastern wastelands, and the emperor bestowed a marriage contract betrothing the second princess to you. You know about this, don't you? What is your view on the matter? After the pleasantries, Xia Qian got to the point. I just found out. Xiachen nodded, his expression turning serious. Your father rendered great service in the eastern wastelands, and the emperor bestowed a marriage contract betrothing the second princess to you. You know about this, don't you? What is your view on the matter? After the pleasantries, Xia Qian got to the point. I just found out. Xiachen nodded, his expression turning serious. Is there still room for negotiation? Xiachen did not wish to marry a princess. To an outsider, marrying a princess was a great honor, but for both the manor and Xiachen himself, it would be merely icing on the cake, and might even be restrictive. Especially since that person was the future empress. This marriage was even more impossible. It was too dangerous. Who knew how his past self had truly died? When the emperor was young, his martial arts talent was poor, so his parents were not particularly close to him. They went to the battlefield and did not return home for 14 years. Letters from home were also rare, showing little affection for the emperor. At the age of 3, the emperor lived alone within the clan. Fortunately, his uncle and aunt treated him like their own son, raising him with kindness from a young age until he grew up. Xia History, Volume 1, Annals of Emperor Taizu. The Marquis Manor stood unshaken for 600 years, sustained by a lineage of brilliant talents and formidable generals who commanded vast armies. Now the realm was divided into three parts. Great Wu faced the Defeng in the north, the Deqing in the west, and the treacherous great demons roamed the eastern wilderness, where mountain ranges stretched endlessly. To the south lay the Nanman tribes, whose sorcery and poisons thrived without cease. The world was far from peaceful. With these external threats, the Marquis Manor need not grovel for imperial favor. Instead, the imperial court frequently sought to ingratiate itself with them. Each year during festivals, the palace bestowed gifts. This time, the marriage of a princess was the most telling signal. As for Xia Chun, he was never one to remain content under another's thumb. If he were truly betrothed to the future empress, the coup 5 years later would become an encumbrance. You do not wish to marry the princess. Cui Mingru's voice was soft as she gazed at Xia Chun, her eyes shimmering with the natural grace of a mature beauty. No. Xia Chun's reply was resolute, without a hint of hesitation. There is no turning back now. At this hour, the imperial decree has already left the palace gates and will soon arrive at our manor. Xia Qian sighed and shook his head. This matter had long been decided. Now they were merely stating the outcome. Xia Chun fell silent. He knew all too well that many things had been predetermined, and with his current status he had no right to participate. Yet he was one of the protagonists in this marriage, only to learn of it after everything was settled. Was this not absurd and laughable? Originally, this marriage was not meant for you. His Majesty had set his sights on your younger brother. The imperial envoy reached the eastern wilderness, but your second brother politely declined. Thus the protagonist of this marriage was changed to you. Cui Mingru looked at the silent Xia Chun, pondered for a moment, and slowly revealed the conflicts behind this marriage. Xia Chun inquired carefully and learned that the marriage was originally meant for his younger brother Xia Hao. However, his parents refused without hesitation, citing Xia Hao's youth and the need to focus on martial arts and military strategy, not to be distracted by marital affairs too early. Subsequently, they took the initiative to submit a memorial arguing that Xia Chun, as the eldest legitimate son, was of similar age to the second princess, and other such reasoning. After receiving the reply, Emperor Wen remained silent for 3 days. It was not until this morning that the decree left the palace, approving Xia Yuan's request and confirming the betrothal. Cui Mingru saw Xia Chen's calm expression and felt a pang of pity. Becoming a consort was for commoners a meteoric rise. But for those born into meritorious noble families, it was a shackle. 600 years ago, Emperor Ling trusted eunuchs and favored relatives, leading to the rebellion of the feudal lords, nearly toppling the dynasty. Had Emperor Wu not revived the state, the throne would have changed hands. After Emperor Wu secured the realm, he drew lessons from history and decreed that henceforth imperial relatives by marriage could not interfere in state affairs nor hold important positions. Though they were not completely stripped of power, they were no longer favored. It was only 100 years ago that Emperor Su began to reinstate them to balance the court. By now, the situation for imperial relatives had improved considerably, but they still faced numerous restrictions. A consort naturally fell under this category. This was the fundamental reason why Xia Yuan, facing the emperor's betrothal of a princess to his younger son, chose to defy the emperor rather than consent. Marrying a princess meant a future without prospects. Xia Qian's eyes held a trace of sorrow. This nephew was already ill-fated, but the emperor's decree was irrevocable. Someone had to be the one to marry. Since Xia Yuan and his wife were unwilling to sacrifice their younger son, the eldest had to bear the burden. Though this is terribly unfair to Chainer, he was born with a crippled physique. Despite his years of studying military strategy, his martial path is limited. Becoming a consort with the support of our manor ensures a life of wealth and honor. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. Xia Qian thought to himself. Emotionally, having watched this nephew grow up, he felt closer to him than to the never-seen Xia Hao. But as the family head, he had to consider the clan's interests. His younger brother's son Xia Hao was a prodigy, perhaps capable of matching the ancestor Xia Zhuanzhen's achievements, and would become the family's future leader. Indeed, he should not be bound by the identity of a consort. Though Xia Qian's heart burned with indignation, his eyes remained calm, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted everything placidly. He understood the gravity of the situation. His own parents, unwilling to hinder their younger son's future, finally remembered they had an eldest son in the capital and thrust him forward to defuse Emperor Wen's seemingly conciliatory but actually divisive and oppressive maneuver. His marriage was merely a product of compromise in the power struggle. As for his own thoughts and opinions, they mattered little. Even that empress who commanded the 4 seas and 8 wastelands before she seized power was used as a tool for political marriage. Why should I not accept this? Xia Qian's heart was resilient and extraordinarily optimistic. With this thought, his mind was at ease. Moreover, the one originally chosen did not wish to marry her and was rejected. No wonder this period of Emperor Wen's reign is shrouded in secrecy. How agonizing it is to be unable to control one's own destiny. As Xia Chen mused, he sighed inwardly. The last sentence he wondered was directed at the Empress or himself. At that moment his resolve to seize power grew even stronger. In the front hall, Green Pearl entered with a hurried yet graceful step. Master Mistress, someone has arrived from the palace led by eunuch Yi himself with a grand procession. Xia Qian and Cui Mengru exchanged a glance knowing the purpose. Chainer, come with us to welcome the imperial envoy. Xia Chen rose silently and followed behind them to meet his fate. Outside the manor gates, Xia Chen saw the eunuch Yi that Green Pearl had mentioned. His hair was white, yet he had a youthful complexion and ruddy vitality. Though a eunuch, he exuded an aura that commanded respect. Yi Wujing, known as eunuch Yi, served 3 emperors and survived the coup unscathed. During the Empress' reign, he still guarded the palace, his strength unfathomable. He was the imperial family's foundation, the emperor's loyal servant. These details flashed through Xia Chen's mind. So this is the eldest son of the Anong Marquis. Truly a fine-looking young man. Eunuch Yi said with a smile, offering his congratulations. Xia Chen looked at this eunuch who would shine in the future coup and respectfully bowed to him. This surprised eunuch Yi, but he quickly recovered and nodded to Xia Chen with a smile, forming a favorable first impression of the young man. Though Xia Chen was the protagonist, the subsequent events did not involve him much, he merely needed to be present. They welcomed eunuch Yi into the manor, then bathed and changed clothes. Eunuch Yi read the imperial decree and Xia Chen received it, officially confirming the betrothal. After going through the entire process, Xia Chen was left dizzy. Such a formal decree involved too many regulations and rituals. Thus most so-called decrees were usually oral or informal, without such cumbersome formalities. But this occasion was different, a marriage to a princess. Both the manor and the palace had to hold a grand ceremony to show mutual respect. The entire affair lasted until the afternoon. Xia Chen held the dragon-engraved scroll, made of unknown material, feeling as if it were all a dream. He had truly become the fiancé of that empress. But could he survive the coup and become the emperor consort? In the coup, Xia Chen died on the spot. Was it truly an accident? Thinking of this, he looked at his uncle and aunt walking ahead, hesitated no longer, and quickened his pace to walk beside them. Uncle, I have broken through to the 8th level of the refining essence realm. I wish to seek a post and serve the nation. Xia Chen took a deep breath and declared with conviction. When the founding emperor was young, he was steady and reserved, concealing his sharpness, and was not particularly outstanding among his peers. Yet the Empress of Wu alone saw his potential, believing he possessed extraordinary talent destined for greatness. At that time, the Empress Yaoguang of Wu was still a princess. Emperor Wen of Wu was seeking a husband for her, and Yaoguang took the initiative to submit a memorial. Thus the founding emperor became betrothed to the Empress of Wu. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Within the Marquis estate, a cobblestone path meandered like a graceful ribbon, threading through a vibrant tapestry of blossoms. Though spring had just begun, some renowned flowers could not resist blooming, vying for splendor. As a gentle breeze passed, a rich, intoxicating fragrance spread, refreshing the heart and mind. Xia Qian and Cui Mengru abruptly halted, turning to look at Xia Chen, their voices laced with astonishment. You've broken through to the 8th grade. Had it been anyone else, they wouldn't have batted an eye. The 8th grade was commendable, especially for a 17-year-old like Xia Chen, who would be hailed as a genius outside. But this was the Marquis estate, teeming with prodigies. Beyond a few monstrous talents from the direct line, even among the collateral branches, several youths of Xia Chen's generation with astonishing gifts had emerged. The 8th grade was hardly remarkable. Yet that Xia Chen had achieved, it was truly surprising. The couple Xia Qian and Cui Mengru were intimately familiar with Xia Chen's innate talent. Over the years, though Xia Chen's biological parents had sent no celestial treasures or elixirs from the eastern wasteland, Xia Qian had provided him with many rare resources to temper his flesh and hone his physique. Yet despite consuming the estate's resources for years, it had barely elevated Xia Chen from the unranked stage to the 9th grade body refinement realm. This led Xia Qian to lament that the title martial waist physique was well earned. And now Xia Chen has broken through to the 8th grade. These past few days I felt something stir within. As I practiced, an epiphany struck. From the basic blade technique, I comprehended something new, and my realm unknowingly advanced. Xia Chen answered truthfully, omitting certain key details. He no longer needed to remain overly hidden or low-key. He must quickly secure the estate's resources to fuel his rise. Demonstrate it for me. Xia Qian's face turned solemn after hearing this, his heart filled with doubt and amazement. Had he truly entered an epiphany while practicing the basic blade technique? The estate's basic blade technique was, of course, no ordinary low-level art. It had been refined over 600 years, even drawing from the royal family's supreme ninth-grade blade technique, ultimately evolving into this form most suited for the ninth-grade body refinement realm. It was the most effective for tempering the physique, specifically designed for martial artists in the ninth grade to forge their bodies, hence the name basic blade technique. This technique had long reached a state of perfection with no room for improvement. Even he had studied this very same technique in his youth. And now Xia Chen claimed to have comprehended something new from it. In his younger days, Xia Chen had been proud and ambitious, dreaming of contributing to the family by improving this technique. Yet even at his current realm, he had never attempted such a feat. He was not alone. Neither Xia Chen's biological father Xia Yuan, nor their father, the true master of the estate, Xia Chutian, the Marquis of Zhendong, had succeeded. "Bring a blade," Xia Chen said to his attendant. "Use mine." Xia Chen wasted no time, drawing from his side a long pitch-black blade that radiated an astonishing, icy gleam. The moment the blade appeared, Xia Chen's eyes seemed to see a black flood dragon leaping from an abyss, its cold, dark scales capable of devouring one's heart. This vision flashed and vanished, the blade returning to stillness. Xia Chen knew it was no illusion. This was a divine weapon. The black flood dragon had been at least a third-grade great demon. The blade was born bathed in the blood of a demon above the third grade, its very essence suppressing the demon's soul within. This was one of the estate's hidden treasures. Xia Chen gripped the long blade with both hands, yet still felt its immense weight. Even with its divine nature restrained, the blade itself was extraordinarily heavy. Had he still been in the ninth grade, he could barely lift it, let alone wield it. The blade itself was a test of his realm. Seeing Xia Chen take it steadily, Xia Qian nodded in approval. The boy had truly broken through to the 8th grade. With this thought, Xia Qian began to feel a glimmer of anticipation for the epiphany Xia Chen had mentioned. Blade in hand, Xia Chen's eyes blazed with fervent light. His flesh and blood seemed to seethe, strands of blood energy surging through his physique as a phantom sun rose behind him. The energy in the air is shifting. Cui Mingris' eyes also shimmered. Hailing from the prestigious Cui family, she followed the path of a sorcerer and was exquisitely sensitive to celestial energies. A surge of supreme yang energy was drawn into Xia Chen's body, channeled into the pitch-black blade in his hand. First Sun demon-slaying blade. With a mighty roar, Xia Chen stood in the garden, as if facing a legion of foes and myriad demons. His back to the others, he held his blade against the abyss. His aura reached its zenith, his blood boiling, his spirit and energy at their peak. With a single slash, heaven and earth changed color. Xia Chen looked at his palm, where a fleeting sun had passed. The brilliant blade light was caught in his hand, not even breaking his skin, yet he could barely contain his joy and excitement. "Have you truly improved the basic blade technique?" Though phrased as a question, Xia Chen was already convinced. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. The technique, though entirely different in form, was identical in essence. It was undoubtedly an advanced version of the basic technique. It harnesses solar essence, gathers killing intent, and makes all evil retreat. It is both a method for slaying enemies and a foundation for tempering flesh and blood. Cui Mingru saw through the core of the first Sun demon-slaying blade. To her, killing was secondary. The crucial aspect was that this technique could commune with heaven and earth, drawing upon the sun's essence to refine the body. Could a crude martial artist truly achieve this? This technique is a fusion of a martial artist and a sorcerer's path. Such a wondrous blade art exists in this world. Cui Mingru's heart churned with agitation. Though not a sorcerer, Xia Qian quickly grasped the key. The 9th grade body refinement, 8th grade essence refinement, and even the 7th grade spirit refinement realms all focused on forging the physique and tempering flesh and blood. Martial artists cannot commune with celestial energy. They must rely on arduous effort and time or consume heavenly treasures. But this new technique could actively draw upon celestial energy to temper the body, drastically accelerating cultivation from the 9th to the 7th grade. Xia Qian quickly recognized the immense value of this technique. Keep your insights a secret for now. Do not pass this technique to others. Xia Qian's expression was stern as he spoke, his gaze sweeping over the attendants and maids behind them. Fortunately, these servants were trusted members of the family, or else today would have necessitated more bloodshed. Are you willing to dedicate this technique to the family? It is entirely at Uncle's discretion. Xia Chen did not hesitate. Revealing the technique was precisely his method to gain the resources for advancement. Moreover, the family had invested heavily in him over the years. Even if he were to give it freely, he would have no complaints. Good. Chainer, your improvement of the technique is a great merit for the family. I will report your contribution to the merit hall and inform the elders. Additionally, you may visit the technique pavilion to select another cultivation method. As for your wish to seek a position outside, I will arrange that for you. Xia Qian's voice was resolute. The The family's prosperity for 600 years was sustained by a comprehensive merit system that never neglected those who rendered great service. The Empress was chaste and proud with a keen eye for appearance, pure in both spirit and body, possessing no paramours and never intending to acquire any. Within the Marquis mansion, vibrant flowers bloomed as Xia Chun revealed a brilliant smile. He cared not for the rest, his only desire was to leave early, for only then could he forge his own foundation. Though the Marquis mansion was fine, it was ultimately not a place where he could call the shots. He could borrow its strength, but not entrust everything to it. Xia Chun understood this all too well. The mansion belonged to the entire family, not to him alone. His interests did not necessarily align with those of the mansion. For now, however, he could leverage its resources and influence to secure a desirable official position. Why climb from the bottom when a shortcut was available? Xia Chun was never one to endure unnecessary hardship. As Xia Chun followed Xia Qian to the merits hall to meet the clan elder, claim his merits, and inscribe the true essence of the first sun demon-slashing blade, a grand, yet understated mansion stood by the central avenue east of the imperial palace. The vermilion gate stood tall and imposing, its bronze nails gleaming with the patina of time, flanked by majestic stone lions. This was the residence of Princess Yaowang, the second imperial daughter, now in the bloom of her youth. Yet as early as last year, she had requested free passage in and out of the palace. Shortly after the spring festival, she took the initiative to move out, a conduct that was naturally against protocol. According to custom, even after coming of age, a princess should remain in the palace until her marriage to the consort, after which she could move to her own mansion. No one knew what the second princess had discussed with the emperor to gain his permission, but soon the court learned that she had been betrothed to the son of the Marquis of Zhendong. At that moment, in the front hall of the princess mansion, 3 women and 2 men sat quietly below, but all eyes involuntarily fell upon the dragon-inscribed imperial decree, casually placed aside. Seated at the head was a woman with skin like congealed fat, brows like distant mist, and eyes like twinkling stars radiating a profound serenity. Her nose was straight and delicate, her raven hair, cascading like a waterfall, appearing even more lustrous against her resplendent attire. Her features were exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful. Simply by sitting there, she overshadowed all others, male or female. The imperial decree lay beside her hand. This was Princess Yaowang, the second imperial daughter. Your Highness, Xia Chun is utterly inconspicuous in the Zhendong Marquis mansion, clearly disregarded. You are a person of invaluable worth. How could Xia Chun be worthy of you? Below, a woman spoke indignantly, breaking the silence. What solution is there then? The second princess' gaze remained calm, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. The woman in emerald yellow fell silent, at a loss for words. Indeed, His Majesty had bestowed the marriage, and it had been proclaimed to the world. There was no undoing it now. What if we send an assassin to kill this Xia Chun? I've heard he's not favored in the mansion. The Marquis of Zhendong has been away on the eastern wasteland battlefield for 14 years, sending only 1 letter every 3 years, clearly indifferent to his eldest legitimate son. A man on the lower left spoke in a low voice. Nonsense. Such base tactics as assassination are not to be used lightly. If it could settle the matter once and for all, perhaps it might be considered. But whether it succeeds or fails, it would bring great trouble with no way to contain the fallout. The young man at the head of the left side shook his head and reprimanded. He was from the Imperial Academy, named Hua Qiming. Though a scholar, he was not pedantic. If assassination could truly solve the problem, it might be worth it, but either outcome would trigger a catastrophe. Xia Chun might be a crippled body disregarded by the Marquis of Zhendong and the mansion, but he was still the legitimate son of the Marquis. Moreover, this marriage was decreed by His Majesty to win over the mansion and demonstrate imperial favor. Who the second princess married mattered little as long as he was a direct descendant of the Marquis. Thus, even if Xia Chun died, the princess would most likely still be betrothed to another. Su Jun's eyes flared with anger at Hua Qiming's reprimand, but with the princess present, he forcibly suppressed it. Yaowang listened quietly to their discussion without interrupting, yet deep in her eyes, she felt a hint of disappointment towards Su Jun. Both Su Jun and Hua Qiming were advisors she had recruited from the Imperial Academy this month. It was now clear that Hua Qiming was far more astute than Su Jun. Assassination was not off the table, but using it against the legitimate son of a marquis was far too reckless. If every matter in the world were resolved by killing, chaos would have long reigned. The Zhendong Marquis mansion, though not the highest in rank among military nobles, had produced generations of talented generals. The Marquis of Zhendong, Xia Chutian, was hailed as the martial god of the previous generation. 36 years ago, the Battle of Huayang erupted between Dou Wu and Defeng, lasting 3 years. In the end, Xia Chutian, as the supreme commander, led 200 troops to crush Defeng's famed general Xiao Yue, driving deep into Defeng's territory, advancing unopposed until they were merely 30 li from the capital. Had it not been for Deqing in the west and the horde of demons in the eastern wasteland pressing against De Wu's borders, that campaign would have either annihilated Defeng or seized half its territory. That battle made the Marquis of Zhendong famous across the land. Afterward, he voluntarily surrendered his military command, shut himself away, and devoted himself to martial cultivation. This act earned Emperor Wen's deep trust, and the Marquis mansion was showered with rewards. The second princess understood well that this voluntary retreat had dispelled her father's suspicions and given the second generation of the Xia family a chance to rise. Xia Qian and Xia Yuan began to make their mark in the military, earning illustrious merits and becoming leading figures among the scions of military nobles. 21 years ago, Xia Qian, the eldest of the two other marquises in the mansion, the Marquis of Anwu, shone brilliantly in the battle against the southern barbarians. Afterward, following his father's example, he kept a low profile, relinquished his military command, returned to the capital, and took charge of the mansion. Though he had not emerged for many years, no one in the realm dared underestimate him. The second son, Xia Yuan, who inherited the title of Marquis of Dongyan, was appointed 14 years ago as the commander of the Eastern Wasteland battlefield under a critical mission. For the first 13 years, he held steady, achieving no major feats, but committing no errors, securing the eastern border like a mountain. The court officials were both relieved and pleased. Though Xia Yuan's stabilization of the Eastern Front was a great achievement, compared to his father and elder brother, he was no longer so monstrous. But who would have thought that a month ago, after luring the enemy for 13 years, Xia Yuan would strike decisively, slaying a third-rank great demon, shocking the court and the realm. 3 marshals from one household. How could this not shake the world and provoke the imperial family's wariness? Yet with the realm in turmoil, and De Wu not the sole power, the mansion could not be suppressed, but must be courted. Under such circumstances, how could one resort to assassinating the legitimate son of the Marquis? Xia Chun is but a crippled body, not worth worrying about. This marriage is already settled, so there's no need for further discussion. The Zhendong Marquis mansion is loyal and patriotic, having made great contributions to the nation. If I can share my father's burden, it is a good thing. The second princess smiled radiantly, brightening the entire hall, yet her gaze remained utterly calm. Deep within, she harbored a grand ambition never spoken aloud. Her peculiar behavior, refusing to be confined within the palace walls like other princesses, was all for this ambition. Who said a woman could not ascend the throne? Xia Yuan would be the first in history to do so. Deep within the Marquis of Zhendong's estate, within an imposing 7-story ancient tower that exuded a unique aura, someone exclaimed, "The basic blade technique has truly been improved." 7 imposing elders with graying hair were visibly unsettled. Some abruptly rose from their seats, others inadvertently tugged at their white beards, and a few spilled tea from their cups, their hearts all stirred. The basic blade technique, as its name implied, was the foundational method for forging the path of martial arts, the root of one's combat prowess and future potential. Thus, the Marquis estate's basic blade technique was a closely guarded secret taught only to the direct lineage and exceptionally talented collateral descendants who had passed rigorous trials. This technique had been the cornerstone of the Xia family's 6 centuries of prosperity. Every martial clan possessed its own unique foundational method, a closely guarded secret to ensure knowledge monopoly and enduring glory. Their Xia family's foundational method, pioneered by the ancestor Xia Xuanzhen, had been refined over generations by successive clan leaders and elders who believed it had already reached perfection. It was on par with the imperial basic blade technique. Yet now it had been improved, by a junior no less. So how could they not be astounded? But as they gazed at the scorching crack on the ground which Xia Chun had just demonstrated before them, their hearts were already convinced, even as their words voiced doubt. Their extreme reaction stemmed from sheer incredulity. Excellent. Though your martial talent is lacking, your insight is unparalleled. In terms of contributions to the clan, you surpass even your father Xia Yuan. The white-haired elder at the head laughed heartily, yet inwardly lamented the cruel irony of fate, granting the boy such extraordinary wisdom while denying him martial talent. Otherwise, the Xia family would have produced another peerless prodigy. This elder was Xia Yu, the elder brother of Xia Chutian, the Marquis of Zhendong, and the uncle of Xia Qian and Xia Yuan. By seniority, he was Xia Qian's granduncle. Xia Chutian was the third among 8 brothers. Due to his exceptional talent and brilliance, he was elected clan head and inherited the title of Marquis of Zhendong. The other 7 brothers had served in the military in their youth. 36 years ago, the Huayang War erupted between De Wu and Defeng. Xia Chutian became a legend in that battle, later voluntarily relinquishing his military command and retiring. His 7 brothers also gradually returned their commands and took up roles as clan elders in the Marquis estate, guiding younger generations and enriching the family's heritage. No amount of military merit can match this creation of a technique. Another elder chimed in, Xia Xian, the 5th granduncle of Xia Chen. Over the Marquis estates, 6 centuries of brilliance, generation after generation of talented generals had emerged. More than 300 years ago, an ancestor was again enfeoffed as the Marquis of Anwu for great deeds, and 173 years ago, another Marquis title Andong was bestowed. Thus, the Xia family boasted 3 marquises. For them, the family never lacked military honors. Xia Chen's refinement of the foundational method meant that future generations of descendants would become even more outstanding, their cultivation speed swifter. Its significance was immense. Xia Chen left the Merit Tower. This was his first time entering it, and at 17, he met his granduncles for the first time. From their reactions, they had evidently heard of his reputation as a waist physique. This has boosted my presence and greatly improved my standing in the Marquis estate. The 7 elders have a favorable impression of me. Trading the Shouyang demon-slaying blade for this was well worth it, Xia Chen mused. As for the elder's promise that his name would be recorded in the clan history and his spirit enshrined in the ancestral hall to share in the incense and fortune of past great talents, Xia Chen was indifferent. He sought only fame during his lifetime. Posthumous renown was not his concern. Xia Chen wound through the meandering back courtyard and crossed the training ground, which buzzed with activity. 5 or 6-year-old children practiced boxing under martial instructors to build their foundations, while 11 or 12-year-old youths trained with spears, their weapons glinting with fierce light and impressive momentum. Some youths lifted 1,000-pound boulders, sweat pouring like rain, yet their eyes shone with determination and perseverance. Chinga! Just then a 13 or 14-year-old boy dropped the boulder, moved with ape-like agility, and swiftly approached Xia Chen. Chinga, did you come to see me? The boy with a tiger-like naive face grinned and scratched his head, appearing endearingly simple. This boy was Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's 3rd uncle Xia Han. Though born into a martial nobility family, Xia Han preferred literature over martial arts and pursued an official career through scholarship. He named his son Xia Wen, hoping he would be a scholar, but the boy loved martial arts from childhood, excelling in it, while his literary pursuits were lackluster. Because Xia Chen lacked martial talent and saw no future in martial arts, Xia Han took him under his wing, teaching him literature to cultivate a righteous spirit and follow the Confucian path of cultivation, nourishing qi and establishing words. Thus, before the age of 10, Xia Chen often dined at his 3rd uncle's residence, becoming familiar and close with his cousin. I'm heading to the scripture pavilion to pick a technique and stopped by to see you, Xia Chen said with a smile. All Marquis estate children, regardless of gender, had to attend the training ground from age 5, rain or shine. But Xia Chen's lack of martial talent led his eldest uncle Xia Qian to grant him an exemption from daily training to preserve his dignity. In his childhood, Xia Chen refused to give up and persisted in going to the training ground, but as his peers advanced rapidly while he struggled even to begin, he gradually stopped attending. Scanning the training ground, Xia Chen saw only young faces, most of those his age, or even a year or 2 younger, were absent. He knew they had mostly broken through to the 8th grade essence refining realm and had begun training in the military, following the estate's tradition of prioritizing cultivation level over age. Reaching the 8th grade essence refining realm meant one could venture into the world and realize their ambitions. Chinga! Another voice called out. Xia Chen turned to see a delicate jade-like girl of about 10 dressed in a small garment walking over timidly. Her cheeks were flushed from completing a set of punches. This was Xia Qian and Cui Mingru's youngest daughter, Xia Yushi. Chinga! Chinga! Several others approached, descendants of the 7 elder lines, along with a few exceptionally talented collateral youths who hesitated before joining in after seeing everyone greet him. From whispers around him, they learned he was a direct descendant. Though Xia Chen had been somewhat inconspicuous in the estate over the years, his reputation was considerable. After all, the Marquis estate was built on martial arts, and this was the first time in its history that a waist physique with no martial talent had appeared. Some smiled and greeted Xia Chen, others remained calm, nodding, without seeking favor or offense. No one insulted him, as all were young but mature with high emotional intelligence. No one would lightly offend a direct descendant, even one without martial talent. Moreover, everyone knew Xia Chen had become a consort, leaving even less reason to belittle him. Besides, by seniority, Xia Chen was the elder brother to all present. The Xia family, spanning 6 centuries, valued fraternal respect and harmony. Xia Chen greeted everyone with a warm smile, his tone gentle and refreshing as a spring breeze. Yet his gaze lingered on a few youths heavy with meaning. These few would shine brilliantly in the future. Xia Wen, styled Xuanba, was the younger brother of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor mentored him from childhood, so Xiaowen held him dear and respected him deeply. In the Emperor's youth, he was like a hidden dragon in the depths, biding his time and concealing his brilliance, thus not standing out among his peers. Within the imperial clan, only Xiaowen remained unwavering in his affection, treating the Heavenly Emperor with close fraternal bonds. From the Xia History Volume 1 Hereditary Houses 3rd Chapter. In the training ground, it was now break time, and the martial instructors did not intervene as the crowd gathered to chat. Xia Chen's gaze fell upon a seemingly aloof youth of 12 or 13 years on the periphery. The youth was named Xia Chen, whom he had just greeted, so Xia Chen knew his name. This was a scion of the Xia clan's collateral branch who in the future era of the Great Unification would shake the world, command the Great Wu Iron Cavalry, and dominate the eastern desolate battlefield. Now this divine general still wore a look of youthful innocence. Xia Chen's gaze then shifted to another youth, Xia Haoyu, the grandson of Xia Chen's 6th granduncle, whose future achievements would be equally astonishing. "Brother Chen, you're going out on a training expedition," Xiaowen exclaimed joyfully beside him. Xia Chun had truthfully told Xiaowen about his plan to visit the scripture pavilion and then venture outside. "He'll soon break through to the 8th grade too, and then he'll come find you, Brother Chun." Xiaowen harbored no ill intentions. With the nature of a young man, he spoke bluntly and without ulterior motives. Xia Chun was astonished. Xiaowen was still a few months shy of 12, yet he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th grade. In the future version of the Great Unification, his talent as one of the most dazzling rising stars of the Xia clan truly lived up to its reputation. Both the Xia clan and the Great Wu dynasty are seeing their young prodigies spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. A golden age is about to dawn. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his heart surging. The golden generation had yet to mature. The 600 years of accumulated fortune of the Xia clan would be fully unleashed in this era, propelling the clan to another peak. He had to seize the opportunity ahead of time. The scripture pavilion. The building stood 7 stories tall. Xia Chun had only visited once before, when he had studied basic blade techniques. This time, due to his great merits, he was granted special permission to freely access the first 6 floors. Xia Chun did not rush straight to the 5th floor, but first entered the 1st floor, walked to the bookshelf on the right, picked up a volume, and began to read. Startling Wind Sword Art. Xia Chun scanned it quickly, but his mind was entirely elsewhere. "Record the technique," he said inwardly. "Recording technique. 125. 100. A virtual panel appeared before Xia Chen's eyes. Although he had entered this world ahead of time and was no longer a player, this auxiliary system remained with all permissions fully open to him. For instance, it could assist in comprehending advanced blade techniques, and now it had the recording function. Initial players only had the most basic proficiency enhancement feature. Simple and crude, but his auxiliary system had already evolved to the version of spiritual energy awakening. Thus, even when players arrived in the era of the Empress, Xia Chun could dominate them with his system, which was several versions ahead. Xia Chun skimmed through the works, but in truth, he was rapidly recording all the techniques on the 1st floor. However, despite the home mansion's accumulation of over 600 years, even after weeding out ordinary techniques, the collection on the 1st floor remained vast as an ocean of smoke. Xia Chun focused on recording only the key marked techniques before abandoning the 1st floor and ascending to the 2nd. The techniques on the 2nd floor were primarily for cultivators at the 8th grade refining essence realm, including not only sword, blade, spear, and halberd arts, but also body tempering and qi circulation methods. There were also various military formation techniques, and Xia Chun even spotted some sorcerer cultivation methods. The Xia clan was founded on martial prowess, but with 600 years of deep accumulation, they had historically led armies to suppress rebellious sorcerer sects and confiscated their inheritance techniques. Xia Chun prioritized recording the military formation techniques. In this world, martial artists and sorcerers were terrifyingly powerful, but soldiers forming battle arrays and condensing unparalleled killing intent could slay them. However, upon inspection, Xia Chun found that these formations were all basic ones, mostly for 3 or 5 men, with only a few for 7 men. Xia Chun was not overly disappointed. Such military formation techniques were closely guarded secrets, the very foundation of a general's lineage. As for the grand formations that could unite 10,000 or even 100,000 troops, allowing the commander to gather the army's power, enhance himself, and fight above his level to topple a superior, such peerless formations were extremely precious, even within the Xia clan, not accessible to all. Xia Chun estimated that such techniques were stored at least on the 5th floor of the scripture pavilion. Throughout Great Wu, the number of general lineages possessing formations for 10,000 men did not exceed 10. Deep within the scripture pavilion, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged puzzled glances, both having noticed Xia Chen's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They were Xia Qin's fourth granduncle and sixth granduncle respectively. The youth Xia Qin had seen earlier in the training ground Xia Haoyu was Xia Hong's grandson. Their daily duty was to guard the scripture pavilion. Having been summoned to the merit pavilion earlier and learning of Xia Qin's improvement of the basic blade technique, they naturally remembered him well. What is he doing just skimming through? Xia Hong asked in confusion. Even with his 70 years of experience, he couldn't decipher the boy's actions. You ask me, and I ask who? Xia Huang retorted, stroking his beard in exasperation. He too was baffled. This boy has excellent comprehension, but he's still too young, his mind unsettled. His martial talent is somewhat lacking and needs proper guidance. If he develops a restless heart, his future achievements will be limited. Xia Hong watched for a while, then shook his head, offering his assessment of Xia Qin. A martial artist must set a goal, act without hesitation, and advance with unstoppable momentum. But Xia Qin's resolve was weak. Every time he picked up a technique, he barely glanced at it before quickly putting it down. Such a temperament was not conducive to great accomplishments. Alas, what a pity. No wonder Xia Yuan, that fellow, pays no attention to this child and focuses all his efforts on his younger son Xia Hao. Xia Hong also sighed, withdrew his gaze, and stopped paying further attention. Xia Qin was utterly unaware that his every move had been observed and judged. But even if he knew, he would not care. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly elated, gazing at the 100% marks on the system panel, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He intended to empty the entire vast scripture pavilion of the home mansion. Checking the time, he realized an hour had passed. He quickly recorded some special techniques on the second floor and then headed to the third. The techniques on the third floor were fewer than those on the first two, but their quality was distinctly higher. Xia Qin even saw some Taoist and Buddhist scriptures with Buddhist sutras and Taoist principles placed in a separate area. Xia Qin hadn't expected the home mansion to possess such texts. The Buddhist and Taoist traditions, which would shine brilliantly in the era of spiritual energy awakening, had extraordinary techniques. Some seemingly ordinary scriptures would in that age burst forth with radiant, true meanings. Someone had comprehended the Arhat breathing method from the Arhat Sutra, while another had visualized the immortal palace peace chart from the Taiping Sutra, stepping into transcendence. Xia Qin placed great importance on these scriptures and recorded them first. On the third and fourth floor, Xia Qin did not miss a single one, collecting everything. After that, he arrived at the fifth floor. The fifth floor was spacious, but only 100 martial arts manuals were placed there. Xia Qin continued with his methodical approach. He could feel that the time required to collect martial arts manuals varied across different floors. For example, on the first floor it usually took 2 to 3 seconds, while on the fifth floor it required at least 1 to 2 minutes. Xia Qin patiently waited. In this layer he discovered a martial art related to a 1,000-man military formation, which could mobilize the strength of the entire army to enhance oneself. There were a total of 10 manuals placed in a special area. Another area contained Buddhist and Taoist spells, while another corner displayed some Confucian calligraphy and paintings. Each piece of calligraphy or painting contained a unique Taoist rhythm infused with a vast amount of true Qi. This was greatly beneficial for scholars following the Confucian path. Inscription. Xia Qin walked up to these calligraphies and paintings and began the inscription process. Seeing the progress bar on the panel, Xia Qin smiled. After finally inscribing all the martial arts from the fifth floor, he picked up a body refining manual called Qiyang Body Refinement Technique and began to feign reading it. At the same time, he said inwardly, "Start the simulation and proceed with the infusion." System simulation in progress. 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the panel. Infusion of the true meaning of Qiyang Body Refinement Technique in progress. Progress 5, progress 35, progress 78. The entire transmission process lasted 3 minutes. Xia Qin felt his skin becoming fiery hot, as if his flesh and bones were being tempered by magma. Each piece of flesh felt like it was being hammered by a divine craftsman expelling impurities. In Xia Qin's eyes, a great sun rose as the true meaning of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade he had comprehended fused with the essence of the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique. Every drop of blood became viscous, infused with the essence of the sun. The entire fifth floor space became fiery hot, as if it were midsummer. Xia Qin resembled a piece of steel freshly forged from a high-temperature furnace. Xia Hong and Xia Huang, the two clan elders, instantaneously appeared in the fifth floor space, gazing gravely at Xia Qin's transformation. Has he comprehended the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique? So soon he has grasped the true meaning of Qiyang. Both exclaimed in unison, their eyes flashing with incredulity. They were aware that the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique was highly beneficial for martial practitioners, even having certain effects on fourth-rank cultivators. That is why it was placed in the fifth floor of the martial arts repository. They had originally seen Xia Chun browsing the manuals casually, so they did not pay much attention. But how did he suddenly comprehend the Qiyang body refinement technique? Both were puzzled. Xia Chun slowly opened his eyes, the great sun in his gaze gradually receding, the surging blood and Qi power from his pores slowly subsiding, and his skin returned to its normal color. Fourth uncle, sixth uncle, what are you doing here? Xia Chun feigned curiosity, knowing well that such an important place as the martial arts repository would definitely have someone guarding it. How did you comprehend the Qiyang body refinement technique so quickly? Xia Hong, impatient by nature, was the first to ask. I don't know. I was just looking and suddenly had an epiphany. Xia Chun scratched his head, appearing adorably naive. This innocent expression resembled an upgraded version of Xia Wan. Xia Hong was left speechless, filled with questions. Don't know. Suddenly had an epiphany. Is it really that simple? Xia Huang said, nothing, stepping forward to grasp Xia Chen's hand, a surge of true qi flooding into Xia Chen's body to investigate. He had some doubts about this grandson. However, after examining Xia Chen's meridians, he found no issues, and even felt that Xia Chen's physique was exceptionally robust with a deep foundation. Indeed, the bone structure is ordinary, not suitable for martial arts, but the foundation is very solid. Xia Huang was puzzled, feeling that something was amiss. With so many martial arts manuals, why did you choose this one? Also, what were you doing earlier? Xia Hong questioned, as Xia Chen's earlier actions were too perplexing. I heard that ancient sages read extensively, merging the essence of myriad families to create astonishing techniques, so I thought I might as well try to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. As for why I chose this manual, I felt that it was somewhat similar to the Shouyang demon-slaying blade I comprehended earlier, so I chose it because I had an intuition. Xia Huang chuckled, and then burst into laughter. You brat think you can emulate a sage. He laughed, having not heard such amusing things for many years. But soon realizing that such a brazen laugh might discourage the child, he added a cautionary note. How old are you? What experiences can you have? Moreover, your realm is too low. Reading extensively is still too early for you. You need to focus, walk a single path. Even if you have outstanding talent, you can only choose a secondary path at most. One cannot learn too many things, otherwise it will be detrimental to your realm and mindset. Xia Chun nodded vigorously. Although your talent in martial arts is lacking, your comprehension is outstanding. Perhaps you can still achieve great accomplishments in the future. Xia Hong encouraged him. Yes. After chatting a while longer with Xia Hong and Xia Huang, the two elders patiently shared some cultivation tips, and Xia Chun finally took his leave. Watching Xia Chun leave the martial arts repository, Xia Hong sighed. What a pity for this child. His comprehension is monstrous, yet he possesses a waste physique. How unfair is heaven. Why didn't we let this child pursue the Confucian path? Wasn't he said to have followed the third elder Xia Han when he was young? Why didn't we allow him to continue down that path? With such astonishing comprehension, if he had followed the Confucian path to nurture righteous qi, perhaps our Xia family could have produced a great scholar. Indeed, Xia Huang lamented, feeling genuine heartache that such a bright future had been wasted. For 600 years, the Xia family had mostly been rough martial artists, often looked down upon and suppressed by those literati in the court. If Xia Chun became a great scholar, perhaps our Xia family would finally establish a lineage of scholarship. To achieve a balance between yin and yang. Xia Hong fell silent, ultimately speaking slowly. I heard that back then the second elder sent a letter from the eastern wilderness battlefield to the third elder stating that his child should practice martial arts. Even if he is a waste physique, he should wield a knife in battle rather than a pen. The martial arts repository fell into a prolonged silence. After a long while, a voice finally echoed again. Alas, the second elder Xia Yuan was a good man, also a good general, exceptionally talented and gifted. He did not disgrace our Marquis residence, but he particularly lacked in the aspect of being a father. Xia Huang shook his head, recalling the attitude Xia Yuan had towards Xia Chun. He had heard about, sighing repeatedly. When the Heavenly Emperor was young, his parents were rarely close to him, showing little care, and the Heavenly Emperor grew up alone within the clan. The elders of the clan did not hold high hopes for the Heavenly Emperor's martial arts talent. However, the Heavenly Emperor since childhood was resolute and unyielding, persevering, tirelessly, diligently studying, and comprehensively reading the classics with extraordinary comprehension. One day, the Heavenly Emperor was in the scripture repository and suddenly comprehended the martial arts technique. The clan elders were shocked upon hearing this. History of the Xia Family Volume 1 Chronicles of Emperor Taizu. Xia Chun returned to his courtyard, night already shrouding the earth. The bright moon hung high and strands of moonlight cascaded upon his fingertips, dancing like ethereal spirits. From morning till night, this day had been far more vibrant than the past 2 months. Young master. Xia Qian hurried out upon hearing the sound, calling out with joy. "Young master, I heard His Majesty has betrothed the second princess to you. The news has spread throughout the manor and gifts have arrived from every courtyard. Just keep them safe for me." Xiaqin nodded, not bothering to dwell on the matter. Over the next 2 days, Xiaqin stayed dutifully in his courtyard, diligently training. As the notification of one proficiency rose on his system panel, he felt his progress accelerating. The pure yang true qi within him grew dense, his combat power incomparable to before. He used the first sun demon slashing blade to draw the extreme yang energy of heaven and earth, tempering his flesh and blood with precision. Simultaneously, he cultivated his inner true qi with the crimson yang body forging art, strengthening his bones. Though the two techniques overlapped somewhat, they complemented each other, causing a qualitative transformation in Xiaqin's physique. This tranquility was shattered on the 3rd day. A retainer who had long served the family head Xiaqin knocked on the gate of Xiaqin's small courtyard. "Third young master, the master requests your presence." Xiaqin was the third among the direct descendants of his generation, thus called third young master within the manor. "Uncle Dong, why did you come in person? You could have just sent a servant to call me." Xiaqin, who had been training bare-chested, quickly invited the middle-aged man in. Xia Dong, Xiaqin's trusted right hand, also bore Xia family bloodline branching off 156 years ago, so their kinship was still relatively close. He had grown up with Xiaqin, akin to a study companion, following him in martial arts, military strategy, and even later campaigns. 21 years ago, he had rendered great service alongside Xiaqin on the southern border. The court bestowed upon him the rank of general, but when Xiaqin retired from the military, he too resigned his post, staying by Xiaqin's side as an ordinary attendant. "For matters concerning the young master, it's better I come myself." Xia Dong smiled, standing in the courtyard. He watched as the crimson flush on Xiaqin's iron-like skin slowly faded, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "We're all family, no need for such formality, Uncle Dong. Please sit, I'll wash up quickly." Xiaqin smiled, taking Xia Dong's hand and guiding him to a seat in the courtyard. Though Xia Dong regarded himself as a servant, no one truly treated him as one. A smile lingered on Xia Dong's face, and he didn't stand on ceremony, holding a favorable impression of this somewhat overlooked third young master. Compared to visits to other young masters' courtyards, this one showed him far more respect. Xiaqin quickly washed up and changed into clean clothes. Though inwardly pleased, his steps remained steady, as unmovable as a mountain. He had already guessed why Xiaqin had summoned him. It must be about the official position. The Marquis estate was vast, and unable to dash swiftly, Xiaqin could only stroll leisurely. Over 20 minutes later, he finally arrived at Xiaqin's residence. "Uncle, no need for formalities." In the understated front hall, a few chairs were arranged. Xiaqin took his seat, and a maid immediately served tea before withdrawing. "Chainer, you wish to go out for experience? That matter is settled. For now, 3 positions are available, all quite decent." Xiaqin took a sip of tea, speaking unhurriedly. Xiaqin broke into a smile. Backed by the Marquis estate, things were indeed easier. In his past life, entering the game had taken him over half a year to gain an official rank, and even then, it was the lowest 9th grade junior. Now 3 official posts were his to choose from. Though he didn't yet know their ranks, with the Marquis' involvement, they surely wouldn't be low. The first is the Imperial Guards Yulin Division, the second the Qingzhou Garrison Army, and the third the Southern Border Army. All are 7th grade senior posts. Xiaqin's gaze was sharp. As a member of a hereditary noble family, he could enter officialdom through family privilege and at no low rank. This was why he had sought Xiaqin's help. Why start as a common soldier if one could take a direct commission? To prove oneself from the bottom. How absurd. Could one not prove one's ability after starting from a higher position? The Imperial Guard's Yulin Division, then. Xiaqin took a deep breath, making a swift decision. The Imperial Guard was the Emperor's personal army, tasked with protecting the palace and the capital. They were responsible for day and night patrols in the capital, maintaining public order, managing access controls, and had the authority to investigate and enforce laws against crimes within the city. What Xiaqin valued was this very enforcement power. Though the capital was rife with powerful figures, where a random brick might hit a royal relative. If he could wield this duty, well, it could leverage immense authority. More crucially, in 5 years during the coup at the gate, the Imperial Guard played a huge role. I might be able to set things up in advance. A gleam flashed in Xiaqin's eyes. He directly dismissed the garrison army. Though the Southern Border Army could hone his skills and quickly accumulate military merit, it was useless to him now. With the system's assistance, he had no worries about cultivation speed. Military merit could bring rapid promotion, but Xiaqin felt staying at the capital's power center offered more opportunities. "Are you sure?" Xiaqin asked seriously. "Uncle, I'm sure. The Imperial Guard's Yulin Division." Xiaqin answered without hesitation. "Good, wait for my news." Xiaqin waved with a smile. Xiaqin smiled back, took his leave, and walked away in high spirits. 2 months and finally leaving the newbie village. The capital, here I come. In his past life, when he played this game, though his initial identity was an ordinary commoner, he had quickly experienced the capital's splendor. But this time, despite his noble identity, the Marquis estate imposed many restrictions. He couldn't leave freely until he reached the 8th grade. Speaking of which, why do I still remember the philosophies, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, poetry, and songs from that past world? Xiachen suddenly recalled a crucial point. In his past life, when players descended into this world, they only knew they were from another world and could recall their daily lives and loved ones. But memories of that other world's culture, thoughts, classic texts, and Buddhist and Taoist scriptures were all blocked, impossible to recall upon entering this world. It was as if this world forbade those things from existing. Only with the opening of the Myriad Realms Fusion update was this restriction lifted. Xiachen speculated that it likely involved supreme Tao and principles. Some scriptures, truths, and thoughts were not allowed to descend prematurely. Am I the one who slipped through the cracks? Xiachen took a deep breath, glancing again at the phantom of the 9-dragon jade seal, visible only to himself. What is your origin that you not only brought me into this world early, but also preserved my assistance system and lifted the block on me? Xiachen murmured to himself. As he questioned, the jade seal emitted a hazy, radiant light, as if awakening or as if it wished to respond. Xiachen's pupils narrowed at this strange change. For the past 2 months, he had been trying to awaken this jade seal, but there had been no response whatsoever. Today, however, faint rays of light began to diffuse. Xiachen quickened his pace, passing through the vast Marquis mansion, entering his own courtyard and closing the door behind him. He felt an intense heat in the palm of his hand, as though something was growing from within his flesh. Xiachen could clearly sense a connection between himself and the jade seal, as if they were symbiotic, sharing the same root. A thread of chaotic energy wafted from the jade seal, and in a daze, Xiachen seemed to see the Tao and principles intertwining with chains of order shooting forth. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the jade seal. Xiachen saw countless beings prostrating on the ground, celestial flames burning, and in the vast expanse of a realm, a tall altar was constructed from 5-colored chaotic stones. A mysterious and ancient rite. Xiachen heard the sound of a sacrificial chant that seemed to pierce through the heavens. Is it calling for me? Xiachen felt dizzy and deafened, goosebumps rising all over his body. At that moment, the originally illusory jade seal slowly transformed into reality, seemingly set to manifest in this world, as if descending from some unknown place. Xiachen involuntarily walked towards the jade seal, which was suspended in the room and emanating faint purple mist. In the next instant, he vanished from the room, drawn into the jade seal. Outside the room, everything remained calm. Not a single person in the renowned Marquis of Eastern Town's residence sensed anything amiss. Xiachen quickly steadied his mind and looked around, discovering that he had arrived in a strange world. In this world, everything was frozen, a complete desolation. Only the area around Xiachen exhibited a hint of vitality, a place of normalcy. Xiachen found himself standing on a grand 5-colored altar where several items were placed. A primordial ferocious beast larger than a mountain was bleeding fresh blood as if it had just been hunted. There was also a piece of chaotic jade emanating chaotic energy and a divine gold of the crimson phoenix. Is that a phoenix egg? Xiachen examined it closely, realizing that although it was his first time seeing these items, information about them suddenly surged in his mind. He saw in the distance a vibrant egg suspended in the void, as if undergoing a rebirth. His heart trembled. He also noticed another egg not far from this pure-blood phoenix egg, seemingly complementing it. A dragon egg. Xiachen was unable to contain his excitement. The phoenix and the true dragon had long since become extinct. Pure-blooded phoenixes and pure-blooded true dragons were the top divine beasts in the world. Their appearance would unleash a storm of chaos. During the era of spiritual energy revival, some had quickly risen to power by obtaining a few drops of phoenix marrow and dragon blood. But now to find a phoenix egg and a dragon egg here seemingly still alive was astonishing. Using primordial ferocious beasts, rare materials, and even pure-blood dragons and phoenixes as offerings. Who are they worshipping? The heavens? No, it cannot be. Xiachen's heart surged with waves of emotions. Who could possibly enjoy such offerings? He instinctively felt they were worshipping the heavens, but as he looked around, he immediately rejected that notion, for he stood above the heavens, seated in the 9 heavens. This was a vast palace complex constructed from stars spanning millions of miles, as if suppressing the heavens. At this moment, Xiachen felt as if he had transformed into the deity of this place, with the entire world falling within his line of sight, aware of some circumstances here. He gained a certain authority. Xiachen wanted to approach those offerings, but as he got close, it felt as if an invisible barrier blocked his path. Xia Chun tried various methods, but ultimately gave up as it seemed that all authority had not opened to him. Is it that I haven't gained recognition here, or is there another reason? Are the unlocking conditions insufficient? Xia Chun mumbled his speculations, but soon stopped dwelling on it. He continued to observe this mysterious world. Is this the heavenly court? Incredibly prosperous, commanding the heavens, yet seemingly defeated for some reason. Everything has been frozen. Xia Chun saw the heavenly soldiers and generals frozen in the distance, and noticed the names on the palaces. Lingxiao Palace, Ministry of War, Pharmacy Palace, Hanlin Academy, various schools of thought, demon, slaying platform, canonization platform, hidden merit pavilion, transcendence pool. A vast array of departments, each housing individuals radiating a terrifying aura, yet all these palaces were frozen. Their lives seemed to have dimmed, but within them a crystal stone emanating a special Tao rhythm brimming with rules of the great Tao was gestating. Just as Xia Chun was peering, a roar of a dragon echoed in his ear. Xia Chen's pupils constricted violently as he saw a golden divine dragon spanning an unknown number of realms bursting forth from the Lingxiao Palace. The divine dragon's head was visible, but its tail was not. However, this divine dragon appeared to be in a terrible state, extremely weak, its golden light dimming, as if it were about to completely dissipate from this world. The Dragon of Destiny. Xia Chen suddenly realized the origin of this divine dragon. The dragon's eyes were full of spirit. Upon noticing Xia Chen's presence, its eyes gleamed with intense joy. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above Xia Chen's head. Before Xia Chen could react, it directly burrowed into his forehead, merging with him. Xia Chen felt as if his body was about to explode. A vast energy surged into him, causing his meridians to shatter instantly. But soon this energy carried a tremendous vitality, and Xia Chen's body, which was originally fading away, rapidly began to regenerate. Destruction and vitality cycled back and forth, intertwining, opposing, yet unified. Xia Chen's body seemed to transform into a vessel maintaining an unusual balance. At the same time, Xia Chen's eyes seemed to be intensely stimulated. The previously faint dual pupils began to manifest fully, and his black golden eyes appeared to mutate. In his bright eyes, two pupils emerged, one yin and one yang, as if the sun and moon were merging. Purple golden energy swirled, and the Dragon of Destiny flashed by, seemingly merging with his eyes. The dual pupils, a phenomenon of ancient times, were exclusive to supreme emperors and sages. It was said that those with dual pupils possessed a supreme fate. As long as they did not perish prematurely, they would become beings that dominate the heavens. Now the dual pupils within Xia Chun began to awaken. This process seemed to last for an eternity. When Xia Chun awoke, he found his body forged like indestructible steel, and he began to change from the inside out. That golden divine dragon was condensed from the fate power of this broken heavenly court, but now it has entered my body. Xia Chen's expression turned serious. The Destiny dynasty could gather the fate of the world, appoint divine officials who could cultivate using the dynasty's fate. This was also the fundamental reason for the later celestial dynasty strife. In the world, conflicts arose over the fate power. Only the ruler of the dynasty could bear the fate golden dragon of the nation, but now it seemed that I have absorbed that fate golden dragon. Xia Chen carefully examined his body, but the auspicious golden dragon had vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. During his inspection, he felt his essence, energy, and spirit had reached their peak. His state was unprecedented. It seems my bone structure has been reshaped, and my strength has actually broken through to the 7th grade spirit refining realm. Xia Chen muttered to himself. Although he possessed an auxiliary system that only required him to increase proficiency to enhance his strength, the reshaping of his bones, freeing him from being a crippled physique, was evidently significant. As for the improvement in his own strength, Xia Chen was only slightly surprised. Such a vast surge of energy had poured into his body, and at that moment he felt as if his entire being had been utterly annihilated and shattered. But unexpectedly, that energy also contained a rich vitality, allowing his body to be reborn anew. Xia Chen stood at the center of the altar, calmed himself, and then began to walk forward toward the Lingxiao Hall ahead. Xia Chen walked for what felt like an eternity. Here time seemed to have ceased its flow. A day, a month, a year, or perhaps a decade, a century. The distance that appeared so close was as if it spanned endless space. Finally, he entered the Zixiao Hall. Before his eyes were vast majestic deities, their bodies more immense than mountains, their gazes capable of piercing the 9 nether hells. Their auras could crush mountains and rivers. But now they were all frozen, their heads bowed in obeisance before the hall, as if they had exhausted every last breath of life. And within their sternums a mysterious crystal was brewing. Xia Chen was awestruck by the scene before him. The 9-dragon jade seal in his palm had origins far greater than he had imagined. A ruined, ancient celestial court seemed to be contained within it. Xiachen couldn't help but look toward the direction where the myriad deities were kowtowing. It was a towering figure surrounded by the stars of the cosmos, 9 true dragons hovering like ornaments around his arms. The figure stood there silently, but an aura of supreme imperial authority radiated forth. The Tao of the Emperor reigned supreme. All paths submitted. Double pupils. Xiachen's mind shook violently. The moment his gaze fell, the endless chaotic mist that had obscured the Emperor's face slowly parted. Xiachen was immediately captivated by the man's eyes. They were naturally born with double pupils. At that moment, the double pupils in Xiachen's own eyes seemed to be drawn, awakening on their own, resonating with those of the Emperor, as if calling out to each other. As if sensing a kindred presence, a beam of purple-gold light shot forth from the double pupils of the imperial figure. Not again. Xiachen instinctively wanted to retreat, remembering how the auspicious golden dragon had also shot into his body so abruptly. But then he found his body frozen, unable to move. The entire world seemed to awaken, all paths thundering as the purple-gold light shot directly into his mind. A torrent of information exploded in his mind. Xiachen groaned, his vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. When Xiachen awoke, a faint light was spreading across the distant horizon. The night that had shrouded the entire capital slowly receding, and light once again descended upon the world. He glanced at the timepiece crafted by the heavenly master mansion's sorcerers in his room. Only one night has passed. Xiachen examined his body and found that aside from his essence, energy, and spirit being somewhat depleted, his physical vitality and blood energy had reached their peak. My realm has reached the 7th grade spirit refining realm. What I experienced was not a dream. Xiachen opened his palm and found that the jade seal totem in his hand was slowly manifesting in his eyes. Strands of pure bright light radiated from it, as if rejoicing that the precious jade was no longer obscured. Xiachen could clearly perceive a special connection forming between himself and this jade seal. Xiachen carefully recalled everything that had happened in that ruined celestial court the previous night. Suddenly he felt a sharp stabbing pain in his mind, as if pricked by needles. The primordial imperial Daos, heaven-subduing scripture. A scripture had appeared in Xiachen's mind. He tried to peruse it, but found it shrouded in a chaotic mist. It seemed as if the scripture was not yet ready to be revealed. This is an imperial Tao technique bestowed upon me by the Lord of the Celestial Court. But why can't I read it? Is it because the era of spiritual energy has not yet begun, or do I need to establish a dynasty of fortune and gather qi to be able to view it? Xiachen made some conjectures, but eventually gave up. When the time came, the bridge would naturally straighten itself. As long as the scripture remained in his mind, its mysteries would be revealed at the opportune moment. Xiachen sat cross-legged on his bed and began to restore his essence, energy, and spirit. Although his strength had increased dramatically, it seemed that accepting the scripture's inheritance had consumed a great deal of his vitality, causing him to faint. Xiachen felt that everything might be due to his own weakness. Neither his physique nor his essence, energy, and spirit could bear such power, let alone cultivate it. Xiachen practiced until the afternoon before opening his eyes, his complexion ruddy and his essence, energy, spirit, physique, and blood energy all restored to their peak. Xiachen walked into the courtyard and began to practice his fists. The wind howled with each punch, producing bursts of sonic booms in the air. The 7th grade is indeed qualitatively different from the 8th. At this stage, the 7th grade realm was considered decent strength. Even in the military, one could serve as a captain commanding 1,000 men. In the martial world, this level of power could be regarded as that of a master. Young master, your appointment documents have arrived along with your armor sent by the Imperial Guard. Just as Xiachen was practicing his fists, Xiachen rushed into the small courtyard carrying the documents and a set of armor. Xiachen stopped, took the documents, and read them directly. This was the official appointment order issued by the Ministry of War. From this point on, Xiachen, once a commoner, formally entered officialdom. Starting as a 7th grade commandant, the status of a Marquis' legitimate son certainly has its perks. Xiachen smiled. In his past life, he had spent countless time and effort to climb to the 7th grade official rank. Now it was achieved with ease. 600 years of the Marquis' glory, countless military merits, and the deaths of our ancestors. These are what bought this. Xiachen murmured, looking at the documents in his hands, deeply aware of why he had obtained this. Young master, when will you assume your post? Tomorrow, Xiachen said calmly. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 months. So soon. Young master, I want to go with you. Xiachen's eyes lit up. Having grown up in the Marquis estate, he also yearned to see the outside world. He was talented and had broken through to the 8th grade essence refining realm a month ago. All right, pack your things tomorrow and accompany me to my post. Xiachen nodded. It was an unspoken rule of the Great Wu dynasty that martial aristocrats' descendants could bring their household troops when assuming office. On one hand, it was to help them quickly take control of the military camp and prevent troublemakers. On the other, it was for safety. In this world, the scions of martial aristocrats were not there to merely gild their resumes, but to go to the battlefield and engage in real combat. This was also why the civil officials of the Great Wu dynasty had no objections. If anyone objected, the martial aristocrats would simply say, if you don't allow household troops, then send your own descendants to the battlefield to fight the barbarians and demonic beasts. At those words, the court would fall into a dead silence. The next day, at dawn, Xiaqun rose early. Today was the day he assumed his post. Xiaqun donned his military official robe and stepped out of the small courtyard. Xiaqun was already waiting at the gate, and behind him stood 3 men with surging vitality. Xiaqun could tell at a glance that these 3 were no ordinary men. A fierce aura emanated from them, and even standing still, a rugged boldness radiated from within. Young master, the 4 spoke in unison. Xiaqun was not surprised to see these 3. They were household guards of the Marquis estate. Every scion of the estate who stepped into the world was assigned a few such guards, serving both as protectors and as a foundation to help them swiftly take command of the army. Let's go. Xiaqun nodded without further words. The 5 of them quietly traversed the Marquis estate and exited through a side gate. The Marquis estate stood at the very heart of the capital, extremely close to the imperial palace. Upon stepping out, one faced Central Avenue, a street built 800 years ago during the founding of the dynasty. Though called a street, it was more akin to a plaza, wide enough to accommodate 12 carriages abreast. Though it was still early morning, the street was already bustling with activity. Various vendors lined both sides, plying their trades to make a living. Pedestrians and carriages flowed like a river. As dawn broke, the vast capital stirred to life like a great machine, swiftly setting into motion. Xiaqun, accompanied by Xiaqun and the others, grabbed a simple breakfast by the roadside before heading straight for the Imperial Guard headquarters. Because the Imperial Guard was responsible for the capital's security and sometimes served as escorts for the imperial family during travels, their headquarters were not stationed outside the city, but had a fixed office within the inner city. Halt! Who goes there? As Xiaqun approached a rather imposing government building near the palace, he was immediately stopped. Fully armed soldiers in armor stepped forward, though their attitude remained relatively polite. Xiaqun here to assume my post today. Xiaqun did not waste words, nor did he deliberately conceal his identity to later play the fool and stage a dramatic scene of a young master flaunting his power. He was here to get things done. Colonel Xia. The soldiers at the gate instantly showed profound respect, quickly saluting. They had already received word that a colonel had been assigned to their Imperial Guard. This colonel had an astonishing background. He was the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong's estate. Xiaqun nodded, his expression still stern, giving off an air of inapproachability. Colonel, allow me to escort you inside. A petty officer standing at the front hurried over to Xiaqun, bowing with a humble demeanor and a beaming smile, personally welcoming him in. As Xiaqun's figure disappeared through the gate, the remaining soldiers finally breathed deeply and began to murmur among themselves. Good heavens, when has our boss ever smiled so ingratiatingly? His face was all wrinkled up. The selection standards for their Imperial Guard were extremely strict. Most members were hereditary or came from families with meritorious service or were exceptionally fierce warriors from the major military camps. Moreover, they were the Emperor's personal guard. Thus, everyone had a certain confidence. On ordinary days, they frequently saw not just colonels, but even generals. When a typical colonel assumed office, they would be polite, but never so obsequious. But this time was truly different. Nonsense, don't you see who it is? Though he's known throughout the capital as a waste, you can't deny his status. His sudden assignment to our Imperial Guard. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? Haha, our Imperial Guard is a den of hidden talents famous for its many young masters. This is just one more scion of a Marquis estate. Let's just watch the show. A soldier chuckled, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Colonel, this is the barracks. Li Shi led Xiaqun into the rear courtyard. Though called a courtyard, the area behind it was vast and expansive, resembling a military camp. At that moment, troops were drilling on this open ground. Where are my men? Xiaqun asked calmly. Having just arrived in unfamiliar territory, he needed a guide, and this petty officer who had led him in was quite suitable, sharp and perceptive. Colonel, over there, but at this moment. Li Shi gritted his teeth, a hesitant look on his face. Xiaqun frowned and pressed for an answer, but Li Shi refused to say more. Colonel, you'll see for yourself when you go. Xiaqun said nothing and did not press further. He strode deeper into the camp. As Xiaqun approached the right rear of the camp, he heard loud laughter. Haha, I won again. Today you'll treat the brothers to drinks at Deshun Tower. Standing outside the tent, Xiaqun heard slapping sounds and boisterous laughter. a gambling game in progress. Xia Chen instantly understood. This world had card games, a rare form of leisure entertainment, but such activities were strictly forbidden in the military, especially when money was wagered. Yet his face betrayed no emotion, which made Li Shi, quietly observing from the side, inwardly startled. This newly arrived colonel was hard to read. Li Shi naturally knew what was happening here and why, and had initially intended to enjoy the spectacle. But now he saw no anger on the new colonel's face. It seems this colonel has no real spirit. Just lucky to be born into a good family, Li Shi thought to himself, shaking his head. Let me call them out. Xia Qian, standing behind Xia Chun, could no longer contain himself, his face flushed with anger. In the early morning, while other units were drilling, this one was openly gambling at cards. Let me handle it. Xia Chun stopped Xia Qian. His gaze had already pierced through the heavy tent, seeing the scene inside. Since waking this morning, he had noticed a peculiar change in his eyes. They could perceive something extraordinary. Seeing through ordinary objects with such ease was effortless. Xia Chen lifted his leg and parted the tent flap. A gust of cold wind instantly jolted the two soldiers guarding the entrance from their drowsiness. They shivered, anger flashing across their faces. When they saw a stranger walk in, they barked loudly. Who are you, daring to trespass in the military camp? The two had just been dozing off and were still groggy. They knew all the figures in the Imperial Guard, so they dared to shout so boldly. The soldiers' shouts instantly drew the attention of everyone inside the tent. The groups gathered around the card tables sprang to their feet. Xia Chen remained perfectly calm, then his voice rang out again. Who's in charge here? The camp fell into dead silence. Some immediately recognized who he was and grew nervous, hastily hiding their cards and their armor. Others, however, showed no concern, smirking without a trace of respect. So it's young Master Xia. Eager indeed. The appointment came down only yesterday, and you're already here to assume your post. A derisive voice rang out from within the tent, utterly unafraid of Xia Chen. Inside the military tent, a robust young man stood up, flicking the playing cards in his hand with a smirk on his face. He gazed at Xia Chen, showing no fear, but instead a hint of provocation. Zhao Yu, the brigade commander of the Imperial Guard and the third son of Marquis Jinwu, was Xia Chen's direct subordinate. Xia Chen had already familiarized himself with the backgrounds of the officers under his command, as the Marquis estate had sent him their dossiers the previous day, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xia Chen understood why the man harbored such animosity toward him. It was because Xia Chen had taken his position. Had it not been for Xia Chen's unexpected appointment as Colonel Zhao Yu, by virtue of being the son of Marquis Jinwu, would have secured the position without a doubt. Zhao Yu had already boasted to his men, promising to treat everyone to a feast once the military appointment was confirmed. Yet in just 3 days the situation had completely reversed. Xia Chen's direct appointment left Zhao Yu feeling aggrieved. Since yesterday he had been stirring up trouble, leading his men to skip drills and indulge in entertainment within the camp. His goal was to intimidate Xia Chen, expecting to wait a few more days, but Xia Chen arrived to assume his post on the very second day. Zhao Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Xia Chen. That military uniform should have been his, yet it now adorned the body of this notorious good-for-nothing. Do you know the punishment for leading gambling in the army? Xia Chen ignored Zhao Yu's glare and directly demanded. He might be an outsider, but how much better was Zhao Yu? When Zhao Yu first entered the Imperial Guard, wasn't he also directly appointed as brigade commander? Everyone resents privilege, yet resents not having it themselves. His privilege was earned by his ancestors with their blood and lives over generations. For 600 years, how many members of the Xia family had sacrificed for the nation? This was simply because the Zhao family couldn't compare to the Xia family, so he was overshadowed and directly appointed to this position. There's no mission now, we're just entertaining ourselves in our spare time. Any objections, young Master Xia? Zhao Yu retorted, his gaze still dismissive. Address me by my rank when on duty. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his stare on Zhao Yu. And I asked you a question. Xia Chen's voice was calm, but inexplicably Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming pressure, a sensation he had only experienced from his father or some high-ranking court officials. This caused Zhao Yu's face to flush with embarrassment, feeling humiliated that he had been intimidated by this Xia family waste with a single sentence. What is the colonel using me to establish his authority on his first day? A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. His family had warned him to behave and avoid trouble these days, but he remained defiant. They were both sons of Marquis families. Although Xia Chen was the legitimate eldest son, and he himself had 2 older brothers, Zhao Yu knew that Xia Chen was neglected in the Anong Marquis estate. The Marquis showed no concern for this eldest son, a fact that had spread throughout the capital. Moreover, Xia Chen was infamous for his crippled physique, bringing shame to the martial nobility. Thus, Zhao Yu believed his status was no lower than Xia Chen's, and ignoring his family's advice was determined to challenge him. If I humiliate him publicly and undermine his authority once I set this precedent, how can he ever establish himself in the Imperial Guard? Zhao Ye's plan was simple: to trample Xia Chen's dignity into the dirt on his very first day. Outside the tent, many soldiers leaned against the canvas, eavesdropping. From the moment Xia Chen entered the camp, they had been eager for a spectacle. The crowd outside the tent grew, with nearly everyone not on duty gathering around. At the center of the camp, two middle-aged men were sipping tea. Should we intervene? Let's just pretend we didn't notice and drink our tea. There's no need to meddle in a conflict between two sons of Marquis families. But Xia Chen is the legitimate son of the Anong Marquis, and also the Emperor's son-in-law. We are the Emperor's personal guard. If we let Zhao Ye's antics continue, it might be hard to resolve. A square-faced general took a sip of tea, speaking with concern. No hurry. Precisely because of his special status, we should not meddle casually. Today is his first day. If he cannot control his subordinates, it might disappoint some people. The general, seated at the head, dressed like a civil official, but with a fierce countenance, spoke in a deep voice. General, do you mean someone is watching this Xia Chen? Could it be his mage? The square-faced man was startled, suddenly realizing something. Just as he was about to utter those two words, the seated general shot him a sharp glance, and he immediately fell silent. We are the Emperor's personal guard. While it is customary for martial nobility to join us, who enters and how they enter is of utmost importance. Without the Emperor's approval, even the Anong Marquis estate would find it difficult to place someone here. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted, his head raised as if to pierce through the tent and witness the distant conflict. The square-faced General Qin Mu nodded in understanding. Contempt for superiors inciting trouble, gambling in the camp. Do you know the punishment for these 3 offenses, eh? Xia Chen's voice rang out in the tent, carrying far, so that all eavesdroppers outside could hear. Zhao Yu frowned. Xia Chen's calm demeanor and tone of voice deeply unsettled him, as if a lofty figure was looking down on him. Does he really think he's someone important? Zhao Yu sneered, inwardly growing more dismissive. After all this talk, what could Xia Chen possibly do to him? Colonel, you're not thinking of punishing me, are you? On what grounds? Zhao Yu laughed heartily. As he laughed, several soldiers gradually moved closer, standing behind him, creating an unspoken intimidation. Xia Chen and the other 3 instantly released their auras, no longer suppressing their blood energy. For 3 offenses combined according to military law: first 100 strokes with a rod, then expulsion from the camp. Anyone who obstructs me will face the same punishment. Xia Chen remained composed, as if oblivious to the shifting atmosphere, but as he finished speaking, his demeanor abruptly transformed. His blood thickened, his body burned with heat, and scorching blood energy coalesced behind him into a blazing sun. He drew the crimson longsword from his back, and with a single stroke, slashed directly at Zhao Yu. The strike was like a sun streaking across the void. Every hair on Zhao Yu's body stood on end. A sensation of being torn apart overwhelmed him, and he felt a life-or-death crisis. Break! Zhao Yu instantly drew his own saber, channeling his inner qi into the blade in a desperate attempt to block Xia Chen's attack. He never expected that this notorious waste from the capital would actually dare to draw a blade on him in public. Why did this strike feel so terrifying? Violent sparks erupted where their blades clashed. The moment they made contact, Zhao Ye's face twisted in shock as he felt an immense force surge through his weapon. With a pained grunt, his face flushed crimson before he spat out a gush of blood. He was sent flying backward, crashing through the tent and landing on a soldier who had been eavesdropping outside. Both tumbled onto the open ground. In an instant, the entire camp fell into dead silence, everyone frozen in place. This event unfolded so swiftly that no one had time to react. Truly, he struck without a moment's hesitation. Was there no restraint in his actions? Only when the crowd saw Zhao Ye's limp body with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth did they snap out of their daze. Brigade Commander. Someone inside the military tent cried out in alarm, rushing out to support Zhao Yu. I never expected our new commandant with his scholarly appearance to have such a fiery temper. Wasn't he rumored to be a notorious waste? How is his strength so formidable? Brigade Commander Zhao is at the peak of the 8th rank. He's quite domineering. Within the camp, soldiers whispered from a distance, their expressions filled with shock. Some had noticed Xia Chen's prowess. A single strike had been enough to defeat Zhao Yu. After all, Zhao Yu hailed from a Marquis household and practiced no ordinary cultivation technique. On a regular day, he could exchange several moves with the camp's 7th-rank experts. Though Zhao Yu had been forced to parry hastily, the defeat was overwhelmingly decisive. Li Shi, who had earlier led Xia Chen into the camp, was equally astonished. He had anticipated a conflict, but never imagined that the local powerhouse, Zhao Yu, would suffer such a crushing blow from the outset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. This so-called waste of the capital's marquis households seemed to possess genuine skill after all. Not only Li Shi but even Xia Qian and the others behind Xia Chun had ripples of surprise in their eyes. Xia Qian felt that his young master had undergone a significant transformation recently. His thoughts were unfathomable, and his strength seemed to have surged. After defeating Zhao Yu with a single blow, Xia Qian's expression remained unchanged. He slowly sheathed the crimson long blade, then lifted the tent flap. Sunlight streamed in, bathing him in a golden radiance, making him appear sacred, majestic, and inviolable. What a handsome face! This was the first thought of everyone who laid eyes on Xia Chun. Though clad in armor and not dressed as a wealthy young master, his appearance and bearing were exceptionally striking. Xia Chun walked slowly to Zhao Ye's side. "What do you intend to do to my young master?" Zhao Ye's face was pale, his spirit listless. Seeing Xia Chun approach, he tried to raise his arms, but they had been shattered by Xia Chun's blade. The three soldiers behind him quickly stood up to block Xia Chun. These were the household troops of the Zhao estate. "Zhao Yu, for insubordination to a superior, has been subdued by me. Where is the Jiazi battalion?" Xia Chun did not answer the Zhao family soldiers' challenge. Instead, he glanced around, and his voice, though soft, spread like ripples throughout the entire camp. The soldiers exchanged bewildered looks, but soon some quickly assembled on the open ground. Those who had hesitated, seeing their comrades gather, and Zhao Yu still spitting blood on the ground, gritted their teeth and joined the formation. In just a dozen breaths, the entire Jiazi battalion, 98 men strong, had formed ranks. "Where is the disciplinary squad?" As Xia Chen's voice fell, 5 men stepped out with crisp, efficient movements. This newly arrived commandant, who showed no regard even for the Zhao family and struck down a Marquis' son without hesitation, was now at the peak of his authority. No one dared to be negligent. "Drag him away. 100 strokes of the rod, then let the Jinwu Marquis estate retrieve him. From this day forth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard." Xia Chen glanced at Zhao Yu on the ground, then at the disciplinary squad. His voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed through the camp, sending chills down many spines. Expelled from the Imperial Guard. Disciplinary squad leader Li Zheng stammered. "Can't you hear? Do I need to repeat myself?" As Xia Chen's gaze fell upon him, Li Zheng felt as if he were being stared down by a primordial beast. For some reason, he felt that the new commandant's imposing presence was even more oppressive than the court ministers. I hear you clearly." Li Zheng nodded hastily. "What right do you have to expel me from the Imperial Guard?" Though his breath was faint, Zhao Yu had recovered somewhat. Hearing Xia Chen's words, he was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He roared, his eyes bloodshot. If he were truly expelled from the Imperial Guard, not only would he lose all face, making it impossible to move in the capital circles, but the Jinwu Marquis estate would also become a laughingstock, a topic of idle chatter among the capital's elite. Xia Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yu. This man was too foolish, openly leading a card game in the Imperial Guard camp, and then brazenly provoking him. In the military, humility was paramount. Wasn't he simply handing Xia Chen the knife to make an example of him and establish authority? The Marquis of Jinwu was exceedingly wise. How could he have fathered such a fool? Xia Chen almost wondered if Zhao Yu was truly the Marquis' son. He had inherited none of his father's traits. "What are you standing there for? Carry out the punishment." Xia Chen glared at Li Zheng with displeasure. Li Zheng shuddered, and without further hesitation, led his 4 men toward Zhao Yu. During the process, the Zhao family soldiers tried to intervene, but Xia Qian and his men swiftly disarmed them. They had been bored, having come to boost Xia Chen's prestige, yet from start to finish they had no chance to act. Xia Chen alone had easily taken control. In the camp, as the soldiers watched Zhao Yu being dragged away, and soon heard anguished screams from a distance, their scalps tingled. Zhao Yu was the legitimate son of the Marquis of Jinwu, yet the legitimate son of the Zhendong Marquis estate showed no fear, as if he held him in utter contempt. These men, none of whom matched Zhao Yu in rank or background, dared not underestimate Xia Chen any longer. Xia Chen had completely seized control. He acted with such efficiency, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Seizing the momentum, he struck fast, accurately, and ruthlessly, using this to establish his authority and instantly secure his position. In the center of the camp, Qin Mu, with his square face, nodded slowly, a note of admiration in his tone. Though Zhao Yu's methods were crude, relying on his background from the Jinwu Marquis estate, he thought Xia Chen would show some restraint. But he never expected Xia Chen to be so unbridled, breaking all resistance with sheer force and intimidating the troops. It seems this lad studied the art of war at the Zhendong Marquis estate. Li Wenzhong, the general of the Yulin Guard, took a sip of tea, his gaze calm. "He is your subordinate. Once he has established his authority and fully taken control, bring him to see me. To enter the Yulin Guard without first reporting to me and instead heading straight to the camp. How utterly lacking in decorum." Li Wenzhong said irritably. Then seeing Qin Mu's stern expression, he quickly added, "Be respectful." "Yes," Qin Mu replied deferentially. Li Wenzhong sighed. Alas, their Yulin Guard was a small establishment. This new commandant was not only the legitimate son of the Zhendong Marquis, but also the emperor's son-in-law. His status was far too exceptional. He could not be treated as an ordinary subordinate. Who knew what the son of heaven growing more inscrutable with age truly thought of Xia Chun? What if his placement in the Imperial Guard was part of some other scheme? Perhaps the sage's gaze was fixed here all along. On the day of the great ancestor's ascension, the meritorious noble Zhao Yu immediately came to provoke a dispute. The great ancestor, being benevolent and gentle by nature, always yielded to avoid conflict. Observing that Zhao Yu, also from a noble family, was impetuous and violent and would surely court disaster, he tried to guide him with the principles of benevolence. Yet Zhao Yu, narrow-minded and sinister, harbored resentment like a petty man. He treated the great ancestor's guidance as enmity, nursing his grudge. Thus the seeds of conflict were sown, and the chain of cause and effect entangled, leading to a point of no return. Xia Chun followed Qin Mu, slowly traversing the military camp toward the general of the palace guard's tent. The Plume Forest Guard, a division of the Imperial Guard, comprised 3,000 men, with the general of the palace guard as its supreme commander, holding the fourth-rank official position. Beneath the general of the palace guard there were 3 commandants, each in charge of 1,000 Imperial Guards. Qin Mu, serving as a commandant, was Xia Chun's direct superior. Below the commandants were the majors, each overseeing 2 companies totaling 200 men. Below the majors were the company leaders in charge of a single company. The previously mentioned Jia Company was under Zhao Ye's command, and it was precisely the men of Jia Company who were playing cards in the tent. Xia Chun was already acquainted with Qin Mu. To his surprise, although Qin Mu was his superior, his attitude toward him was rather courteous. Xia Chun pondered briefly and soon understood the reason. "Commandant, may I ask why the general of the palace guard has summoned me?" Xia Chun walked over to Qin Mu and spoke in a low voice. "I'm not sure. You'll find out once you enter." Qin Mu shook his head with a smile. "But I don't think it's anything serious. You've just taken office today. According to procedure, you should have come to see the general of the palace guard first." Qin Mu looked at Xia Chun, whose demeanor was gentle and completely devoid of the fierce aura he had shown when dealing with Zhao Yu, and couldn't help adding another remark. Xia Chun nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed an oversight on his part. When he had been brought in by the guards, he had assumed he was going to see the general of the palace guard, but he was directly led to the camp tent instead. Xia Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew all too well that everything had been prearranged. As he mused, a soldier emerged from the spacious and imposing military tent. "Major, the general requests your presence." Xia Chun nodded, neither servile nor arrogant, and walked in with an air of composure. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged general seated in the tent. "Greetings, General." Xia Chun immediately cupped his hands and saluted respectfully. In the military camp, everything was governed by rank. Even if one had a powerful background, it was a matter to be discussed privately. It was fundamental that subordinates must show respect to their superiors. Thus, regardless of the reason, a subordinate daring to offend a superior was a grave crime in the camp. This was precisely the basis on which Xia Chun had dared to expel Zhao Yu from the Imperial Guard. Even if this matter were blown out of proportion, Zhao Yu would still be in the wrong. No need for formalities. Li Wenzhong said with a hearty laugh, inviting Xia Chun to sit down and personally pouring him a cup of tea. "I called you here for nothing important, just to meet and get acquainted, ha." Li Wenzhong showed no trace of a superior's airs as he continued. "We are both sons of military merit, so we are one family. Moreover, I have a profound connection with the Marquis of Zhendong's manor. 200 years ago, my ancestor followed the then Marquis of Zhendong on a campaign, earning illustrious military exploits as the vanguard of the army and securing a Marquis title for my Li family. Although this Marquis title is not hereditary, it still allowed us to integrate into the ranks of military merit. That is how I came to sit in the position of General of the Palace Guard today. So if you don't mind, call me Uncle." Li Wenzhong looked at Xia Chun, actively seeking to draw them closer. "Uncle." Xia Chun replied without hesitation, a smile immediately appearing on his face. Yet his mind remained calm as he quickly analyzed the situation. Among the documents his uncle Xia Qian had sent over yesterday, there was a detailed account of Li Wenzhong. Although the Li family was part of the military merit group, after 800 years of dynastic history, the Great Wu dynasty had witnessed countless families of military merit rise and fall. In the span of 8 centuries, times had changed drastically, and only 3 families from the founding era had survived to the present day. Emperor Wuzong, who reclaimed the lost territories, could well be considered a founding monarch. The meritorious officials he rewarded were beyond count. Yet to this day, only 6 families had been passed down, the rest had long since declined. The current backbone of the military merit group consisted mostly of families who had earned their titles through military achievements in the last 1 to 200 years. The Li family was one of them. However, the Li family's marquis title had long been lost. Starting from Li Wenzhong's father's generation, the family began to decline. The Li family's fate should have followed that of most military merit families, gradually fading until disappearing from the stage of history. But just as the Li family was on the verge of oblivion, it seemed to experience a sudden resurgence. Li Wenzhong rose swiftly through the ranks of the Imperial Guard, climbing all the way to General of the Palace Guard and taking command of the Plume Forest Guard. This allowed the Li family to begin recovering their vitality in recent years, gaining a certain voice within the military merit group. He is the Emperor's man. Although Xia Qian's documents did not state it explicitly, Xia Qian quickly arrived at this conclusion. There was only one possibility for such rapid promotion within the Imperial Guard: he had earned the Emperor's favor. Otherwise, such a crucial position as the commander of the Plume Forest Guard would not be casually entrusted to just anyone. His favorable attitude toward me suggests that my status as the Imperial Consort is not as disadvantageous as I had imagined, especially within the Imperial Guard, where this identity proves particularly useful. Xia Qian quickly discerned from various pieces of information why both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong treated him with such courtesy. His origin from the Marquis of Zhendong's manor was one aspect, but the fundamental reason was likely his status as the Imperial Consort. If the Imperial family were compared to a household, then the Imperial Guard was clearly their personal army. As the Imperial Consort, he could be considered half a master. Until the higher-ups made their stance clear, these subordinates naturally dared not be negligent. With these thoughts, Xia Qian's demeanor became even more composed. He neither breached etiquette before Li Wenzhong nor appeared obsequious. As they chatted over tea, their relationship grew closer, and soon they were addressing each other as uncle and nephew. As Xia Qian stepped out of Li Wenzhong's tent, a smile spread across his face. This beginning was better than he had anticipated. The power he could potentially seize within the Imperial Guard might also be greater than he had originally imagined. Xia Qian returned to his own camp tent, and Xia Qian quickly rushed over. "Young Master General Li didn't give you any trouble, did he? In the camp, address me by my rank. Don't call me young master anymore." Xia Qian waved his hand and continued, "No, General Li and I had a very pleasant conversation." He briefly recounted the situation to Xia Qian and his 3 family soldiers. The 3 family soldiers who had accompanied him to the camp were named Xia Hui, Xia Xiao, and Xia Kong. They were all battle-hardened warriors who had truly been on the battlefield. Among them, Xia Hui had even reached the 7th grade spirit refining realm. In the military, he would certainly be qualified to serve as a major or even a commandant. As Xia Qian chatted with the 4 men, a voice sounded from outside the tent. "Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the major." Xia Qian received his other company leader Qian Nan inside the tent. As soon as Qian Nan entered, he saluted respectfully and immediately pledged his loyalty, clearly having already heard of Zhao Yu's fate. To be honest, cold sweat had broken out on his back. Yesterday, Zhao Yu had approached him suggesting they join forces to give the new major a humiliating welcome. Fortunately, he had been leading his men on patrol this morning and had missed the opportunity. Otherwise, he figured he would have already been expelled from the Imperial Guard. At this moment, he felt immense relief in his heart. Within the military tent, Xia Qian scrutinized Qian Nan, remaining silent for a long while, causing cold sweat to bead on Qian Nan's forehead. Just as Qian Nan's heart trembled with fear, a calm voice reached his ears. "Rise." "Thank you, sir." Qian Nan felt a surge of relief as the oppressive aura enveloping him dissipated. That brief moment had felt like an eternity. He felt that this newly arrived colonel possessed a majesty far more terrifying than even the general of the Imperial Guard. So this is the direct lineage of the Marquis of Zhendong's estate. Such extraordinary bearing. Qian Nan marveled inwardly. "How was the patrol?" "All is well. We encountered a theft incident midway and have already apprehended the thief and sent him to the Ministry of Justice's prison." Qian Nan quickly responded with deference. Xia Qian then inquired further, primarily about the scope of the Imperial Guard's duties and some precautions. Though he was already familiar with most of it, he sought clarification on specific details. "The capital has been somewhat unsettled lately. Spies from the Daqing Empire are beginning to surface. Our Imperial Guard has been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in rooting them out as swiftly as possible." Qian Nan mentioned another matter that captured Xia Qian's attention. The lantern bearers were an organization unique to the Great Wu dynasty. They were not subordinate to the Grand Secretariat nor the 6 ministries, but instead existed independently of the civil and military official systems, answering only to the emperor. It was somewhat reminiscent of the embroidered uniform guard from Xia Qian's memories of the Ming dynasty. Xia Qian nodded thoughtfully and did not press further. Although the Imperial Guard held considerable power, this was not a time of war. In the capital, their influence was not as formidable as one might imagine. At the very least, when incidents arose or enemy spies were uncovered, the Emperor's first recourse was the lantern bearers, followed by the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review. The Imperial Guard's role was mostly limited to assistance or, after the dust had settled, carrying out arrests and property confiscations. At noon, Xia Chun hosted his colleagues and subordinates at the Tongfu restaurant in the capital. His colleagues were gracious enough to attend, and those in the military who were not on duty all showed up. In the end, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, causing Xia Chen's colleagues to feel a sense of awe. Everyone navigating the capital's social circles was astute. They understood perfectly well what this signified. Consequently, they treated Xia Chen with even greater deference, frequently and enthusiastically raising their glasses in toast. Just as Xia Chen was basking in his triumph, the residence of the Marquis of Zhendong in the capital erupted into chaos. Young master, what happened? At the entrance of an imposing mansion, the gatekeeper spotted Zhao Yu from afar being brought back by the household guards. Zhao Yu was in a pitiful state, his arms hanging limp and his back a bloody mess. He was already unconscious, completely unaware of his surroundings. The gatekeeper, who rushed over, paled at the sight. Such severe injuries would have been fatal for anyone without Zhao Yu's martial cultivation. The once tranquil Marquis of Zhendong's residence grew noisy with servants and maids scurrying about. Someone was dispatched to the eastern city to summon the finest physician from the Profound Mechanism Medical Clinic. My son, Zhao Yu's mother, the Marchioness of Zhendong, hurried into the room and saw her son lying unconscious on the bed. Who did this? How could they be so ruthless, showing no regard for the Marquis of Zhendong's estate? The Marchioness glared at the household guard who always accompanied Zhao Yu, her voice sharp. But as she spoke, tears began to flow. He had been perfectly fine when he left this morning, and now he was carried back. Could it be the work of enemy spies? My lady. Several household guards immediately knelt to confess their guilt and recounted the events in detail. That scoundrel is so cruel to a colleague. Our Marquis of Zhendong's estate is a martial aristocracy. We are of the same camp. How could he show such disregard for camaraderie? I must have my husband submit a memorial against him. After hearing the account, the Marchioness' eyes burned with venom. First he broke her son's arms, then had him flogged with 100 strokes of the military rod, and finally expelled him from the Imperial Guard. Was there no justice in this world? This was an outrageous humiliation. Enough! At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the room and frowned at the furious Marchioness. Husband, you must seek justice for Yue. That little wretch is trying to cripple him. The Marchioness, seeing her husband Zhao Yu, the Marquis of Zhendong, quickly pulled him to Zhao Yu's bedside, pointing at her son and sobbing. Zhao Yu's gaze hardened at the sight of his son's condition, but he managed to maintain his composure. He brought this upon himself. Yesterday, I specifically took him into the study and explained the stakes clearly. I told him not to provoke that young man from the Xia family, as he is now his direct superior. It would be effortless for him to deal with Yue. Furthermore, I assured him that I would secure another colonel position for him in due time. But this fool still went to provoke him. And even if he had to, his methods were so crude and brainless. Anger flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes. Compared to his two elder brothers, this youngest son was sorely lacking in both intelligence and capability. It was almost as if he wasn't a true son of the Zhao family. Otherwise, as a direct descendant of a Marquis estate, how could he still be stuck at the lowly rank of brigade commander at over 20 years of age? The Marchioness paled at Zhao Yu's outburst. But she still protested. It's true that Yue instigated the conflict, but we are both martial aristocrats of the same faction. One could even say we are family. If there was a disagreement, couldn't it have been settled through discussion? Why resort to such brutality? If Yue hadn't reached the 8th rank, those 100 strokes of the rod would have killed him. Upon hearing his wife's words, a fierce glint flashed in the Marquis of Zhendong's eyes, but reason quickly regained the upper hand. Matters in the military are different from everyday affairs. On his very first day in office, he was met with a challenge to his authority. If he didn't make an example of someone, how could he hope to command respect in the Imperial Guard? From the moment that fool decided to lead a mutiny, this matter could no longer be resolved amicably. The Marquis of Zhendong stated calmly. Although he had inherited his title, he had also led troops and understood the dynamics involved. He was deeply disappointed in his son. His methods were far too crude. Had it been him, he would never have openly challenged a superior on his first day. That young Xia was already his superior and held the moral high ground. The proper course would have been to undermine him from behind, causing him to stumble badly. So we just let this slide. He directly expelled Yue from the Imperial Guard. Does a mere colonel have that authority? The Marchioness continued, her voice seething with rage. Enough. I have my own plans for this. He may not have that authority, but your son was foolish enough to provide him with all the evidence needed to justify the charges. Even if this were reported higher up, the outcome would be the same. Stay quiet for now. Do not send anyone to target him. His situation is unique. His Majesty's attention may very well be on him. Do you understand? The Marquis of Zhendong fixed his wife with a stern warning gaze. Yes, I understand. Seeing his wife's reluctant expression, the Marquis of Zhendong sighed. His eldest and second sons had inherited his intelligence, but this youngest one, had he inherited all of his wife's foolishness? He hadn't inherited a shred of his wisdom. The Princess of Yeagang's residence. Within the rear garden, a graceful figure gazed toward the pond. In the central pool, the water shimmered with rippling light. Lotus leaves spread in lush clusters, and pink and white blossoms stood tall and elegant like bashful beauties dancing upon jade. Golden fish frolicked in the water, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, adding a touch of vivacity to the serene tableau. It was all as beautiful as a painted scroll, until a woman in yellow hurried over her footsteps, shattering the poetic stillness of the scene. Your Highness, news of Xiachun has just arrived. Do you wish to hear it? Has he gone to assume his post? The second princess did not turn still, quietly admiring the lotuses in the pond. How did your Highness know? The woman in yellow was astonished. She had said nothing yet, but the princess already knew. Her name was Li Wei, one of the second prince's closest maids. He has always stayed at the Marquis of Zhendong's manor. In the capital, aside from news of his crippled physique, there has rarely been any stir. Recently, the Marquis household has been arranging a post for him. I hear it's in the Imperial Guard. This must be the matter. The second prince's voice was cool and clear. It was not hard to deduce with a little thought. Your Highness is truly brilliant. Li Wei praised from the heart. How could she never think of such things? You should learn more from Ziyu. Read more books. They hold much wisdom and reason. The second princess shook her head. Her maid was good in every way, but her mind was not particularly sharp. Reading makes me too sleepy. Ziyu likes it, but I prefer fine food. What could be better than delicacies? Li Wei shook her head, giggling as she skipped to the second prince's side. She and Ziyu had grown up with the second princess since childhood, so in private there were not so many formalities. Your Highness, don't you want to hear about him? He is your future husband. Li Wei ran to Yeagang's side, a faint blush on her face. She and Ziyu were both Yeagang's personal maids. By tradition, after the princess married the consort, they too would serve in the bedchamber. I do not wish to hear. The second princess saw Li Wei's expression and shook her head, though a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. She wanted to tease Li Wei, but truly she felt no curiosity about the man who was to be her husband. Your Highness, how can you be like this? They'll tell you anyway. Li Wei pouted, her expression utterly endearing. She hugged the second prince's arm and eagerly recounted everything Xiachun had encountered in the Imperial Guard. After hearing Li Wei's tale, the second princess, who had remained calm throughout, now showed ripples of emotion in her eyes. He crippled Zhao Ye's arms with a single move, eh? Yes. They say Xiachun was ferocious at the time. He faced an entire battalion alone, but no one dared to move. All were completely intimidated. Li Wei nodded, earnestly, utterly certain. Did he act with his household troops? No. The second princess nodded and asked no more, her gaze thoughtful. Your Highness, what is it? Is something wrong? Though Li Wei was not exceptionally clever, she was not stupid. Seeing her usually brilliant princess in such a state, she quickly inquired. For 600 years, the Marquis of Zhendong's household has had a rule: only when a clansman reaches the 8th grade of refining essence may he leave the manor to join the army. The fact that Xiachun could come out means he has already reached the 8th grade. But is he not a cripple in martial arts? Originally, I thought his breakthrough to the 8th grade was achieved by the Marquis household spending a great price using precious medicines to force his cultivation up. But now it seems my earlier judgment may have been flawed. His combat strength must have already reached the 7th grade of refining spirit. Cultivation can be boosted by medicines, but battle prowess depends on many factors. The second princess spoke slowly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Could he have taken some divine elixir? Li Wei's eyes lit up. There is no such miraculous pill in this world. Xia family, have you been hiding something? The second princess frowned. She suddenly realized that the news of Xiachun's crippled physique had always come from the Xia family itself, yet no outsider had ever actually contacted Xiachun. In other words, this information might have been deliberately spread by the Xia family. But for what purpose? To conceal an ordinary genius. Yet not to mention that the Xia family had produced prodigies in the past. Even in this generation, several outstanding talents had already emerged. So is it truly necessary to hide someone like Xiachun? The usually astute second princess was now puzzled, unable to comprehend. Continue monitoring Xiachun. Report anything to me. The second princess turned to Li Wei, only to see her licking a candied hawthorn stick that had appeared from somewhere. She couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Alright, I'll keep watch. After speaking, Li Wei pulled another candied hawthorn from her sleeve. Your Highness, would you like one? There are so many delicious things outside. Life beyond the palace is far more enjoyable than within. Li Wei laughed, then quickly took another lick of the candied hawthorn. The strands of sweet and sour burst on her taste buds, curving her eyes into crescent moons. I don't want any. Just have one. I bought plenty. With that, Li Wei stuffed a stick of candied hawthorn into the second prince's hand. A quarter of an hour later, the second princess was holding a candied hawthorn, licking it as she admired the flowers. She had to admit this candied hawthorn was indeed quite sweet. A faint smile touched the usually aloof second princess' lips. In the afternoon, with nothing major to do, Xia Chun Board gathered the men from both battalions under his command and began to learn their names. By the end of the afternoon, he had basically come to know all 200 of them. This task seemed trivial, but it was actually quite important. Among them, he appointed his household soldier Xia Hui to temporarily lead the Jia battalion as its commander. Xia Hui was at the 7th grade of refining spirit. After learning more, Xia Chun found out that he had previously served as a colonel in the border army, commanding over 1,000 men. Thus, managing 100 now was a simple task. Giving him the mere post of a brigade commander was practically an underuse of his talents. Although Xia Chun's appointment was somewhat irregular and procedurally incorrect, when he reported the matter, General Li Wenzhong did not hesitate much and promptly handled the paperwork. In principle, this was certainly not right, but that was only in principle. Li Wenzhong was more than happy to do this favor, and Xia Hui was only acting as a temporary replacement. If Xia Chun were to leave the Imperial Guard or go elsewhere in the future, Xia Hui would surely follow. He had not even clung to his former colonel rank back then. How could he now be attached to a mere brigade commander post? Evening fell. Xia Chun returned home. He was originally scheduled to patrol the curfew tonight, but upon inquiry he learned that the curfew duty assigned to his 2 battalions had been completed 2 days ago. Thus, having no duties tonight, and unable to visit the pleasure quarters to listen to music, he decided to simply go home. Young master. Shortly after Xia Chun entered his room, Xia Qian's voice sounded from outside. Come in. Young master, I've obtained the intelligence you requested on the Daqing spies. Xia Qian entered carrying a stack of documents. These were internal files of the Imperial Guard which Xia Chun, as a colonel, had the authority to access. Over the past month, the capital's situation had grown turbulent. Word had even reached the emperor, provoking his great wrath. The lantern bearers had been deployed, arresting many throughout the city, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace. The Northwest military defense map was stolen. Xia Chun opened the case files, finally understanding what had occurred. The northwestern border of Dao abutted Daqing and Dafeng, where 2 frontier troops were stationed. Now, with the defense map stolen, the matter was grave. No wonder the emperor was enraged enough to mobilize the lantern bearers for large-scale arrests in the capital. Such a vital military map, and someone managed to spirit it out of the Ministry of War without raising any alarm. There must be a mole within the ministry. Xia Chun murmured to himself as he read the files. For decades, Dao had been locked in conflict with Daqing and Dafeng. Apart from the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago, there had been no large-scale war, only minor border skirmishes. Now, with the theft of the Northwest military defense map, it seemed likely to trigger a major upheaval. 36 years had passed since the Battle of Huayang. Dafeng had likely recovered its strength. Since that battle, Daqing and Dafeng had drawn closer, seemingly forming an alliance to counter Dao. Xia Chun pondered these thoughts and continued reading. The file stated that the map was stolen by a minor clerk from the Ministry of War, who then passed it to a blacksmith in the western district of the capital. When the lantern bearers traced this lead and went to the homes of the clerk and the blacksmith, they found both had already taken their own lives. The trail went cold there. 6 or 7 days have passed. The map has surely been transmitted out. The situation in the Northwest is bound to change drastically. Xia Chun mused thoughtfully. Regardless of whether the Daqing spies could be rooted out, the defense map was certainly lost. It might have already reached the capital of Daqing. There must be at least one intermediary between that clerk and the blacksmith. Yet this intermediary is not mentioned in the files. Was it omitted, or was it deliberately concealed? Xia Chun soon detected a discrepancy in the files. That clerk, able to access the Ministry of War and even steal such a critical map from its core, could not have accomplished this alone. Moreover, Xia Chun noted that the ministry clerk lived in the northern district near the inner city, while the blacksmith resided on the fringe of the western district. The straight-line distance between them was over 20 li. It was impossible for the clerk to have personally handed the map to the blacksmith. Both the inner and outer cities are under curfew at night. Unless one possesses a special pass, no one can move about. And the map was stolen at night. Lying in bed, Xia Chun pondered these matters. Only the Imperial Guard and the lantern bearers could move freely at night. This meant both were suspect. Worse still, both organizations might have been infiltrated. Xia Chun meticulously analyzed the situation, deducing many possibilities. But the information at hand was too limited. He could only glean so much from the case files, and he suspected the files were incomplete. The lantern bearers undoubtedly possessed more intelligence. They were professionals in investigation and detection. Unfortunately, I lack the authority to access the lantern bearers' files. Even if I went to request them, though the Imperial Guard is said to be assisting, in their eyes were probably just seen as enforcers. It was widely acknowledged that the Imperial Guard was not skilled in investigation. They typically didn't bother with such matters. When needed, they waited for the higher authorities to get to the bottom of things, then led raids and confiscations. Thus, neither the lantern bearers, the Ministry of Justice, nor the Court of Judicial Review shared much information with the Imperial Guard. Dwelling on these thoughts, Xia Chun slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, Xia Chun arrived early at the Imperial Guard headquarters. Chief morning. As soon as he stepped into the rear camp, he saw Li Shi, who had let him in yesterday. Li Zai's face beamed with enthusiastic warmth as he scurried over, lifting the bag in his hand. Chief wants some buns. I specially bought these from the Dog Ignore bun shop. Their buns are the best in the capital. Try some. Xia Chun looked at Li Shi, whose face was wrinkled with smiles. Though only in his 20s, he looked over 40. Xia Chun narrowed his eyes. Yesterday, this fellow had led him straight to the main army tent. Whether he intended to set him up or just watch the fun remained unknown. Chief, they're truly delicious, absolutely top-notch. These Dog Ignore buns are hard to get. You have to order in advance. Li Shi, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chun's change in mood, continued smiling. He practically shoved the buns into Xia Chun's hands. His enthusiasm was like that of a loyal dog. Xia Chun glanced at him, then at the buns in his hand. They did smell fragrant. Such fine buns, why name them Dog Ignore? It's an ugly name. Dogs are our loyal friends. They don't betray their masters. If one did, it might end up as dog meat filling for buns. Xia Chun squeezed the bun in his palm and examined it. Indeed, it was generous with meat and thin-skinned, tasty. No wonder the capital's nobles favored this shop. He spoke casually as he ate. Li Shi, hearing these words, saw a slight change in his expression, realizing that the colonel had seen through his little scheme from yesterday. This colonel had beaten the son of Marquis Jinwu to a pulp on his first day. Clearly, he was not someone with an easy temper. If he were to make things difficult for him in the future, how would he survive? The buns are good. Bring me a serving every day from now on. Just as Li Zai's heart was filled with anxiety, he heard Xia Chun's voice. He looked up to see Xia Chun walking away. Li Zai's face lit up with relief as he let out a sigh. Sure thing, Chief. He'll bring you breakfast every day. Li Shi shouted excitedly. Xia Chun, who was about to step into the tent, stopped abruptly, a strange expression on his face. What did he mean by bring breakfast every day? Anyone hearing that might think he was trying to court him. Xia Chun glanced at the bun he was enjoying. Damn, the name Dog Ignore really was quite unpleasant. At noon, Li Shi came running over again, his face still beaming, with a brilliant smile creased with wrinkles that lent him a comical air. Chief, after the office closes tonight, let me take you to a fun place. Li Shi leaned close to Xia Chun, a mysterious look on his face, a lecherous grin spreading across his features. He was quite bold. Though merely a low-ranking squad leader several grades beneath Xia Chun, a commandant, he directly addressed him as Chief, to foster closeness and bridge the gap. Xia Chun looked at him oddly, wondering if this fellow intended to drag him off to some brothel or a low-class theater for a night of song and merriment. In this world, entertainment was scarce and nighttime activities were even rarer, nothing more than drinking, listening to tunes, ogling women, and after that those deeper, more intimate exchanges. Thus the trade of intimate exchanges flourished in this realm. Brothels, however, were considered the high end of this industry, akin to upscale clubs, where the women were exceptionally beautiful. But the cost was equally staggering. A single night there could drain over half a year's income for an ordinary family, and that was for the lowest tier. To bed the courtesan queen required far more than mere coin. In such circumstances, the low-class theaters naturally thrived. Though their quality was lower than brothels, they were affordable and offered great value. An ordinary family with a bit of sacrifice could manage the expense. Thus they were far more sought after. To be honest, Xia Chun was quite intrigued by these establishments. Though a man of upright character, he believed in sharing joy with others. Holding to this philosophy, Xia Chun readily agreed to Li Shi. I've got nothing tonight. Seeing how mysterious you are, I'll follow you this evening. Xia Chun patted Li Shi on the shoulder. This lad had promise. Li Shi, beaming with delight, left Xia Chun's military tent to arrange the night's activities. Being a leader is great. Even leisure is arranged by others, no need to count coins or worry. But is this like some twisted version of foot massages or KTV? Probably with even more liberties. Xia Chun mused with a deeply academic mindset. He was curious to see how intense the cultural clash between two worlds would be tonight. Night fell. The day had passed without major incident. In the afternoon, Xia Chun patrolled the streets with his subordinates, marveling at the capital's boundless prosperity. Xia Qian, following behind Xia Chun, was dazzled by the sights. Along the way, they passed the residence of Princess Yao Wang, where Xia Chun glanced at the two majestic stone lions standing before the gate weathered by time. He looked away, quickly, not lingering. Additionally, Xia Chun familiarized himself with the routes, primarily noting the locations of several brothels. Xia Chun noted these not for his own pleasure. He was a man of virtue, a Chaomingda, no, a chaste young gentleman who spurned feminine allure. That night, the chaste young gentleman, accompanied by Li Shi and Xia Qian, stealthily slipped out of the Imperial Guard headquarters, ducking into a narrow alley. Xia Chun grew uneasy. This route deviated entirely from the brothels and entertainment districts he had studied during the day. He chiefed the fun stuff, listening to tunes and watching dances. At this point, Li Shi stopped hiding his intentions, his face crinkling into a smile that seemed to bloom. I know you're from the Marquis of Zhendong's household. The Marquis rules are strict. No casual outings before breaking through the 8th rank, only diligent training. And definitely no overnight stays. I figure you've never been to such places. Tonight it's my treat. Let me introduce you to the capital's night culture. Before Xia Chun could reply, Xia Qian's face flushed. So this was why the young master wasn't returning to the Marquis estate tonight. He was heading to such a place. He had never been either, but had heard the kitchen servant speak of it. A place of unparalleled delight, one visit, and you'd be hooked. This isn't the way to Suyu Street, is it? Aren't the brothels and theaters mostly concentrated there? Xia Chun asked calmly, his inner alarms ringing. Could this be a trap? Was the Zhao family seeking revenge, luring him into this dark alley to settle scores? Sensing Xia Chun's wariness, Li Shi quickly explained. Low-class theaters are beneath your status, and brothels, though decent, are too crowded and conspicuous. If word got out, it could ruin your reputation. So, I found a private courtyard called Qingya Shaozhu. There you can listen to music, watch dances, and even stay overnight. Everyone wears masks, total discretion. Li Shi whispered as if seeking credit. Everyone in the capital knew of Xia Chen's betrothal to the second princess. Xia Chen eyed him strangely. This fellow had thought of everything. Was he genuinely a talent? In the Great Wu dynasty, visiting pleasure quarters was no scandal. In fact, in recent years, scholars had elevated it to a cultured pastime. Among literati, if a man reached 20 without visiting such places, it was considered a disgrace to the scholar class. Xia Chen sighed upon learning this. Scholars had thick skins. They turned whoring into a point of pride. No wonder the later Empress, during her unification, banned the intimate exchange trade. When Xia Chun and other players entered this world later, they all lamented the loss of those golden days they'd never experienced. Some players even plotted rebellion against the Empress to restore the old ways and reclaim masculine glory. Of course, that man was promptly struck down by the Empress with a single slap. I thought you were taking me to the Jiaofeng department. Chief, you jest. I can't afford the Jiaofeng department. Just entering costs 5 taels of silver, and that's before wine, music, or a table. To bet a woman 10 taels is the bare minimum. Li Shi shook his head, his eyes full of longing for the Jiaofeng department. Had heard the women, they were so fair you could pinch water from their skin. More crucially, most of those women were the wives and daughters of officials. Sleeping with a former superior's or colleague's wife or daughter brought a thrill money couldn't buy. The Jiaofeng department was the pinnacle of leisure in this world. Its women were mostly the families of disgraced officials, a resource no brothel could match. On the way, Xia Chun remained silent, listening more and speaking less, absorbing Li Zai's tips and forming a clear picture of these pleasure quarters. These places weren't solely about fleshly trade. That would be too vulgar. So they branched into music, poetry, and other cultured activities favored by scholars. The more refined, the more sought after. And tonight, Li Shi was taking them to Qingya Shaozhu, a venue of this sort. Of course, the core business, overnight stays, was still available. Otherwise, who would brave the night just for tunes and verses? Soon the trio entered a secluded alley, arriving at a courtyard seamlessly blending with the surrounding residences. Above the gate hung a simple sign with 4 characters, Qingya Shaozhu. To the uninitiated, it looked like an ordinary home. When the Grand Ancestor was young and devoted to the Tao, he served in the Imperial Guard. A colleague invited him to visit brothels for drink and pleasure. The Grand Ancestor said in youth one must dedicate oneself fully to martial arts, not waste time on women and indulgence. Thus he firmly refused. From then on, his martial arts advanced daily, far surpassing his peers. From the Xia History Volume 1, Annals of the Grand Ancestor Emperor. Qingya Shaozhu, a name that sounds quite elegant. Xia Chen remarked with admiration. Such a refined title, yet who would have guessed it was a place for intimate spiritual exchanges? Li Shi, displaying keen perception, stepped forward to knock on the door while offering explanations to Xia Chen. Miss Qingya is the mistress of this courtyard well known in the capital and highly sought after by literati. I've heard that even some court officials occasionally visit this place. Upon entering the courtyard, aside from paying the entrance fee and the cost of drinks, whether one could stay through the night depended on whether Miss Qingya found their talents worthy. Yet even if she didn't, one could still choose from the maidservants. Miss Qingya was renowned throughout the capital as a celebrated beauty. Xia Chun was somewhat surprised. This young lady possessed remarkable business acumen. Wasn't Qingya Xiaozhu essentially a high-end private club? By leveraging her personal brand to build fame and employing a consensual mutual desire model, she distinguished herself from other brothels and entertainment houses, creating a unique niche and enhancing her competitive edge. This model, cloaked in the guise of mutual willingness, was bound to pique the curiosity of scholars and literati. As the saying goes, in letters none claim supremacy, in martial arts none admit defeat. Scholars with their lofty pride would never concede inferiority to others. Moreover, the harder something was to obtain, the more they craved it. A visit that ended without an overnight stay would lead to a second, a third. That tantalizing sensation of seeing but not touching stirred a deep itch, driving up the rate of repeat patronage. Truly brilliant. Xia Chun nodded, growing curious about this Miss Qingya, wondering whether she was the true proprietor of the courtyard or if someone else held the reins. Do you have an invitation? At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind the gate of Qingya Xiaozhu, a round-faced girl with a delicate, charming appearance. Li Shi quickly handed over the invitation. The gate swung open, and Xia Chun, already wearing the mask Li Shi had prepared, stepped inside, greeted by a wave of fragrant rouge. The round-faced maid led the three into the courtyard, where some 20 to 30 people were already gathered, all dressed as scholars. They glanced up briefly at the newcomers before turning away. Xia Chun took a seat at the last table and began to observe carefully. The courtyard was alive with activity. Maids danced gracefully, while others engaged in drinking games and poetry challenges. After a few glances, Xia Chun's gaze settled on the center of the courtyard, where the dancers swayed elegantly. Though their attire was slightly revealing, the dancers carried themselves with an air of refinement, more like ladies of noble birth than common courtesans. It was this very quality that made the humble Qingya Xiaozhu so sought after. Truly elegant and untainted. I wonder what Miss Qingya herself looks like. Her beauty must be even more striking, or her reputation wouldn't be so vast. Xia Chun mused inwardly, when suddenly a captivating melody of a zither reached his ears, stirring a slight commotion among the guests. Miss Qingya is about to appear. Xia Chun listened intently to the moving music until it faded, and Li Zai's voice broke the silence. Miss Qingya is a master of poetry, song, and music. Her skill with the zither is unparalleled. Some have set her playing rivals, even the ladies of the Imperial Music Bureau. Xia Chun nodded, his gaze shifting toward the house, where a slender silhouette flickered in the lamplight cast upon a screen. Gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. A cool, melodious voice rang out as a beautiful woman emerged from behind the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Instantly, every masked guest's eyes lit up. What a refined lady. Upon seeing Miss Qingya's true visage, Xia Chun couldn't help but smile. Was this a play on contrast? Interesting. Miss Qingya jokes. We've only just begun our drinking. The night is young, hardly a long wait. From the northwest, a man seated in the front row spoke loudly, his mask and lavish attire hinting at wealth, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixed it on Qingya. Indeed, a beautiful woman is always worth the wait, another portly man chimed in. Miss Qingya chuckled softly, covering half her face with a handkerchief, her shy and coy demeanor stirring a desire to hold her close and cherish her. Her entrance eclipsed all the maids in the courtyard, leaving them overshadowed, as every guest's attention converged solely on her. The atmosphere reached a new peak, the earlier quiet giving way to a lively clamor as everyone vied to win her smile, catch her eye, and become the chosen companion for the night. Miss Qingya swept her gaze across the room, noting each mask. When her eyes passed over Xia Chun, they lingered briefly, as if trying to see through the disguise to the man beneath. The guests, all fixated on Qingya, caught this subtle detail and turned to scrutinize Xia Chun. Upon closer inspection, they felt a pang of unease. Though masked, Xia Chun sat casually, sipping his wine, his bearing far too distinguished. Some people are born to be the center of attention. Could he be a prince or noble? Speculation rippled through the crowd, but no one panicked. After all, they were all patrons, masked and on equal footing. Fair competition demanded no concern. Gentlemen, shall we begin with a round of flying flower verse? Qingya proposed with a smile, a game beloved by scholars. Participants took turns reciting poems containing a designated keyword. Those who failed were fined a drink, requiring a solid repertoire of verses. Everyone nodded cheerfully, brimming with confidence. Xiaqin joined a few rounds, offering some lines without stealing the spotlight, remaining unremarkable. Though the Marquis household was a military family, the children were still expected to study, not to great depth, but enough to grasp the basics. Time slipped by as various games unfolded: winding water feasts, Drummond flower passes, and even poetry duels. The courtyard, neither too large nor too small, buzzed with fervor. Xiaqin nodded approvingly. This Qingya was a true talent, masterfully pacing the entire affair, driving the excitement to a crescendo. Along the way, a few scholars shone brightly, presenting poems of commendable quality, even by Xiaqin standards. Gentlemen, I grow weary and shall retire for a while. Please continue to enjoy yourselves. Miss Qingya rose, offering a graceful bow, her demeanor gentle and noble, the image of a refined lady. Everyone nodded, though tension crept into their expressions as they knew the main event was upon them. Who tonight would be fortunate enough to catch Miss Qingya's favor and become her chosen companion? Among them, the scholars who had performed brilliantly rose to their feet, their eyes brimming with confidence, each convinced they would be the one to stay the night. In the small courtyard, most people's minds were no longer on the game. Yet a handful, knowing they stood no chance of being chosen by Qingya, began to let their gazes wander toward the maidservants within the yard. Chief, should we pick a maidservant or head back tonight? Li Shi inquired in a hushed tone. The hour was nearly approaching high sure, and the curfew would soon take effect. None of the three had distinguished themselves throughout the evening. Qingya had not spared them a second glance. Hence Li Zai's question. Xiaqin stood behind, his face flushed crimson. He had been at a loss all night, his first visit to such a place leaving him utterly ill at ease. Let's wait a little longer and see, Xiaqin said calmly. Li Shi fell into thought, saying no more. Logically, this chief of his should have been a novice to such venues, yet he carried himself with an effortless ease, as though he were a seasoned hand, composed and unhurried. Hardly the demeanor of a first-timer. Inside the room, behind the folding screen, heat rose in swirling veils of mist. A graceful silhouette sank into the wooden tub, hot water clinging to delicate snow-white skin. The surface was strewn with vibrant flower petals, their fragrance intoxicating. Qingya's jade-like shoulders and collarbone lay bare to the air, her hair damp and tousled. A trace of melancholy graced her exquisitely beautiful face, only making her all the more deserving of tender affection. At this moment, her demeanor had shed the earlier blossom-like smile she wore in public. Instead, she radiated a sanctity, like a celestial maiden descended from the 9 heavens. If Xiaqin were here to see Qingya like this, he would surely sigh. A woman of ever-changing temperament, perfect for role-playing. It must be quite thrilling, he'd think. Just then a maid, a tired woman, while adding water to Qingya's bath, asked, Miss, shall we keep a guest tonight? Qingya Xiaozhu did offer overnight services, but Qingya did not keep guests in her chambers every night, at most once or twice a week. Yet this very rarity only fueled her popularity. Once a wealthy man had offered 1,000 taels of silver for a single night with Qingya, only to be refused, and thus her fame had soared. Upon hearing this, Qingya furrowed her brow slightly, then a sudden thought sparked a gleam in her eyes. Invite that young gentleman in the white mask, the one with an extraordinary air, to stay the night. The maid was taken aback, puzzled. He performed unremarkably tonight, while several other gentlemen stood out. Keeping him overnight might provoke their displeasure and tarnish Qingya Xiaozhu's reputation for fairness. Tonight it will be him. The troubles we've faced these days may find their resolution through him. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qingya's lips, revealing a breathtakingly stunning expression. Is this person of special status? The maid's face lit up with joy. She herself was quite striking, by outside standards an undeniable beauty, yet she was still eclipsed by Qingya. He is Xiaqin, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong estate, recently betrothed to the second royal princess of Dewu. He now serves as a colonel in the Imperial Guard, and I hear he expelled the son of Marquis Jin Wu from the guard yesterday, likely having secured his foothold there. Qingya smiled, her expression turning unexpectedly sweet, her temperament shifting once more. The maid Xiao Lian was startled. She knew her mistress' pupils were extraordinarily capable of seeing through any mask. Very well, I shall go and invite him in. Xiao Lian hesitated no longer and quietly withdrew from the room. Qingya sighed, then rose fully from the bath. Her flawless, artfully sculpted figure was bare to the air, a masterpiece of grace and beauty. Glistening droplets of water traced down her delicate skin, sparkling like crystal under the lamplight, enough to quicken any pulse. Yet this sight was destined to go unappreciated. Outside the courtyard, young master, as Xiaqin and his companions quietly drank and watched the dance, a young man in a white mask suddenly approached. My father is Li Gang, a director of the Ministry of Revenue. I noticed your extraordinary bearing from across the way, and your demeanor suggests this is your first visit to Qingya Xiaozhu. The young man smiled, then quickly added, My name is Li Kuei, styled the Shun. Dressed like a scholar, he first offered a bow to Xia Chun, then unfurled his folding fan with an air of confidence. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, Xia Chun's mouth twitched slightly. Behind that mask, he wondered, could there be a burly, bearded man who'd greet him with a hearty brother? Do you have an elder brother? Xia Chun couldn't help but ask. Why do you ask, sir? I am the only son in my family, Li Kuei replied, fanning himself, as if to accentuate his unique aura. I'm just curious. My name is Yang Shi, no courtesy name. Just call me by my name, Xia Chun said. He had tossed out a reference, but seeing no one caught it, he grew bored and spoke seriously. He adopted an alias right away. When out and about, especially for pleasure, one naturally changes both surname and given name. Why would he use his real one? So it's Master Yang. Li Kuei bowed again, his mind racing through the families surnamed Yang in the capital, trying to find one he hadn't crossed paths with. But no matter how he pondered, he couldn't pinpoint a target. Seeing that Xia Chun showed no intention of revealing his family background, he refrained from pressing further. Could he be from Grand Secretary Yang's household? Li Kuei suddenly thought of Yang Yanhe, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, and grew solemn, yet deemed it unlikely, as the Yang family's discipline was notoriously strict, with no rumors of their scions visiting such places. Xia Chun was blissfully unaware of Li Kuei's speculation about his origins, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. A mere director of the Ministry of Revenue, a fifth-rank official, held little weight in the capital, at least not enough to concern him. Li Kuei, sensing Xia Chun's lack of enthusiasm, grew uncertain about the man's background, though he was sure the family was well off. Such an aura could not be faked. He tried to strike up conversation again. Brother Yang, it seems unlikely Qingya will keep a guest tonight. Why don't we head to Siyu Street instead? It's lively there, and I know a brothel with stunning girls. Let's drink there and stay overnight. My treat. Li Kuei declared, thumping his chest with a hearty, generous air. As the saying goes, 4 bonds forge brotherhood among men, studying together, fighting together, sharing spoils, and visiting brothels together. Li Kuei prided himself on his keen judgment, rarely mistaken. Perhaps this Yang Shi hailed from a major capital family. There were several prominent Yang households in the city. If his gamble paid off, the rewards would be immense. Li Shi, standing behind Xia Chun, eyed Li Kuei with suspicion. Damn, this guy wants to suck up to his chief too. He had brought his chief to Qingya Shaozhu tonight, and now this fellow was trying to poach him, leading him to another brothel, as if to imply his arrangements were inadequate and the chief hadn't enjoyed himself. In an instant, Li Zai's gaze toward Li Kuei turned hostile. In an instant, Li Zai's gaze toward Li Kuei turned hostile. In an instant, Li Zai's gaze toward Li Kuei turned hostile. In an instant, Li Zai's gaze toward Li Kuei turned hostile. In an instant, Li Zai's gaze toward Li Kuei turned hostile. Li Kuei had no idea that he had inadvertently offended someone. Just as he was feeling a bit self-assured, a woman walked out from within. Miss Xiaolian. The crowd, who had been ready to retreat, suddenly brightened. Though they had no chance to have Miss Qingya stay overnight, if they could spend the night with Miss Xiaolian, that would be just as splendid. Li Kuei's eyes also lit up. He gazed at Xiaolian with infatuation. Even this girl alone was no less beautiful than the top courtesans of ordinary brothels. If he could have Xiaolian attend to him tonight, the evening would not be wasted. As Li Kuei entertained this thought, he saw Miss Xiaolian greet the crowd and then walk straight in his direction. Li Kuei's heart pounded wildly. Had he been chosen? Could it be that Miss Xiaolian, seeing his outstanding bearing and somehow learning that his father was a secretary in the Ministry of Revenue, intended to keep him here, acting on her master's behalf to grant him a night of pleasure? Li Kuei's mind raced with fantasies, but from the corner of his eye he saw Miss Xiaolian brush past him and approach Yang Shi, the very man he had just sought to befriend. Young master, my mistress requests your presence. Xiaolian's voice was crisp as she curtsied to Xia Chun. Her white gown clung tightly to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves and rounded hips. The onlookers held their breath, their gazes burning and breaths heavy. Yet they were also stunned. What? Miss Qingya had chosen someone for the night, and of all people, this man. They still had some recollection of Xia Chun. Earlier, Miss Qingya had paused her gaze on him for an extra breath. But during the games that followed, her eyes never lingered on him, and Xia Chun's own performance had been utterly unremarkable, so the crowd had dismissed him. Several talented men who had performed well earlier rose to their feet, faces flushed with indignation. Why should a latecomer surpass them? Was it because they had refrained from competing? This was no joke. It concerned a woman, and more importantly, the chance for an intimate night with Miss Qingya. No one was willing to yield. Miss Xiaolian, this is hardly fair. This man's performance tonight was utterly mediocre. Someone immediately voiced their objection. Li Kuei, standing beside Xia Chun, was already frozen in shock. He had just insisted that Miss Qingya would never keep anyone overnight, and had even suggested they move on to a brothel to treat this Yang Shi to some fun. And now Yang Shi had been chosen. Why? They were all wearing masks, concealing any difference in looks. Was it simply because the other man's bearing was slightly more outstanding, by just a tiny margin? Seeing the crowd growing agitated and the scene on the verge of getting out of hand, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and forced a smile. Gentlemen, whether one stays the night at Qingya Xiaozhu is ultimately my mistress' decision. Tonight she has made her choice. Please come another day. Having said that, Xiaoyan turned to Xiachun. Young master, please follow me. You two may return first. Xiachun rose and addressed Xiaqian and Li Shi behind him. Xiaqian was about to speak, but Li Shi beaming pulled him along and spoke first. Got it, boss. But you'll need to rise early tomorrow. There's a task at the camp. The lantern bearers likely require our assistance. Li Shi whispered in Xiaqian's ear and then gave him a knowing look. Xiaqian paid Li Shi little heed and followed Xiaoyan. As he passed the still dazed Li Kuei, the latter grabbed his arm, eyes gleaming. Brother Yang, is there some secret? How did you catch Miss Qingjia's eye? Li Kuei hesitated, ultimately refraining from uttering the words back door. He too wanted to know how to take the back door. How wonderful it would be to take Miss Qingjia's back door. Xiaqian pondered briefly, then patted Li Kuei on the shoulder and said softly, perhaps I'm just more handsome than everyone else. With that, Xiaqian turned without a second thought, leaving only a mysteriously inscrutable silhouette. The others, especially those who had performed well earlier, grew anxious at the thought that Xiachun might truly be taking Qingjia's back door that night. They tried to follow, but two burly men who had been standing in the corner stepped forward to block their path. The talented men took one look at the two giants' physiques and silently retreated, resuming their seats as if nothing had happened. A true scholar knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Xiachun entered the room and found it to be a world unto itself. The courtyard was surprisingly vast. He followed Xiaoyan, quietly taking in every detail along the way. Young master, we have arrived. Xiaoyan stopped before a room in the inner courtyard, gesturing for Xiachun to enter alone. Xiachun stood at the threshold, hesitating for a moment. Through the paper window, he glimpsed a graceful silhouette. He pushed open the door without further ado. As he stepped inside, a fragrant aroma enveloped him, a peculiar scent, part floral, part feminine, utterly intoxicating. In the room, Qingya sat before her dressing table, ignoring Xiachun as she calmly attended to her toilet. The bronze mirror reflected a face like a hibiscus, with droplets of water still clinging to her hair, falling like scattered jade. She gently picked up a silk handkerchief and dabbed the water away, her movements as soft as caressing spring petals. Then she took up a wooden comb and slowly ran it through her cloud-like black tresses from top to bottom, stroke after stroke, each motion releasing a faint, elusive fragrance. Her long hair gradually grew sleek, shimmering with the luster of jet under the candlelight. She wore only an undergarment, yet not an inch of skin was exposed unnecessarily. Her cheeks were rosy and radiant, and her demure, aristocratic air made the scene all the more alluring, hinting at what was to come. Xiachun watched silently, neither speaking nor disturbing, simply appreciating the view. Young master is truly patient. Suddenly a cool voice rang through the room. Qingya turned, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. To disturb such a scene would be to betray a lack of refinement. Xiachun chuckled lightly, his tone somewhat flirtatious, the very image of a carefree young master. Young master is already in my chamber, yet still refuses to remove his mask. Qingjia's gaze seemed plaintive, stirring the heart. She walked slowly towards Xiachun. I thought wearing the mask might add to the excitement. Xiachun smiled while Qingya paused, puzzled as to why wearing a mask would heighten the thrill. But her sharp mind grasped that he was alluding to deeper intimacy. She snorted inwardly. Men indeed, they only lust after a woman's body. Xiachun took the initiative to sit at the table, casting a glance at Qingjia's graceful figure, especially her ample bosom, surely capable of unleashing the 3,000 thunderous movements. The moonlight is lovely, and the night is long. If you wish to see, then perhaps we should indeed be candid with each other. Xiachun smiled and removed his mask. His handsome face was revealed. Deep, bright eyes, a nose as straight as a peak, and thin lips curved slightly upward in an almost imperceptible smile. His skin was fair as jade, glowing with a captivating luster in the interplay of light and shadow. Though she had glimpsed his face earlier through a special eye technique, it had been but a fleeting glance. Now so close, Qingjia's gaze faltered. She could not bring herself to look away from Xiachun's face as naturally as she had intended. Now so close, Qingjia's gaze faltered. She could not bring herself to look away from Xiachun's face as naturally as she had intended. What a strikingly handsome face. Qingya inwardly marveled. This was the first time she had ever beheld a young man of such unparalleled beauty. An involuntary thought drifted into her mind. The second imperial princess of Dawu. How fortunate she is. Her future husband possesses such a visage, surely intimacy will never grow stale. At this, Qingya's cheeks flushed crimson. How had such thoughts arisen? She hastily averted her gaze. Qingya could not fathom why such unruly notions had surfaced in her mind. She swiftly stilled them and regained her composure, serene and poised once more. Sir, your countenance is truly extraordinary. You could well vie for the title of most handsome man in the capital. Qingya smiled. In the capital, idle gossips maintained ranked lists of its most exquisite men and women. 4 men and 4 women were selected, dubbed collectively the 4 great beauties of the capital and the 4 great handsomes of the capital. Though the titles sounded somewhat vulgar, all 8 individuals possessed ethereal grace and transcendent beauty, as if sprung not from mortal realms. So you've met one of these so-called 4 great handsomes, Miss Qingya. Xia Chun poured himself a cup of tea, unreserved, almost as if he were the host rather than the guest. I have indeed had the honor of meeting one, but even he falls slightly short beside you. Qingya seated herself beside Xia Chun, a fragrant breeze trailing in her wake. Her words were no flattery, they were truth. Moreover, according to intelligence gathered by the Imperial City Bureau, Xia Chun was only 17 years old. In another year or 2, upon reaching his comingafage, his features would mature further, ascending to their absolute zenith. Hearing this, Xia Chun chuckled softly. Goodness, I've become the male counterpart of Yang Guifei. Born with peerless beauty impossible to conceal, even secluded within deep chambers, it cannot remain unknown. Will my emergence from seclusion now stir the entire realm? This verse suddenly flashed through Xia Chen's mind. Indeed, for 17 years he had scarcely left the Marquis. Few beyond its walls knew his name. Then he recalled his fiancée, the woman destined to ascend as Empress, and realized with quiet amusement that he truly might become an otherworldly version of Yang Guifei. By heavens, I even chose a pseudonym beginning with Yang. Everything aligns. Lost in thought, Xia Chun murmured aloud. That offhand alias. How uncannily it seemed woven into the threads of fate. What occupies your thoughts, sir? Qingya watched, curious as Xia Chun's gaze grew distant. Had she not merely spoken sincere praise of his appearance? How could he drift away so easily? Nothing at all. Xia Chun composed himself instantly, sitting upright and formal, prompting a gentle smile from Qingya across the table. Could this young man truly be visiting such a place for the very first time? Sir, the night stretches long. Tea alone is dreadfully dull. We have fine wine here. Her eyes gleamed with quiet mirth as she lifted a porcelain ewer from the table and poured him a cup. I wonder, just how exquisite are these 4 great beauties you speak of? Xia Chun shifted the conversation, having little knowledge of such capital gossip. You don't know this, sir? Qingya asked, surprised. Did men not find such topics inherently fascinating? Yet her professional discipline swiftly overrode her curiosity. She spoke slowly, deliberately. These 4 great beauties each hail from extraordinary lineages, far more credible and far less contested than the so-called 4 great handsomes. One is the direct disciple of the current Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Abbey. Another is the present-day Bodhisattva maiden of the Tianlong Monastery. The remaining 2 are secular nobles. One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu. The other is the second imperial princess, Princess Yaoguang. Incidentally, word recently spread that Princess Yaoguang has already been betrothed to a legitimate heir of the Zhendong Marquis. As Qingya mentioned the second imperial princess, she added that detail deliberately, then studied Xia Chen's expression closely. To her disappointment, his face remained utterly impassive, as though the Marquis heir were a stranger to him. Do disciples of the Celestial Master's Abbey and the Tianlong Monastery even participate in such rankings? Xia Chen asked, intrigued. The Celestial Master's Abbey and the Tianlong Monastery were the supreme Taoist and Buddhist sanctuaries of Dawu, indeed of the entire world. They embodied orthodoxy for their respective traditions. Their celestial master and abbot stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, yet both sects rigorously abstained from worldly affairs. Their abbeys lay diametrically opposite across the capital, one in the east, one in the west, as if eternally locked in silent sacred opposition. They did not enter the contest, but certain enthusiastic gossips insisted on including them anyway. Qingya spoke softly, her voice imbued with the gentle cadence of Jiangnan. And how does Miss Qingya compare to these 4? How could I possibly measure up? Qingya blinked, then shook her head with a light, self-deprecating laugh. Please, sir, do not tease me. In lineage, appearance, bearing, every facet, I am worlds apart from them. I am unworthy of comparison. She spoke with tender irony, then rose gracefully. Sir, the hour grows late. Do you truly intend to converse with me across this table until dawn? Unwilling to dwell further on the matter, Qingya glided toward the bed and stepped lightly onto the mattress with bare feet. Her aura transformed instantly, from refined noblewoman, aloof goddess, into the world's most bewitching sorceress. Her eyes shimmered with languid allure, radiating seductive light. The air thickened, charged with palpable intimacy. Xia Chen smiled and advanced toward the bed steps light intent. It seems Miss Qingya can no longer contain herself. How impatient you are. Xia Chen teased, seating himself directly upon the bed, gazing at the beauty before him. Rather, sir, you are unyieldingly stoic. Such a perfect night, yet you speak endlessly, never taking initiative, never indulging me, never playing along. Qingya's gaze turned wistful. Her contrast was absolute. Xia Chen laughed, then lunged forward, eager to seize this paradoxical gentlewoman and claim her utterly. But the moment he moved, a strange force washed over him, a subtle, soporific pressure. Though faint, it tugged at his consciousness. Yet Xia Chen repelled it effortlessly. He cast Qingya a long, searching look. Her origins were clearly extraordinary. A faint smile curled his lips. He would see precisely what she intended. Was tonight truly a trap laid especially for him? These thoughts flickered through his mind, and in the next breath he feigned utter collapse, slumping lifelessly onto the bed, breathing deep and slow, as if fallen into profound slumber. Ugh, men are all alike, no good. Barely betrothed, barely out the gate, and already rushing to places like this. Xiao Lian strode in from the doorway, spitting in disdain, like a fierce young lioness. She had guarded the threshold the entire time. Knowing Xia Chen's identity, and having overheard Qingya's deliberate mention of the second imperial princess's engagement, she understood the stakes. Nor did I expect him to come here, but this presents opportunity. Perhaps we may use him to feed intelligence to the lantern bearers. Their recent investigations have grown dangerously aggressive. Our underground network in the capital has suffered heavy losses. If this continues, catastrophe looms. Qingya sighed, glancing at the motionless Xia Chen. She descended from the bed, her posture reasserting its earlier elegance. Every trace of seduction vanished. She stood once more, cool, detached, and transcendent. Cursed foam people. When they faced annihilation by De Wu, it was we who intervened. Yet now, having recovered their strength, they dare betray us, stealing military blueprints, then framing us for the theft. Xiao Lian raged. Her fury was justified. Many of their operatives had recently been apprehended. Though mostly peripheral agents, such losses could not continue unchecked without drawing perilous attention. Worse still, Feng's Imperial Surveillance Bureau had leaked classified intelligence on their Imperial City Bureau operatives in De Wu's capital directly to the lantern bearers, causing devastating attrition within their ranks. There must be a mole from the Inspection Bureau within our Imperial City Agency, otherwise we wouldn't have been so thoroughly routed this time. Our identities are no longer safe. After this, we need to switch identities. Qingya said coldly. Xiao Lian nodded gravely. After speaking, they glanced at Xia Chen, who lay unconscious on the bed. Xiao Lian couldn't help but ask, "Miss, what should we do next? Should we use an illusion to give him some clues? But even if he knows the clues, will he actually investigate?" Xiao Lian was worried. Spy work was usually managed by the lantern bearers, and Xia Chen was merely a captain in the Imperial Guard. Would he be of any use? Men from families of merit like him enter officialdom aiming for great achievements. The records show he didn't join the Imperial Guard just to idle away his time. Whether it works or not, we have to try. We must take the initiative and not let the Inspection Bureau lead us by the nose. Qingya said as she walked to the bedside. Her eyes rippled like water imbued with a strange energy. They'll pull him into a dream, first subtly influencing him through it. They'll make him go to the Spring Flower Pavilion tomorrow, where he'll find some clues. He'll think it's all due to his own cleverness, but little does he know he's become a blade in our hands. A smile appeared on Qingya's face. If it weren't for the need to use this identity for intelligence gathering, she would never let a filthy man enter her room, let alone touch her body. Whoever entered the room would be drawn into her dream. A dream so vivid it could pass for reality, even capable of influencing thoughts and ideas. Qingya's entire body was covered in a crystalline glow, especially her eyes, which shimmered with spiritual light. 2 ethereal butterflies flew out from her eyes, drifting into Xia Chen's body. But the moment they entered, Qingya's expression changed. In her field of vision, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes looking down at her, aloof and motionless like a god. These eyes had 4 pupils, as if containing the Tao and reason, the ultimate mysteries of the world. The butterfly that was Qingya felt her soul tremble and freeze. The next instant, the 2 azure butterflies that had invaded Xia Chen's sea of consciousness shattered. A mere illusion, a reflection in water. Qingya opened her eyes, her face, pale terror deep within her gaze. She tried to retreat, but her slender jade-white arm was firmly grasped by a large hand. A tremendous force pulled her, and she lost her balance, falling onto the bed. When Qingya came to her senses, she found herself lying in Xia Chen's arms, and he was looking at her with a knowing smile. Vaguely, Qingya seemed to see the 2 pupils in Xia Chen's eyes merge into one, deep and dark as a black hole capable of devouring one's soul. "Unhand my mistress." The sudden change happened so fast that by the time Xiao Lian reacted, she saw her mistress' neck already seized. But inwardly, she was deeply perplexed. Hadn't Xia Chen already fallen under the illusion and gone to sleep? A beauty in his arms with a touch as smooth as warm jade. The scene should have been intensely intimate. Yet neither of the two on the bed had any interest in taking things further. I never expected the renowned Miss Qingya to also be a powerful sorceress, forcibly pulling people into illusions. I wonder if you can kill someone in a dream. Xia Chen asked with interest, gently lifting her smooth fair chin with one hand like a wealthy young master, teasing a virtuous woman. He raised her exquisitely perfect face and gazed into her pupils, which still shimmered with an azure light like sapphires. Their bodies pressed tightly together, so close that their breaths brushed against each other's cheeks. Instantly, Qingjia's fine hair stood on end, her body reacted, goosebumps rose, and her cheeks flushed red as if she had drunk too much. Inside the room, Xiao Lian saw that Xia Chen was completely ignoring her and instead was getting handsy with her mistress. She grew anxious. Her aura erupted, her qi and blood surged like a rainbow, her body tensed like a young beast ready to pounce. A sorceress and a 7th-rank martial artist. The Imperial City Agency. Who would have thought that the humble Qingya Pavilion hides such depths? Xia Chen showed no panic. He grew even bolder, running his fingers over Qingjia's flawless face. As his fingers traced her jade-like skin, her cheeks flushed. She felt a burning heat wherever his fingers passed, as if they possessed some magic, a sensation she had never experienced before. You weren't unconscious the whole time. You heard everything we said. Impossible. You drank the tea and the wine. I put sleeping drugs in both. Qingya, still in Xia Chen's arms, forced herself to calm down. She realized things were slipping out of her control. Fearing that Xia Chen might actually do something to ruin her chastity, she quickly spoke, trying to distract him. Tonight, to ensure success, she had added an extra layer of security. A tasteless sleeping drug developed by their Imperial City Agency in the tea and wine combined with her eye technique. Yet it had no effect on this man. Maybe I'm just too strong. You didn't use enough of your drug. Xia Chen said casually. He had a system. Any foreign substance entering his body would be scanned first. If it was harmful, the system would block it. In other words, his body was immune to all poisons. Qingya was stunned. What nonsense. Not enough drug. The courtyard is full of our people. You can't get out. Be smart and let my mistress go, or else. Or else you'll try to attack me. But are you confident you can subdue me in an instant under these circumstances? With your mere 7th-rank cultivation? Xia Chen looked up, sizing up Xiao Lian. A maid seemingly young, yet a 7th-rank spirit refining realm cultivator. It seemed the woman in his arms had a bigger background than he imagined. Even if she went missing in the Imperial City, she wouldn't be some nobody. Tonight he might have caught a big fish. He continued, you can try to make a move or call on those people from the courtyard. Maybe there's a 6th-rank or even 5th-rank expert among them who can subdue me. But let me remind you of two things. First, those people are from the Imperial City Agency, not your personal servants. If they see your mistress lying with me like this and word gets out, don't blame me. Second, it's curfew now. There are lantern bearers and Imperial guards patrolling nearby. If a fight breaks out here, do you think the experts among them won't sense it immediately? Xia Chen laughed unabashedly, then pinched Qingjia's soft, delicate cheek again. The reason he dared to let Xia Qian and Li Shi go back alone was his confidence in his own skills and the security of the capital. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by Xia Chen's laughter echoing as he held a beauty in his arms. The scene was exactly like a villain bullying an innocent maiden. Xiao Lian gnashed her teeth, her face flushed with rage, yet she was powerless. As Xia Chen had said, if a fight broke out here, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the capital's experts. By then, none of them would escape. Young master, since you already know our identities, why not release me first, and we can sit down and talk properly? Qingya had regained her composure. She looked directly at Xia Chen with her bright, large eyes, feeling that this neglected, legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong's household harbored secrets far from the ordinary person described in the Imperial City Bureau's files. Can't we talk in bed? Xia Chen's fingers gently traced Qingjia's smooth back, which had tempted him, sending goosebumps across her skin. Her body flushed red, as if an electric current surged through her, a tingling numbness spreading, and a strange sensation welled up in her heart. Xia Chen was warning her, making her acutely aware that she was a prisoner, yet she still tried to seize control of the conversation. Young master, since you heard our conversation, I'll be honest. That military defense map was not stolen by us. The Doffing Inspection Bureau framed us, using us as a scapegoat. Why should I believe you? I don't know who stole the map, but it's an undeniable fact that you are from the Imperial City Bureau, and it seems you hold a high rank there. Capturing you and dismantling this stronghold is already a great achievement. Xia Chen smiled. Regardless of who stole the map, as long as he could hand over the culprits, it would be a great feat. So why go through unnecessary trouble? Qingya and Xiao Lian fell silent, unable to refute. For Xiachen, capturing either Imperial City Bureau or Inspection Bureau agents would be a significant accomplishment. There is another option. Since the Dafeng Inspection Bureau can plant agents in your ranks, I assume you have similar arrangements. How about you give me the distribution of Inspection Bureau members in the capital along with evidence that your side didn't steal the map, and I'll let you go. Xia Chen's voice rang out again, and the two women who had been plunged into darkness by his earlier words suddenly saw a glimmer of light in their eyes, their emotions swinging like a roller coaster. Qingya took a deep look at the young man, so close that she could feel his breath. This youth was not only extraordinary in appearance, but also harbored an ambition that surpassed others. A glint flickered in Xia Chen's eyes. Capturing the Imperial City Bureau was indeed a great achievement, but it wasn't enough. If the map wasn't stolen by them, the lantern bearers would eventually discover the truth, diminishing the value of his catch. But if he could preempt that problem and cripple the Dafeng Inspection Bureau's spy network in the capital, if not destroy it entirely, it would be a devastating blow. If I can do all this, it should draw Emperor Wen's attention, right? Xiachen mused. He was not content with just destroying one Imperial City Bureau outpost. He wanted swift promotion from this campaign. If he succeeded, it would trample the lantern bearer's prestige and expose his brilliance, drawing attention from all sides, but the benefits outweighed the risks. He had only 5 years left, and he was still just a lowly 7th-rank captain. He had to rise quickly. Why should I trust you? If I give you the Inspection Bureau's intelligence and you turn around and arrest me, I'd lose everything. I can't prove anything to you. The only thing you can trust is my character. You can choose not to gamble. Xia Chen again gripped her smooth chin firmly, forcing her to meet his gaze with her autumn water eyes. His casual words were filled with dominance. In Xia Chen's eyes, a mysterious ripple seemed to emanate, influencing Qingya's judgment. She seemed to see again the colossal heaven-like eyes she had glimpsed when she invaded his consciousness. For a brief moment, her thoughts seemed to freeze. The room was silent for a long time before a voice finally emerged from Qingya's seductive red lips. Fine, I'll give you the Inspection Bureau's spy information. The morning sun rose, casting golden light into the room, turning it into a sea of gold. On the bed, Qingya slowly opened her eyes, feeling exhausted in both body and spirit. Her waist ached, her legs were numb, and her knees, as if she had knelt for a long time, were covered in bruises. As her consciousness returned, she recalled the events of the previous night. She abruptly turned to look beside her and found a man sleeping there, his hand resting on her waist. As if sensing her movement, his warm hand tightened, pulling her lithe body into his embrace. Feeling the man's warm, broad chest, Qingya's cheeks flushed crimson. She looked down at herself, relieved to find her clothes still on, though somewhat rumpled. They were the same set from last night. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed as if still asleep, but his voice drifted through the air. Can you let me go now? Qingya forced herself to calm down. Though she used her special identity to gather information, she had never let any man touch her body. She always used spells to trap them in illusions, preserving her purity. Last night, she had spent the night alone with this man, lying in the same bed, sharing a pillow. And worse, there was physical contact. Thinking of this, Qingya bit her lip and looked at Xia Chen with a complex expression. Her innocence had clearly been ruined by this imperial consort of Great Wu. Not yet. This courtyard is full of your people. What if I let you go and you all attack me together? How would that work? Xia Chen still hadn't opened his eyes, yet he seemed to see everything. He was cautious even at the final step, never letting his guard down. Last night it was late and the curfew was in effect, so he naturally stayed overnight. Is the information I requested ready? Xiaoyan. Feeling the warm, large hand on her waist under the blanket, Qingya's expression was complicated, her cheeks flushed. She took a deep breath to calm herself again and called out to the door. The door was immediately flung open. Xiao Lian rushed in, her eyes bloodshot and murderous, wielding a long blade. Miss, did that bastard do anything to you last night? The door was immediately flung open. Xiao Lian rushed in, her eyes bloodshot and murderous, wielding a long blade. Miss, did that bastard do anything to you last night? Xiao Lian had not slept a wink all night, standing instead in the courtyard. She had originally intended to stay in the room, but Xia Chen had driven her out. I'm fine. Qingya shook her head, though her expression was somewhat unnatural. In the dead of night, she had sensed Xia Chen was asleep and attempted to break through the door to escape his grasp. Yet just as she moved to unleash her inner energy, Xia Chen, who had seemed fast asleep, awakened, as if possessing an omniscient perspective, seizing her once more. Xia Chen's punishment for this unruly beauty was to make her kneel in an extremely humiliating posture, hence the bruises on her jade-like knees. It was only after she was utterly exhausted that Xia Chen allowed her to lie down and sleep again. After this incident, she dared not play any more tricks. This youth was rather uncanny. Xiao Yan, seeing her mistress' uneasy expression, grew even more anxious. Though she had heard no great commotion from the room last night, her mistress had spent the entire night alone with this man, who knew what he had done to her. Everything that should and shouldn't be done has been done. Now hand over the documents. It's getting late, time for work. Xia Chun waved at Xiao Yan as if summoning a servant, which infuriated her even more. Xia Chun glanced at the sky. If he didn't reach the yamen soon, Xia Qian and Li Shi would truly believe he had been too vigorous last night, leaving him weak-kneed and exhausted this morning. Xia Chun had no desire to have them think he was inadequate over such a trivial matter. Give him the documents. Qinya, though unsure what Xia Chun meant by work, was desperate to end this entanglement. After a night of struggle, she had gained not a single advantage. Xiao Li reluctantly withdrew, returning shortly with a stack of documents which she handed to Xia Chun with evident displeasure. Xia Chun lounged lazily on the bed, taking the documents with one hand while releasing Qinya with the other. Qinya felt a wave of relief as the warm hand on her shoulder finally withdrew. After a night of turmoil, her clothes were in disarray, one delicate shoulder bared. Thus there was no fabric between them. Though Xia Chun had released Qinya and his attention was fixed on the documents, she dared not move a muscle. She had already witnessed the youth's uncanny nature the night before. She was certain he had been asleep, yet the moment she stirred, he had preempted her, subduing her, as if he had foreseen her every move. Such a skill was terrifying. No wonder he had dared to let her sleep beside him even after revealing his hand. He had never feared an assassination attempt in his sleep. Interesting. It seems the Imperial Secretariat has planted quite a few agents within the Surveillance Bureau. Xia Chen smiled as he perused the detailed documents in his hands. As one of the world's 3 premier dark organizations and the Emperor's sharpest blade, the Lantern Bearers of Dongwu, the Imperial Secretariat of Deqing, and the Surveillance Bureau of Defeng were all locked in a web of mutual infiltration. The fiercest battlegrounds were the capitals of the 3 kingdoms. Dongwu's capital was the Lantern Bearers' home turf, yet it harbored agents from both the Imperial Secretariat and the Surveillance Bureau, an open secret known to officials and commoners alike. This situation arose not because the Lantern Bearers were fostering enemies to maintain their own importance, but because they understood that even if they wiped out every agent from the Imperial Secretariat and Surveillance Bureau in the capital, a new wave would immediately arrive to lie low. Neither Deqing nor Defeng would ever abandon the political heart of a capital. Similarly, the capitals of Deqing and Defeng were rife with hidden spies. This is the Lantern Bearers' territory. Normally, we and the Surveillance Bureau should band together. If not to help each other, then at least to avoid backstabbing. But this time they used us as pawns, so we have no choice but to strike back. Qinya said coldly. Xia Chen finished reading the documents, fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand and slid his fingertip. The crimson blood seemed to contain a strange energy as he spoke calmly. Open your mouth. Qinya was taken aback, but as a sorcerer she instinctively sensed something odd about the blood. She knew that some sorcerers use their own blood as a medium to cast bizarre spells. Seeing her unresponsive, Xia Chen wasted no time. He grasped her face roughly, pried open her mouth, and thrust his bleeding finger inside. Cough, cough. Qinya coughed, gasping for breath, and covered her mouth. What did you do? This is a technique from my Marquis manner, usable even by martial artists. My essence blood now flows within you. From this moment on, no matter where you go, I can sense your presence. So I trust this information is accurate. Also, you might need a new identity. If you cooperate, perhaps we can work together in the future. Xia Chun smiled, gently pinching Qin Ya's smooth, rosy cheek once more before rising from the bed like a demon incarnate. It's late. Attend to my washing and dressing. Xia Chun had made this place his own domain, his gentle tone laced with an overbearing authority. Qin Ya, still reclining on the bed, bit her lip, her gaze complex. Finally, she rose slowly to comb and arrange his hair. It was her first time serving someone, and her movements were clumsy, making the process far from smooth. Yet Xia Chun was patient, never once suggesting he find someone else. The entire process was akin to taming. Had any player from another world witnessed this scene, they would have understood what Xia Chun was doing, a practice known in their realm as a compliance test. Xia Chun strode into the yamen refreshed and invigorated. Young master, Xia Qian, who had been waiting, hurried over at the sight of him. Chief, how was last night? Li Shi, also spotting Xia Chun, approached with a knowing grin that any man would recognize. What else could it be but pure pleasure? Xia Chun clapped Li Shi on the shoulder, a smile playing on his lips. As long as you enjoyed yourself, Chief. Li Shi chuckled along. Are all the brothers at the yamen? Xia Chun, without elaborating on the previous night's events, glanced around and turned to ask. Almost everyone is here. Good. Have the first and second companies assemble. Xia Chen's smile faded, his expression turning stern. Xia Qian was startled, unsure why the sudden assembly was called, but he asked no questions. Li Shi, however, remained calm. Soon all 200 men under Xia Chen's command were mobilized, gathering swiftly in the camp. Inside the camp, soldiers from other units looked puzzled, wondering why the 1st and 2nd battalions were making such a commotion at dawn, as if preparing for a major conflict. Xia Chen called Xia Hui aside and whispered something into his ear. The more Xia Hui listened, the more serious his expression became, until finally Xia Chen spoke. "We'll split into 2 groups. Speed is crucial. If anyone resists, shoot them directly. But the core individuals must be captured and brought back." "Yes, Colonel." Within the camp, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his military title rather than as young master. Xia Chen stepped before all the soldiers and announced, "The 1st Battalion follows Brigade Commander Xia. The 2nd Battalion follows me." Beyond that, Xia Chen said nothing else. The 200 Imperial Guards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused, yet none dared to inquire about their mission. Except for being ordered to attack the royal palace, they needed only to obey commands. Xia Chen led 100 fully armed Imperial Guards as they swiftly charged out of the Yulin Guard headquarters, heading straight for East Street. "Young master, what exactly are we going to do?" It was only then that Xia Qian quietly approached Xia Chen and whispered, "No need to ask, you'll find out soon enough." Xia Qian shrank back, knowing that when his young master wore such an expression, something momentous was about to unfold. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at East Main Street, a thoroughfare lined with tea houses and theaters serving as the cultural and entertainment hub of the capital. Every year, the latest operas and storytelling performances first gained traction here before spreading across the entire Great Wu Empire and even the whole world. The White Moon Pavilion. Xia Chen halted before this renowned theater in the capital. Surround this pavilion, let no one escape. If anyone defies the warning and attempts to break through, shoot them down. Xia Chen's stern and ruthless demeanor sent chills down the spines of the Imperial Guards. The capital was home to countless nobles and officials, and the White Moon Pavilion, with its immense fame, was said to attract even members of the imperial family to enjoy performances. Killing someone with significant connections would spell trouble. Yet recalling their leader's formidable background, the guards hesitated no longer and swiftly encircled the entire White Moon Pavilion. Inside the White Moon Pavilion, on a grand and lavish stage, various performers were putting on a show. Recently, an opera titled The Tale of the Mandarin Duck had taken the capital's elite by storm. This opera originated from the White Moon Pavilion, and to satisfy the unending stream of nobles, it had to be performed at least 3 times daily. The Tale of the Mandarin Duck tells a love story where the male protagonist is the legitimate son of a marquis and the female lead is a princess of the Eastern Wilderness Fox clan. Initially deemed unacceptable by society, the couple ultimately overcomes countless obstacles to pledge their love in secret. What should have been a tale of happiness, however, takes a shocking turn just as the audience believes the fox princess and the marquis' son will live blissfully ever after the princess dies. This leaves all spectators stunned. A female lead dying was unprecedented in their experience. Subsequently, the male lead turns dark, embarking on a path of vengeance for his beloved. This novel twist captivated the audience, making tickets for the White Moon Pavilion's The Tale of the Mandarin Duck incredibly scarce. Trouble. The soldiers have surrounded the White Moon Pavilion. Just as the plot reached its climax, servants from various mansions rushed into the venue, some entering private boxes with panicked expressions. The main doors of the White Moon Pavilion were thrust open and armed Imperial Guards filed in. Instantly, chaos erupted as no one understood what was happening. Imperial Guard business. Stay where you are. Anyone who moves will be executed on the spot. A loud shout rang out just as the White Moon Pavilion teetered on the brink of turmoil, jolting everyone's minds. Xia Chen stood at the front, flanked by over a dozen Imperial Guards who drew their blades as he shouted. Beside him, crossbows and firearms were aimed at the crowd, ready to fire at the slightest sign of trouble. These armor-piercing crossbows and firearms, if discharged simultaneously, would turn even skilled experts into thieves, making escape nearly impossible. The nobles, initially annoyed at the interruption, quickly composed themselves, swallowing the words they had intended to hurl at the soldiers. They obediently sat down. Xia Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, soon locking onto a handsome young actor at the center of the stage, performing the male lead in The Tale of the Mandarin Duck. At that moment, the actor's eyes met Xia Chen's. How handsome. Not so impressive. The first thought came from the actor upon seeing Xia Chen. The latter was Xia Chen's assessment. According to the dossier provided by Qinya, this performer was a renowned beauty whose fame had swept the capital thanks to the recent hit opera. Much admired by noble ladies in the capital, Xia Chen found his appearance merely average. Seize him. Without further ado, Xia Chen pointed at the actor and commanded coldly. Instantly, 5 Imperial Guards behind Xia Chen drew their long blades and charged forward like tigers among sheep, moving with exceptional agility and precision straight for the actor. The actor's expression turned grim. He had sensed something amiss the moment the soldiers entered, and now their direct targeting confirmed his suspicion. This was no accident they were after him. Behind the actor, a martial female performer stepped forward without hesitation to block the advancing guards hurling hidden weapons from her palm. The 5 Imperial guards parried with their blades while 3 more performers behind the actor joined the fray. Soon the entire stage descended into chaos. The audience below was stunned, some dodging flying blades that landed dangerously close, breaking out in cold sweat. They had never imagined these performers possessed such martial prowess and dared to resist the Imperial Guard, who were clearly targeting them. The thought that they had been watching a group of violent criminals perform made their hearts tremble. Advance. Xiaqin remained calm, unfazed by the scene. Immediately 10 more elite guards behind him joined the assault. More and more Imperial guards poured in through the entrance. The actor standing at the center of the stage felt his heart sink. His identity had been exposed, and today he might fall. Even if he managed to break out of the White Moon Pavilion, he would surely alert the patrolling Imperial guards and the hidden lantern bearers. He had no way out. Nevertheless, the actor refused to surrender without a fight. From his sleeves, he produced various paper figures, some wielding broadswords, others holding long swords, which rapidly grew in size, seemingly coming to life. Soon these paper figures displayed formidable combat abilities, clashing with the Imperial guards. Inside the Baiwa Pavilion, cries of shock and panic erupted intermittently. The expanding slashes of blade light sent waves of pallor across the faces of spectators gathered in the Grand Hall. Fortunately, Imperial guards filled the arena, lending considerable reassurance to those present. Xiaqin's eyes narrowed slightly. This operation had dragged on too long. What he sought was a lightning strike, swift, decisive, catching the investigative bureau's spies utterly off guard. Yet now they were stalled. Altogether, seize them now. With that command, Xiaqin drew the crimson longsword, sheathed across his back. As his ki-blood surged, searing heat rose from the blade like incense from sacred fire. Xiaqin's aura exploded outward, unyielding, radiant, overwhelmingly domineering. In one fluid motion, he cleaved downward at a paper effigy, instantly roaring flames engulfed it. A single paper effigy, capable of holding off 2 or 3 Imperial guards, was obliterated in an instant. Leading the charge like a tiger storming a flock of sheep, Xiaqin cut down effigy after effigy. Behind him, Xiaqin led the Imperial guards forward in a thunderous assault. Even as Xiaqin struck down the paper effigies, his attention remained fixed upon the opera performer. Qin Ye's intelligence dossier identified this performer as a mid-to-senior operative of the Investigative Bureau in the capital, directly commanding many of its covert operations within the city. This theft of military defense charts was deeply entangled with him. His expression grave yet unflustered. Even at this critical juncture, he scanned the surroundings, swiftly seeking an escape route. Break through, he commanded coldly. More paper effigies burst from his hands, but sustaining them drained his vital energy, leaving his face deathly pale. You go first. I'll hold the line. The Wudong who had struck first raised a massive broadsword, stepping resolutely before the performer, just as Xiaqin closed in. With a thunderous roar, the Wudong swung her blade upward in a crushing arc, as if summoning Mount Tai itself to crush Xiaqin in two. Yet Xiaqin moved as though he had foreseen her every motion. His own blade flashed forth the moment hers began its ascent. For a fleeting moment, every witness perceived a blazing sun erupting from Xiaqin's blade, a radiant disk whose light flooded the entire pavilion. When their vision cleared, they beheld a crimson fissure splitting the Wudong's torso down its center. Then, under the horrified gaze of all present, her body parted cleanly into 2 halves, the stage drenched in scarlet. The spectacle was profoundly grisly. In the second and third-tier private boxes, noblewomen and sheltered young ladies turned ashen. Their earlier infatuation with the strikingly handsome youth dissolved into raw terror and dread. To witness a living person torn asunder, regardless of whom the Imperial guards pursued, would chill the blood of any ordinary soul. A few droplets of blood spattered across Xiaqin's cheek, casting his visage in the terrible likeness of a hellborn Azura. Without pause, he surged past the fallen foe, straight toward the performer. You are Xiaqin, the so-called useless heir of the Zhendong Marquis. It seems everyone misjudged you. Everyone was deceived. To cleave an 8th-rank peak martial artist in half with a single stroke, you concealed your strength with astonishing depth. The performer retreated step by step, his gaze icy and unblinking upon Xiaqin. Though the Investigative Bureau possessed files on him, those records were clearly obsolete. A 17-year-old 7th-rank martial artist, even within the Zhendong Marquis, was undeniably a prodigy. Xiaqin had no intention of exchanging words with the performer now. His focus was singular, the leader himself. His sole objective: eliminate the core. He disregarded entirely those others who rushed forward to shield the performer. As Xia Chen spearheaded the charge, he activated the Crimson Sun body-forging art. His Qi blood surged from his physical frame, coalescing over his body like living armor, impenetrable, luminous, divine. His speed became lightning incarnate. His dual pupils reappeared. Within his heightened perception, the movements of those around him slowed to a crawl, as though time itself bent to his will. The performer locked eyes on the window mere feet away, pushed off with both feet ready to burst through, when suddenly a figure like a demon god materialized behind him. A hand shot out. The performer felt the air vanish from his lungs, and in the next heartbeat a searing pain exploded at the base of his skull. He was lifted aloft helpless as a fledgling chick gripped tightly in Xia Chen's grasp. He was a sorcerer, skilled in myriad arcane arts, yet perilously vulnerable once a martial artist closed the distance. And this was no ordinary martial artist, this was Xia Chen. With the performer captured, orders swiftly returned to the Baiwei Pavilion. Performers who resisted the Imperial Guards were felled instantly by crossbow bolts. The rest were taken alive. Though intricate in design, the entire operation concluded with astonishing speed. Less than 10 minutes elapsed between initiation and capture. Escort everyone from the Baiwei Pavilion to the Magistrate's Yamen. Until I return, no one, not even heaven itself, is to take them from custody. Xia Chen issued the order to Xia Qian, instructing him personally to lead 30 men back with the prisoners. Chief, let me accompany Brother Xia Qian. I'll help secure the convoy. There are many captives at the Baiwei Pavilion. Oh, my presence ensures greater safety. Li Shi, who had shadowed the operation from start to finish, stepped forward, urgently eager to relieve Xia Qian's burden. Xia Chen glanced at him, then nodded once. Inside the Baiwei Pavilion, Imperial Guards cleaning the battlefield drove sealing blood needles into the necks of crouching investigative bureau spies. These disposable arcane devices were developed by the Celestial Masters Temple. They severely inhibited martial artists. Once implanted, channeling Qi blood throughout the body became nearly impossible. Xia Chen glanced down at the captured performer, who stared back with glacial venomous eyes, as though he longed to devour Xia Chen alive. You targeted me so precisely. You've already uncovered our identities. You sought to steal credit from the lantern bearers. After hiding so deeply for so long, your ambition runs dangerously deep. The performer glared fiercely at Xia Chen. He had anticipated the lantern bearer's arrival, but never imagined falling to Imperial Guards, and certainly not to Xia Chen, whom he had dismissed entirely. Xia Chen offered no reply. Instead, he delivered a brutal, precise strike to the performer's occiput, knocking him unconscious instantly. Brutal, direct, devastatingly effective. He held the unconscious performer in his hand, not entrusting him to Xia Qing or Li Shi, but carrying him personally. This prisoner would be guarded by no one but himself. Gather a detachment. We move on. Xia Chen led dozens of men swiftly from the Baiwei Pavilion toward their next destination. Speed was paramount. This campaign demanded lightning warfare to strike the investigative bureau before it could draw breath. Chief, where to next? Are there more spies? Li Shi clapped Xia Qian lightly on the shoulder, curiosity alight in his eyes. I don't know, Xia Qian replied, shaking his head. He said no more, turning instead to manage the aftermath at the pavilion. Spectators who had attended the performance finally exhaled in collective relief. Only once every spy had been apprehended did they dare whisper among themselves, are these agents of the Imperial City Bureau or the Investigative Bureau? We never suspected the Baiwei Pavilion was one of their dens. Someone spoke, trembling with belated horror. Emperor Taizu, early in his service with the Imperial Guards, displayed extraordinary intellect and keen insight. When the capital was shaken by the theft of military defense charts, Taizu discerned the enemy's stratagem and led the Imperial Guards with decisive, unrelenting resolve, capturing foreign spies and resolving the case. For this feat, Emperor Taizu earned the epithet Jade-Faced Lord. The Book of Xia, Volume 3, Annals of Emperor Taizu. Who was that leader? How ruthless! Though Xia Chen had swiftly ended the battle, his actions left a profound impression on the onlookers. He acted without a single word, striking with sheer force. Too domineering, too cold. That captain is remarkably handsome. How could there be such a beautiful man in the capital? In the pavilion, some noble lady's eyes sparkled with desire. Although the scene had been bloody moments ago, it was now over. Xia Chen's appearance had captivated them once more. Find out which family he belongs to, and if he is betrothed. A young lady gazed at him with infatuation, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. On the third floor of the White Moon Pavilion, in the most central room with the best view, a young man of extraordinary bearing and a charming, alluring woman were sipping tea. Even amidst the chaos moments ago, the two remained utterly unruffled, watching from above as if observing a grand spectacle. To them, everyone below was merely an actor. Su Bolio, what do you make of that captain's skills? The extraordinary young man chuckled lightly, not turning his head, addressing a sword-bearing swordsman who had been standing silently in the dark corner behind him. That man's chi flow and control over his own blood and energy are flawless. With a single slash, he channeled all his power into the blade's tip and has already comprehended the sword's intent, unyielding and fierce. In the 7th rank realm, few can rival him. Beyond that, I could discern little. It remains unknown if he is concealing his true strength. Su Bolio, who appeared to be around 27 or 28, stood in the shadowy corner, his gaze flickering as he appraised Xia Chun. If you were at the same level, could you defeat him? The extraordinary young man asked with keen interest upon hearing Su Bolio's assessment. Only a fight would tell. Oh, you are the famed genius swordsman of the capital, yet you lack absolute confidence. The young man was slightly taken aback. I am now at the peak of the 4th rank, on the verge of entering the 3rd rank. If I suppressed my cultivation to the 7th rank, defeating him would not be difficult. But if I were still at the 7th rank in my younger days, I would need to cross swords with him to know the outcome. Su Bolio was a man of few words, yet he patiently explained when the young man inquired. Upon hearing this, the young man's curiosity about Xia Chun deepened. Interesting. Investigate that man's identity and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. I never imagined the Imperial Guard would harbor such a promising talent. The young man smiled and addressed the attendants behind him. Su Bolio was a renowned swordsman prodigy in the capital, acclaimed as someone who in a decade or two might ascend to the 3rd rank. Yet now another man had emerged rivaling Su Bolio in his prime. Would it not be amusing to tame such a genius and make him a loyal dog? There is no need to investigate. If I am not mistaken, this man is somewhat connected to us. At that moment, the alluring woman who had remained silent turned her head. A seductive smile curved on her lips. Though she sat still, an enchanting charm radiated from her. She appeared to be around 30, dressed plainly, yet exuding an air of supreme nobility. Oh, Aunt knows who he is. The young man was surprised, but then he recalled that his aunt, restless and ambitious, had meddled in state affairs as a woman and gathered many underlings. Her well-informed nature was no surprise. He should be the eldest legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong, Xia Chun, who was recently betrothed to Yao Guang. My sources claim he is extraordinarily handsome, surpassing even the so-called fair beauties of the capital. Seeing him today, he is indeed even more striking. The alluring woman smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight as she recalled Xia Chun's visage. A hint of spring's longing shimmered deep within her gaze. Princess Pingyang was mature, beautiful, sensual, and power-hungry. She had never married, her heart lonely, yet unwilling to settle, yearning for love. My niece is truly fortunate. Princess Pingyang sighed. She was Emperor Wen's youngest sister, not of the same mother, but raised by the emperor's mother. Emperor Wen had reigned for over 50 years and treated this sister like a daughter. As she grew up, Princess Pingyang showed great interest in politics. Crucially, the emperor did not obstruct her, but tacitly allowed her to meddle in state affairs. Thus, Princess Pingyang held a unique position in the imperial family. The 3rd prince was even more astonished, never imagining that the lowly Imperial Guard captain he had intended to tame as a dog was actually connected to him. And is your information accurate? As I recall, wasn't that Xia Chun a notorious waste? The Marquis of Zhendong has neglected him for years. How has he become so formidable now? A few days ago, the Xia family secured him a position as a captain of the Imperial Guard. His identity and appearance match. It is indeed him. As for his cultivation, it is indeed surprising. Princess Pingyang mused, resting her delicate chin on her hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xia Chun was unaware that Princess Pingyang and the 3rd prince had witnessed his entire arrest operation from the White Moon Pavilion. He was now rushing to another location, an inn. This inn served as an intelligence relay station for the surveillance bureau in the capital, where the military defense map had likely been transmitted. Though resistance occurred during this arrest, the fully armed Imperial Guard crossbows quickly subdued the innkeeper. Search thoroughly. Leave no document behind. Take everything, Xia Chun commanded in a deep voice. He then immediately led his men to the next location, a charitable hall on North Street. It was akin to a modern orphanage and nursing home. But upon arrival, Xia Chun found the place deserted, with only a few children and a mobile elderly left. Sir, there is no one inside and no documents were found. Xia Chun fell silent, staring intently at the worn plaque bearing the words, Charitable Hall. From the Imperial Guard headquarters to the White Moon Pavilion, then to the inn, and finally here, less than an hour had passed in total. Yet the place was already empty. The subsequent locations were likely evacuated as well. Their intelligence network is indeed efficient. Xia Chun's eyes flickered. Sir, where should we go next? Someone asked softly. Throughout the operation, Xia Chun had shared little with his men. To this moment, they still did not know who they were arresting. Return to headquarters. Xia Chun waved his hand. Since the alarm had been raised, further searches would be futile. Xia Chun led his men back to the Imperial Guard headquarters. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Mu standing at the gate. Qin Mu hurried over upon seeing him. I heard this morning that you took 200 men out. What happened? You captured so many people. Qin Mu was still bewildered. Though the Imperial Guard had arrest powers, capturing so many people without his knowledge would surely have spread news across the entire capital. They are all from the Surveillance Bureau. The situation this morning was urgent, leaving me no time to seek your permission first. I will personally explain to the general later. Xia Chen knew he had overstepped by leading so many men out for arrests without prior authorization. Had he been an ordinary person, Qin Mu would have ordered his capture the moment he stepped through the gate. Qin Mu's expression stiffened, the reprimand he intended to utter dying on his lips. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and spoke in a low voice. Sir, I understand the procedure seems irregular, but rest assured, once the general of the palace guard learns of this, he will be overjoyed. Not only will he not blame you, but with this merit you might even secure a promotion. A smile graced Xia Chen's face, a stark contrast to the cold, merciless demeanor he had worn while working. Though Qin Mu was only a commandant, and nominally his superior, Xia Chen had studied Mao's selected works and held the elder's wisdom close to his heart. In the game of politics, one must always increase the number of friends and decrease the number of enemies, uniting all who can be united. When the critical moment and opportunity arrive, people will naturally and spontaneously elevate you to that supreme position. Qin Mu's eyes lit up after hearing this, but before he could speak, Xia Chen's voice rang out again. The men have already been captured, there's no rush. How about we go to the general of the palace guard together now? Xia Chen's smile was radiant. What? You're saying the military defense map was actually stolen by spies from the Surveillance Bureau? Li Wenzhong, the general of the palace guard, shot up from his seat, spilling tea over himself, shocked by Xia Chen's words. Qin Mu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He knew of the recent major incident in the capital, the theft of the military defense map. The Imperial Guard had even been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in thoroughly investigating the matter. It was common knowledge that the Imperial City Bureau had stolen the map, a belief even held by the lantern bearers. Yet now Xia Chen was presenting a different version of events. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the military defense map was orchestrated and commanded by the very individuals I captured today. They are all in custody now, and a full interrogation will reveal the truth. Furthermore, even if the map has nothing to do with them, it is an irrefutable fact that they are spies of the Surveillance Bureau. Regardless, this is a great achievement for us. Xia Chen reported respectfully. Li Wenzhong sat back down, trying to calm himself, but the more he thought about it, the wider his smile grew. If the military defense map was indeed stolen by the Surveillance Bureau, this would be a monumental achievement. Even if Xia Chen was mistaken, as long as the captured men were indeed spies, it was still a great feat, a win-win situation. But, however, this time we might offend the lantern bearers. I wonder if you can withstand the pressure from that side, General. Before Li Wenzhong could voice his own thoughts, Xia Chen spoke up. Li Wenzhong's gaze flickered. The lantern bearer organization operated independently of the imperial court and wielded immense power. The loss of the military defense map was already a sign of their incompetence. If it turned out the Surveillance Bureau was behind the theft, it would be yet another major failure on their part. Their monumental achievement would come directly at the expense of the lantern bearer's reputation. No matter. The Imperial Guard is the Emperor's own army. The lantern bearers have no authority here. Besides, we have every right to intervene in this matter. It's perfectly legitimate. Li Wenzhong hesitated only briefly before his gaze turned resolute. With such a great prize practically placed in his mouth, it would be cowardly not to seize it. The lantern bearers might be overwhelmingly powerful, but did Li Wenzhong lack connections of his own? Keep this quiet for now. First, get those men to talk and gather all the evidence. Then I will enter the palace to request an audience with His Majesty and petition for rewards for everyone. As Li Wenzhong spoke the last sentence, his gaze fell upon Xia Chen. This young man from the Marquis estate was far more astute than he had imagined, completely devoid of the arrogant disdain for the world that often characterized novices. His methods were remarkably seasoned. Since Xia Chen had practically fed him the credit, Li Wenzhong felt compelled to reciprocate. A smile touched Xia Chen's lips as he cupped his hands in a respectful salute. I leave all decisions to you, General. A mature politician must know how to divide the spoils, to secure benefits for those below and offer tribute to those above, never hoarding everything for oneself. History teaches that throughout the ages, those who tried to take it all for themselves met with miserable ends. Xia Chen had no intention of making such a mistake. Moreover, he was still too weak. A direct confrontation with the lantern bearers would bring him no advantage. It was far better to share the credit, let Li Wenzhong take the lead and bear the brunt of the charge, while he himself stayed in the shadows and developed steadily. The subsequent conflict with the lantern bearers was not something at his level to engage in. Qin Mu stood to the side watching Xia Chun discuss the next steps with Li Wenzhong, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and felt a sudden daze. A line came to mind that year. At 35 I stood like a mere extra. Wait, wasn't he Xia Chen's superior? Why was his subordinate and his own superior engaged in such an animated discussion, while he himself couldn't get a word in edgewise? But then Qin Mu thought he didn't have to worry about anything, and could earn merit just by lying back. This was too good. He might as well just focus on providing support. Qin Mu had accepted his fate. As Xia Chun emerged from Li Wenzhong's tent, he saw Xia Hui approaching with his men. How did things go on your end? Sir, I destroyed 3 hideouts and captured all the key figures. But when I reached the 4th, it was completely empty. Xia Chun fell into thought upon hearing Xia Hui's report. He had only captured 2 hideouts, while the surveillance bureau agents on Xia Hui's side had clearly been tipped off a step too late. Take the prisoners inside. Xia Chun said no more. The most crucial actor had been caught. This operation was far from a loss. By noon, the entire Imperial Guard felt something was amiss, as if tension had permeated from top to bottom. The general of the palace guard, who usually spent his time in his tent drinking tea, had come out several times personally visiting the small prison at the very back of the Imperial Guard headquarters. Each time he emerged, his face was wreathed in an irrepressible smile. It must be related to those people Colonel Xia brought in this morning. Many had guessed the connection. Xia Chun remained quietly in his tent, only accompanying Li Wenzhong to the prison to interrogate the actor and the others. It was called a prison, but it was really just a few airless rooms. In the entire imperial court, only the Ministry of Justice and the lantern bearers had their own independent prisons. To extract useful information quickly, Xia Chun even taught a few great memory restoration techniques to help the actor and his accomplices rapidly recall the entire process of the military defense map's theft. Xia Chun did not involve himself further in these steps. He only knew that after teaching the great memory restoration techniques, screams of agony rose and fell without end from that small prison, sending chills down the spines of all who heard them. Those who administered the great memory restoration techniques began to look at Xia Chun with a mixture of awe and fear. This newly arrived colonel was truly a ruthless man. To devise such a brutal torture method, even specially trained spies would surely be unable to withstand it. In the afternoon, the lantern bearers had arrived. Neither Xia Chun nor Li Wenzhong were particularly surprised. That morning, the Imperial Guard had mobilized in force, arresting so many people that the news simply could not be contained. It had already spread throughout the entire capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the lantern bearers not have received the news? Initially, they paid it little heed, but as certain intelligence trickled in, their expressions grew grave, and they realized a major event was unfolding. Kai Ming, a chiliarch of the lantern bearers, am here on the orders of our commander to take custody of the prisoners. Kai Ming led a dozen men, presented his waist token, and spoke with courtesy, yet his attitude was resolute, demanding the prisoners right from the start. Chiliarch Kai, you must be mistaken. This is the Imperial Guard. Why would you come here to demand prisoners? Qin Mu personally led his men and blocked Kai Ming at the gate. He looked at Kai Ming with confusion and asked in a puzzled tone, Commandant Qin, do not play dumb. This morning I heard the Imperial Guard mobilized and arrested a batch of spies. Matters concerning spies have always been the responsibility of us lantern bearers. The Imperial Guard oversees the city's security. Now that the arrests have been made, the prisoners should naturally be handed over to the lantern bearers for detention. Qin Mu laughed upon hearing this. He showed no fear whatsoever. We did indeed arrest a group of people this morning, but there are no spies here. We received reports from the citizens that these individuals were lawbreakers plotting activities that endangered the capital's safety. The duty of the Imperial Guard is to protect the capital. We are currently conducting investigations to prevent any accomplices from escaping. Once our inquiries are complete, we will naturally hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched upon hearing this. Did they truly take the lantern bearers for fools? Commandant Qin, I have no leisure to continue this bickering with you. Whether those arrested this morning were spies or ordinary criminals, just hand them over to us lantern bearers. We will handle the rest, and we will not forget to credit the Imperial Guard brothers for their efforts. Kai Ming's stance was unyielding. Having said that, he immediately attempted to lead his men inside. Qin Mu's face turned cold, and he stepped forward as well. This is the heavily guarded headquarters of the Imperial Guard. Even if you are a lantern bearer, you have no right to barge in. As he spoke, the soldiers behind him surged forward, forming a human wall blocking all outsiders. Kai Ming's face darkened. He took a hard look at the resolute Qin Mu, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. After a dozen breaths, he regained his composure and spoke coldly. Very well. I will report this to the commander. The Imperial Guard has no authority to detain prisoners. The lantern bearers will file an official complaint against you. Having delivered this harsh ultimatum, Kai Ming turned and led his men away. Since they were determined not to release the prisoners, he could not forcibly intrude. Moreover, it was clear that someone behind the scenes had authorized this. Otherwise, how could a mere commandant dare to be so obstinate? Kiliarch, what do we do now? What else can we do? Report back to the commander. I am but a lowly Kiliarch in their territory. How could I possibly turn the world upside down? Kai Ming cursed angrily. Though he kicked his subordinate in agitation, his eyes remained calm. The Imperial Guard would rather offend us lantern bearers than hand over the prisoners. Is it because those men hold great merit, and they fear we might steal the credit, or is there another reason? Kai Ming's mind raced, and he soon arrived at the military defense map. Only this matter could make the Imperial Guard so unyielding. A sense of foreboding gripped Kai Ming. They had received confirmed intelligence that the people arrested by the Imperial Guard that morning were from the Dafeng Supervision Bureau. However, the specific reasons remained unknown. Xia Chun and Li Wenzhong had already locked down all information. Very few knew the full story, and those conducting the interrogations were forbidden from leaving the prison to prevent leaks. Although the lantern bearers were an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guard was a special case. Unless by the Emperor's decree, planting spies among the Imperial Guard would lead to dire consequences. Thus, even now the lantern bearers remained ignorant of the exact events. When Kai Ming reported his conjectures, they immediately received due attention. The lantern bearers operating at full capacity were a fearsome force, especially when they had a clear objective. That evening, based on Xia Chen's morning actions, the lantern bearers captured a group of Supervision Bureau agents who had received advance warning and evacuated their base. Under severe torture, they extracted the specific inside information. Late at night, the military defense map was stolen by the Supervision Bureau. Lu Li, the commander of the lantern bearers, spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the subordinate reporting to him. The subordinate, trembling, replied, "The interrogation results indicate so." Lu Li sat back down in his seat, took a deep breath, and realized the gravity of the situation. They, the lantern bearers, had committed such a basic error, investigating for days, yet targeting the wrong party. If the Emperor learned of this, what would he think? Would he doubt his competence? No wonder they had been investigating for days without any crucial results. They had been heading in the wrong direction. A success was impossible under such circumstances. Summon Xin Fang immediately. How did he handle this? To get it so wrong. Lu Li was furious, but he quickly regained his composure. Bring me my clothes or I need to go out. It was already late at night. He had been asleep at home with his beautiful concubine in his arms when he was rudely awakened. Now all drowsiness was gone. He had to go to the Imperial Guard headquarters, immediately retrieve the key individuals, and also discuss matters with Li Wenzhong. This matter must be reframed from their failure into a joint discovery by the lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard, followed by an in-depth investigation that ultimately led to the capture of the Supervision Bureau agents. Thus they would not only avoid blame, but also earn merit. But just as he finished dressing and reached the front hall, he saw his steward rushing in hastily. "Master, an envoy has arrived from the palace." Lu Li's expression changed upon hearing this. He realized he was already too late. The Imperial Guard had made the first move. Xia Chen rose from bed feeling refreshed, having enjoyed a good night's sleep. Last night he had worked overtime at the Imperial Guard headquarters, preparing all the evidence proving that the Supervision Bureau had stolen the military defense map, and only then did he leave. He knew that the subsequent events were no longer closely tied to him. The political maneuvering among those at higher levels was beyond his current reach. Xia Chun practiced a set of boxing in the courtyard and was about to head to the office for work when a family guard appeared at the entrance of his courtyard. "Third young master, the head of the family requests your presence. He has something to ask you." "Very well." Xia Chun nodded, and instead of heading west, he turned east toward the inner courtyard. He knew it was likely about the military defense map. Both Xia Chun and Li Wenzhong believed that this matter required swift action to be settled before all parties could react. Thus last night Li Wenzhong had gone to the Imperial Palace overnight to finalize the matter. In the early days, the Grand Ancestor served in the Imperial Guard and soon uncovered the great case of the Northwest military defense map. Thus his fame spread throughout the capital of the Great Wu. His reputation soared, and he gradually gained the esteem of the court and the public. History of Xia Annals of Emperor Taizu Volume 1. Mingda Courtyard. This was the courtyard where Xia Qian resided, bathed in the splendor of spring, a tapestry of blooming flowers. With a history of 400 years, every patriarch of the family had dwelled within these walls. Thus the courtyard was steeped in the echoes of time. Second brother. As Xia Chen arrived, he saw a young man, handsome and around 20 years of age, emerging from the courtyard. Little Chun. The young man was named Xia Qian's second son. He served in the Imperial Dragon Guard, having risen to the rank of commandant within a few short years through his own merit. He was considered one of the leading figures among the younger generation in the Imperial Guard. Xia Qian nodded at Xia Chen, his mind involuntarily recalling the words his father Xia Qian had just spoken, causing his gaze towards Xia Chen to shift slightly. For the Imperial Guard to claim credit for a feat that rightly belonged to the lantern bearers was unprecedented, and the key figure in this was his younger brother before him. Go on, and father is waiting for you. Without much further exchange, Xia Qian nodded and turned to leave. Xia Chen was not particularly surprised. Xia Qian had always been somewhat aloof since childhood, though without any real malice. Having frequented this courtyard in his youth, he had once shared a decent bond with his brother. But as they grew older after he moved to a side courtyard, their relationship had grown distant. Chainer. Xia Chen walked straight into the courtyard and saw Xia Qian seated there as if waiting specifically for him. After offering a respectful bow, Xia Chen sat down without ceremony. A maid poured him tea and then retreated to a distance. Xia Chen picked up a pastry from the table and began to eat. It was rather delicious, perfect for a morning meal. In truth, he was quite familiar with this courtyard. Every blade of grass, every tree, every maid he could even recognize. For most of his time before the age of 12 he had lived here. But as he grew older, his pride led him to move out of Mingda courtyard. Except for festivals, he usually stayed in his own small yard. Xia Qian watched Xia Chen eat, his gaze distant and profound before finally speaking slowly. The military defense map incident. You orchestrated it. With no outsiders present, Xia Qian was direct. He had received word near dawn, learning of the major events that had transpired in the palace the previous night. You could say that. But I shared the credit, letting Li Wenzhong take the lead, Xia Chen replied calmly, swallowing a pastry in one gulp and washing it down with tea. You did well. You are still just a captain new to officialdom. Being too brilliant would be unwise. Xia Qian nodded at this, a hint of approval in his eyes as he looked at Xia Chen. Do you know what happened last night? Xia Qian's tone turned serious. After General Li entered the palace, I returned immediately and did not follow up on the aftermath. Xia Chen shook his head. The subsequent matters were beyond his involvement, so there was no need for him to concern himself further. Lu Li has fallen. Xia Qian's calm words carried the weight of a bombshell. Lu Li had commanded the lantern bearers for 26 years, a man personally elevated by Emperor One. He was the veritable king of darkness. He controlled all the shadowy activities of the Great Wu Empire. But now a figure of such stature had fallen. It was a certainty that the Great Wu bureaucracy would face an earthquake. In the ensuing reshuffle, many whom commoners considered great figures would be crushed. Because of the military defense map. In part, the theft of the map was by responsibility Lu Li's dereliction of duty. And this time he targeted the wrong person, committing two grave errors in succession. Last night, he was stripped of his command post within the palace. Xia Qian let out a long sigh. His spirits were not high, as if lost in thought. Xia Chen fell silent. To be honest, he hadn't expected that his actions would bring down Lu Li, the commander of the Lantern Bearers, a figure whose power ranked among the top 5 in the entire Great Wu officialdom. This incident was likely just the spark. He ruled the Lantern Bearers for 26 years, serving as His Majesty's blade, carrying out countless unspeakable deeds. He made too many enemies. His fall, seemingly due to a work error, was in truth a chance for all factions to stab him in the back. Xia Chen looked around, took a sip of tea, and spoke calmly. Xia Qian's expression shifted, his gaze turning sharp. The moment lasted for 2 or 3 breaths before he barked. Silence. Watch your tongue. Though he scolded, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and his look towards Xia Chen had completely changed. He had never imagined that Xia Chen, who had always stayed within the estate without contact with the outside world, could analyze the court situation with such penetrating insight, seeing the essence beyond the surface. Though the Xia family was teeming with prodigies, few possessed such political acumen besides his third brother. Even his own 2 sons were not particularly sensitive to politics. And yet Xia Chen had such vision. Could it be that when heaven closes a door, it truly opens a window? At this thought, Xia Qian's gaze towards Xia Chen softened. The Xia family never lacked geniuses or military talents. What it lacked was someone with strategic vision and political sensitivity. Without such a strategist at the helm, the more brilliant and flourishing the family became, the closer it edged towards its decline. Perhaps pushing Chainer into the military was a mistake. I should have let him pursue scholarly studies, follow the path of a literatus. That way third brother could have had an easier time with someone to share the burden. Second brother. Xia Qian sighed internally. He had originally planned for Xia Chen to study under his third brother Xia Han, but was stopped by a letter from his second brother Xia Yuan. If only he hadn't listened to him back then. Xia Qian felt a pang of regret. Xia Chen, unaware of the thoughts he had stirred in Xia Qian, watched his slightly distracted father and continued tentatively. Our emperor is supremely intelligent, but also supremely selfish. In his decades on the throne, he has constantly pitted the civil officials against the military aristocracy to balance the court. Not only that, but he used Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim some power, placing them in the spotlight. Meanwhile, he hides behind the scenes, sitting high above the 9 heavens looking down upon us. Lu Li's hands have been stained with blood over the years, but which major event wasn't directed by him from behind? He reaps all the benefits while Lu Li bears all the blame. Our emperor's mastery of imperial arts is truly consummate. In the past few days, Xia Chun had roughly understood the court situation, and he felt that the current emperor was much like the Jiajing emperor from his own world. Both were selfish and self-serving, yet supremely talented. Having reigned for over 50 years, their control over power was unparalleled. Any other insights? Contrary to Xia Chen's expectations upon hearing these highly irreverent words, Xia Chen's face remained expressionless as he pressed on. In the courtyard, Xia Chen looked at his eldest uncle, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. If the Marquis Manor had relied solely on loyalty and patriotism to sustain its 600 years of glory, how could it have weathered the countless reshufflings of power and remained resplendent, never once declining? The Zhendong Marquis Manor might not have erred in its patriotism, but whether it was truly loyal to the sovereign was a matter open to debate. Both the old Zhendong Marquis and Xia Chen himself had spent years quietly residing within the manor, rarely venturing out and avoiding contact with the outside world. Was this not simply due to Emperor Wen's suspicions? For the safety of the manor and the opportunities for the younger generation, they had no other choice. During this time, his nominal father Xia Yuan had achieved great merits in the eastern wasteland. He would likely return to the capital before long. The outcome was all too clear: surrender. Military command refrained from court affairs, and perhaps only when another great war erupted would they have a chance to emerge again. This was a form of political wisdom. Yet emotions were inevitable. How could one remain unaffected in such a situation? Lu Li's downfall must delight the civil official faction the most, Xia Chen said in a deep voice. Indeed, Grand Secretary Li took personal action this time. The emperor's decision to abandon Lu Li may also have this deeper reason, Xia Chen nodded. Although the Lantern Bearers organization was meant to balance the military and civil factions, it was actually more focused on suppressing the civil officials. In recent years, the civil official faction had grown rapidly, becoming a force capable of threatening imperial power. It's impressive that you've discerned so much. You were the spark that ignited this affair. Though on the surface Li Wenzhong was the one leading the charge, he has remained neutral over the years and is not skilled in handling cases. It's unlikely he would take such a great risk to seize credit from the Lantern Bearers. According to the news I received, you took people out of the camp on your own yesterday, made the arrests, and only then reported to Li Wenzhong, didn't you? Xia Qian spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery without shifting. Xia Chun was startled, inwardly never expecting that Xia Qian had already learned of this matter. If I can deduce this, so can others. There is no shortage of clever minds in the capital. Xia Qian gazed deeply at Xia Chun. Keep a low profile for now. I will help you navigate through some of these matters. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chun bowed respectfully, conducting himself like a modest gentleman, which earned a satisfied nod from Xia Qian. You may go now. Xia Qian waved his hand, dismissing Xia Chun. Wise men needed no further words. In the following days, an earthquake shook the officialdom of the capital. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards were mobilized. The fall of a major figure excited many. Positions at the top were like radishes in a pit. Only when those above fell could those below have a chance to climb. In a world unseen by ordinary people, the Lantern Bearers mobilized en masse, launching a ferocious crackdown on the Dafeng Inspection Bureau. Many hidden agents of the Inspection Bureau in the capital were captured or even executed on the spot. In the distant northwestern frontier, the army also began large-scale deployments, imposing martial law and preparing for war, guarding against the Qing Kingdom to the west and the Great Feng to the north. Ready for conflict at any moment. Several representative figures of the military merit group were summoned to the Imperial Palace for military consultations. Even the Grand Secretariat had begun debating who should lead the expedition if a full-scale war broke out on the northwestern frontier. Amidst this tense, smoke-filled atmosphere, Anwu Marquis Xia Qian was repeatedly summoned to the palace. Xia Chun heard through grapevine that His Majesty was considering appointing Xia Qian and might even employ the old Zhendong Marquis Xia Chutian, who was in seclusion. 36 years ago, Xia Chutian had nearly annihilated the Great Feng in the Battle of Huaiyang. The court and the public had great confidence in this veteran commander taking the field. They probably won't let your grandfather take the field. His military achievements in the Battle of Huaiyang were too great. If war truly breaks out this time, and he wins again, he would practically be enfeoffed as a prince. But that's impossible. So neither His Majesty nor the Grand Secretariat will allow that scenario to occur. In the garden, Xia Chun and Xia Qian strolled and chatted. Since that day, Xia Qian had been calling Xia Chun over, frequently actively sharing information and soliciting his opinions, which greatly surprised Xia Chun. Xia Qian looked at Xia Chun, who was half a step behind him, a complex expression in his eyes. Who would have thought that these momentous court events were connected to this young Imperial Guard captain? So if the Qing Kingdom truly wants to start another war, the only ones who could lead the expedition are you, uncle, and the Grand Commandant, Xia Qian said with a smile. In the current Great Wu, there were few capable of commanding large-scale army operations. Among them, those with a high probability of defeating the Qing Kingdom were only the old Zhendong Marquis, Xia Xia Qian, who had shown brilliantly in the Southern Frontier War over 2 decades ago, and the current Grand Commandant Ouyang Jing. 2 of these 3 were from the Xia family. It was no wonder that 2 generations of the Xia family acted with extreme discretion, voluntarily surrendering military command after every battle. Any emperor would likely be suspicious. His Majesty has decreed that second brother should quickly conclude the battle in the eastern wasteland. Fighting on 2 fronts puts too much pressure on us. If it drags on the Qing Kingdom to the west, we'll certainly intervene, and then it will be dangerous. Moreover, His Majesty will certainly not allow second brother and me to command troops at the same time. Xia Yuan currently commanded over 100,000 troops in the eastern wasteland. If a war with the Great Feng broke out this time, at least 300,000 troops would need to be mobilized. The Xia family would then control over 400,000 troops, nearly half the military strength of the Great Wu state. No one would dare to gamble on such a situation. Xia Chun fell silent, realizing that his nominal parents would soon return from the eastern wasteland. Xia Qian looked at Xia Chun, whose expression revealed nothing, and sighed inwardly. The tense atmosphere intensified. Spies from the Lantern Bearers detected actual troop movements within the Great Feng territory, prompting the Grand Secretariat to hold several late-night meetings. Apart from this, another major event in the capital was the appointment of the new director of the Lantern Bearers. His name was Ma Song. This appointment took everyone in the capital by surprise. Previously, Ma Song had been inconspicuous within the Lantern Bearers, commanding one of the least powerful among the 8 departments. Yet not only did he avoid falling with Lu Li, but he also leaped upward, plucking the final fruit and becoming the big winner, causing many to ponder deeply. Xia Qian merely gathered some information and paid it no further attention. For now, matters concerning the Lantern Bearers had little to do with him. He was awaiting his promotion. As the dust settled on the military defense map incident, it was time to reap the rewards of victory. He calculated that it might be within a day or 2 that his position would be elevated. At this thought, a smile spread across Xia Qian's face. Additionally, Xia Qian noted another matter: the Qingya Shaozhu had caught fire on the second night after his departure, burning completely to the ground. No remains were found. This grieved many guests who had frequented Qingya Shaozhu. Their goddess Lady Qingya was gone forever, never to be seen again. What a pity for that graceful young lady, perishing so young. Xia Qian followed behind Xia Chun, holding a fried dough stick in one hand and soy milk in the other, sighing as he spoke. As one of the 3 who had accompanied Xia Chun to the Qingya Pavilion, that day Xia Qian had seen Qing Yan. Hearing now of Qing Ya's death, he couldn't help but lament the loss. Without turning his head, Xia Chun bit into the bun in his hand, the rich, savory oil bursting upon his taste buds. These dog-ignore buns were indeed delicious, but honestly he preferred rice noodles for breakfast. Soup made from simmered broth, scalded rice noodles, and a few toppings. That was an unparalleled delicacy. Unfortunately, they were rarely sold in the capital. He had searched several places these past days, but the flavors all fell somewhat short. Xia Qian shook his head at the thought, then swallowed the bun before speaking. Everyone has their own fate. Some die yet may still live, while others live yet may already be dead. Xia Qian scratched his head, clearly not grasping the profound philosophy behind Xia Qian's words. A smile tugged at the corner of Xia Qian's mouth, but he offered no explanation. He naturally didn't believe Qing Ya was dead. Though she had suffered a great loss at his hands, she was undoubtedly clever. With such a major incident in the capital, even Lu Li, the powerful minister and commander of the Lantern Bearers, had fallen from grace, all because of Xia Chun. This would inevitably draw many eyes towards Xia Chun. And how exactly had he discovered the hidden locations of the Surveillance Bureau's spies in the capital? That day, although Xia Chen's group had been very discreet, there were too many influential people in the capital. The Qingya Pavilion was likely to be exposed. Qing Ya naturally wouldn't take that risk. Thus, a great fire had completely erased that identity of hers. Bold indeed, still lurking in the capital. Xia Chen silently stared at the system panel where a small red dot was marked. This red dot represented Qing Ya. That day, Xia Chen had deceived Qing Ya. His blood had no tracking ability. He was a pure martial artist, not a sorcerer, and knew no such techniques. But the greatest truths are simple. Xia Chun had the system. The system had a map function. Over these days, he had traversed the vast capital, and except for the Imperial Palace, 95 of the capital's map was now complete. That morning, Xia Chun had marked Qingye using the system. As long as she was within his system's map range, she had nowhere to hide. And now the map showed Qingye in the western district of the capital. For now, Xia Chun had no intention of seeking her out. As long as she remained in the capital, he could find her anytime. She couldn't escape his grasp. Thus, Xia Chun planned to pay Qingye a surprise visit late one night. The Feather Forest Guard headquarters. As soon as Xia Chun entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached mysteriously. Why has the commandant graced us with his presence in person? Xia Chun smiled, but didn't rise. No need for titles. If you don't mind, just call me Old Qin. Old Qin's face crinkled with smiles, a far cry from the stern seriousness Xia Chun had first seen in him. Qin Mu sat down beside Xia Chun unprompted and poured himself a cup of tea. Clearly, after this affair, their relationship had grown much closer. After this is over, you might be promoted directly to commandant, and well be of equal rank. Qin Mu took a sip of tea, exhaled a turbid breath, and sighed with emotion. A 17-year-old commandant. He himself was already 35, and yet they were now peers. One could imagine Xia Chun's future prospects were truly boundless. Has the military defense map case been resolved? Xia Chun immediately understood. The matter was about to be settled, and soon it would be time to divide the spoils of victory. Otherwise, Qin Mu wouldn't be this excited. Though the Northwestern military affairs have been the top priority these days, the court officials haven't forgotten the military defense map case. Our Feather Forest Guard cracking this case is a great merit. Rewards should be announced in a few days. Qin Mu took another sip of tea, suppressing his excitement to calm himself. Congratulations, sir. Xia Chun smiled, toasting Qin Mu with tea instead of wine. Haha, you deserve the most credit here. The general of the guard has already reported it. After this, you'll at least be a commandant. Qin Mu sighed. Had Xia Chun not been so young with his contributions in solving the military defense map case and dismantling the Great Feng Surveillance Bureau's network in the capital, his promotion would not have stopped at commandant. In truth, a 17-year-old fifth-rank commandant was a rarity in the 800-year history of Great Wu. Xia Chun smiled and didn't continue the conversation. This time, the general of the guard is likely to be transferred to the Dragon Martial Guard as its Grand General. I might follow him there, which will free up a spot for you. Qin Mu continued in high spirits. Although the Feather Forest Guard and the Dragon Martial Guard were separate forces, their actual power was vastly different. The Feather Forest Guard had only 300 men and was solely responsible for capital security. But the Dragon Martial Guard had 600 men, each elite among elites tasked with guarding the inner city of the Imperial Palace. When the Emperor traveled, the Dragon Martial Guard personally handled security. Although the Grand General of the Dragon Martial Guard held only a third-rank official position, his power was immense. He had only one direct superior, Emperor 1. It could be said that if Li Wenzhong truly became the Grand General of the Dragon Martial Guard, he would have fully entered the Emperor's inner circle and the center of Great Wu's power. Is the information reliable? Though the decree hasn't been issued, the General of the Guard has entered the palace twice in the past 2 days. It seems there's no surprise. Hearing this, Xia Chun's mind raced. Changes in positions inevitably led to a reshuffling of power. Being able to become Grand General of the Dragon Martial Guard meant Li Wenzhong was definitely Emperor Wen's confidant. His earlier judgment had been correct. Li Wenzhong had Emperor Wen's backing. The previous Grand General of the Dragon Martial Guard was a bit too close to the Crown Prince, so. Suddenly Qin Mu looked around, then leaned close to Xia Chun's ear and whispered. He didn't finish his sentence, but Xia Chun naturally understood what he meant. The Grand General of the Dragon Martial Guard was essentially Emperor Wen's bodyguard. For this bodyguard to be too close to the Empire's heir was an absolutely intolerable signal for any emperor. The relationship between Emperor and Crown Prince had always been complex throughout history, both a succession and a rivalry. The Crown Prince was the only person who could legitimately threaten the Emperor's power. Xia Chun quickly recorded this information in his mind, parsing out useful insights. The Emperor was uneasy about the Crown Prince, so he had elevated the Third Prince to create a balance, pitting the Third Prince against the Crown Prince. This approach wasn't wrong, but it also planted the seeds for the Third Prince's coup 5 years later. A brilliant light flashed in Xia Chun's eyes. The political stage was dazzling, and he wanted to step onto it and dance. In the afternoon, Xia Chun remained in the military camp, unlike his usual routine of leading patrols through the streets. Messages from various sources all indicated that the decree of promotion was imminent. He held a book on military strategy engrossed in serious study. This treatise was authored by a renowned military strategist of this world. Virtually every student of military strategy had perused this book. This was not Xia Chen's first reading, and even he had to acknowledge that certain ideas within it held considerable merit. "My lord." Just then a call came from outside the tent. "Enter." Xia Chen replied without lifting his head, his gaze still fixed on the book. Li Shi entered, his eyes falling upon Xia Chen seated at the desk. He couldn't help but feel a momentary daze. What a graceful and refined young master with unparalleled elegance. At this moment, Xia Chen, holding a scroll of military text, had shed his armor and wore simple casual attire. His jet-black hair was loosely pinned up with a hairpin, exuding a natural ease and an aura akin to a celestial being descended from heaven. "What is it?" Xia Chen asked calmly, his expression unruffled. "The commandant requests your presence, my lord. It should be good news." Li Shi lowered his head, daring not to look further, sensing that the major before him possessed an ethereal quality, as if he might ascend to the heavens at any moment, no longer belonging to the mortal realm. "I understand. You may leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, still showing little emotional fluctuation. At this critical juncture, his mind was instead calm, free from distracting thoughts. After Li Shi withdrew from the tent, Xia Chen rose, tidied his appearance and attire, and then unhurriedly made his way toward Li Wenzhong's tent. Entering Li Wenzhong's tent, Xia Chen saw him seated at his desk. Coincidentally, he too held a military book, the same one Xia Chen had been reading, titled The Nine-Yang Art of War. The art of war says a general must purify his heart to formulate strategies and marshal his spirit to organize the army. Before Xia Chen could speak, Li Wenzhong questioned him first. As a commander, one must achieve inner clarity and tranquility to devise plans and cultivate a disciplined spirit to command the troops. Xia Chen answered instantly without a moment's thought. This was the opening line of the Nine-Yang Art of War. A general, whether facing great joy or profound sorrow, must maintain absolute rationality and avoid excessive emotional turmoil. You possess such composure worthy of the Xia clan, which has produced renowned generals throughout the ages. Li Wenzhong set down the Nine-Yang Art of War, a smile spreading across his face as he praised. In recent days, no matter how tumultuous the capital became, Xia Chen never once came to him to inquire about the developments or ask about his own rewards. Such a disposition was unlike a 17-year-old youth, but rather reminiscent of a seasoned veteran of the political arena. "I trust you, my lord. Since I have entrusted the matter to you, I will simply await the outcome in peace." Xia Chen offered a smile, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding calm confidence. "I've told you, call me uncle in private." Li Wenzhong gestured for Xia Chen to sit. "Curious about your reward. This morning Commandant Qin mentioned it would likely be a promotion, replacing his position as commandant, while he would accompany you to the Dragon Guard." Xia Chen stated calmly. Initially, the higher-ups had decided on this reward, but the situation has now changed. Xia Chen frowned. An unexpected development. As he pondered, Li Wenzhong continued, "Qin Mu and I are confirmed to be transferred to the Dragon Guard. The main change concerns you." "Me?" Xia Chen looked at Li Wenzhong, slightly surprised. He had thought the issue was with Li Wenzhong's appointment as Grand General of the Dragon Guard, but it turned out to be about himself. "Originally, you were indeed to be promoted to Commandant, but..." His Majesty intervened. Li Wenzhong gave Xia Chen a meaningful look. "His Majesty?" A glimmer of light flickered in Xia Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated that His Majesty would personally involve himself in the matter of his promotion to Commandant. "Don't worry too much. His Majesty didn't say you couldn't be Commandant, only that your promotion need not be rushed, and that the young should be tempered more." Li Wenzhong took a sip of tea, smiling. He was finally seeing some emotional fluctuation on the young man's face, no longer that unshakable calm that made him seem more mature and steady than himself. This is a good thing. Countless officials fill the court, yet only a handful ever enter His Majesty's sight. Li Wenzhong patted Xia Chen's shoulder. "Prepare yourself. You're coming with me to the palace shortly." "The palace?" "His Majesty wishes to see you in person," Li Wenzhong said with a grave expression. In recent years, His Majesty had seldom held court. Many officials could only catch a glimpse of the dragon's countenance at the annual New Year's Assembly. Most affairs were decided after His Majesty summoned the Grand Secretaries for deliberation and then implemented directly by the cabinet. Now His Majesty was personally summoning Xia Chen. Was this a signal to the outside world, or was there another purpose? Li Wenzhong could not fathom the imperial intent. "I understand." Xia Chen took a deep breath, calming himself once more. He would simply enter the palace. He had rendered great service and was also the consort of a princess. Surely Emperor Wen wouldn't devour him whole. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage which slowly headed toward the center of the inner city. His Majesty has reigned for over 50 years. For most of that time, he abstained from women. The first 2 decades were devoted to Buddhist practice, the following decade to Taoist cultivation. It was only upon the remonstrance of his ministers who argued the dynasty could not be without heirs that the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince were born. After having children, His Majesty was no longer as cold and heartless as before. However, in the last 10 years, His Majesty has become increasingly inscrutable. No one can fathom his thoughts. Therefore, when you face him, do not harbor too many of your own ideas. Do you understand? In the carriage, Li Wenzhong offered low-voiced counsel explaining all the necessary precautions for entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a more precise image of Emperor Wen. Success and failure were both due to the same cause. Over these 50-plus years under Emperor Wen's rule, the Great Wu Kingdom had grown increasingly powerful, achieving numerous victories in foreign wars. For instance, the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago nearly annihilated the Great Feng Kingdom. The war against the southern frontier over 20 years ago also ended in victory, pushing the borders of Great Wu several hundred li southward. Now the war in the eastern wastelands against the demon race was also drawing to a close. Great Wu now held such overwhelming power that it instilled fear in the other 2 kingdoms, the eastern demons and the southern barbarians. Yet the constant military campaigns had placed a heavy burden on the people of Wu, and internal conflicts had long since become acute. Though Wu is currently the foremost power in the world, it seems to be on the verge of collapse. If not for the subsequent rise of a female emperor, Wu would likely have disintegrated in the coup 5 years from now, declining from its peak. In the carriage, Xia Chen continuously analyzed the present and future situations. Soon the carriage halted before a towering, majestic city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes simultaneously. The imperial palace had arrived. Outside the city wall, armored soldiers stood guard, and 2 approached Li Wenzhong's carriage upon seeing it. "Get off. Carriages are not allowed inside." Li Wenzhong dismounted first, with Xia Chen following behind him. "Lordly." The soldiers, upon recognizing Li Wenzhong, promptly saluted. They were men of the Dragon Guard. News had already spread among their ranks over the past 2 days. Their Grand General might soon fall from power, and his successor was none other than the man before them. Conduct a search. I must enter the palace." Li Wenzhong nodded, then spread his arms. Even the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet must undergo inspection before entering the palace. This was an immutable rule, unchanged for any individual. "My lord, His Majesty's decree has arrived. You may proceed directly." The soldier gave Li Wenzhong a cursory inspection before hastening to say. Li Wenzhong nodded, while Xia Chen followed in silence, observing intently. If his memory served him correctly regarding the 3 characters White Tiger Gate on the wall, then 5 years hence the palace coup would originate right here. The third prince would lead a great army through White Tiger Gate, storming the imperial palace, turning it into a river of blood. This wall is towering and formidable, fortified by sorcerers' spells, and lined with soldiers wielding armor-piercing crossbows. Unless tens of thousands of men are sacrificed to storm it, forcible capture is impossible. Xia Chen committed the entire terrain of White Tiger Gate to memory. Outside the capital, there were 3 main camps totaling 50,000 troops who guarded the city alongside the Imperial Guard. These 3 camps could only be mobilized by the Emperor's decree. And these 50,000 soldiers were forbidden from entering the capital under any circumstances. Thus, breaching White Tiger Gate could only be achieved from within by having someone open it from the inside. The third prince must have bribed the commander stationed at White Tiger Gate, or that man is already his man. Xia Chen mused. That some within the Dragon Guard had sided with the third prince was a crucial piece of information. As Xia Chen pondered, Li Wenzhong followed a leading eunuch through a succession of palace halls. Xia Chen cast aside his thoughts and began to survey the imperial palace. Glazed tiles shimmered in the sunlight like stars scattered upon the palace roofs. Carved beams and painted rafters depicted millennia of splendor and legend. Palace lanterns swayed, casting shifting shadows through the corridors, dreamlike and ethereal. Mythical beasts crouched on ridgepoles and eaves as if guarding this sacred realm, embodying imperial majesty and opulence. 800 years of history imbued every brick and tile with the weight of time, forbidding the slightest irreverence. "General Li, you may proceed with the prince consort." The elderly eunuch leading them wore a broad smile devoid of the arrogance he showed to others, as if he were merely a humble servant. Li Wenzhong nodded without excessive courtesy. He was merely a common eunuch. Soon Li would assume the post of Grand General of the Dragon Guard. Unless it was one of the eunuchs overseeing the 12 directorates, he need not pay much heed. "Thank you for your trouble, eunuch Ma." Xia Chen produced a silver ingot from his sleeve and pressed it into Ma's hand. Ma's eyes lit up, but he quickly regained composure and waved his hand in refusal. "It is this slave's duty. How dare I accept silver from the prince consort?" Any eunuch tasked with running errands for the emperor was a shrewd operator. Eunuch Ma knew well the background of this young noble. Had it been an ordinary prince consort, he might not have been so deferential. But this one hailed from the Xia mansion, and more importantly, His Majesty had summoned him personally. In all these years, aside from a few cabinet ministers and senior court officials, he had never known the emperor to summon anyone alone. Thus how could he dare accept Xia Chen's silver? Though you serve His Majesty, you have waited long. It's but a trifle, enough for a jug of wine. Xia Chen smiled, said no more, and with a deft flick of his hand, tucked the silver into Eunuch Ma's belt. Then with a wave he strode toward the palace hall. Eunuch Ma felt the heavy weight of the silver in his belt, and stared at Xia Chen's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though he ran errands for His Majesty, he held little real power. None of the high officials he encountered had ever treated him with such respect, nor had anyone cared how long he had waited or personally given him silver. Eunuch Ma felt the lingering warmth of Xia Chen's touch on the silver, took a deep breath, and slipped it into his pocket, his gaze returning to a placid calm. Your servant kowtows to Your Majesty. Entering the palace, they traversed a long corridor and stepped into a grand hall. Before Xia Chen could take in his surroundings, Li Wenzhong pulled him to his knees. Rise. A voice ethereal and impossible to locate echoed through the hall. Only then did Xia Chen get a clear view of the chamber. At the very center of the hall, an elderly man in a Taoist robe with a string of Buddhist prayer beads around his neck sat cross-legged on the floor. His hair was streaked with gray, and his back was turned to the two, concealing his features. This was the sovereign of the entire Great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. This is the token of the Dragon Guard. Take it and assume your post tomorrow. Emperor Wen remained with his back to them, as if cultivating the Tao or meditating on Zen. A mysterious aura swirled around him, and for a fleeting moment Xia Chen seemed to see a golden dragon dozens of meters long flicker across the emperor's form. The golden dragon appeared insubstantial, as if its time to emerge had not yet come. A Qilin of fortune. Was it because the moment wasn't right, or because the Great Wu's national strength was insufficient, or perhaps due to Emperor Wen himself? As Xia Chen pondered, Li Wenzhong dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with emotion. Your servant thanks Your Majesty, and shall not fail your trust. You may withdraw. Emperor Wen waved his hand like an immortal from the ninth heaven. Li Wenzhong rose, and as he passed, Xia Chen gave him an encouraging look as if to say, don't be nervous. After Li Wenzhong departed, only Xia Chen and Emperor Wen remained in the chamber. Incense smoke curled upward, and the silence was so profound that one could hear their own breath. Xia Chen waited patiently, making no move to speak first. Sit. After an indeterminate time, Emperor Wen's voice sounded again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Chen instantly knelt to express his gratitude for the imperial favor, then found a seat nearby. Your temperament is unlike that of the Marquis of Zhendong. Emperor Wen still had his back to Xia Chen, showing no inclination to turn around, yet he seemed to see everything behind him. I was separated from my father in childhood, so I have few memories of him. Over the years there has been little correspondence with my father, so I am not truly acquainted with his nature. Your Majesty's presence is as weighty as a mountain, and as awe-inspiring as the gods of the ninth heaven, majestic and inviolable. Yet for some reason I feel a sense of kinship with Your Majesty which has eased my tension and emboldened me. Xia Chen replied with deference, yet his words were quite daring. Hearing this, Emperor Wen fell silent, a flicker of light passing through his eyes as his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Within the resplendent, yet chillingly majestic palace, Emperor Wen's voice echoed like a bronze bell devoid of emotion. I have heard that the Marquis of Zhendong has neglected you all these years, and even fathered a younger brother for you in the eastern wastelands. Do you harbor any resentment? Xia Chen's frame trembled slightly, and in that instant a storm of emotions seemed to sweep across his face. First, anger flickered like a tiny burning flame in his eyes, then it was shrouded by a sorrowful cloud. Yet he forcefully restrained himself, and the faint trembling of his lips finally transformed into a choked voice. Your Majesty, indeed, I do harbor resentment. The Emperor's voice suddenly turned stern like a chill wind sweeping over a frozen lake. Do you not know that our Great Wu dynasty has ruled for 800 years on the principle of filial piety? He is your father. As a son, how can you dare to hold resentment? Xia Chen fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the floor heavily. His voice was firm and sincere. Our Great Wu dynasty governs through filial piety, where the sovereign should act as sovereign, the minister as minister, the father as father, and the son as son. But the sovereign and minister come before father and son. Your Majesty is the sovereign and father to all. Therefore, when Your Majesty inquires, how dare I deceive you? At that moment, a golden light blazed in the Emperor's eyes like the sun breaking through the clouds. Xia Chen felt an overwhelming pressure surge toward him like an ancient beast awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. He thought to himself in alarm, is the Emperor also a sorcerer? His cultivation is so profound. This formidable aura seemed to transcend the mortal realm, surely belonging to a supreme expert of the third rank, or even the second rank. Xiachen couldn't help but ponder, with such a powerful emperor, how did the third prince manage to assassinate him 5 years later? Even if surrounded by an army, the emperor should have been able to escape unscathed unless someone of equal or greater strength intervened during the coup. Though his mind raced with thoughts, Xiachen's face remained a mask of sincerity. At this moment his acting was nothing short of masterful. Well said, sovereign and minister, father and son. If my great Wu dynasty had more people like you who understand this order, I would have far fewer troubles. The emperor turned his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the young man kneeling at his feet. Lift your head, let me see you. Xiachen looked up, noticing that the emperor often referred to himself as I rather than the regal we. You have a fine countenance worthy of my daughter Yaoguang. The emperor nodded in approval. His eyes were deep and profound, his hair white, yet his face youthful, his spirit radiant as the morning sun. At such a young age you can articulate the principles of sovereign and minister, father and son. It seems you have studied diligently in the Marquis residence. Your learning already surpasses that of many court scholars. Though the emperor often appeared to his ministers as a monk or a Taoist, no one could deny that he was an exceptionally shrewd ruler. Even upon hearing these words for the first time, the emperor keenly perceived their profound significance in stabilizing the political order. These words were like a cornerstone consolidating monarchical power, emphasizing order and hierarchy, compelling everyone to submit unconditionally to the sovereign. The emperor was naturally delighted by them. Did someone teach you these words? The emperor asked. Your Majesty, these are my own thoughts. Xiachen replied without hesitation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. They say the Marquis of Zhendong's mansion flourishes in martial arts, but I never expected this generation to produce a scholar of such caliber rivaling the great Confucians. A rare smile appeared on the emperor's face. The maids and eunuchs lurking in the corners of the hall were stunned by the sight. Having served the emperor for years, they had never witnessed such an emotional display, not even when he received the grand secretaries of the cabinet. Do you know why I summoned you today? The emperor shifted the topic. Your Majesty, I do not know. Xiachen replied, respectfully aware that he had already earned some of the emperor's trust. And the phrase sovereign and minister, father and son was his masterstroke. For a feudal monarch, it was an invincible weapon, a supreme tool for maintaining rule. I heard you solved the military defense map case and captured many spies from the inspectorate in the capital. For this merit, you could be promoted to commandant. But I do not intend to give you that post now. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Thunder and rain, favor and disgrace are all the sovereign's grace. I believe your Majesty must have deeper reasons for not granting me the commandant position, so I leave it entirely to your Majesty's decision. Xiachen spoke earnestly. Well said. Thunder and rain, favor and disgrace are all the sovereign's grace. If all my courtiers had such awareness, why would there be so many disputes in the court? Xiachen's words seemed to strike a chord deep within the emperor, who now looked at him with completely changed eyes. What had started as a casually placed chess piece had brought so many surprises. If you had studied from a young age and pursued the path of a scholar entering the Hanlin Academy, you would have the makings of a grand secretary. The emperor's calm voice echoed through the hall, startling the maids and eunuchs hidden behind the pillars. If anyone else had spoken of someone having the potential to be a grand secretary, it might have been dismissed as flattery. But coming from the emperor, though seemingly casual, who could say whether he truly harbored such thoughts? My lifelong ambition is to defend the country. If your Majesty requires it, I am willing to be the sharpest blade in your hand, even if it means shedding blood on the battlefield or dying wrapped in horsehide. Xiachen spoke with resounding conviction, his acting so intense that he almost believed it himself. Dying wrapped in horsehide. The emperor murmured, as if savoring the tragic and desolate tone of the words. It's a pity you chose martial arts. Finally, he said slowly, you are right. I do have a greater purpose for you. With such talent, staying in the Imperial Guard is a waste. I want you to join the Lantern Bearers. The previous conversation had convinced the emperor that this son-in-law was utterly loyal to him, and at odds with the Marquis of Zhendong's mansion, especially his father the Marquis of Annong, which suited the emperor's plans perfectly. The Lantern Bearers. Xiachen feigned confusion. Do you not wish to go? The emperor asked. Your Majesty, wherever you send me, I will go with all my heart. Xiachen's face lit up with excitement, the very image of a fervent young man eager to prove himself and achieve great deeds for his sovereign. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. The Lantern Bearers' 9th department lacks a director. You will serve as acting director. Your Majesty, I fear I lack the seniority for this position. Xiachen hesitated. The director of the 9th department was a 4th-rank official, while he was merely a 7th-rank captain. Jumping from the 7th to the 4th rank was highly irregular. If I appoint you, no one dares to object. It is only an acting role, and I am sending you to the Lantern Bearers for a specific mission." The Emperor's words were domineering, but his tone grew grave at the end. "Your Majesty, what is the mission? Even if I must walk through fire or tread on blades, I will complete it, or die trying." Xia Chen's voice was impassioned, his face flushed. At this moment his acting was worthy of an Oscar. "Your Majesty, what is the mission? Even if I must walk through fire or tread on blades, I will complete it, or die trying." Xia Chen's voice was impassioned, his face flushed. At this moment his acting was worthy of an Oscar. "Your Majesty, what is the mission? Even if I must walk through fire or tread on blades, I will complete it, or die trying." Xia Chen's voice was impassioned, his face flushed. At this moment his acting was worthy of an Oscar. "Your Majesty, what is the mission? Even if I must walk through fire or tread on blades, I will complete it, or die trying." Xia Chen's voice was impassioned, his face flushed. At this moment his acting was worthy of an Oscar. Within the palace, candle flames flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls like soundless specters. The faint rustling sound of the burning candles resembled the swish of a dancer's skirt, each tremor of the flame stirring the still air. Emperor Wen sat high above, gazing down at the prostrate youth Xia Chen. He nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "I do not require you to brave fire and water. Seeing that you could see through the procuratorate schemes proves you possess some wit. Now I appoint you to the Lantern Bearers to assist Ma Song in uprooting Lu Li's faction." The Emperor's gaze was piercing, fixed upon Xia Chen as if to penetrate his skin and delve into the depths of his soul to ascertain his unwavering loyalty. After a long silence, Xia Chen slowly raised his head. "Your Majesty, is that all?" His voice was calm, yet tinged with inquiry. "What else do you think there should be?" The Emperor's voice was ethereal, as if from a distant land, his rhetorical question laced with amusement. "Your Majesty summoned your subject to the palace for a reason. Surely there is another important matter to entrust." Xia Chen responded boldly, meeting the Emperor's gaze with frankness. "You are indeed astute. I do have another task for you. Rise." The Emperor's tone softened slightly. At this moment he seemed but an ordinary elder, yet the majesty radiating from him forbade any presumption. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Chen rose and seated himself calmly before the throne. "Your first priority upon joining the Lantern Bearers is to uncover the spy from the Imperial City Inspection Bureau hidden within." The Emperor's words were calm, yet they struck Xia Chen's heart like a boulder into a lake stirring 1,000 ripples. "The Lantern Bearers have been infiltrated." Xia Chen blurted out involuntarily. Infiltration is too strong a word, but there is undoubtedly a mole, and likely at a high rank. Otherwise, how could Lu Li have made such a blunder as mistaking the target for stealing the military defense maps? The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling the intricate situation. "Your subject vows to uncover the truth within 3 months. Xia Chen clasped his hands, his oath resolute. "Oh, 3 months. You are so confident." The Emperor's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade grazing over Xia Chen. "Before the sovereign there are no idle words." Xia Chen did not flinch, responding firmly. "Well said. I shall await your good news in 3 months." The Emperor waved his right hand, and a platinum token drifted slowly before Xia Chen. "Report for duty tomorrow. Given the urgency of the case, I permit you to select a few men from the Imperial Guard to accompany you to the Lantern Bearers." With that, the Emperor waved his hand, signaling Xia Chen to withdraw. "Your subject takes his leave." Xia Chen performed a grand bow, his movements as precise as a textbook example, every gesture exuding reverence. The Emperor could not help but cast another glance. In the carriage, Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong sat facing each other. "Uncle, do you not wish to know what His Majesty discussed with me?" Xia Chen broke the silence first. "Since His Majesty asked me to withdraw, it must be a private matter for you alone. Why should I ask?" Li Wenzhong did not lift his eyelids, as if immersed in his own world, resting with closed eyes. "His Majesty has entrusted me with a grave task, appointing me as one of the 9 directors of the Lantern Bearers." Xia Chen's words struck like a thunderclap, exploding in Li Wenzhong's ears. "What?" Li Wenzhong's eyes flew open, his gaze like lightning, its brilliance fading only slowly. After Lu Li's downfall, 2 of the 9 directors followed suit. But Lu Li controlled the Lantern Bearers for over 2 decades, and many benefited from his favor. Countless hearts were inclined toward him. His Majesty sending you there must be to assist the new commander Ma Song in restoring order. A bloody storm within the Lantern Bearers seems inevitable. Li Wenzhong's gaze was profound, his tone filled with emotion. He had witnessed Lu Li's glory for over 20 years. Who could have foreseen such a sudden collapse, like a great edifice crumbling in an instant? How could it not evoke lament? The Lantern Bearers wielded excessive power, existing outside the court's norms, originally a sharp blade in His Majesty's hand. But in recent years, Lu Li's edge grew too sharp, He heavily cultivated cronies within the organization, causing many to know only Lord Liu and forget the emperor. His downfall was not solely due to the military defense map incident, it was self-inflicted. Xia Chen's gaze was calm, his tone indifferent. Liu Li's defeat, though set in motion by him, was rooted in the emperor's will. The military defense map was merely the spark. Li Wenzhong gave Xia Chen a deep look, silently marveling that this young man was far more clear-sighted and wise than he had anticipated. To be a subject is to walk alongside a tiger. Though the emperor's favor is a heaven-sent opportunity, it is also fraught with peril. One misstep can lead to an abyss from which there is no return. Liu Li in the past, myself now, Ma Song of the Lantern Bearers, and even you. We are all caught in this vortex of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze was distant, his head resting lightly against the carriage wall, as if trying to see through the illusions of this world and discern the course of fate. Xia Chen also stared at Li Wenzhong, never expecting that this cautious general, a paragon of traditional martial virtue, would speak such heartfelt words before him. Uncle, you are about to become the Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of His Majesty. Yet you speak such words now. Are you not afraid I might report you to the emperor? A faint smile curled at the corner of Xia Chen's mouth as he looked at the reclining Li Wenzhong. Though I have not known you long, nor can I claim deep understanding, I am always accurate in reading people. There is no reverence in your eyes, whether when looking at me or speaking of His Majesty. I am not as loyal as I appear on the surface, and neither are you. We are kindred spirits. Li Wenzhong's gaze remained steady. After speaking, he looked again at Xia Chen. I think highly of you. If you avoid major mistakes and perform well, you might break the centuries-old rule that forbids imperial relatives from wielding power. By then I might even have to rely on you. Consider this an early investment. A smile spread across Li Wenzhong's face. He raised his teacup, toasting Xia Chen from a distance, then drained it in one gulp. Xia Chen was silent for a long time before finally raising his own cup in return. The ancients said great wisdom appears foolish. That describes you, uncle. They say all the court officials are the most brilliant minds in the world. I believe if you had taken the path of scholarship and officialdom, your achievements would be no less than theirs. To devote yourself to the military seems a pity. Xia Chen praised with a smile. Great wisdom appearing foolish. I dare not claim that. It is merely some ways of navigating the world. The capital is a treacherous den, a mix of dragons and snakes. The son of heaven above the clouds, the soaring nobles, the bullies who abuse power, the seemingly rash and dull warriors, the cunning politicians, the shadowy schemers, and the leaders who guide the masses. Which of them is not exceptionally clever? Facing such people, how can one not tread carefully as if on thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a soft sigh, his gaze falling once more on Xia Chen. You, however, are the most brilliant among the younger generation I have seen in these years. Uncle, let us cease our mutual praise. Xia Chen quickly stopped him, unwilling to continue the topic. The carriage rolled on slowly, each leaning into their own corner, lost in thought. Suddenly in the stillness, Li Wenzhong's voice sounded again. If one day I fall from power, can you protect my family? Why would you say that, uncle? Xia Chen's gaze grew heavy as he looked at the composed Li Wenzhong, a profound sorrow welling in his heart. When the Grand Ancestor first met Emperor, when the Emperor praised him for possessing talents to order heaven and earth. Yet deep in the Emperor's heart, he truly feared him, intending to use the Grand Ancestor's strength to cut down the Marquis of Zhendong's household. Though the Emperor valued the Grand Ancestor, he regarded him merely as a sharp blade in his hand. The Grand Ancestor, ever possessed of great wisdom, saw this clearly, outwardly showing deference, while inwardly biding his time, navigating daily peril, and ultimately achieving unparalleled merit. From History of Xia, Annals of the Grand Ancestor, Emperor Volume 1. The spring breeze rustled the carriage curtains, yet silence reigned within the vehicle. Uncle, why such pessimism? Xia Chen remarked, gazing at Li Wenzhong with a sigh. Do you know how many Dragon Guard generals have come and gone in the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice was eerily calm, but his eyes were deep and unfathomable. 8 in total. Especially in the last 20 years, 5 have been replaced. Hearing this number, Xia Chen fell silent. Less than 2 decades, 5 changes. It seemed the post of Dragon Guard General was indeed a perilous one. In recent years, His Majesty has grown increasingly inscrutable. His joy and anger concealed his suspicions ever sharper. The most fortunate of those generals was Zhao Chong over 30 years ago, who retired peacefully to his hometown. The rest were all stripped of their properties and families. Li Wenzhong's words were calm, yet they carried a chilling edge. The position was bathed in glory but fraught with boundless risk. I understand, uncle. Xia Chen nodded solemnly and said no more. The carriage rolled on slowly, the wind chimed the bells with a pleasant ring. The capital's wind was growing fierce. Xia Chen realized that Li Wenzhong wasn't merely staking his fortune on him alone. he valued more the Marquis of Zhendong's household behind him. Calculating by the turnover of 5 generals in 20 years, each served an average of 4 years. Li Wenzhong's faith in Xia Chun was not misplaced. But 4 years were too short. He clearly doubted Xia Chun could sway the court or the emperor by then. His bet was on the Xia family. Li Wenzhong appeared to speak with him, but in truth he was addressing the Xia family behind him. By deliberately revealing so much, even exposing his own vulnerabilities, Li Wenzhong was offering a pledge of allegiance. As Xia Chun pondered, the carriage jolted to a sudden halt. "Master, a carriage blocks our path ahead. Judging by its insignia, it belongs to the third prince," the old Li family servant whispered from the front. Li Wenzhong frowned. The previous Dragon Guard general had fallen precisely because he grew too close to the crown prince. Now the third prince was approaching, an ominous signal. "Make way for them. Let them pass first," Li Wenzhong ordered in a low voice. Yet yielding was impossible. Zhengde Street was a main thoroughfare wide enough for 6 carriages abreast. The other party was clearly targeting him. As expected, the opulent carriage halted beside Li Wenzhong's. "I hear you are due for a promotion, General. I am delighted by the news. Since we meet by chance, and ahead lies Deshun Tower where officials celebrate such advancements, why not join me there for a drink and a toast?" The luxurious carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing a handsome young face wreathed in smiles. The third prince, who had once enjoyed a spectacle at the White Moon Pavilion. Knowing he could not evade, Li Wenzhong also raised his curtain and replied with a cold tone. "Your Highness, urgent matters await at home. I cannot accompany you to Deshun Tower today. When the time comes for a celebration feast, I shall surely send you an invitation." Li Wenzhong kept him at arm's length. Everyone in court knew the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince. With his sensitive position, how could he risk entanglement with the third prince? Unless he truly wished to forfeit the role of Dragon Guard general. At this point, he could only be His Majesty's man. "General, you are overly cautious. I have long admired you, and this is a public invitation, not a private meeting. My father is a man of great breadth. He would never suspect you over such a trifle." The third prince laughed, his demeanor bold and unrestrained. "Your Highness, I truly have pressing matters at home. Today is not convenient." Li Wenzhong shook his head. The third prince's intentions were far from pure. If he genuinely sought to curry favor, a discreet, private meeting would allow for more conversation. But under the public eye, with so many watching, who dared to linger, let alone dine together? "Oh, could it be that one of your concubines is about to give birth today?" the third prince asked with feigned curiosity. Li Wenzhong's mouth twitched, but he answered with a straight face. "My wife is virtuous, but the Li family has never been blessed with many heirs. So today she has arranged a matchmaking for me to select a concubine. By this time next year, one of them should be with child. When that happens, I will surely invite your Highness to the celebration." Li Wenzhong clasped his hands solemnly. Xia Chun listened quietly from the side, his expression odd. Li Wenzhong had once again surpassed his expectations. The third prince was left speechless. He had intended to embarrass Li Wenzhong, but instead found the general could match his wit and even outdo him in absurdity. The third prince's gaze shifted, peering into the carriage and landing on Xia Chun. "What a coincidence to meet an acquaintance here. Are you not Xia Chun of the Xia family?" "Greetings, Your Highness." Xia Chun clasped his hands in salute, but did not descend from the carriage. "You are the consort of my second imperial sister. We are family. No need for such formality." The third prince waved his hand with feigned warmth. "Brother Xia, we are all family. General Li is too timid, avoiding me for appearance's sake. How about we go for a few drinks instead? Indeed, we are family. No need for such distance. You may call me brother-in-law, and I shall address you as Your Highness. Let's keep it casual. Anything else would feel estranged." Xia Chun smiled with equal enthusiasm, even extending a hand out the window, as if to clasp the prince's. The third prince's mouth twitched. Both Li Wenzhong and this Xia Chun were acting unpredictably today. Especially Xia Chun, who showed no restraint. He actually wanted to be called brother-in-law. The prince was 20 while Xia Chun was merely 17. How could he utter such a term? Yet by familial relation, Xia Chun was indeed his brother-in-law. Damn it. The third prince cursed, inwardly blaming his unreliable father for putting him at a generational disadvantage. The third prince studied Xia Chun's head protruding from the window, taking in his handsome features, and cursed again inwardly. Not only did this man take advantage of him, but he was also far more handsome. The prince admitted to a pang of jealousy. Suppressing his discomfort, he forced a stiff smile at Xia Chun's still youthful face. "Brother-in-law, Your Highness." Xia Chun returned the salute with a radiant smile, clasping his hands. This trip to the palace had yielded unexpected gains. He had instantly acquired a cheap brother-in-law. But this brother-in-law harbored great ambitions, one day daring to stage a coup at the palace gates, slaying his brother and father. A ruthless man indeed. This trip to the palace had yielded unexpected gains. He had instantly acquired a cheap brother-in-law. But this brother-in-law harbored great ambitions one day, daring to stage a coup at the palace gates, slaying his brother and father. A ruthless man indeed. On Jingde Street, shopkeepers, street vendors, and passers-by all fixed their gazes upon the two carriages positioned in the middle of the road. One carriage, resplendent, yet understated with an air of ancient refinement, traveled down Jingde Street. The crowd, well-versed in such matters, recognized it as belonging to figures of great importance. The one on the left is the third prince's personal carriage. A man atop a roadside tavern identified the vehicle. Who could it be that the third prince would personally halt his carriage in the middle of the street to converse with? Someone asked in bewilderment. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Li Mansion's carriage. The Li Mansion? That's General Li, who made a name for himself in the military defense map case. I hear he's about to be promoted, rising to become a key minister at court. A man spoke with a grave expression, while others with sharp glints in their eyes sent messengers to relay the news. The entire Jingde Street suddenly simmered with undercurrents. Meanwhile, at the center of everyone's attention, Li Wenzhong's face was somber. He knew he had been set up. Regardless of the outcome, the emperor and the crown prince would likely harbor some suspicion and distrust toward him. Before even assuming office, this was already an inauspicious start. Your Highness, brother-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home as well. But I have no concubine about to give birth, nor am I going to meet a concubine for a blind date. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering. On that your Highness can rest assured. Let's gather another day. Xia Chen spoke with a frivolous tone, grinning as he cupped his hands in a salute, then drew the curtain. The carriage slowly began to move, leaving the third prince's carriage alone in the center of Jingde Street. This Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen are utterly insolent, showing not a shred of respect for your Highness. At the far end of the spacious carriage, a beautiful woman fumed angrily. One serves His Majesty, the other is the legitimate son of the Xia family. By status, he is even my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince. Why would they hold me in any regard? Inside the carriage, the third prince remained expressionless, his emotions unreadable. But they were far too rude, spouting nonsense. And that Xia Chen even dared to take advantage of your Highness. The yellow-clad maid said indignantly. She was a trusted confidant of the third prince, no ordinary servant. I knew they wouldn't accept my invitation. I came today specifically to provoke them. Li Wenzhong will never pledge allegiance to me, so they'll just annoy my crown prince brother and my father emperor. As for Xia Chen, I do wish to win him over. I had heard the rumors in the capital before, but paid them no mind. However, after witnessing his skill at the White Moon Pavilion last time, I see he is truly a formidable warrior. Now even my father emperor intends to give him an important role. Quite intriguing. Though he is 3 years younger than me, calling him brother-in-law is somewhat embarrassing, but with this connection, it certainly makes building a closer bond easier. He hails from the Marquis of Eastern Pacification's estate. If I can secure the support of that household through him, then with military power in hand, whether I am the crown prince or not will matter little. The third prince reclined in the yellow-clad maid's embrace, a smile on his face as he spoke at length, while the maid listened quietly. She cradled his head gently. Sometimes she merely feigned ignorance, but she was not truly naive. She might seem simple-minded, but earning the third prince's trust was never a matter of beauty alone. She knew the third prince was lonely and sometimes needed someone to talk to and ease his mind. At that moment, the third prince seemed to have completely opened his heart, letting his words flow freely. In his early years, my father emperor was obsessed with the art of immortality, dabbling in both Taoism and Buddhism. He ascended the throne over 50 years ago and only fathered my eldest brother some 20+ years ago, followed by my second sister and the rest of us. Though he is infatuated with the pursuit of eternal life, he cannot let go of power. He merely treats me as a pawn to check and balance the crown prince. I know he never intended to pass that throne to me. No matter how exceptional I become, he never will. I am just a tool in his hands. The third prince closed his eyes, his voice soft and calm, as if speaking of someone else, hiding the sorrow in his gaze from view. The yellow-clad woman gazed at the handsome face of the third prince in her arms, gently stroking his forehead, her eyes filled with pity. If he wants to use me as a tool, then he'll be a tool. If he wants to make me the crown prince's whetstone, then he'll sharpen him. Ha ha ha, he thinks he can control everything, fancies himself a god among mortals. Ridiculous. Does he truly believe he is a god, capable of controlling all? He'll wait and see if he is truly a divine being in this mortal world. The third prince's voice grew increasingly detached, exuding an infinite coldness. This third prince is remarkably well informed. We had barely left the palace gates before he caught up. Xia Chen toyed with a dagger in his hand, speaking with keen interest. He appears to be targeting me, but his real aim is you. Li Wenzhong glanced at Xia Chen. He's after the support of the Marquis of Eastern Pacification's estate. But his wishful thinking is misplaced, and merely an unfavored legitimate son in that household. Xia Chun said nonchalantly, though it was unclear whether his words were meant for the third prince or for Li Wenzhong. The Marquis of Eastern Pacification may not value you, but your uncle Xia Qian treats you well, doesn't he? He is the current head of the Xia family. Li Wenzhong didn't lift his head, his voice drifting to Xia Chen's ears. Xia Chen smiled and chose not to dwell further on the topic. Li Wenzhong escorted Xia Chun to Wendao Street, where the Marquis of Eastern Pacification's estate stood at its center. I'm to report to the lantern bearers tomorrow. What about my post in the Imperial Guard? His Majesty didn't specify, so I imagine you'll hold both positions for now. Li Wenzhong pondered for a moment before replying. Xia Chen nodded, leaped gracefully off the carriage, waved his hand, and turned to enter the estate. Once inside, he bypassed his own courtyard and headed straight for his uncle Xia Qian's residence. Emperor Wen had transferred him to the lantern bearers ostensibly to investigate a case and find a mole, but Xia Chen sensed there was more to it. After all, despite the rift between him and his father within the Xia family, he still carried the family's blood. Now that the Xia family was at the peak of its power, controlling military forces, could the emperor not fear the Xia family infiltrating the lantern bearers and seizing control of the Great Wu intelligence network? Xia Chen recounted every detail to Xia Qian. I understand now. Go back first. If anything comes up, he'll send word to you. Xia Qian's face was grim. Even he couldn't fathom the emperor's intentions. Xia Chen nodded and returned to his own courtyard. Night fell, swallowing the entire capital like a great dark beast. The true nightlife of the nobility had begun. The courtesan street. Signs of the wealthy and powerful, even numerous officials congregated here. A piece of news circulated among various small groups. Have you heard? Today His Majesty personally received Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Eastern Pacification. How is that possible? Even several deputy ministers of the 6 boards rarely get an audience with His Majesty. It's true. Do you know what His Majesty said when he summoned this Xia Chen? Brotherly, out with it. Don't keep us in suspense. I'm dying to know. His Majesty said if Xia Chen had pursued a scholarly path from youth and entered the Hanlin Academy, he would surely become Grand Secretary in 30 years. Hey brotherly, I heard it was 20 years to become Grand Secretary. Nonsense. His Majesty clearly said this youth possesses talent to govern the realm and intends to have Xia Chen replace the current Prime Minister Lin Hanpu in 10 years, becoming the pillar of our Great Wu. Throughout the courtesan houses and taverns, all social venues buzzed with talk of Xia Chen's summons to the palace by His Majesty today, with countless versions spreading like wildfire. In the end, rumors even claimed Xia Chen possessed genius of cosmic proportions, that despite his youth, his wisdom and talent had already surpassed the current Prime Minister Lin Hanpu. Cuckoo Pavilion. This was one of the most renowned pleasure houses in the capital. At this moment, within an elegant chamber, several young men sat by their respective tables, each accompanied by a lady. Brother Lin, how about we go and teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What boundless talent indeed. Such arrogant words. A young man in a purple robe, looking at the youth seated at the head, gestured with a clenched fist as he spoke. He dares to belittle Prime Minister Lin. He must have a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. An ignorant brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A crude martial artist. What culture could he possess? Now he stoops so low for fame. The entire chamber erupted in clamor. These young men were all renowned scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers being high-ranking officials at court. If it involves His Majesty, the matter is likely true, but it must have been exaggerated through retelling. The young man in the blue robe seated at the head slowly shook his head, his reasoning clear. Besides, he hails from the Marquis of Zhendong's estate. We are but scholars. It remains to be seen who would end up beaten. Lin Zihan set down his wine cup. Though his tone was calm, a flicker of emotion stirred in his eyes. However, I am indeed curious about what abilities this Xia Chen possesses to merit an audience with the emperor and his public praise. I would like to test his mettle someday. The others exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Zihan's words. They knew that despite his composed demeanor as the legitimate son of Prime Minister Lin, he was deeply concerned about matters affecting his father's reputation. Princess Yaguang is currently organizing a literary gathering inviting all the celebrated talents of the capital. Why not invite this Xia Chen as well? If he truly has skill or is merely a clown seeking fame, we shall find out then. Lu Bo unfurled his folding fan, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke with an air of indifference. He sat beside Lin Zihan. His father was the Minister of Works. This is Princess Yaegang's first literary gathering. How could we invite a crude martial artist? This is a gathering for us scholars. Someone shook their head. The mere thought of attending alongside a boorish warrior made the entire event seem tainted. In recent years, the conflict between the scholar-official faction and the military aristocracy had grown increasingly acute, each side despising the other. One deemed the other crude and brutish, possessing only brute strength. The other accused their opponents of being mere talkers, skilled only in ink and rhetoric, achieving nothing of substance. A fine idea. Speaking of which, Princess Yaoguang has quite a connection with this Xia Chun. Someone's eyes lit up, anticipating that the scene would undoubtedly be most entertaining. Upon hearing this, the others felt a pang of discomfort, as if they had swallowed a fly. The thought that the beautiful Princess Yaoguang was betrothed to a coarse martial artist caused many to shake their heads in silent lament. A deep melancholy settled over them. A ruler must act like a ruler, a minister like a minister, a father like a father, and a son like a son. There's something to that. In another pleasure house not far from the Cuckoo Pavilion, within a private chamber, 5 middle-aged men were drinking wine and enjoying steamed base, a delicacy that had become popular in the capital only at the start of the year. Behind each man stood a young and attractive woman. A bearded man with a commanding presence spoke in a deep voice. "Brother Liu, is that saying truly as remarkable as you claim?" A middle-aged man seated beside Liu Yun asked in confusion. Although he felt the phrase was indeed well put, he couldn't quite grasp its essence. Brother Liu studied under the great Confucian scholar Kong Song and was the second-place laureate in our imperial examinations. His scholarship naturally runs deeper than ours. Chen Zhizhong spoke with a smile, then pulled the young woman beside him into his embrace, his hand, naturally, finding its way to her bosom. "When I passed by the Imperial Academy this evening, I heard some young scholars discussing that phrase, but I paid it little mind at the time. Now that we're here and everyone is talking about it, the events at the palace this afternoon have already spread throughout the entire capital. Don't you find that peculiar?" Liu Hao did not answer immediately, but instead posed a question to the 4 men. "Brother Liu, do you mean someone is deliberately spreading this?" Chen Zhizhong's eyes brightened as he grasped the crux of the matter. Then, recalling the phrase "a ruler must act like a ruler, a minister like a minister," he suddenly felt he had seized upon the key point. Who in the capital has the ability to so swiftly disseminate the emperor's private audience with a subject, making it known throughout the city? "Brother Liu, you mean?" The men's expressions grew grave, none daring to continue. Only the lantern bearers possess such capability. Liu Hao sighed, but he understood that this must have been ordered by His Majesty himself, otherwise how would the lantern bearers dare to act on their own? The others, all intelligent men who had passed the imperial examinations, naturally reached the same conclusion. A ruler must be a ruler, a minister, a father, and a son. Each in society has their role and duty. This saying is worthy of being passed down through the ages. If this truly came from Xia Chun, then it is truly remarkable. Liu Hao sighed again. He knew that with this single phrase, Xia Chun's name would be recorded in the annals of history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if scholars refused to acknowledge it, future emperors would ensure Xia Chun's place in the history books, extolling his virtues. The others' expressions shifted in unison. Was it really that significant? Only Chen Zhizhong seemed to follow Liu Hao's reasoning. He felt an immense curiosity about this Xia Chun, who hailed from the Marquis of Zhendong's estate. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room. Xia Chun washed up, picked up his lantern-bearer's token, and stepped out of the Marquis of Zhendong's estate. "Brother Chen, shall we head directly to the lantern-bearers, or?" Xia Chun asked excitedly from behind, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Having thought he would make his mark in the Imperial Guard, he never expected to be transferred so soon into the more thrilling lantern-bearers, those mysterious lantern-bearers. Everyone in the capital grew up hearing tales of the lantern-bearers. Xia Chun had heard since childhood that the lantern-bearers were omniscient, moving like phantoms. Today he was to become one of them alongside his master. How could he not be thrilled? "No rush. First we go to the Imperial Guard to settle matters." Xia Chun strode steadily eastward. Though the lantern-bearers were important, the Imperial Guard could not be neglected. In 5 years during the coup at the gate, the Imperial Guard would play a crucial role. Originally, he had planned to use the Imperial Guard as his foundation, planting seeds in advance. But plans changed. He had barely begun when Emperor Wen transferred him to the lantern-bearers. This disrupted his arrangements somewhat. But these were trivial matters. No matter how things changed, the current situation remained under his control. Moreover, he was very interested in the lantern-bearers' prison. If memory served, several great talents who would shine during the era of Empress Wu were currently imprisoned in the lantern-bearers' dungeons. Xia Chun smiled. A myriad of strategies lay within his mind. Xia Chun smiled. A myriad of strategies lay within his mind. The Yulin Guard headquarters. "Sir, please take me with you. The lantern-bearers are unruly and untamed. For this mission, you'll need loyal men by your side. I wish to serve you." Within the military tent, Li Shi knelt on one knee with his fists clasped, his gaze resolute. Xia Chun cast a deep look at Li Shi, then spoke in a grave and earnest tone. We all serve His Majesty. As his subjects, our duty is to share his burdens. Rise. For the sake of the dog nor buns you've brought me these past days, you may come with me. Xia Chun waved his hand, helping Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, sir. Li Shi exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Go prepare yourself now. After watching Li Shi depart, Xia Chun turned to face the four behind him: Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Xiao, and Xia Kong. Xia Qian and Xia Xiao will accompany me to the lantern bearers. Xia Hui Yu and Xia Kong will remain in the Imperial Guard to advance. You all have meritorious records filed in the Ministry of War. I've petitioned for your gradual promotions. Young master, how can this be? The family had assigned us to you. You are our master. Wherever you go, we must follow to protect your safety. Xia Kong grew anxious. Every young master who left the family estate was assigned household guards. From that moment, their fates were bound together. From that moment on, they belonged solely to Xia Chen, no longer to the entire Xia clan. I have other plans for leaving you here. Trust me. Besides, who in the capital would dare assassinate me? If someone truly did, 2 more or fewer guards would make no difference. Xia Chen shook his head, then turned his gaze to Xia Hui, whom he held in high regard. As far as he knew, Xia Hui had once commanded troops and possessed considerable military talent. Since retiring from the army, he hadn't idled in the Xia estate, but had continued to study literature and military strategy. When his uncle Xia Qian learned of this, he tested Xia Hui's knowledge and even personally tutored him in the art of war for a time. It was because of Xia Qian's departure from the estate that Xia Qian had specifically assigned Xia Hui to assist him. In recent days, Xia Hui's demonstrated abilities had proven remarkable. Xia Chen felt that appointing him merely as a brigade commander over 100 men was a terrible waste of his talent. Rest assured, young master, I will manage the Imperial Guard and maintain control here. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will forever remain loyal to you. Xia Hui offered a faint smile, his expression solemn as he addressed Xia Chen. The Lantern Bearer Headquarters. A majestic yet ancient building weathered by time stood on the central avenue, precisely 100 meters from the White Tiger Gate of the Imperial Palace. The Lantern Bearers were a group who walked in darkness, yet their stronghold was situated in the light. Both nobles and commoners knew the exact location of the Lantern Bearer Headquarters, yet no one dared approach within 100 jong of it. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye Division is getting a new director parachuted in, and he's reporting for duty today. Parachuted in? Like the new director of the Shadow Division. Damn, I hate these outsiders the most. They all think they know it all, but in reality they're nothing. Alas, ever since Commander Liu fell from grace, our Lantern Bearers have been in chaos. A sword of Damocles hangs over our heads, ready to fall and claim our heads any day. Shoo, watch your tongue. At a desk, a man clamped his hand over his companion's mouth, glancing around nervously. Are you mad? Saying such things? Don't you know how tense things are inside? Some of the big shots have been purged. We little folks shouldn't get involved. Rage flickered in his companion's eyes, but reason prevailed. He slumped back into his chair, utterly deflated and spiritless. Indeed, what do the squabbles of those bigwigs have to do with insignificant minnows like us? Let's just mind our own business. Li Wei sighed, realizing he had been too reckless with his words. Do you know the background of this new director? Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow. Why should I care? I don't know him anyway. You actually do. Remember the mission we received yesterday afternoon, the one to spread word in the capital? Zhang Jing whispered into Li Wei's ear. You mean the young Marquis of the Zhendong Marquis Mansion? Xia Chen, that's him. He's the one being parachuted in as our Eagle Eye Division director. Zhang Jing gave Li Wei a look that said, well, shocking, isn't it? Him? If I recall, he's only 17. Isn't that too young? What can we do? Look at his birth. Besides, he's the imperial son-in-law, His Majesty's own son-in-law. We Lantern Bearers are the Emperor's hounds. If His Majesty wants to give Xia Chen the director's post, or even the commander's position, who can object? Zhang Jing sighed, lamenting the injustice of fate. Just as they were chatting, someone burst through the door in a hurry. Brothers, quickly tidy up our desks and clean the place. Our new director will be arriving soon. Xia Ping panted, then grabbed a broom and began sweeping up scraps of paper from the floor. The others exchanged hesitant glances, but eventually, with someone taking the lead, they rose from their seats and began to move. What use was resentment? What use was lamenting an unfair fate? They were mere nobodies. Even a ripple from the power struggles of the mighty could shatter them. Though they resented this new director, many feeling their own sons were older than him, the undeniable truth was that he was now their director. They lacked the nerve to give him a cold reception. Such was reality. Damn it. What's there to clean? A snot-nosed brat who hasn't even arrived, yet is already throwing his weight around, making us clean up for this facade. I refuse to play along. A young man in his 20s kicked over the chair beneath him. A fearsome scar ran from his forehead to his chin, making him look utterly ferocious. As the young man stood, the others shrank back and lowered their heads, but a glint of anticipation lit their eyes. Right? How could they have forgotten this troublemaker? They might be nobodies without connections or status, but this troublemaker had powerful backing. The current Empress was his aunt, and the Crown Prince was his cousin. He was a genuine member of the Imperial family. I can't stand him either. Couldn't he have stayed in the Imperial Guard? Why does he have to stir up trouble in our lantern bearers? I heard Commander Lu's downfall was all his doing, every bit of it. And now he dares to set foot among us. Is he courting death? Another man stood up, around 30 years old, his face dark with fury. The other's eyes lit up again. This one was Lu Li's adopted son. It seemed a real show was about to unfold. The other's eyes lit up again. This one was Lu Li's adopted son. It seemed a real show was about to unfold. Lu Chun, one of Lu Li's adopted sons, was also the most capable. Lu Li placed him among the lantern bearers not without the intention of making him his successor. However, the sovereign's will was inscrutable. Lu Li had served as the commander for over 20 years. If Lu Chun were to succeed him, the lantern bearers would truly belong to the Lu family. One of the reasons for Lu Li's downfall was precisely this. The Eagle Eye Department had a total of 5 branches, and Lu Chun and Chui, who the Count of Yunyang, each controlled one. Their words immediately resonated with the crowd, though some exchanged furtive glances, remained silent, and slowly retreated into the shadows. The struggle of titans had nothing to do with insignificant figures like them. Quite a lively scene. Just as the crowd was raising their arms in fervor, a voice came from outside. It was calm, but piercing, penetrating through several doors, and reaching everyone's ears, causing their expressions to change. His voice preceded his arrival. All eyes turned as the door was violently kicked open. Xia Qian, his face still bearing a trace of youthful innocence, but now fierce and murderous, strode in first, wielding a long blade. Following closely behind, Xia Chen entered with Xia Xiao and Li Shi. Xia Chen wore a smile, a folding fan in hand, his demeanor relaxed and natural, as if he were on a leisurely spring outing. His unparalleled beauty made him the very image of a dashing young gentleman. This is the token of the Eagle Eye Department Director. From now on, I am your director. A grin on his face, Xia Chen pulled a platinum token from his belt and tossed it lightly into the crowd, his gesture as casual as a carefree playboy. The token was caught by Li Wei, who stiffened. Feeling the gazes of everyone upon him, he suddenly found the token in his hand scorching hot. So, any issues? If not, return it to me. This was personally bestowed by His Majesty. Xia Chen chuckled, his appearance and aura utterly peerless, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. The noble aura of this new director was overwhelming. As lantern bearers, they had seen many great figures in the capital, but never had they encountered a young man with such bearing. Li Wei, somewhat flustered, hastily and respectfully handed the token back to Xia Chen. Earlier, he had dismissed and even resented this new director. But now, standing before Xia Chen, a man several years his junior, he found himself barely daring to breathe. Is there truly such a thing as innate nobility? Lofty and untouchable? Though Xia Chen said nothing, and even wore a smile that felt like a spring breeze, Li Wei's heart was filled with inexplicable terror, prompting this thought to surface unbidden. Li Wei was not alone. Everyone felt a similar sensation, as if the very air around them had been sucked away, making it difficult to breathe. The entire Eagle Eye Department fell silent. No one dared to shout, and even the loudest among them now averted their gaze, unable to meet Xia Chen's eyes. Throughout it all, Xia Chen remained perfectly calm, yet his mere presence intimidated everyone. It was an invisible confrontation. The east wind prevails over the west. You may have a handsome face, but a face won't fill your stomach. What we lantern bearers need is true skill. If you think your connections and background let you do as you please here, I suggest you crawl back to the Imperial Guard. Seeing that Xia Chen had crushed the crowd's morale with a single sentence, Chui, who the Count of Yunyang, furrowed his brow, knowing he had to step in before it was too late. A mere 17-year-old brat, what qualifications do you have? Lu Chen also rose, his voice deep and cold. As he stood over a dozen lantern bearers behind him, rose in silent solidarity, their actions speaking louder than words. Instantly, the tension in the room reignited. Count of Yunyang, young Master Lu, if anyone else accused me of relying on my background and status ID, have no retort. But for the two of you to say it, how utterly absurd. Standing at the door, Xia Chen snapped his fan shut and pointed at Chui, who and Lu Chen, laughing heartily, as if no one else was present. He held neither of them in any regard. The lantern bearers nearest to him were pale-faced. They felt their new superior was eerily unsettling. This pressure was not from cultivation, but an innate intimidation that filled anyone opposing him with fear and dread. It was as if they were in the presence of the emperor himself, unfathomable like the might of heaven. Lu Chun and Chui, who also felt this oppressive force, frowning in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes flickered with double pupils splitting and merging, emitting a strange light from their depths, a change unnoticed by anyone. Xia Chun was well aware of this peculiarity. Ever since he had activated the Nine-Dragon Imperial Seal and entered that ruined heavenly court that night, whether it was because the immense golden dragon of fortune had merged with him or because his double pupils had awakened. Whenever he focused his mind, he naturally exuded a pressure that shook the spirit. In that moment, he seemed to embody the heavenly Tao itself, representing the inevitable tide of destiny. Moreover, Xia Chen sensed that this imposing aura could be further developed. Among the lantern bearers, there is no Count of Yunyang, only Hall Master Chui. Chui Hu's heart trembled under Xia Chen's gaze, but hearing himself addressed as Count of Yunyang, he frowned and spoke solemnly. What's so funny? What about us? Why can't we speak of you? Lu Chen's face was dark, his expression as cold and venomous as a serpent in the shadows. Isn't it funny? Our Count of Yunyang surely knows his own origins. Xia Chen swept his gaze around, pausing briefly on Lu Chun, then fixed his eyes on Chui Hu. I said, do not call me Count of Yunyang. Chui Hu loathed the title, his eyes locked onto Xia Chen like an enraged lion ready to pounce at any moment. The title Count of Yunyang is the glory of your ancestors. A man who cannot even face his own origins is unworthy to speak to me like this. Xia Chen sneered, then continued. You're right. I rose so quickly because of my birth and background. My first official post was a 7th rank captain, a height most commoners could never reach in a lifetime. I deeply understand that my success is due to the blessings of my ancestors, and for that I am profoundly grateful and openly acknowledge it. There is nothing wrong with that. My start as a 7th rank captain was earned by countless generations of my forefathers who shed blood on the battlefield, sacrificing their lives for the nation. I have no shame in admitting it. On the contrary, I am immensely proud. But you enjoy the blessings of your ancestors while claiming to be ashamed of it. You go around shouting that everything you have achieved is all your own doing. Listen to yourself. Don't you find it laughable? Xia Chen pointed at Chui, who was voice cold. Opposite him, Chui Hu's face was flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched. His mouth opened and closed instinctively, wanting to retort, but he felt utterly powerless. The entire hall fell into dead silence. By the entrance, someone carefully pressed against the wall. Lantern bearers from other departments were watching the spectacle. Xia Chen's words had not yet ceased. They continued, as if he aimed to shatter Chui Hu's Tao heart in one blow. You were born into the Qinghe Chui clan, inheriting the title of Viscount of Yunyang from birth, and your aunt is the current Empress. These marks have been upon you since you were born. You don't actually believe that everything you've achieved today is solely due to your own ability, do you? Our Great Wu has 19 prefectures with vast territories and countless talents. Yet there are innumerable individuals who remain unrecognized and unfulfilled. If you did not bear these marks and were merely an ordinary person of humble birth, forget becoming a lantern bearer hall master in your early 20s. You likely wouldn't even have been able to set foot through the lantern bearer's gate. One must be grateful for one's ancestors and, more importantly, understand one's own true worth. Do not attribute all your achievements to your own capability. For us to reach where we are today, including the esteemed ministers at court, any achievement requires the perfect alignment of heavenly timing, earthly advantage, and human harmony. Some things cannot be attained through effort or ability alone. The dividing line in life is the amniotic fluid. Being born into the right circumstances is what truly matters. Xia Chen's words struck like thunderclaps, reverberating and shaking everyone to their core. The crowd instinctively felt this was sophistry, heretical and full of nonsense. Yet they found themselves momentarily unable to refute it. Some even nodded involuntarily, as if Xia Chen's words had awakened a new line of thought within them. Indeed, the dividing line in life is the amniotic fluid. While effort and ability are important, being born into the right circumstances is what truly determines everything. Don't think I'm saying this only to him. This applies to all of you as well. Xia Chen pointed at Chui, who then slowly swept his gaze across everyone present. You may consider yourselves insignificant figures among the lantern bearers, but in reality, to the common folk, you are already unattainable, exalted personages. Every one of you who managed to enter the lantern bearers did so through your fathers or ancestors, didn't you? It was only after your father died or grew old that you could smoothly take his place and join. Isn't that also relying on connections? It's just that your connections aren't as powerful as mine and your backgrounds aren't as strong. That's why you have to call me your superior. In essence, what difference is there between you and me? We all stand upon the glory of our ancestors, reaching a starting point that ordinary people dare not even dream of. The reason you are angry and resentful is simply that you lack my background and status. How utterly ridiculous you all are. Xia Chun pointed at the crowd facing the hundreds of members of the Eagle Eye Department alone. Yet at that moment, not a single person present dared to meet his gaze. For everything Xia Chun had said was the truth. They were all connected. One could not enter the lantern bearers through effort alone. The tradition was largely one of inheritance from father to son. Or one could become an outer member of the lantern bearers, and after generations of effort finally earn promotion. Chui, who was utterly dejected like a drenched chicken, his fighting spirit completely shattered. Xia Qian gazed at Xia Chun with admiration. His master's eloquence was truly formidable, leaving everyone present utterly speechless. Li Shi meanwhile looked at Xia Chun with a peculiar glint in his eyes. He had imagined many ways to break the deadlock, suppressing it with force or summoning Commander Ma Song to back Xia Chun. Yet he never expected Xia Chun to seize control of the situation with nothing more than a few words. Becoming a commandant indeed relied on my family background. I won't deny that. But being noticed by His Majesty transferred from the Imperial Guard to the Lantern Bearers and becoming your superior, that was due to my personal ability. Xia Chun pressed on, relentlessly shifting his tone to deliver another heavy blow. If I heard correctly, the case of the stolen military defense maps was primarily investigated by the Eagle Eye Department, wasn't it? The moment Xia Chun finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. What are you trying to say? Lu Chun, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Chun. Lu Chun, if I recall correctly, you even personally led a team to arrest the thief who stole the military defense maps. But you ended up arresting the wrong person. If you set off in the wrong direction, how can you ever reach the destination? Xia Chun looked at Lu Chun, whose face had turned grim. What exactly are you getting at? Lu Chun ground his teeth. Xia Chun's words pierced his heart like a knife, causing intense pain to the proud man. I just noticed you still seem unconvinced. And you asked earlier what right I have to be your superior. Sorry, but I have a small mind and I love to lecture. Since you have doubts, I'll be happy to answer them thoroughly. Xia Chun's face was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Why was I able to come to the Lantern Bearers? Why can I be your superior? Because I am smarter than you. Because I am more capable than you. Because I solved a case that you couldn't. So I came. So I am the director. And you are merely a home master. So are you convinced now? Each successive because and so struck like a bell hammering against people's hearts and draining the color from their faces. I am not convinced. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Thinking of how his adoptive father Lu Li had been purged because of the man before him, he clenched his fists, longing to cleave this person in two with a single stroke. Xia Chun slowly walked to stand before Lu Chen, a mere 10 feet between them. He gazed into Lu Chen's bloodshot eyes and spoke softly. If you're not convinced, you can strike. Your long blade is right at your side. A single swift draw, and you might just split me in two. Xia Chun smiled, giving off an air of madness. Everyone felt their new superior seemed somewhat unhinged. So unhinged that he didn't even care about his own life. They knew all too well Lu Chen's temperament. In such a rage, he might actually make a move. The atmosphere in the entire hall froze at that moment. Lu Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if calculating the trajectory of a strike. Li Wei's heart pounded with terror, fearing that Xia Chun would be split in two and his blood would spill on the spot. Ha ha ha. Do you take me for that fool, Zhao Yu? On your very first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into attacking you. Then, using the moral high ground, you not only beat him soundly to establish your authority, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, but also had him expelled from the guard. Do you think him that brainless? Lu Chen suddenly laughed. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were as still as dead water, devoid of any emotion. He had come within a hair's breadth of letting Xia Chun fully provoke his emotions and lose control. Regardless of whether he could successfully slay Xia Chun, the mere act of striking a superior would guarantee him a terrible end. Xia Chun's gaze remained calm, without disappointment. It was merely a random, improvised move. He wasn't surprised that the other hadn't taken the bait. If the other could lose his reason so easily, then this Dark King, who had once wielded immense power during the Empress' reign, commanded the Lantern Bearers, and successfully destroyed the Surveillance Bureau and the Imperial City Department, would have been far too disappointing. Xia Chun revealed a satisfied smile. Even though this was a younger, lower-level version, not yet evolved into the final form of the Dark King, gold cannot be concealed. Subduing such a person would be a true challenge. When Chun first became a Lantern Bearer, he met the Grand Ancestor. He was defiant and harbored hostility. The Grand Ancestor was broad-minded, able to accommodate mountains and seas. Chun later felt the Grand Ancestor's magnanimity surpassed the Chaos Sea and saw his noble character and benevolent heart. Thus he grew close to the Grand Ancestor, followed him, and rendered many extraordinary services. History of Xia Biography of Lu Chun Volume 1. The Eagle Eye Department fell into silence once more. There was no fierce conflict as everyone had initially anticipated, only a heated war of words. The newly appointed director, like a great scholar, debated eloquently, leaving everyone speechless, especially the instigators Cui, Hu, and Lu Chun. This new director's rhetorical skills are formidable. This was the thought of all present. At that moment, the future infamous Dark Lord Lu Chun had completely masked his expression, revealing no emotion. He looked at Xia Chun and spoke slowly in a tone that was almost indifferent and devoid of feeling. I have investigated you. Though young, your actions are exceptionally seasoned, like a mature and cunning hunter who prefers to plan before acting. This was evident whether when you first took office as captain of the Imperial Guards or when you captured the spies of the Surveillance Bureau. Since leaving your residence, you have displayed your martial prowess only twice in public, yet each time you revealed remarkable skill. The world calls you a waste, but I see you as the one who hides the deepest. Therefore, if I were to strike, not only would I fail to slay you, but I would also hand you the very charge of guilt on a silver platter. Lu Chen's words echoed in everyone's ears, surprising some lantern-bearers who had thought his earlier inaction was due to the unbearable burden of killing Xia Chun. Unexpectedly, the reason was his lack of confidence in beheading Xia Chun with a single blow. Was this renowned waste of the capital truly so formidable? Lu Chun was a famous young prodigy among the lantern-bearers, capable of contending even with sixth-rank martial artists. Haha, having studied me, yet still intending to move against me. This is not the act of a wise man. Xia Chun laughed, then continued speaking. Lu Chun remained silent, his thoughts unknown. In that case, let's talk. Since we've come to this, how should we settle this? Over 100 of you are gathered here, the core elite of my Eagle Eye department. One might think you're planning a rebellion to gang up on me. Xia Chen's casual remark made many change expression, accusing them of rebellion right off the bat. Who could withstand that? You jest, director. We gathered here naturally because we heard you were taking office today and came to welcome you. A middle-aged man in his 40s, beaming with smiles, squeezed out from the crowd, scurried over to Xia Chun, bowed his head, and paid his respects respectfully. Xia Chen's mouth twitched. This old man's audacity was truly excessive. Had he not heard their earlier clamor about uniting to oppose his master, he might almost have believed it. The other lantern-bearers' eyes lit up. No wonder old Zheng Hall Master Zheng had held his position for over 20 years in the Eagle Eye department. There was good reason. His words were indeed elegant. So you've all come to welcome me. I am deeply honored. Xia Chun glanced at this flattering middle-aged man with a goatee and recalled his information. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 hall masters of the Eagle Eye department, had held his position for over 20 years. 20 years of stability was both a blessing and a curse. Zheng Ping was deeply senior among the lantern-bearers, exceptionally outstanding in his youth, and a contemporary of the former director Lu Li. Rumor had it that they had vied against each other in their youth, from being small flag bearers, centurions, and kiliarchs to eventually hall masters. They had been in constant covert competition, but in the end Lu Li soared upward, becoming renowned throughout Great Wu. Meanwhile, Zheng Ping had remained stagnant in his hall master position for over 2 decades. Some said he had offended Lu Li, so even juniors had risen above him while he remained a mere hall master. But others claimed it was a gentleman's rivalry, and his unshakable position for 20 years was proof. Xia Chun recalled this information and then withdrew his thoughts. They'll consider all of you as welcoming me. But those two, I clearly heard them preparing to lead the troublemaking. Xia Chun looked around, finally fixing his gaze on Cui Hu and Lu Chun. Just a misunderstanding. What are you two standing there for? Why haven't you greeted the director? Zheng Ping shot Cui Hu a look, then walked over to Lu Chun and gave him a kick on the rear. Cui Hu's expression shifted, realizing the tide had turned. But just then Lu Chen's voice rang out. Greetings, director. Cui Hu snapped to attention, knowing he was a step behind, and quickly spoke as well. Greetings, director. The two bowed respectfully. Xia Qian smiled at the scene, knowing that his master had firmly established his foothold among the lantern-bearers. The young master is truly remarkable. With just his words, he silenced everyone's opposition, more powerful than any fist. Xia Qian thought delightedly, his gaze towards Xia Chun growing even more adoring. Since you all acknowledge me as your director, then it's settled. Though I am soft-hearted and easy to talk to, I am also a man of rules. Some matters cannot be so easily brushed aside. I won't pursue the others today, but you too, who showed no respect and attempted to incite subordinates to rebel against their superior. This cannot be let off lightly. Xia Chen's tone was calm, yet it felt more terrifying than intimidation. Sir, it's all a misunderstanding. Today is your first day. Oh, I've already prepared a feast. Why don't we move to another place and drink until we're drunk? Zheng Ping's face changed, and he hurried forward. You need not say more. When wrong is done, punishment must follow. Do you understand? Xia Chen glanced at Zheng Ping, who was struck as if by thunder. What kind of eyes were those? devoid of emotion like the heavenly Tao with rules and orders spreading profound and dark, yet seemingly containing all creation. Zheng Ping could not find words to describe it. He stood frozen experiencing such an aura in a person for the first time. It was terrifying. Xia Chen's gaze turned cold. Pointing at Cui Hu, Lu Chun, and the dozen or so people behind them, his tone was calm, yet laced with authority. You people, 50 military rods each. Then you will be dispersed and integrated into other halls. From today onward, the centurions and kiliarchs of the 5 main halls will be rotated. Do any of you object? Xia Chen's words made everyone's expression change, especially Cui Hu and Lu Chun. If it were merely 50 military rods, they were tough men who could grit their teeth and endure. But the rotation was the most lethal move. A single rotation would uproot them completely, shattering all their power structures. The influence they had painstakingly built over the years among the lantern bearers would be scattered in one fell swoop. Sir, isn't the rotation a bit hasty? It might cause some turmoil. Even Zheng Ping couldn't help but speak up again. Hall Master Zheng, I told you I am kind-hearted and value mercy. Don't you understand yet? I am saving you. You are a clever man. Can't you guess why His Majesty transferred me to the lantern bearers? You people have always formed cliques for selfish gain, huddling together for warmth. Does this lantern bearer organization bear your surname or His Majesty's? Do you really think Lu Li's downfall was solely because I uncovered the military defense map case? Hall Master Zheng, surely you can figure this out. Xia Chun patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, revealing a smile. I am kindly trying to save you, yet you fail to be grateful and do not understand my good intentions. How disappointing. If you are unwilling to rotate, that's fine too. They'll pretend I never mentioned it today. I won't force you. Do as you wish, follow your own will. I have no objections. But I cannot guarantee what will happen later. I am merciful, and I hope that when that time comes it won't be my hand wielding the blade. If it truly comes to that, recalling the grand welcoming party you threw for me today, I suppose I might show some leniency. Xia Chen smiled while Zheng Ping was already drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, his face pale. When the Grand Ancestor first assumed the role of Lantern Bearer Director, all opposed him. His subordinates were also discontented and plotted to undermine his authority on his first day in office. The Grand Ancestor, possessing great wisdom, faced their challenges without anger, remaining calm and composed. With a few words, he united all hearts, instantly establishing his prestige and quelling the crisis. From then on, the people of the great Wu capital praised the Grand Ancestor for combining martial valor with sagely wisdom, harboring grand strategies, and truly being a vessel capable of great deeds. Xia History, Annals of Emperor Grand Ancestor Volume 1. Xia Chen departed, and before the eyes of all strode into the office belonging to the director. He had successfully taken charge, and none dared to obstruct him. Only a silent crowd remained. Old Zheng, you're usually the cleverest. You decide for us. Should we accept the rotation or not? If we truly rotate, all the foundations we've built over these years will be scattered. The other 2 hall masters gathered around, attaching themselves to Zheng Ping's side. Their names were Li Yu and Chen Song. I accept the rotation. Whether you accept it is your own affair. Don't use me as a spearhead. I'm old and useless now. Oh, I only wish to spend my remaining years in peace. Old Zheng snapped out of his daze from Xia Chen's speech. He looked at the 2 men, then at Cui Hu and Lu Chun, shook his head, and turned to leave. Li Yuechen, Song, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. I also accept the rotation, Lu Chun declared in a deep voice. After speaking, he led over a dozen men out of the hall. This? Li Yu and Chen Song looked at each other in bewilderment, then placed their final hope on Cui Hu. Don't you 2 understand yet? The internal cliques among us lantern bearers have already caught His Majesty's attention. Commissioner Lu fell precisely because of this. Cui Hu looked at the 2 men and spoke coldly. As a fellow official, saying this much was already generous. But to completely disrupt the teams under our command right from the start, isn't that too excessive and tyrannical? Since ancient times, has any newly appointed superior ever acted like this? Li Yu frowned. Having all his men reassigned was akin to cutting off his lifeline. Even if he allowed it, could the people backing him accept it? I've said all I can. Weigh the pros and cons yourselves and act accordingly. With that, Cui Hu turned and left. As he departed, only 2 factions remained in the entire hall. Each one of them is as easily manipulated as a courtesan ordered about it will. Usually they're so arrogant, looking down on everyone. And now, a single man without lifting a finger has suppressed them so thoroughly they've lost all their spirit. More womanly than women. Huh. Chen Song cursed angrily. Earlier they had all been shouting so fiercely, but before Xia Chen even made a move they had all cowered. He subdued those people into complete submission single-handedly, with just his words, eh? In the garden of Princess Yeagang's mansion, a riot of wildflowers grew, vying for splendor. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, frolicking like sprites. All around, pavilions and towers were arranged in exquisite disorder. Carved railings wound sinuously, encircling lotus ponds where goldfish played, and dewdrops glistened like crystals on the lotus leaves. Princess Yaoguang was feeding the goldfish with great interest. Hearing a report from a maidservant in purple behind her, she turned around in slight surprise. Standing beside Princess Yaoguang was a young woman in yellow. Though her beauty could not rival the princess, she would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier beauty in the outside world. At this moment, this great beauty was holding a stick of candied hawthorns, her expression both simple and endearing. It was Li Wei. The woman in purple and Yaoguang had long been accustomed to Li Wei's ways. The woman in purple was called Zi Yue, and together with Li Wei, she was one of Princess Yaogang's two closest personal maids. If Xiaqin were here, he would recognize Zi Yue, for she was the renowned female chancellor of the Empress era, whose power had once even surpassed that of the Grand Secretary. Zi reported in detail all that had transpired with the lantern bearers that day. Zheng Pingchui, Hu, and Lu Chun have all agreed to the rotation. They are now kneeling outside the consort's office, proactively requesting the change. However, Li Yu and Chun Song could not bear the humiliation and have led their men on patrol instead. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Zi Yu's lively eyes. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply pinned up with a jade hairpin. A few stray strands fell beside her cheeks, adding to her gentle charm. Her figure was graceful, and her purple silk dress fluttered in the breeze like a blooming violet in the silent night. When she spoke with Yaoguang, her gaze was focused, her intelligence evident in every nuance of her expression. She was an immensely captivating woman, but unfortunately standing beside Yaoguang, her radiance was somewhat eclipsed. It seems I have underestimated my betrothed. I misjudged him initially. Yaoguang listened quietly to Zi Yu's report. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Zheng Ping and the other two are clever. Li Yu and Chun Song are two in their own way, but they are backed by the crown prince and third brother, which is why they are so emboldened. It seems a major reshuffling of the Eagle Eye Directorate is imminent. Yaogang's voice was cool and crisp as she parted her red lips. Your Highness, you have always wanted to get a foothold in the Lantern Bearers. Now that the consort has taken charge of the Eagle Eye Directorate, this is a golden opportunity. Moreover, the consort is from the Xia family. If we can secure the Xia family's support through him, we would gain military power. Perhaps your dream of becoming the first empress of our great Wu dynasty would no longer be a fantasy. Zi Yu's eyes burned with fervor as she spoke. Even the crown prince and the third prince could only extend their influence to the hall master level of the lantern bearers. But now if they could gain the consort's support, they would have eyes and ears. It was one of the 9 directorates after all. The power it could mobilize was immense, and the help it could provide them was incalculable. We're not married yet. Don't call him consort. Yaoguang turned her head away, leaving them only a view of her exquisite profile. Her eyes flickered, her thoughts unknown. If that Xiaqin ever sees your highness, he'll be utterly smitten. I refuse to believe there's a man in this world who can resist your beauty. Li Wei giggled, hugging one of Yaogang's arms. The three had grown up together. Though they were mistress and servants, their bond was extraordinary. We're bound to marry sooner or later. He'll be the true consort eventually. Ziyu chimed in with a smile. I've heard that Xiaqin's appearance is peerless. Some even say he outshines the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. You two are my personal maids. If I truly marry Xiaqin, you will have to serve as his concubines and share his bed. It seems I'm not the one who's anxious, am I? Is it the two of you who have taken a fancy to Xiaqin? A faint smile bloomed on Yaogang's face, instantly eclipsing all the flowers in the garden. She refused to be outdone and struck back at her 2 maids. If I truly cannot escape this fate and must marry him, why don't you two fulfill the duties of a wife on my behalf? Yaoguang looked at Ziyu and Li Wei. These 2 girls dared to mock her. By now their faces were already flushed with embarrassment. We wouldn't dare to steal your highness, man. Ziyu smiled. In repose, she resembled an ancient painting exuding an aura of tranquil remoteness. But when she spoke, she was like a lively purple cloud possessing an undeniable charm despite its lack of ostentation. Ziyu, the hidden chancellor of the Empress era, had countless suitors. Yet she was like the bright moon in the sky, lofty, untouchable, beyond anyone's reach. The entire garden by the pond was filled with laughter and joy. Even the goldfish were drawn to the surface, mesmerized by the beautiful scene. After the merriment subsided, Yaoguang and Ziyu grew quiet. Yaogang's expression turned serious. Send an invitation for me. Invite him to the literary gathering 3 days from now. It is indeed time for me to meet my betrothed. Yaogang's exquisitely beautiful face was captivating. She felt a pang of regret. She had been prejudiced from the start, believing her fiancé to be a talentless good-for-nothing. But how much time had passed? He had already stirred up the capital. Even the lantern bearers and organization she could not infiltrate had been successfully taken over by this fiancé, who now controlled the entire Eagle Eye Directorate. She had indeed misjudged him. A literary gathering. Xiaochun had just finished his work, ending his first day as a lantern bearer. At the entrance of Zhengde Street, he was stopped by someone. Xiaochun looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, the future renowned Zi Yue, and asked with some confusion, "Indeed, Your Highness the consort. My princess and you have been betrothed for a long time, yet you have never met. In 3 days my princess will host a literary gathering allowing you both to meet and foster affection." Ziyu descended from her carriage and without hesitation entered Xia Chen's carriage. Once inside, she looked up and carefully examined Xia Chen's appearance, finding him truly extraordinarily handsome, unparalleled in the capital. Ziyu suddenly recalled her mistress' earlier words, "Let them serve the bridal chamber first," and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xia Chen was puzzled. She had entered his carriage herself, so why was she blushing? He was innocent and had not laid a hand on her. This future hidden chancellor was still not composed enough. She was just a young girl. Thinking this, Xia Chen decided to tease her. "Foster affection. What has your princess taken a liking to me?" Xia Chen toyed with a jade pendant in his hand, raising an eyebrow with interest. "Your Highness jests. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand each other lest our future marriage suffer from ignorance of one another's character." "Oh, so it's not that the princess misses me. Then could it be that you do?" Xia Chen's teasing words made Ziyu blush from her cheeks to her ears, feeling a wave of heat throughout her body. "Your Highness, please do not jest." Ziyu bit her lip, unsure why, but upon entering the carriage her thoughts seemed utterly scattered, unable to remain composed. "I saw you willingly enter my carriage and thought you might be testing the waters on behalf of your princess. You are Yeagang's close maid and will eventually serve in the bridal chamber. As I understand, when a royal princess marries, a maid is sent first to assess the consort's prowess. Could that tester be you?" Xia Chun spoke flirtatiously, while Ziyu sitting across from him had a face so flushed it seemed ready to drip blood. Xia Chun found her shy demeanor amusing. The thought that this future figure so composed that the entire court dared not speak loudly in her presence was now rendered speechless by his teasing. This contrast was utterly delightful. "Please be serious, Your Highness. I entered your carriage because the streets are crowded and full of eyes. Though I am a woman, I am the princess maid, and thus also yours, so there is no need for excessive caution. As for who will test Your Highness' capabilities, that is for the princess to decide." Ziyu composed herself, lifted her flushed face, and replied earnestly. Now seated across from Xia Chun, she smiled gracefully, regaining her composure, her demeanor even more refined than that of any noble lady in the capital. "I came today to invite Your Highness to the literary gathering." The blush slowly faded from Ziyu's delicate face as she steered the conversation back on track. "A literary gathering is for scholars. Wouldn't a rough martial artist like me be a laughingstock there? If your princess truly wishes to see me, let us find a secluded place or go directly to the princess residence, close the doors, and talk in private. Why must we go to a literary gathering with so many outsiders?" Xia Chen smiled at Ziyu. "Now who in the capital doesn't know that His Majesty personally praised you, saying you possess unparalleled talent second only to Prime Minister Lin? If you walk the path of a scholar, you will surely become a chancellor in the future." Xia Chun raised an eyebrow at these words. He had learned of this matter this morning and suspected that the lantern bearers under Emperor Wen's orders were fanning the flames. The Emperor intended to push him into the spotlight. The greater Xia Chen's fame, the wider his startling theory of ruler-subject and father-son relationships would spread. "Though Your Highness is now greatly renowned, many scholars in the capital are deeply dissatisfied with you, even vowing to teach you a lesson. The princess acts for your benefit. Since you debated brilliantly among the lantern bearers, I believe you can triumph at the literary gathering as well." Ziyu handed a delicate invitation to Xia Chun, then gracefully curtsied, smiled at him, and withdrew from the carriage. Xia Qian and Xia Xiao climbed into the carriage. Xia Qian grinned mischievously. "You're not even married yet, and the princess is already so eager to send someone to contact you. Could she be in a hurry to tie the knot? This princess is not as simple as you think. She comes neither early nor late, but precisely now, likely drawn by my current status. People truly must improve themselves first to earn others' regard. Otherwise, even your anger will be seen as endearing." Xia Chun lifted a corner of the curtain and watched Ziyu's carriage slowly disappear from his sight. "No matter how extraordinary Princess Yao Guang is, she is still but a woman. Your betrothal is decreed by the Emperor and will never change. At most in 2 or 3 years you will be wed." Xia Qian smiled dismissively. Though the princess held a noble status, she was merely a princess. Xia Chen shook his head and did not elaborate. Who in the capital would have thought that this relatively inconspicuous Princess Yao Guang, overshadowed by the crown prince and third prince, would ultimately triumph? After years of lying low, she would rise like a dragon, stunning the entire world that night. It was precisely because Xia Chen knew the fearsome nature of Princess Yaoguang that he did not presume too much. Her initiative to contact him was not for his sake, but because he now controlled the Eagle Eye department. Intelligence systems were crucial for any organization. Whoever controlled them could strike first. Upon returning to the Marquis of Zhendong's residence, Xia Chen did not go to his own courtyard first, but visited Xia Qian's dwelling instead. He recounted in detail everything that had happened at the Lantern Bearers that day. You balanced your approach well, displaying authority while maintaining flexibility, avoiding universal resentment, and solidifying your position. Now that the 3 hall masters have agreed to rotation, you can use this opportunity to fully control those 3 halls. What about the other 2? Xia Qian pondered for a moment, then looked up at Xia Chen. Li Yu and Chen Song are loyal to the Crown Prince and Third Prince respectively. We can uncover this, and surely His Majesty knows as well. The reason His Majesty transferred me to the Eagle Eye department is likely to cut off the Crown Prince and Third Prince's influence within the Lantern Bearers. These 2 hall masters' disobedience gives me the perfect opportunity. As a newcomer, I must promote my own people. For everyone who rises, another must fall. Let's start with these 2 halls. The Lantern Bearers need a purge. Xia Chen's words were calm, yet they carried a chilling edge. To be honest, he preferred action over words. When fists could solve problems, talking was far too tiring. Xia Qian looked at his nephew before him. He had always felt that although this nephew was intelligent, his actions were somewhat too gentle. He lacked the characteristic fiery valor of the Xia family. Therefore, Xia Qian worried that Xia Chen might stray onto a wrong path, resorting only to dark schemes and conspiracies, lurking like a venomous snake in the shadows. But now it seemed he had misjudged. His nephew clearly possessed both firmness and gentleness, balancing yin and yang, fond of deep thought, yet not lacking in decisive measures. Among the 3rd-generation, Chainer is not the most outstanding in martial arts talent, but in terms of intellect, none of the younger generation can match him. When I grow old, perhaps Chainer can shoulder the family's heavy responsibilities, steering the helm. That way our Xia family will not only have a strong fist, but also a sharp mind, and may flourish for another century. Xia Qian fell into deep thought. Judging by Xia Chen's recent performance, he was both brave and wise, truly a born candidate for family head. The reason the Xia family had prospered for 600 years was precisely their adherence to meritocracy. Whoever had the ability and wisdom would become the family head. Xia Qian was no different, dedicating himself wholly to the family. Although his 2 sons were excellent, they still fell short of Xia Chen in terms of the bigger picture. Uncle, I plan to move out of the Marquis Manor. Just as Xia Qian was envisioning the family's future for the next century, Xia Chen's sudden words startled him. Why would you want to move out of the Marquis Manor for no reason? Is it because your courtyard is too remote, or you have too few servants? He'll have it arranged immediately. Xia Qian frowned, his gaze turning stern. In the 600 years of the Xia family, few direct-line descendants had ever moved out of the Marquis Manor, and those who did were essentially separating from the clan. It's not because of those reasons. Xia Chen shook his head, a gentle smile on his face, his demeanor as warm and refined as jade, making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. You want to separate from the clan? Xia Qian frowned even deeper. He had just been thinking of grooming Xia Chen for the family's future and passing on the position of family head, yet now Xia Chen wanted to move out. It's not as serious as separating from the clan, but at this point I am no longer suitable to stay in the Marquis Manor. Xia Chen took a sip of tea to soothe Xia Qian's emotions before speaking slowly. His Majesty holds our Marquis Manor in high regard, yet he is also wary of us. The threat of meritorious officials overshadowing the sovereign has existed since ancient times. The reason our Marquis Manor remains prosperous is that the world is not yet unified and times are still turbulent. His Majesty still needs us, but he is also deeply apprehensive. My current status is somewhat unique, a direct descendant of the Marquis Manor and also the imperial son-in-law. His Majesty wants to win me over, as evidenced by his appointment of me to the Lantern Bearers. Perhaps he has other plans, such as using me to divide the Xia family, hoping it will split into 2 factions. To the outside world, I have been neglected in the Marquis Manor since childhood, with indifferent parents raised without much care. Therefore they believe my relationship with the manor is strained. Even His Majesty thinks so. This is why His Majesty chose me. So from now on I cannot appear too close to the Marquis Manor, and the manor cannot treat me too kindly. Xia Chen spoke slowly. Xia Qian's expression shifted uncertainly. He wanted to refute, but ultimately couldn't find the words, finally speaking in a deep voice. Is it really as serious as you say? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have voluntarily handed over military power, and your father has remained obedient and cautious. Can His Majesty still not tolerate us? Even if we harbor no treasonous intent, a united Eastern pacification Marquis manor teeming with talents poses too great a threat to imperial authority, a situation no emperor would wish to see. Xia Qian's eyes flickered with the light of sun, moon, and stars, deep as a black hole, dark and silent. His tone was somber, involuntarily making people tense up. We must not gamble on whether a heartless emperor has any feelings. His Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years, long since transformed into a political machine. Anything that threatens his rule or slips from his control will be destroyed. Xia Qian looked at Xia Qian with an utterly serious expression. So His Majesty wants to see our Xia family divided, wants to see you hostile towards me, wants to see the third generation disunited. We shall put on a show for him, set his mind at ease, and secretly build our strength. Is that what you intend? Xia Qian's eyes shimmered as he stared intently at his nephew, his tone exceedingly grave. Yes. The worse my relationship with you, the more His Majesty will trust me and grant me greater power, and the safer our Xia family will be. Xia Qian met Xia Qian's gaze. At this moment he no longer concealed his sharpness, standing like a blade drawn from its sheath. This confident aura made Xia Qian's eyes glaze over in reverie. After a long silence, Xia Qian finally spoke slowly. I understand your intentions. Go ahead, do as you say. The next day, at the Eagle Eye division of the Lantern Bearer's office. It's this late, and the new director still hasn't arrived. I was wondering how he would make his move today. I heard the rotation is starting today. Though this lord is young, his heart is truly ruthless. Word has it that Director Zheng and the others voluntarily requested the rotation yesterday, but this lord made them kneel at the door for 3 hours before allowing them in. This lord is no ordinary man. Clearly he was the one demanding the rotation, yet in the end Director Zheng and the others had to take the initiative to request it, handing the knife to him for the cut. Such a tactic is truly formidable. As the crowd chatted, noon approached, and Xia Qian still hadn't shown up at the Lantern Bearers. Something's happened. Don't wait any longer. It seems the new lord won't be coming to our office today. Someone rushed into the Eagle Eye division. What happened? Has there been another change? Everyone hurriedly inquired, then heard a shocking piece of news. A piece of news swept through the upper circles of the capital, leaving many utterly astonished. The latest headline figure in the capital, favored by His Majesty and now commanding one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers Eagle Eye, the young Marquis of the Eastern Pacification Marquis Manor and the Emperor's son-in-law, Xia Qian's own backyard, had caught fire. This stunned many. What? The Eastern Pacification Marquis Manor was on fire. Why not hurry and put it out? Put out what fire? The Eastern Pacification Marquis Manor is full of experts. How could it really catch fire? It's this imperial son-in-law who has fallen out with the manor. I hear he's already moved out of the Eastern Pacification Marquis Manor. My cousin's wife's brother's sister-in-law's brother's brother-in-law's son saw with his own eyes that Xia Qian is now leading his men to pick out a courtyard. He's already paid for it. It seems he really has separated from the manor. What on earth happened? It's caused such a stir. Separation from the clan is no small matter. In all these years, has there ever been a case of a direct line descendant moving out of the Marquis Manor? No one knows. I only heard it was a terrible row. The Xia family head Anwu Marquis Xia Qian even summoned the clan elders and personally administered corporal punishment. I heard they nearly expelled Xia Qian from the family register. In the capital, from high-ranking officials to common folk of all walks of life, everyone had heard of the incident. In taverns and tea-houses, it was the sole topic of discussion. For a time, the entire capital was abuzz. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the trending topic, Xia Qian, was leading Xia Qian into his newly purchased 3-courtyard mansion. Following behind him was a pretty maidservant by Zhu. Young master, are you going to the Lantern Bearers tomorrow? Xia Qian followed behind Xia Qian and asked softly. Having just taken charge of the Lantern Bearers and subdued those people, a prolonged absence might breed complications. Rest tomorrow. The day after, I'll attend a literary gathering. As for the Lantern Bearers, let things simmer for a while. The climax of the story will arrive soon. Additionally, updates will be punctually posted every day at midnight. Though the 3-courtyard residence Xia Qian had newly purchased was far inferior to the Marquis estate, it could still be considered a luxurious dwelling within the capital. Located in the inner city and near the central thoroughfare, its geographical position was excellent. Moreover, both the landscape and the rooms within the courtyard were exquisitely designed, capturing Xia Qian's heart at first glance. Thus, merely acquiring this courtyard cost 3,000 taels of silver, an astronomical sum for an ordinary family. In this era, the purchasing power of silver was considerable. Xia Qian's current monthly salary was a mere 50 taels, amounting to only 600 taels annually. Rice is expensive in Chang'an. A living in the capital is no easy feat. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Qian sighed. One never truly understands the cost of daily necessities until managing a household. Having always resided in the Marquis estate, where all living expenses were provided for, he had never felt such concerns. Now that he had moved out on his own, he truly grasped the difficulty. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation all demanded expenditure. Over the past decade or more, the gifts from elders during festivals had accumulated to just over 2,000 taels. Had Shui Mingru not tearfully pressed 3,000 taels into his hands last night upon learning of his departure from the Marquis estate, he might not have had enough to purchase this courtyard. "Young master," a tender, melodious voice called out as a gentle-mannered maidservant emerged from the house. Indeed, Bijou now belonged to Xia Chun. Bijou had previously been a maidservant by Shui Mingru's side. It was originally intended that once Xia Chun broke through to the 8th rank, she would be transferred to his courtyard to attend to his daily needs. However, as Xia Chun had been preoccupied with official duties and unaccustomed to having an extra person in his quarters, the matter had been delayed. Last night, when Shui Mingru learned of his impending move from the Marquis estate, she wept and insisted he take Bijou along to care for him. Seeing his aunt's sorrowful tears, Xia Chun had no choice but to accept Bijou. Recalling this, a warmth filled his heart. Though his own parents cared little for him, his uncle and aunt had treated him like their own son all these years, never regarding him as an outsider. "What do you think of this courtyard?" Xia Chun asked Bijou, who looked at him with a hint of shyness, not daring to meet his gaze. The matriarch had assigned her to the 3rd young master's quarters as a maidservant, but everyone knew her true role was to warm his bed. In noble households, when young masters reached a certain age, they were provided with bed-warming maidservants who would remain with them until their marriage. Once the young master married, these maidservants would be elevated to concubines. From this moment on, she truly belonged to Xia Chun. "I still have over 2,000 taels of silver. From now on, the household affairs will be in your hands. In the next few days, take some people to the Western market and purchase a few maidservants and servants. They may be young, but they must come from a respectable family." Xia Chun handed a thick stack of banknotes to Bijou, but she hesitated, too intimidated to accept them. "Young master, I am merely a maidservant. How could I manage the household affairs? Such matters should be handled by the mistress. That is the princess. Who knows when the wedding will be? Are we supposed to wait for her forever? We've just moved out and need to set up everything anew. By the time she arrives, it will be far too late." Xia Chun took Bijou's delicate, smooth hand and pressed the banknotes into her palm. "Right now, you're the only woman in this household. If you don't manage it, who will, Xia Qian? It's settled. From now on, you'll take care of everything inside. I don't have the energy to deal with household matters," Xia Chun said with a smile. Bijou lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Feeling the warmth of his hand holding hers, a dazed look crept into her eyes like a flower budding in spring. Occasionally lifting her gaze, her starry eyes brimmed with shyness, and a faint blush crept onto her snow-white cheeks. "Young master is so kind." Under the bright moon, hanging high, Xia Chun stood in the courtyard practicing his blade. His movements and forms were exceedingly simple. Only the most basic cuts, chops, thrusts, wipes, and slashes. He repeated them over and over. It appeared utterly ordinary, but any connoisseur present would gasp in amazement. For each of Xia Chun's strikes was incredibly condensed, like a fine thread slicing through the void, cleaving the very air. It was so exquisite that those with lesser insight could not perceive its subtlety. Xia Chun's gaze was intensely focused. No matter how busy his daytime duties were, he would return to his courtyard and execute 10,000 slashes every day. Such perseverance and diligence naturally yielded remarkable rewards. Within his field of vision, small characters continuously rose on his system panel. Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10. Blade skill experience 983010000. As time passed, a young man in the courtyard repeated the motions, unyielding in his efforts. Before long, Xia Chun heard a crisp chime. "Your blade skill has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a forbidden blade intent. Do you wish to claim it?" "Claim. You have comprehended the pure yang blade intent. Blade intent level 1 forbidden. Experience required for 2 forbidden blade intent 30,000. 1 forbidden blade intent 030000. Xia Chun no longer paid attention to the small text on the system panel. He felt as though he had been pulled into a strange world. He became a 5-year-old child following his master in blade practice. The sun rose and set, spring passed, and autumn arrived. Regardless of scorching heat or bitter cold, Xia Chun stood daily on a large rock at the cliff's edge, enduring wind, rain, and sun. At 8, his blade technique achieved minor success, at 11, great success, and at 18, perfection. After mastering the blade, Xia Chun bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to gain worldly experience. He journeyed east, seeking out renowned blade masters. Along the way, he encountered bandits and marauding armies. Fighting through blood and chaos, he joined the army at 20, rising from a common soldier and honing his blade intent amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At 22, Xia Chun felt a stirring within and left the army, continuing eastward until he finally beheld the sea. He stood atop a rocky cliff, gazing at the vast ocean. Sitting on a seaside rock, just as he had once stood on the cliff practicing his blade, he repeated the basic blade movements. That year, Xia Chun lived by fishing, watching the tides ebb and flow, observing the great sun rise and set. The killing intent and bloodlust forged in the army seemed washed away by the sea, vanishing entirely. He became as ordinary as any fisherman. Eventually, Xia Chun set down his blade, no longer clinging to practice. He let things take their natural course, ceasing to force anything. He became a true fisherman. Yet this fisherman had a peculiar habit. He loved to sit on the rock and watch the sun, remaining there for entire days. One ordinary afternoon, as the sun sank below the horizon, swallowed by the sea, Xia Chun, who had sat idly on the rock all day, suddenly broke into a smile. A divine light blazed in his eyes like a sun slowly rising. Dispelling the darkness of dawn, he picked up the fishing spear beside him and casually swept it across the sea's surface. This blade is called Dawnbreaker. Xia Chun's voice was gentle, almost a murmur, yet it carried a righteous, pure yang force that shook the soul, as if a divine Buddha were proclaiming to the world. Suddenly the sea, which had been sinking into darkness, blazed with brilliant light. Fishermen on returning boats widened their eyes. What were they witnessing? Another great sun rose, illuminating the world. The entire sea was relit, and a gash was torn across the once smooth surface, revealing the ravines of the ocean floor. The entire phenomenon lasted for 5 or 6 breaths. Finally, the vast, immense waters surged back, but upon that sea an aura of vast, pure yang remained. A single slash, such terror it inspired. Xia Chun opened his eyes, and within his gaze a great sun slowly retracted, transforming back into a singular eye, merging the dual pupils into one, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Tidal waves, great sun, blade intent. Xia Chun murmured to himself as he looked up at the position of the bright moon high in the sky. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, yet he felt as if he had truly experienced over 20 years of time's vicissitudes. Everything he experienced in that world felt incredibly real, especially his insights into swordsmanship. It has blurred again, leaving only the purest understanding. Xia Chun furrowed his brows as the memories of that world began to fade slightly in his mind. He remembered many occurrences, but the specifics eluded him. Only his memories of practicing the sword remained vividly clear. It seems my system has undergone a mutation vastly different from the player systems of my past life. In his previous life, the player system could also accumulate experience points to comprehend blade, intent fist, intent sword, intent, and so forth, but it was through direct infusion. However, this time Xia Chun felt as if he had truly lived a lifetime, starting from the age of 5 practicing the sword, ultimately achieving enlightenment at the East Sea at the age of 23. This was an experience he had never had in his past life. Although the memories of that world were blurry, the sensations were overwhelmingly real, though everything did not seem fake. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent in the small world, observing the vast sea, to understand the true meaning of tides, creating your own sword technique. Dawn. Exceptional performance, reward 1 minor recovery pill. Host Xia Chun, age 17, realm peak of 7th rank, cultivation techniques, Qi Yang body refinement technique, Show Yang breaking demon blade. Dawn. Blade technique 1, forbidden pure yang blade, intent concept, law, true meaning of tide system, space. 10 cubic meters, lower grade, minor recovery pill, saves 3 months of hard practice, system shop, unlock cultivation speed tenfold, enhancement, fortune, golden dragon, cleansing essence, root, bone talent, superior root bone, formerly a waste body, innate dual pupils, awakening 1. The system panel displayed a dense array of text which Xia Chun carefully glanced over. This time the gains from his enlightenment were tremendous. The last time he entered the 9 dragon seal and absorbed the changes brought by the fortune golden dragon was also significant, the most apparent being the cultivation speed. Originally, whether practicing sword techniques, proficiency, or experience points, everything increased by 1-1. However, since that time he had been directly getting 10-10. His efficiency had increased tenfold. Moreover, his root bone, which was originally a waste body in martial arts, transformed into a superior root bone after the cleansing by the fortune golden dragon. Even without relying on the system, he would undoubtedly be considered a genius in his own cultivation. I didn't expect to have gained a pill. Xia Chun felt a surge of joy within. In his past life, he had exchanged experiences on player forums and knew that while every player had a system, they were all quite rudimentary, and he had never heard of systems dropping equipment or rewarding items. It seems my system is truly special. Could it be that my rebirth and entry into this world was not due to the 9 dragon seal, but rather because of this system. Xia Chen's gaze flickered restlessly. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend it. He had always believed it was because of the Jade 9 dragon seal in his palm, but now the mutation of the system made him waver. Xia Chen shook his head and decided not to ponder further. What was unknown now might become clear in the future. He took out from the system space the minor recovery pill, emitting a faint fragrance. This pill was only of lower grade, but it could save him 3 months of arduous cultivation. Although this world has pills, they are not abundant. Most are healing pills, and there are very few that can directly enhance cultivation speed. Thinking of this, Xia Chen's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the recipe for this minor recovery pill, it would greatly aid in the future development of his own power. This is just lower grade. What if there are mid-grade, upper grade, or even higher-level minor recovery pills? Then, in an instant, Xia Chen imagined many possibilities. Then he threw the minor recovery pill in his hand into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of scorching energy erupted in his throat, flowing into his limbs and bones. Xia Chen's blood began to boil, and his heart thumped wildly, sounding like a drum beating, as if the very sound of drums echoed in the courtyard. It was hard to imagine that this was the heartbeat of a person. At this moment, it was still early March, and the cold in the sky had just receded, certainly not warm. In the courtyard, the peach blossom tree had just sprouted tender buds and flower buds, but had yet to bloom. As Xia Chen sat cross-legged, breathing rhythmically, the temperature in the entire courtyard began to rise. Bai Zhu, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room and bed, naturally sensed the changes in the courtyard. She hurriedly pushed open the window and instantly witnessed a scene she would never forget. Xia Chen sat cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, an extraordinary vision emerged, an expansive and boundless sea stretching endlessly, with waves crashing one after another in a magnificent display that was awe-inspiring. This was Bai Zhu's first time seeing the sea. She had always heard the noble household speak of how vast the sea was, boundless and infinite, and today she finally saw it. At that moment, a great sun slowly rose from beneath the horizon like the dawn, bringing light to the world, while a vast warmth enveloped Bai Zhu. This great sun continued its ascent until it reached directly above the sea, transforming into a blazing sun. In an instant, the entire courtyard was illuminated and the flowers bloomed. The peach blossom tree suddenly burst into full bloom, extraordinarily beautiful, leaving Bai Zhu captivated in a trance. Is this a miracle? Young master, so impressive. Xia Chen opened his eyes, and this time there was a spark of lightning that flickered within his gaze. His eyes were becoming increasingly extraordinary. He had officially entered the realm of the 6th-rank martial artist. At this moment, Xia Chen felt as if he had an inexhaustible supply of strength. The improvements he made throughout the night surpassed his previous strength by more than tenfold. Although at this stage, unless one reached the 3rd rank or above realm, did not represent everything, the 6th rank was still considered a formidable level in the entire capital. In the martial world, one could establish a sect at the 5th rank, so one could imagine the worth of the 6th rank. Young master is truly impressive. Bai Zhu came to her senses and hurriedly ran out of the room. Do not speak of tonight's events to the outside world. This is a secret between us. Xia Chen flashed a bright smile at Bai Zhu, who gazed at his enchanting face, and her heart raced wildly. Rest assured, young master, I understand, and won't speak of it outside. Even if, in the future, a princess marries into our family, I still won't say a word. This is our secret. Bai Zhu said shyly, her face flushed, and she added a final note. P.S. Today's 3rd chapter, brothers, please give a wave of free rewards. There will be an update at midnight. I'm giving it my all, and thanks to the inspiration capsule rewarded by the law of imagination, superscript 3. I'm giving it my all, and thanks to the inspiration capsule rewarded by the law of imagination, superscript 3. Nightfall. Bai Zhu had already drawn hot water for Xia Chen and stood by the wooden tub. Young master, let me wash you, she said, a hint of anticipation shimmering in her lively eyes. After a mere second of thought, Xia Chen nodded. Bai Zhu was now his personal maidservant, and in this world, he was a native. There was no need to impose his modern sensibilities here, nor to feign moral superiority. Unless one possessed the power to reshape the world, it was futile to stand against it in defiant isolation. Blushing deeply, Bai Zhu pressed close to Xia Chen, unfastening his belt and helping him shed all his garments. Before her eyes lay a flawless physique, a veritable work of art. Bai Zhu's height barely reached Xia Chen's chest. Their proximity was intimate. She felt the potent young aura radiating from his body, her gaze growing dazed and unfocused. She remained rooted in place until the splash of water jolted her back to reality, and she saw Xia Chen had already stepped into the wooden tub. Snapping out of her trance, she hurried to the tub's edge, slipping her soft, delicate hands into the water to begin scrubbing him. Yet as she worked, her mind wandered. Though the young master is young in years, he's certainly not lacking in other respects. Late night. Xia Chun turned off the lamp and had just climbed into bed when he spotted a small figure creeping stealthily from the adjacent chamber connected to his master bedroom. His eyes sharp as day, even in the darkness, discerned Baizhu scantily clad in only a delicate purple belly band. Baizhu, Xia Chun called softly, startling her in the gloom. What is it? Is something else the matter? A stretch of silence hung in the dark before her timid voice finally emerged. The mistress set him to attend to the young master's daily needs and warm your bed at night. Her voice was barely a whisper, nearly inaudible to anyone without keen ears. In the darkness, her face was flushed to crimson, so deep it seemed ready to bleed. Xia Chun fell silent, aware of this aristocratic custom. He had avoided it before only because he had yet to break through to the 8th grade realm and could not yet engage in carnal acts. I don't need the bed warmed. Sleep in the side chamber tonight. Xia Chun sighed. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor a hypocrite, nor did he wish to impose modern thinking on this era. But neither was he an impatient man. Baizhu would be his in time, and she was still young. There was no rush. Does the young master find me repulsive? Another silence stretched through the dark. Finally, Baizhu's voice came, choked with tears. That's not what I meant, Xia Chun said. He watched her weep, her face streaked with tears like rain-soaked blossoms, and felt a headache coming on. Fine, come up first. But it's truly just to warm the bed. Xia Chun lifted the blanket, and a soft cat-like form slipped into his embrace. In this feudal age, since he could not change it, he would yield to it. A man may be mighty enough to destroy a body, but he cannot forcibly alter another's mind. Dawn. Upon waking, Xia Chun resumed his martial training. He had already sent Xia Qian to request leave from the lantern bearers. He planned to attend his betrothed's poetry gathering tomorrow before clashing with those adversaries, showing them a true lesson in making an example of someone. That day's verbal duel had merely been an appetizer. Baizhu rose from the bed, as well, her face radiant with happiness and her gaze adoring. Though the young master had truly done nothing to her last night, their bond had undergone a qualitative transformation overnight. Gradually, they moved from strangers to familiarity, truly beginning to know each other inside and out. The third day, Xia Chun's internal clock roused him precisely on time, and Baizhu curled in his arms like a kitten stirred awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she crawled out from the covers, her fair, delicate skin exposed to the air, clad only in a light undergarment. Is the young master going to see the princess today? Not exactly, just attending a literary gathering. Xia Chun shook his head and smiled, tousling Baizhu's hair. Sleep a little longer. I can get ready on my own. No, I must help you dress. The gathering is at the princess' residence, so you'll surely see her today. You must look dashing so she doesn't underestimate you. Baizhu scrambled out of bed as she spoke and began assisting Xia Chun with his attire. In a small mutton soup shop along the Central Avenue. Young master, aren't we in a hurry? The princess mansion is just a few hundred meters ahead. Let's finish breakfast first. What's the rush? Haven't you heard that VIPs always make a grand entrance last? Xia Chun didn't lift his head from the bowl of mutton soup, addressing the fidgety Xia Qian beside him. The soup was excellent, authentic, and to his liking. Xia Qian sighed at Xia Chen's unshakable calm and began sipping his own soup. For some reason, he felt his master was rather indifferent toward the famed second princess, showing no anticipation at all. Yet his master was invariably courteous and gentle to everyone, even the city's beggars, flawless in demeanor. Xia Qian couldn't fathom it. Let's go. After leisurely finishing his soup, Xia Chun rose and called for Xia Qian to follow. Boss, how much? Young master, it's on the house. The owner shuffled forward, bowing low with a fawning smile. Though he didn't recognize Xia Chun, the young man's striking appearance and aura marked him as nobility. His humble business had no backing to dare charge such a person. Here you go. My master always pays for his meals. Xia Qian, following behind, pulled a silver fragment from his pocket and placed it on the table, leaving the shopkeeper with an imposing silhouette. Which noble house does that young master belong to? So particular. I've never seen the like. Oldly muttered, his gaze distant. He never imagined this man was Xia Chun, the consorto topping the capital's gossip charts. Yaowang Princess Mansion. A variety of carriages and sedan chairs lined the street, the entrance bustling with activity. Scholars in Confucian robes and nobles in lavish attire presented their invitations and entered the mansion with smiles. Look, that woman is stunning. I've never seen such beauty. Which household does she hail from? Her grace is extraordinary. That woman in purple has a significant background. She's Princess Yeagang's personal attendant. No way, just a maid. She's more beautiful and elegant than the daughters of other mansions. Truly befitting someone from Princess Yeagang's side. As the crowd gathered before the mansion, they noticed a strikingly beautiful woman in purple standing by the side gate, sparking a buzz of discussion. Some bold young nobles tried to approach her, but Ziyu rebuffed them coldly. Is Miss Ziyu waiting for someone? Who could warrant such attention from Miss Ziyu waiting so long at the gate? Could it be Princess Pingyang arriving today? Or the crown prince, or third prince? Only they would merit Princess Yaguang, sending her personal attendant to wait. The crowd murmured, and then the ever-composed Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Following her gaze, they saw a young man approaching. His brows were like ink-washed strokes slanting into his temples. His eyes were long and deep dark pools glinting with starlight, as if harboring endless emotion and wisdom. His skin was fairer than snow, his face like polished jade. Clad in a blue robe, his posture was as upright as a pine, every movement exuding warmth and refinement, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm impossible to look away from. Ziyu's eyes brightened at the sight of the meticulously dressed Xia Chun, and for a moment, she couldn't tear her gaze away. The crowd regarded him with envy. Brother, why do you have to be so handsome? How are we supposed to compete? They exchanged glances, feeling the immense pressure. The literary gathering hadn't even begun, and they had already lost a round. They had all dressed up carefully, yet why was the gap between them so vast? Their hearts ached, and what stung more was that the Ziyu they all coveted was now walking toward this man. Greetings, consort. At the entrance of the prince's mansion, everyone was utterly stunned by the scene before them. Their goddess Lady Ziyu was behaving in such a manner before this man. Brother, isn't it just that you're a bit handsome? We're all men of stature. Some have looks, some have height and height. Although appearances may be lacking, we're still human. We're all here for the literary gathering. Why should you get special treatment? The crowd seethed with indignation and resentment. Why are you at the entrance? Xiaochen was somewhat surprised looking at Ziyu. Naturally, I came specially to welcome the consort. This is the prince's mansion. The consort cannot be treated like an ordinary guest. Ziyu stood beside Xiaochen, replying respectfully. Today, Xiaochen was indeed a cut above the version in the lantern-bearer's uniform from that day in the carriage. That day, Xiaochen exuded a rakish, unruly charm, somewhat sharp-edged. But today, dressed in splendid robes and meticulously groomed, he radiated the noble aura of a young master, imposing yet profoundly restrained. Upon hearing Ziyu's reply, Xiaochen glanced at her, then swept his gaze over the scholars and young nobles crowded at the entrance, all staring at him. He didn't want to linger there any longer. Xiaochen suspected that if this weren't under the emperor's watchful eye and at the prince's doorstep, these envious fire-eyed men might have rushed over to attack him. Should I summon the imperial guard or the lantern-bearers to have them beat him up? Ah, how troublesome. The jealousy of others is terrifying. With this thought, Xiaochen nodded faintly to Ziyu. Let's go inside first. Ziyu led Xiaochen and Xiaoqian past the crowd blocking the prince's mansion entrance. Only after Xiaoqian's figure disappeared did the crowd begin to murmur loudly. Who is this person? Lady Ziyu personally welcomes him. Such a grand reception. And why is he so handsome? With him here, is there any place for us? What's there to fear? The literary gathering tests skill, not looks. This guy is just a pretty face, an embroidered pillow, a silver-tipped spear, all show and no substance. A young noble in brocade robes sneered disdainfully. He despised those who relied on their looks, unlike him who relied on his family. Coming to a literary gathering with such good looks, he probably has ulterior motives. He's after Princess Yaguang, clearly looking for an easy meal. If I may not be as handsome, but I live off my parents and never freeload. I'm proud. Yang Wei straightened his back, feeling self-righteous. But soon his back slumped. I need to rest properly. Staying so stiff is exhausting. A smile on his face, Yang Wei unfurled his folding fan, ready to display his elegant charm when he heard someone speak. Shill, keep your voice down. Do you know who that man is? Who else? A gigolo looking for a sugar mommy. Bah, I despise such people. Before the speaker finished, Yang Wei blurted out. The speaker's face changed. He nervously looked around, then quickly covered Yang Wei's mouth. Brother Wei, you can't say that casually. That man is very influential. Be careful, his people here. Who is it? You're making it so tense. Could it be a prince? The companions were curious, and some were annoyed by the mystery. That man is Xiaochen, the eldest son of Marquis of Zhendong and consort to Princess Yaguang. Yesterday, news about him was all over town. I heard he moved out of Marquis of Zhendong's mansion. What? He's Xiaochen. No wonder Lady Ziyu came out to greet him. The crowd's expressions shifted, then they understood. This was the prince's mansion, and though the two weren't married yet, the imperial decree had been announced. Their union was a certainty. Thus, Xiaochen was practically half the master of the prince's mansion. Keep your voices down. Do you know that Xiaochen now controls one of the lantern-bearer's 9 departments, the Eagle Eye Department? Each department has different authority and jurisdiction. The Eagle Eye Department oversees the capital. Today's gathering has drawn half the scholars and nobles of the capital, so the Eagle Eye Department must have planted people among us. Every word we say might be recorded. Wu Bai looked around nervously, speaking in barely a whisper. The crowd's faces changed, especially Yang Weiss. The lantern bearers were ubiquitous. They had raised many families in the capital over the years. The sons of great families feared them most. Brother Wei, are you all right? Why are you so limp? You need to be strong. As the crowd's expressions shifted, Yang Weiss had spun, his eyes rolled back, and his body went limp, collapsing toward the ground. I can't take it. I'm dizzy and seeing stars. I'm afraid I can't attend this gathering. I'll go rest first. Yang Wei was terrified. He had just spoken ill of Xia Chun, and quite loudly. Would Xia Chun send the lantern bearers after him? Quick, help Brother Wei back. Brother Wei, I hear goji berries can cure dizziness. I have a prescription with goji as the main ingredient. It worked wonders for me last time. After the gathering, I'll bring it to your door. A friend patted his chest and assured Yang Wei with a smile. The entrance was in chaos, but by then Xia Chun had already entered the princess mansion. This isn't the way to the front hall for the literary gathering, is it? Xia Chun followed behind Ziyue along a winding path with unique scenery, asking casually as he admired the view. Ahead is the inner courtyard. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go there? Xia Chun didn't even lift his eyes, gazing at the dazzling fountain in the beautiful garden as he spoke indifferently. The consort is family. Even if outsiders knew, they wouldn't say much. The gathering hasn't started yet. The consort as one of the household should rest first. Ziyue stopped, turned around, looked at Xia Chun's handsome face, and replied earnestly. Xia Chun nodded without further comment. Ziyue led Xia Chun through numerous courtyards until they arrived at a scenic, historically rich garden. Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. The plaque bore 3 simple characters without a signature, yet they exuded an extraordinary air. Ziyue turned back to look at Xia Chun, who stood at the entrance staring at the characters, and smiled warmly. These 3 characters were written by the princess herself. Even the Grand Tutor has praised her calligraphy. Xia Chun nodded. The calligraphy was indeed excellent, but what made him pause was not the characters themselves, but the phrase Heavenly Phoenix. After Yao Wang ascended the throne, her reign title was Heavenly Phoenix. From the Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion, Xia Chun could see that Yao Wang had long aspired to rule the world. Does the consort find something wrong with these characters? Ziyue, sharp-witted, sensed a strange emotion in Xia Chun's expression. The characters themselves are excellent, but Heavenly Phoenix is a bit too grand. A phoenix can already soar the 9 heavens, yet it still aims higher. It's somewhat too sharp. Xia Chun's tone was calm and detached, but his casual remark made Ziyue's expression shift. The consort is joking. It's just an ordinary garden name. Ziyue smiled gracefully, quickly masking the change in her eyes. Haha, I was just speaking casually. But if I were to name it, keep it simple, with just 2 characters. Oh, the consort has a better name. Ziyue stared at Xia Chun, standing at the entrance, her eyes complex. Even someone as clever as her couldn't tell if he was speaking idly or implying something. The morning sunlight gently bathed Xia Chun, illuminating half of his strikingly beautiful face. He seemed to bathe in light, radiant as a deity. How about Jade Pool? Xia Chun's smile was brilliant and warm, his entire demeanor gentle as jade, like a spring breeze. With that, he strode into the garden, no longer looking at the plaque bearing Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. Jade Pool. Ziyue repeated the words at the entrance, puzzled, yet sensing a grand sacred quality, as if carrying profound karma and origin. The more she murmured, the more profound they felt, though she couldn't grasp their essence. This world had no myths of the Jade Pool or the Queen Mother, so she was destined never to understand the meaning behind those words. When Ziyue came to her senses, she saw Xia Chun had already pushed open the door and entered the main hall. Consort, wait for me. Ziyue lifted her skirt and ran lightly, her movements still graceful and elegant. By the time she entered, Xia Chun was already seated in the hall. Consort, this way. The princess is bathing and will need a moment. The imperial kitchen has prepared breakfast for the princess and the consort. It will be ready soon. Ziyue led Xia Chun to a dining area and said with a smile. Xia Chun raised an eyebrow. Was he about to meet the future empress? So eager. Having breakfast together. Are we really that close? One might think we're an old married couple. So eager. Having breakfast together. Are we really that close? One might think we're an old married couple. So eager. Having breakfast together. Are we really that close? One might think we're an old married couple. So eager. Having breakfast together. Are we really that close? One might think we're an old married couple. So eager. Having breakfast together. Are we really that close? One might think we're an old married couple. Xia Chun sat quietly on the chair. Warm light flickered among the painted beams. In the hall, a long sandalwood table was set in the center, its embroidered silk tablecloth exquisitely crafted. Around him, jade screens glimmered faintly, isolating the clamor of the mundane world. Xia Chen sat alone, his demeanor as serene as a deep, unfathomable abyss. Maid stood silently nearby, refilling his tea, yet Xia Chen did not initiate conversation, remaining unusually tranquil. Yao Qi. In a modest boudoir deep within the courtyard, Yao Guang sat before her dressing mirror. Hearing Ziyu's detailed report, she murmured the two words to herself. The bronze mirror reflected a face of flawless beauty. Ziyu stood behind Yao Guang, lifting a wooden comb through her cascading raven locks. I feel the consort has a hidden meaning in his words. His attitude towards Tianfeng is peculiar. I always feel nothing is secret before him, as if he sees through everything. Ziyu frowned slightly, her expression puzzled. It seems my consort is more astute than we imagined. These past 17 years he too has been lying low, sheathing his blade. Yao Guang wore a light undergarment after her bath. Her skin radiated a rosy luster, exuding an alluring glow. But why? Why would the consort hide his brilliance? He is not like us, is he? Could it be that he was mistreated in the Marquis mansion all these years? Did someone intend harm to nip him in the bud? So he disguised himself as a mediocrity. Ziyu furrowed her brows, her voice crisp, yet tender, filled with confusion. 14 years ago, the Marquis of Zhendong went to the eastern wasteland battlefield and had a second son. Xia Haoyan is said to be exceptionally gifted. Both the Marquis and his wife dote on him, while Xia Chun is neglected. But Xia Chun is the legitimate eldest son. With that status, the title of Marquis is destined for him. Yao Guang's voice carried a mature, steady wisdom. Her face was like a spring peach blossom, delicate and rosy, every inch of skin as warm and smooth as large jade. Her eyes were like autumn waters, shimmering and captivating. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial maiden from a painting, outshining all worldly things. Ziyu stood behind Yao Guang, gazing at the reflection she had seen countless times, yet still momentarily lost, unable to look away. Finally, she came to her senses and said, Your Highness, means the Marquis of Zhendong wants to pass the title to the younger son Xia Hao, but Xia Chun is an obstacle. Could he really harm his own child? Even a tiger doesn't eat its cub. Ziyu's reasoning sent a chill down her spine. She recalled Xia Chen's face, his calm, confident smile, and her heart ached. How had the consort survived in the Marquis mansion all these years? He must have faced many dangers and hardships. No wonder he had quarreled with the mansion and moved out to establish his own household. I don't know the exact reason either. Perhaps my guess is wrong. Yao Guang shook her head, a trace of confusion still lingering in her brows. She felt something was amiss, as if trapped in a mental blind spot. What is he doing now? Suddenly, Yao Guang glanced at Ziyu in the mirror, changing the subject. He sits there quietly, not looking around, not asking questions, just savoring his tea. He is patient indeed. I heard from Li Wenzhong that Xia Chun enjoys reading military texts, has a calm mind, and bears the air of a great general. Today I see it's true. Yao Guang smiled faintly. Ziyu, what do you think of Xia Chun? General Li speaks highly of the consort. Rumors in the capital can deceive, but General Li is loyal to you. He would not lie. I have met the consort twice. Though I cannot judge his military talent, he is certainly no ordinary man. Ziyu paused, then continued, while combing Yao Guang's hair. Yao Guang did not respond immediately. Silence filled the room. After a long moment, she nodded. Perhaps we can win him over. He may truly become my husband, and some matters will inevitably involve him. Yao Guang's bright eyes held a contemplative gleam. By the way, from now on we should limit contact with General Li Wenzhong. He has been promoted to Grand General of the Dragon Guard, and his status is different. My father, the Emperor, is suspicious. He will surely have Li Wenzhong watched. We must be cautious. Yes, Your Highness. I will reduce communication unless there is a major event requiring General Li's help. I will not activate this hidden piece unless necessary. Ziyu's expression turned serious, aware of the stakes. Bring me that phoenix jade hairpin. I will wear it today. Suddenly Yao Guang spoke, gazing at her reflection. Didn't you say that hairpin was too showy and you wanted to keep a low profile? Ziyu was surprised. This hairpin was a gift from the current emperor, famous throughout the Great Wu dynasty. Emperor Wu had once obtained a strange piece of jade crimson, as if stained with phoenix blood. Delighted, he had the finest jade craftsman and the celestial master of the time carve and polish it together. The first owner of this phoenix jade hairpin was Emperor Wu's Empress. Now the hairpin had been passed down through the imperial family for 600 years. Emperor Wen had bestowed it upon Yao Guang when she turned 16, but she had worn it only once before. I have few head ornaments that are presentable. This hairpin is the only one. It will serve as a suitable decoration. Ziyu smiled knowingly, saying nothing more, and went to fetch the hairpin. She understood perfectly the princess was naturally beautiful, and to avoid outshining other noble ladies, she had stopped wearing any accessories since age 15. Yet the princess' residence still held many ornaments. Today she specifically chose the phoenix jade hairpin, showing her particular regard. Ziyu gently lifted a jade box and retrieved the hairpin. The hairpin was entirely crimson, exquisitely carved with every feather of the phoenix vividly detailed, as if it could transform into a fiery-born phoenix at any moment, brimming with spiritual energy. With this hairpin, your highness' entire aura changes. Ziyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Many talented scholars will attend this literary gathering. It requires due attention. Yao Guang studied herself in the mirror, speaking as if to herself, yet seemingly explaining to Ziyu. I think you're wearing it just for the consort. Ziyu teased, unafraid of their close bond. Yao Guang's ears reddened slightly, but she quickly masked her eyes, returning to calm. Nonsense. Go check on Xiachen. He has waited long enough. I don't want to seem neglectful. They'll be there soon. Yao Guang gently pushed Ziyu, who smiled, and slowly withdrew from the room. Yao Guang gently pushed Ziyu, who smiled, and slowly withdrew from the room. Xiachen waited in serene stillness, his heart calm and composed, until he saw Ziyu approaching gracefully in a purple dress. The consort has waited long. The princess will arrive shortly. Ziyu bowed, then moved with delicate steps to Xiachen's side. Parting her red lips, she spoke. It's nothing, Xiachen replied, shaking his head, his gaze still tranquil. Ziyu could not tell whether Xiachen was genuinely unbothered or merely suppressing his irritation, for he had already waited the time it takes to drink 3 cups of tea. The princess has just finished her bath. To meet the consort, she took special care with her attire and makeup, which delayed her. I beg your forgiveness. Ziyu, unwilling for Xiachen to misunderstand the princess, offered this explanation. Xiachen smiled faintly and shook his head. Lady Ziyu, you worry too much. I have nothing pressing. Waiting a while longer is no trouble. Xiachen paid little heed to such trivial matters. Whether the princess intended to assert dominance or was truly occupied with grooming, he did not dwell on it. For a shadow lingered in his heart. Since entering the princess mansion, though he appeared composed and at ease, he remained inwardly vigilant and cautious. From the events of his past life, the second prince's concealment ran deep, so deep it was almost terrifying. The crown prince and the third prince fought fiercely, to the point where the third prince, driven to desperation, resorted to rebellion and staged a coup to seize the throne. Yet the second princess, who had always kept a low profile, emerged only at the final moment of the coup to put an end to the chaos. Her strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Another reason Xiachen found the second princess unfathomable was that even if all direct royal bloodlines were wiped out in the coup, the 8 princes of the imperial clan still had a legitimate claim to the throne. By tradition, in such a scenario, a member of the imperial clan would be chosen to succeed the main line. Yet both the civil officials and the military families supported the second princess, a woman, to ascend the throne. This was truly alarming. Clearly, these people had long been won over by the second princess, all pledging allegiance to her. Such cunning had deceived the entire realm. Now this formidable woman was his betrothed, and he was about to meet her. How could Xiachen not be on high alert, treading with utmost care? Though he was half a player and possessed a cheat, Xiachen never underestimated the people of this world. In his past life, countless players had demonstrated with their own lives how these natives could toy with and slaughter them. Yet what troubled Xiachen more was how he had died in the coup of his past life. Was it truly an accident? Had the second princess not simply crushed him while suppressing the rebellion? Deep in his heart, Xiachen harbored grave doubts. Consort, the princess is arriving. In a daze, Xiachen heard Ziyu's voice beside him. Xiachen caught the sound of light footsteps and looked toward the side hall. A woman emerged from behind, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiachen's mind wandered. She was indeed the most stunning person he had ever seen. Behind her followed a lovely, spirited girl, Li Wei. Greetings, princess. Xiachen, after only a moment's distraction, immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Regardless of his suspicions or their validity, he had to play his part thoroughly now. Yao Guang scrutinized the man before her, her eyes shimmering with unreadable thoughts. This man was indeed the most outstanding she had ever encountered, with flawless features. No need for such formality arise. Yao Guang strove to keep her voice calm and indifferent, yet a faint, unconscious smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Li Wei, standing behind Yao Guang, gazed at Xiachen with curiosity. Noticing her look, Xiachen nodded briefly before averting his eyes. Please sit. Yao Guang gestured for Xiachen to sit opposite her. Soon maids filed in, bearing exquisitely prepared dishes. Each portion small, but artfully presented a feast for the senses. Are you hungry? Yao Guang asked, looking at the handsome young man before her. Not really, Xiachen replied, calmly nodding. Silence fell upon the room. Yao Guang gazed down at the dishes being served, wishing to break the awkwardness, but at a loss for words. She was usually eloquent and quick-witted, but today she found herself speechless. The man before her, her betrothed, was somewhat different from what she had imagined. According to intelligence, Xia Chun was gentle as jade, humble and courteous, exuding nobility, friendly to all, and often wore a smile. But seeing him today, while he was indeed polite, he seemed too indifferent, almost cold. Yao Guang frowned slightly. Why was this? Had he changed upon meeting her? Was the intelligence flawed? A woman's first instinct was keen, though Xia Chun believed he had acted respectfully enough. Yao Guang sensed something amiss. The two sat at the table in silence. Ziyu frowned. The consort was neither outgoing nor taciturn, nor did he seem nervous, so why was he so distant? I hear the consort is exceptionally talented in literature, praised even by His Majesty. Are you prepared for today's literary gathering? As Yao Guang's advisor, Ziyu felt the oppressive atmosphere must be broken. The princess and consort meeting for the first time need not fall in love instantly, but the awkwardness should not persist, making both uncomfortable. As expected, Ziyu's words shattered the silence. I am but a warrior. Today I come mainly to observe and witness the talents of our great youth. Xia Chun replied with a smile. In that moment he realized his mistake. He had been prejudiced, suspecting the second princess might be his future killer, thus treating her with excessive caution. But nothing had happened yet. He had only recently become engaged to her, and his younger brother Xia Hao, the future pillar of Great Wu and king of Zhendong, was just 13. Rumors in the past life suggested the Empress intended to choose Xia Hao, but that was clearly false. The Empress had ruled for decades, her might overwhelming the world, leaving no force to oppose her. Had she truly favored Xia Hao, they would likely have been together long ago. Yet as far as Xia Chun knew, the Empress remained alone, her eyes seemingly fixed only on the Tao. Eventually, she chose a young child from the imperial clan as her successor. Later, at the dawn of the spiritual energy revival, she vanished mysteriously. Rumors circulated that Xia Hao was responsible. This was not unfounded, for when Great Wu crumbled, the greatest beneficiary was indeed Xia Hao. Inferring the process from the outcome gave him an advantage, but also led to biased assumptions. Xia Chun quickly came to his senses. Whatever the truth behind the historical mystery, he was now caught in the currents. He must experience and endure feeling every moment. As for the outcome, whether he could change it, he would fight with all his might, undaunted by hardships. With this thought, Xia Chun flashed a radiant smile at Yao Guang. The atmosphere in the room eased considerably. Yao Guang and Ziyu were puzzled, unable to fathom why Xia Chun's demeanor had shifted so abruptly in that fleeting moment. It was my first encounter with the Princess Majesty, hence my initial tension, Xia Chun explained with a smile, as if reading their thoughts. And now the tension has dissipated. Yao Guang parted her crimson lips, her own words surprising her as she adopted such a maidenly demeanor. Upon first meeting Her Highness, I beheld a phoenix soaring above the 9 heavens, radiant beyond measure, a presence that overawed the realm. Naturally, my heart was filled with trepidation and bewilderment. Yet upon sitting down, I could finally discern your peerless beauty, and thus I relaxed considerably. Xia Chun grinned, his handsome visage facing Yao Guang at close quarters, his gaze warm, yet restrained as he fixed his eyes upon her. His timing was impeccable. Yao Guang, who had been meeting his gaze, now averted her eyes slightly, a strange unease stirring within her, a sensation she had never before experienced. My prince's countenance is undoubtedly the most exquisite under heaven. Li Wei interjected suddenly, regarding Xia Chun with earnest sincerity. Though my princess is the fairest in the world, the claim of overawing the realm may be an exaggeration. Ziyu remarked with a smile, sensing that the consort's words about overawing the realm were not mere flattery. It was akin to his earlier fixation on the term celestial phoenix. One harboring the ambition of a soaring swan may yet take flight and pierce the heavens. Xia Chun picked up his chopsticks, took a chicken claw, and after savoring it, spoke with a casual air, as if merely chatting and jesting. Yet Yao Guang, seated across from him, felt her gaze sharpen abruptly, her eyes boring into Xia Chun as he continued his breakfast with lowered head. A brief silence fell over the room, broken only by the refined sound of Xia Chun's chewing. Even as a woman, what use are grand ambitions? Suddenly Yao Guang smiled, and the chamber seemed to bloom with spring blossoms bathed in radiant sunlight. A beauty so stunning it left one breathless. Yao Guang found herself genuinely intrigued by this man before her. If she still believed his words were idle chatter, she would be utterly foolish. Was Yao Guang foolish? Of course not. She was exceedingly intelligent. Xia Chun suspected that few in the entire Great Wu dynasty surpassed her in wit. Thus Yao Guang was certain that her consort knew her well, perhaps even understood her deepest secrets. Yet a profound sense of insecurity gnawed at her. She felt as though this man had seen through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable before him. More critically, she barely knew her betrothed. The information she had gathered earlier seemed inconsistent, as if the man were shrouded in mist, elusive and inscrutable. Do you have a fondness for chicken claws? In an instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through Yao Guang's mind, but she quickly composed herself, regaining her poise. She chose not to dwell on the matter, instead shifting the topic. Chicken claws are succulent and flavorful, especially these from the princess residence. They possess a unique taste. Xia Chun had already consumed a bowl of mutton soup before arriving, leaving him nearly full. Yet he genuinely appreciated the quality of the chicken claws. The delicate dish contained only 3 claws, of which he had eaten 2. Yao Guang watched him in silence, sensing an ambiguity in his words that unsettled her. I hear that the son of Prime Minister Lin will attend today's literary gathering. Recently, rumors in the capital claim that the consort's literary talent surpasses even the Prime Minister's. The young Master Lin may seek to challenge you, Ziyu remarked, striving to keep the conversation flowing. Ziyu sighed, inwardly realizing she had become the lubricant between the two. Merely idle gossip from the streets and markets. If the Prime Minister's son is coming, it will be an opportunity to see if he has inherited his father's brilliance, Xia Chun replied, nonchalantly focusing on the feast before him. He paused mid-bite and looked up. Who else will be attending today's gathering? To answer the consort, the sons of high-ranking court officials, talented youths from the Imperial Academy, eminent scholars from White Deer Academy, with their students Master Tianhai from Dragon Temple, and possibly representatives from the Heavenly Master Residence. Ziyu recited a litany of names. Xia Chun cast a sidelong glance at her as she listed the attendees. His initial indifference began to wane, replaced by a spark of curiosity. The presence of officials' sons and academy students was unsurprising, but the arrival of a great scholar from White Deer Academy elevated the gathering's stature considerably. More notably, representatives from both Dragon Temple and the Heavenly Master Residence would attend, an unusual occurrence. Abbot Longshu of Dragon Temple and the old Heavenly Master were among the 5 first-rank powerhouses of the realm, revered as terrestrial immortals who commanded awe-inspiring might. Both Dragon Temple and the Heavenly Master Residence were located within the capital's domain, yet they remained aloof from worldly affairs, occupying a transcendent status. Xia Chun cast a penetrating glance at Yao Guang. To have secured the participation of both institutions in a literary gathering was no small feat. Consort, why have you stopped eating? Li Wei, who had been about to summon a maid for more chicken claws, noticed Xia Chun had set down his chopsticks and asked with curiosity. These chicken claws are so delicious that I fear overindulgence might lead to addiction. Since I cannot enjoy them daily, how painful that would be. Xia Chun jested with a light-hearted smile. I see. Li Wei replied, her innocence shining through. You are welcome to visit often if you enjoy them. Yao Guang suddenly said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xia Chun. Xia Chun regarded her with surprise. Visit often? Why not simply move into the princess residence? The thought crossed his mind, but he refrained from voicing it. Since we are not yet wed, frequent visits to the princess residence might invite gossip. Xia Chun hesitated before responding. Do you fear gossips? Yao Guang met his gaze directly, her eyes unwavering and resolute. In the room, Ziyue and Li Wei both looked at Yao Guang with some surprise. They hadn't expected the princess to be so straightforward. In truth, Yao Guang regretted her words the moment she spoke them, realizing they carried a hint of ambiguity. The two were not yet married, and her invitation for Xia Chun to visit her home, whether intentional or not, could easily be misunderstood. With this thought, Yao Guang stole a glance at Xia Chun, but found him still composed, a faint smile on his face, seemingly unswayed by any improper thoughts. If the princess is unafraid, then I have no reason to be either, Xia Chun said with a bright smile, his demeanor at ease. They both tacitly avoided continuing that topic. Yao Guang ate her breakfast slowly, her delicate movements so graceful that Xia Chun found them a pleasure to behold. Yet Yao Guang felt unsettled under his gaze. It was the first time she had been watched so openly while eating, a strange sensation she had never experienced before. Yao Guang silently quickened her pace, though her movements remained elegant. And so the breakfast came to an end. The entire affair passed without much excitement. Xia Chun forced himself to remain at ease, constantly reminding himself not to overthink it, treating it as an unconventional blind date. Princess, do you need some time to prepare? Perhaps I should head over to the literary gathering first, Xia Chun suggested as he watched Yao Guang finish eating and dab at her bright lips with a silk handkerchief. He was quite interested in the Dragon Temple and the Celestial Master Residence. Yao Guang pondered for a moment, then looked at Xia Chun and said in a clear, cool voice, it's almost time. Let's go together. With that, she rose to her feet. Xia Chun watched her retreating figure, momentarily puzzled by her intentions. In the past 5 years, the capital had not seen such a grand literary gathering. Princess Yao Guang had invested considerable time and effort to organize it. It was certainly not for mere amusement. She aimed to gather talents and recruit aides and strategists. Xia Chun was well aware of this. If he appeared alongside Yao Guang, it might affect her recruitment efforts, hindering her ability to project an image of an independent, and strong woman to the outside world. Thus, he tactfully offered to go ahead. To his surprise, Yao Guang made no effort to conceal their relationship, and their joint appearance would undoubtedly send a certain signal to the public. For instance, that the two share a good rapport, that both are satisfied with the betrothal, and that they might marry soon. These thoughts flashed through Xia Chen's mind as he caught up with Yao Guang walking with her toward the outer courtyard. Whatever he thought, if Yao Guang had no qualms, why should he? It wasn't as if he had a mistress outside, who was coming from the White Deer Academy and the Celestial Master Residence. Xia Chen walked side by side with Yao Guang, but the prince's residence was vast, so he took the opportunity to ask Ziyue, who was behind them. The White Deer Academy is sending the great Confucian scholar Lu Tong, who has descended the mountain with his disciples and arrived in the capital a few days ago. The Dragon Temple is sending Master Tianhai. As for the Celestial Master Residence, if nothing unexpected occurs, it should be Taoist Xianzhenzi. Ziyue answered each question in turn. Xia Chen nodded understanding. Having done his homework since arriving in this world, he was familiar with some notable figures of the Great Wu in the entire realm. The White Deer Academy was a renowned Confucian institution in Great Wu with a millennium of history and a long tradition. Lu Tong was a somewhat legendary figure. After 15 years of diligent study, he passed the imperial examinations at 20 and entered officialdom. He was a famous child prodigy. However, at 32, he submitted a memorial to Emperor when advising him to let the people rest and reduce warfare. At that time, after the Huayan campaign and the Southern Barbarian campaign, Great Wu was like a cauldron over a roaring fire, with the common people's tax burden growing heavier and chaos emerging everywhere. But this memorial incurred the emperor's wrath, and Lu Tong resigned in indignation, returning to the White Deer Academy to devote himself to the study of the sage's classics. At 45, he finally became a great Confucian scholar. Now 20 years had passed since Lu Tong left the capital. The official world had undergone great changes. Did Lu Tong align himself with Yao Guang at this literary gathering? Or was his return to the capital and re-entry into the world orchestrated by Yao Guang? Xia Chen knew Lu Tong, or rather from his past life. During the era of the female emperor, Lu Tong rose swiftly, eventually entering the Grand Secretariat and becoming a senior minister. He then focused on developing the people's livelihood, implementing many policies. It was under Lu Tong's leadership that Great Wu's economy began to recover, laying a solid economic foundation for the later expansion of the Great Wu cavalry, which conquered the Qin Kingdom and the Dafeng Empire. In this era, Master Tianhai of the Dragon Temple was also renowned. Eloquent and proficient in Buddhist doctrine, though born in the Dragon Temple, he did not reject other schools. He had delved into Confucianism and Taoism, mastering the three teachings. He was also one of the 6 direct disciples of Abbot Longshu, ranking 3rd, and frequently entered the palace to discuss Buddhism with Emperor Wen. As for Taoist Xianzhenzi of the Celestial Master Residence, he was the most famous among the 2nd generation of the residents, aside from the old Celestial Master's direct disciples. Although this Taoist's fame and recognition were not as great as the previous two, Xia Chen did not dare underestimate Taoist Xianzhenzi. For he was a player who appeared slow but accumulated strength, steadily biding his time. Xianzhenzi lived into the early days of the spiritual energy revival era. When the world's spiritual energy revived, he forged his own path from the Celestial Master Residence's Taoist techniques, opening another lineage for Taoism and becoming a major power. A small literary gathering, yet it hides crouching tigers and coiled dragons. Many future luminaries who will shake the world will step onto the stage of history through this gathering. Xia Chen's heart tightened. He had previously dismissed it, nearly overlooking this gathering. Fortunately, he had not missed it. I wonder if those two from the White Deer Academy and the Imperial Academy have arrived. Calculating their ages, they should be just over 20 years old. Xia Chen's mind conjured some future information. During the era of the Grand Unification, Confucianism flourished brilliantly, even suppressing Buddhism and Taoism for a time. Confucianism even became the orthodox ideology. The most dazzling figures were 2 scholars named Su Xingxian and Fang Zhiru. One was from the Imperial Academy, the other from the White Deer Academy. At 29, one became the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, achieving the record of the youngest Grand Secretary in Great Wu's history. Fang Zhiru at 31 broke into the 2nd rank of the Confucian path, setting the record for the fastest breakthrough to the 2nd rank in Great Wu. One was unmatched in intellect, the other astonishingly gifted in the Confucian path. Because of their origins from the White Deer Academy and the Imperial Academy, they were often compared by the world. Both had received favors from the female emperor and served her loyally. Could it be that they were recruited by Yao Guang at this very gathering? Along this short path, Xia Chen's thoughts drifted far, traversing the river of time, deducing the present from the future, seeking a path suited for himself. He also pondered how to maximize his own interests. Soon the group passed through numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall. The place was abuzz with voices, and many had already arrived, and some were seated. Hearing the footsteps, all eyes turned toward them. They saw the peerless Yao Guang, and standing beside her Xia Chun. The once bustling outer hall fell into an instant silence. All eyes were fixed on Yao Guang, who was radiating an unparalleled brilliance at that moment. Yet even so, she could not entirely eclipse the radiance of the man beside him. He stood tall and straight like a steadfast pine or cypress, his impeccably tailored attire accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist a perfect silhouette. His face seemed a masterpiece carved by the heavens, sharp brows slanting into his temples, deep luminous eyes that held the sparkle of countless stars. Beneath his aquiline nose, his lips were finely shaped, exuding an innate nobility. He stood there, a smile gracing his lips as warm and enchanting as the spring sun breaking through the ice. His aura was ethereal and otherworldly, like a deity stepping out of a poem or painting. He remained quiet, making no deliberate effort to stand out, yet the presence he radiated was so compelling that gazes involuntarily fell upon him. "Greetings, Your Highness." Everyone bowed in unison, but their sidelong glances lingered on Xia Chun, curiosity burning within. Who is this man? He is extraordinarily handsome, standing right beside the princess. Could he be one of the princes? The current emperor had few offspring, only 4 princes and 3 princesses. Many had never seen the princes, so speculation ran rife. He and the princess make such a perfect pair, like a golden boy and jade girl, equals in every way. Strangely, this thought surfaced unbidden in someone's mind. How is it that there is a man of such striking appearance in the capital, and I was unaware until now? Another thought echoed in someone's heart. Amid the myriad thoughts, Ye Gang's cool voice rang out. "Rise, all of you. Today's literary gathering is informal. There is no need for restraint." She raised her slender hand, slightly commanding the entire scene. Xia Chun quietly surveyed the venue. The entire front hall, including the courtyard, was spacious enough to accommodate several hundred people without feeling cramped. On the other side of the hall, a middle-aged eunuch was directing the proceedings. Beautiful maidservants and eunuchs moved among the guests, placing trays of fruit and wine efficiently and flexibly, arranging the entire setting. That is eunuch's son, the steward of the princess residence. He is quite adept at management. Ziyuan noticed Xia Chun's gaze and whispered softly beside him. Xia Chun nodded. Although the princess residence was still in its early stages and many talents had yet to be recruited by Yao Guang, she still had some capable people under her command at this point. "Greetings, Your Highness." Just as Xia Chun was scanning the crowd for his target, a middle-aged man of around 40 with an extraordinary bearing approached with 3 scholars dressed in Confucian robes. "Master Lu, there is no need for such formalities." Yao Guang quickly helped the middle-aged man rise and invited him to take a seat. At this moment, Yao Guang and Xia Chun were in a side hall, which offered a full view of the literary gathering while maintaining a degree of privacy. Xia Chun studied the plainly dressed middle-aged man and instantly recognized him. It was the great Confucian scholar of White Deer Academy, Lu Tong. It seems Yao Guang has been in contact with Lu Tong for some time. His arrival in the capital now must be by her arrangement, Xia Chun thought to himself. As expected, he soon heard Lu Tong's voice. "Your Highness invited me to the capital in a letter. I trust it was not merely for a literary gathering." "Naturally. The situation at court has changed, Master Lu. With your extraordinary talents, it would be a waste to merely teach and educate. Moreover, your Confucian path has reached the peak of the 4th grade, the enlightened mind realm. To break through to the 3rd grade, the establishing speech realm, you need to engage with the world. Currently, there is a vacancy for the left vice minister of rights, and I have recommended you to my imperial father." Yao Guang spoke, slowly seated in the central position. At that moment, her demeanor already bore the nascent form of a female emperor. "I resigned in anger back then, and His Majesty was deeply displeased. I fear." Lu Tong hesitated, voicing his concerns. After resigning, he had retreated to White Deer Academy, resolved never to return to officialdom. But as he entered the 4th grade enlightened mind realm, he had clarified his true heart, shed distractions, and returned to simplicity, realizing his inner aspirations. Thus, he no longer rejected the official world. Yet even so, he had not acted hastily, but waited patiently. Now the opportunity had arrived. "Master Lu is a man of great talent. Though my imperial father was angry back then, he is a man of magnanimity and will certainly not hold a grudge over this matter," Yao Guang stated with certainty. She knew her imperial father all too well. As long as his interests were not infringed upon or harmed, he was very much like a wise ruler. 20 years had passed, and the events of those days were long gone. Hearing this, Lu Tong nodded and said no more. After resigning for 20 years, he was returning to officialdom as a 3rd grade vice minister, a position that placed him at the core of the Great Wu dynasty's power. Lu Tong knew that if not for Princess Yaegang's recommendation, it would have been difficult for him to secure this position even as a renowned Confucian scholar. At this thought, even Lu Tong could not help but feel a pang of emotion. 20 years ago when he resigned, he was merely a fifth-grade official. After 2 decades of cultivation, he had leaped to become a third-grade vice minister. Among his peers of that year, the top scholar who had remained mired in officialdom was still only the left vice minister of the revenue department. The 3 young scholars behind Lu Tong beamed with joy. With their teacher becoming a high-ranking court official, it would greatly benefit them when they passed the imperial examinations. Having someone in power made officialdom much easier. Lu Tong and Yao Guang continued their conversation without any attempt to exclude Xia Chun. Everything was conducted openly and honestly, reflecting that their relationship was still purely transactional. Lu Tong had received a favor, but had not fully committed to Yaegang's side. "May I ask who this young gentleman is?" After finishing their discussion, Lu Tong could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned his gaze to Xia Chun. He had noticed this man as soon as he entered. With his extraordinary aura and appearance, even sitting silently in the corner, he was impossible to overlook. "This is Xia Chun, my fiancé." Yaegang's words were concise and her tone direct without any pretense. She introduced Xia Chun openly and honestly. "So this is the consort." Lu Tong was taken aback. Having been out of touch with court affairs for years, he was unfamiliar with recent events in the capital. Upon arriving 2 days ago, his first priority had been to understand the official landscape. Over the past 2 days, the name he had heard most often was Xia Chun, a rising star in officialdom, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong, 17 years old, and the one who had recently cracked the case of the military defense maps that had shocked the nation. For this achievement, Xia Chun had soared to prominence, taking over the lantern bearers and commanding the Eagle Eye department. Rumors suggested that His Majesty intended for Xia Chun to eventually lead the lantern bearers, as he was a relative by marriage and thus more trustworthy than an outsider. If the rumors were true, Xia Chun might become the most powerful imperial relative in the 600-year history of Great Wu. Whether the rumors were true or false, with his youth, Xia Chun's future was undoubtedly boundless. After all, he was also a direct descendant of the Xia clan. The 3 disciples behind Lu Tong gazed at Xia Chun with eyes filled with nothing but envy, utterly devoid of jealousy or hatred. Truly, people's fates were vastly different. They were already in their 20s, but still held only the status of provincial scholars. Meanwhile, Xia Chun at 17 was already a high-ranking 4th-grade official. More importantly, he commanded one of the 9 dreaded departments of the lantern bearers, a position that carried far more weight than an ordinary 4th-grade official. More importantly, he commanded one of the 9 dreaded departments of the lantern bearers, a position that carried far more weight than an ordinary 4th-grade official. Not only that, over the past 2 days in the capital, Lu Tong had heard many rumors about Xia Chun. He was not a gossip by nature, but the tales spreading through the city were so fervent that even he could not help but overhear some. For instance, it was said that the emperor had praised the consort, exclaiming on the spot, "My consort's wisdom surpasses that of the Grand Secretary Lin Hepu, and his literary talent is not inferior to the greatest scholars of the realm." Another rumor held that the consort had fallen out with the Xia family, becoming the first legitimate heir in nearly a century to move out of the ancestral home. These tidbits piqued even Lu Tong's curiosity. He never imagined that the man before him was that very person. "Greetings, Your Highness the consort." Lu Tong rose and bowed, and his 3 disciples quickly followed suit, realizing that although this young man was youthful, his standing was already on par with their teachers. More crucially, they sensed an intangible aura emanating from Xia Chun, one that subtly influenced them, quelling any hint of jealousy and instead inspiring a desire to draw near and follow him. This effect went unnoticed even by themselves. "You flatter me, great scholar Lu Tong." Xia Chun smiled and stood, his demeanor not arrogant, but courteous, instantly winning goodwill. "I hear you spoke of the ruler, the minister, the father, and the son. Have you studied Confucianism? That phrase seems to have its roots in our doctrine." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tong asked with curiosity. This was the aspect of Xia Chun that intrigued him most. "I have a slight understanding." "You are too modest, consort." Though simple, those words perfectly capture the relationship between Confucian service to the world and the state, bearing the mark of a great Confucian master. Lu Tong praised with a smile, startling his 3 disciples. Their teacher was one of the 5 great Confucians of the Great Wu Empire, yet he held Xia Chun in such high regard. It was merely a moment of inspiration. Xia Chun remained humble in the face of praise. "At your age, consort, to possess such a temperament, it is no wonder His Majesty values you so. At your age, I was still buried in my books." Lu Tong gazed at the young man, as gentle and polished as jade, and could not help but sigh with emotion, feeling the relentless passage of time and his own advancing years. If you can deeply cultivate yourself, devote your heart to Confucianism, and perfect the ideals within your words, you might leave a glorious chapter in the annals of history. Lu Tong understood profoundly how vital this phrase was for consolidating imperial power. He believed that if this young man had truly conceived it, he was a seed of scholarship. Though somewhat older now, if he dedicated himself to Confucianism, he might yet become a sage of the Confucian school. Xia Chen smiled and shook his head. I seek not fame after death, but only to benefit all under heaven and bring happiness to the people. Therefore I yearn to charge onto the battlefield and defend my country. Yao Guang had been listening quietly without interruption, but upon hearing these words, she cast another glance at Xia Chen. Alas, what a pity. Lu Tong shook his head, genuinely regretful. If Xia Chen had been taught by him from a young age, he might have achieved great things in the future. But Lu Tong knew that given Xia Chen's current status, he was no longer qualified to be his teacher. May I ask, Master Lu, among the scholars you have brought from the White Deer Academy to the capital, is there one named Feng Zhiru? Xia Chen wished to steer the conversation away from this topic. His goal was clear: to learn if Feng Zhiru had arrived. The consort actually knows of him. To Xia Chen's disappointment, Lu Tong shook his head. Zhiru did not accompany me to the capital this time. I have merely heard his name in passing. Xia Chen smiled, maintaining a natural demeanor. Who is this Feng Zhiru? Yao Guang was sharp. Though Xia Chen's question seemed casual, it piqued her curiosity. She was eager to recruit talent and had gone to great lengths to organize this literary gathering to gather the brightest minds. Feng Zhiru is a scholar of our White Deer Academy. He entered the academy 10 years ago and was accepted as the closed-door disciple of our headmaster. Lu Tong replied upon the princess' inquiry. Oh, to be accepted as the closed-door disciple of Master Qi, he must surely be a man of great talent. Ye Gang's interest was instantly piqued. The headmaster of the White Deer Academy was the paramount Confucian authority of the Great Wu Empire, a great sage who had one foot in the second realm of Confucianism. Information about the White Deer Academy's headmaster surfaced in Xia Chen's mind. Qi Jingfeng-style Bujio, thus known as Master Bujio. Upon breaking through to the third realm, he established the maxim, the noble man does not rescue. This declaration shook the world, earning him immense fame among all scholars. Yet this Confucian titan of the Great Wu had long since withdrawn from the world. Upon hearing Ye Gang's words, Lu Tong smiled bitterly instead. It is embarrassing to say, but after Feng Zhiru became the headmaster's disciple 10 years ago, he has shown no particular brilliance. To this day, he remains only at the 8th stage of self-cultivation. Originally, I planned to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor and exchange ideas with the young talents at this gathering, hoping it might inspire him to break through to the 7th stage. But he refused. He said he had not yet finished reading all the books in the White Deer Academy and was unwilling to descend the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head. By seniority, Feng Zhiru was his junior fellow apprentice, and his good intentions had been met with rejection. He genuinely felt that the headmaster had misjudged this time. Feng Zhiru had good moral character, but in the path of Confucian cultivation, he lacked talent. Now over 20 years old, Feng Zhiru would be better off coming to the capital to seek official rank and inter-government service rather than burying himself in books at the academy. That might yield some achievements and not waste his youth. He wants to finish reading all the books in the White Deer Academy. Even Yao Guang was taken aback by Lu Tong's words. The White Deer Academy had a history of 1,000 years, and its collection had been amassed over generations. Its books were as vast as dust, surpassing even the Imperial Library. Yet this Feng Zhiru actually dreamed of reading them all. How could that be possible? Ye Gang's interest in Feng Zhiru waned considerably. Still, she felt the matter might not be so simple. Master Qi was no ordinary man. If he had chosen Feng Zhiru as his closed-door disciple, there must be something special about him. Xia Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. He naturally did not believe Feng Zhiru was mediocre. Judging the process by its outcome, how could he be mistaken? In his past life, Xia Chen had heard that Feng Zhiru was indeed unremarkable in his early years at the White Deer Academy, even appearing somewhat talentless. He was a peculiar man, indifferent to Confucian cultivation and without any desire to enter officialdom. Detached from fame and fortune, he seemed more like a Taoist than a Confucian. He spent his days reading at the academy. Yet as he read on a night of thunder and lightning, Feng Zhiru ascended to the third realm in a single night and proclaimed a world-shaking maxim that astounded the realm. Xia Chen felt he should take an early trip to the White Deer Academy, not necessarily to recruit him, but at least to make his acquaintance. This was a promising asset, and while everyone else dismissed him, Xia Chen could invest at a low cost. At this thought, a smile spread across Xia Chen's face. In the 32nd year of the Daxian reign, in the 9th month, Qi Jingfeng lectured at the White Deer Academy. Scholars from across the realm gathered, all eager to drive this disgrace to the scholarly world from their midst. Upon the Enlightenment Stone of White Deer Academy, Qi Jingfeng faced the assembled scholars and proclaimed his maxim, "The noble man does not rescue." He said the noble man refrains from rescue out of respect for order and rules. The noble man understands that the world is a complex mechanism with its own principles of operation and causality. The noble man considers the benefit of the majority. He knows that resources are limited and must be allocated wisely on a macro scale. If he engages in actions that violate values or excessive rescue, it may harm the moral fabric of society. The noble man does not rescue as a form of self-preservation and restraint. He measures his own strength and does not recklessly rush into danger to save others lest he put himself at risk. For instance, encountering a drowning person, if he is not a good swimmer, the noble man does not impulsively jump into the water, but instead calls for an expert to perform the rescue. The noble man also considers the mindset and the subsequent effects on the one being rescued. Excessive rescue may foster dependency. The noble man refrains from rescue, hoping the other will awaken on their own, solve their problems independently, and grow. For example, if a friend faces a minor setback at work, the noble man does not step in directly, but encourages him to devise his own solutions. This is the meaning of the noble man does not rescue. The assembled scholars were all convinced, and Qi Jingfeng became renowned throughout the realm, establishing himself as the paramount Confucian authority of the Great Wu Empire. From History of Confucianism, Volume 78, A Biography 32. In the side hall, Xiachen Lutong and Yao Guang were conversing with Ziyu, occasionally chiming in, each time striking the right chord, which left Lutong quite astonished. He never expected that a maid beside the princess would possess such talent. As for Li Wei, he showed no interest in the gathering, quietly sitting on the side, thoroughly enjoying the pastries on the table. Meanwhile, in the main hall, news of Xiachen's identity had already spread. When Xiachen made his entrance with Yao Guang, he captivated everyone's attention. Naturally, everyone began to inquire. What? That person is Xiachen, the fiancé of Princess Yao Guang. They were astonished, having heard too many rumors about Xiachen in the past 2 days. A 17-year-old fourth-grade official is quite rare in the history of the Great Wu dynasty. With such a prestigious background, reaching such a high position at a young age, and being betrothed to Princess Yao Guang, not to mention being so handsome, how are we supposed to live with this? The young talents present could not help but think this, feeling the weight of their own futures, realizing they had a formidable rival. I heard that among the 4 most handsome men, young Master Jingxian will also be coming today. He hails from the Shao family in Jiangnan and loves such literary gatherings. Someone said with bright eyes, as the Shao family is a prestigious family of scholars rumored to have royal blood from the previous dynasty. This is not just hearsay. The Shao family had many royal marriages in the previous dynasty, and most of the empresses came from the Shao family, with the matriarchs often being princesses. Later, with the rise of the Great Wu, the Shao family suffered heavy losses in the War of National Extinction, retreating to Jiangnan. The Great Wu royal family did not completely wipe them out, and now, after 800 years, the royal family holds firm, showing no aversion to the Shao family. He is known as one of the 4 most handsome men, while Princess Yao Guang is one of the 4 most beautiful women. I wonder how stunning they will look together. Someone couldn't help but say this at the thought of that image. Watch your words, brother. This is the princess' residence, and young Master Xia is still here. We cannot speak ill. Someone's expression changed drastically, hastily distancing themselves from the speaker. Yes, he wasn't familiar with that person. Nearby, someone else heard the comment and looked somewhat strange. Ultimately, he couldn't hold back and spoke up. Actually, I have had the fortune to meet young Master Jingxian once. He is indeed striking and ethereal, but in terms of appearance and aura, he still pales in comparison to Xiachen. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Young Master Jingxian is universally acknowledged as one of the 4 most handsome men of the Great Wu. How could his appearance and aura possibly be inferior to Xiachen? Just as they were about to refute, the image of Xiachen's face flashed in their minds, and they fell into silence. That unparalleled countenance and demeanor seemed simply incomparable. Everyone was somewhat eager for young Master Jingxian's arrival. Who would be more handsome? As long as the 2 appeared at the same time, it would be clear at a glance. The little cabinet elder has arrived. With a call, everyone's eyes turned to the entrance. It was Lin Zihan from the Lin family. Lin Zihan is also quite well known in the capital, now 25 years old, already a 5th-grade official. Currently serving in the cabinet, he is not an elder, but works as a clerk, assisting the elder in conveying documents and drafting official papers. Though primarily doing menial tasks, he has actually entered the core of power in the Great Wu. Many cabinet elders worked in this position when young, so some say this role is a stepping stone to becoming an elder with great prospects after a couple of decades. Moreover, since Lin Zihan's father is the prime minister, people call him the little cabinet elder. Lin Zihan possesses an extraordinary demeanor and did not wear official robes today, having taken a day off specifically to attend the literary gathering. As soon as he entered, he scanned the crowd as if searching for someone. Young master, they have already arrived with the princess and Lu Tong, the great scholar, in that side courtyard. Lu Tong, the great scholar, is also here. Lin Zihan's gaze sharpened, but quickly relaxed. He had accompanied his father when the Minister of Rites came to discuss matters yesterday. From their conversation, he learned that Lu Tong, the great scholar, was reinstated and would soon serve as the Deputy Minister of Rites recommended by Princess Yaoguang. It was only natural for him to attend the literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaoguang today. Young master, shall we go in now? Not so fast, we must have patience. If we go in now, outsiders will think I'm here specifically for him, saying that the Lin family is small-minded and petty. My reputation doesn't matter, but my father's reputation cannot be tarnished. The banquet is about to begin and literary gatherings are for making friends. There will be plenty of opportunities to measure him later. Lin Zihan shook his head, remaining quite calm. Though his target today is indeed Xia Chen, he was not anxious. He stepped aside, quietly sipping wine, and soon several young masters and scholars approached him to chat. Their words were filled with flattery. Lin Zihan maintained a composed demeanor, welcoming everyone, and quickly formed a circle around himself. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Zihan, a handsome monk entered the prince's residence. He appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing a smile with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Though dressed in monk robes, he exuded an air of elegance. Despite his quiet entrance, he still captured everyone's attention. "It is Master Tian Hai, he has also come," everyone exclaimed. Tian Hai gained fame at a young age, being called the young monk Tian Hai at 12 or 13, and now everyone referred to him as Master Tian Hai. He frequently visited the homes of high officials and nobles speaking of Buddhist teachings and was well known. At 15, Tian Hai, already somewhat famous in the capital, left it to wander the world. He became an ascetic monk, begging for alms and honing his Buddhist nature. No one knew where he went or the places he visited, wandering barefoot for countless miles. It was only known that when Tian Hai returned to Tianlong Temple at the age of 25. After 10 years of cultivation, Master Tian Hai developed a pure heart, shedding the glamour of the world untouched by earthly dust. On that day, the entire Tianlong Temple radiated with Buddhist light, and the sound of chanting echoed throughout the capital. "I have seen Master Tian Hai." Despite the many scholars present, everyone still showed respect in the face of such a Buddhist master. "You are all too kind." Master Tian Hai smiled, his eyes bright, as if he could see through people's hearts. "Daoist Xianjun has also arrived." Master Tian Hai looked over and saw a middle-aged man in ordinary Taoist robes behind him, holding a wine jug and carrying a long sword on his back. His demeanor was casual. Upon seeing Master Tian Hai, Xianjun nodded at him, then disregarded the gazes of others and sat down at a corner of a table in the hall. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Yaoguang, and the others were all watching this scene. "Ziyue, it's almost time, go announce the start of the literary gathering." Yaoguang, seeing that most people had arrived, instructed Ziyu beside her. Xianjun had no interest in literary gatherings, so he quietly sat in a corner, dressed plainly, drinking alone. Everyone else was talking and laughing joyfully, paying him no mind, except for the founder, who approached him to converse, thus forming a friendship. History of Xia, Volume 52, Biography of Xianjun, Section 71. The literary gathering commenced. Yaoguang emerged from the side hall, followed by Xia Chun and Lu Tong. After leaving the side hall, Xia Chen took Xia Qian and separated from Yaoguang's group. He made his way to a corner of the main hall and stopped beside a Taoist. "Master Xianjunzi, drinking alone is rather dull. I have no interest in the literary gathering either. Why don't we share a drink?" Xia Chen, acting as if they were old friends, sat down beside Xianjunzi and raised his cup in a toast across the air. Hearing the voice, Xianjunzi turned his drunken, bleary eyes to look. That single glance struck Xianjunzi like a thunderbolt. His pupils contracted and the drunken haze in his eyes instantly cleared. His hand failed to grip his cup, which fell onto the table, spilling wine everywhere. What did he see? An immense, boundless, nine-clawed, true dragon coiled above Xia Chen's head, while purple mist and majestic purple-gold radiance emanated from his entire being. Xianjunzi was terrified. He steadied his gaze and looked again, only to see a handsome young noble, refined as jade, smiling as he raised his cup in a toast. But the boundless, nine-clawed, true dragon had vanished, and the primordial purple mist had dissolved into nothingness, as if everything he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Was he drunk? Xianjunzi's mind was in turmoil, his heart surging with unrest. Xia Chun was slightly taken aback, watching the startled Xianjunzi, then glanced at the spilled cup. "Master, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Who are you?" Xianjinzi composed himself, looking at Xia Chun with awe and a serious tone. "My name is Xia Chun," Xia Chun replied with a smile. Xianjinzi stared at him for a long while, scrutinizing his facial features, growing more astonished with every look. "So it's you." Though Xianjinzi resided in the Celestial Master Mansion, he had heard of Xia Chen's name in the past couple of days. "Your physiognomy is quite peculiar. You must be no ordinary mortal." Xianjinzi spoke earnestly, but inwardly he was uneasy, for he could discern nothing. He was a master of physiognomy, confident enough to rival even the old Celestial Master in this art. Over the years frequenting the homes of nobles and high officials, he had never misjudged a face. Except for Princess Yao Guang's, whose features were so unusual, he found them hard to read. Yet this Xia Chen's features revealed nothing at all. He could see neither his past, nor his future, nor his present. It was as if he did not belong to this ancient history transcending the river of time. "Master, could you elaborate?" Xia Chen, intrigued, took a new cup and poured Xianjinzi another drink. "I cannot speak of it, I cannot. The heavenly secrets must not be revealed." Xianjinzi shook his head, accepted the cup, and downed it in one gulp to mask his unease. He had seen nothing at all. Everything he said was pure fabrication. Yet beneath this pretense, Xianjinzi's heart grew heavy. Earlier in his haze, he had glimpsed Xia Chen shrouded in purple mist with a boundless nine-clawed golden dragon, seemingly forged from the power of destiny, coiling above his head. And now he could not read this young man's face at all. Both were utterly incredible. If that earlier vision was not an illusion, did it not suggest that this Xia Chun bore the countenance of an emperor? But how could that be? In the entire Wu kingdom, he had only seen such features on emperor when the crown prince and Princess Yao Guang. When he first saw Princess Yao Guang's features, he was utterly shocked and doubted his own judgment. Later, he carefully observed her and even consulted the old Celestial Master for confirmation. Though the old Celestial Master remained silent and gave no reply, Xianjinzi was certain. Yao Guang's features, though hazy and hard to discern, undeniably bore the mark of an emperor. He could not have been mistaken. This revelation had stirred him deeply. Could the Wu kingdom be destined for an era of a female sovereign? It was precisely this discovery that compelled him to honor Yao Guang's invitation and attend this tedious literary gathering. And now a fourth candidate had appeared. The Wu kingdom is now powerful with His Majesty as its ruler. Yet even so, the power of destiny can only condense into a mere meter-long, somewhat illusory, five-clawed golden dragon. But Xia Chen bears what appears to be a boundless nine-clawed dragon spanning countless territories. Xianjinzi was deeply uncertain. He began to doubt his own art of physiognomy, even wondering if he had truly been drunk earlier, dreaming up illusions in his sleep. Xia Chun was genuinely puzzled. Why was this Xianjinzi so distracted? Could it be that he had used too much paper last night and was now feeling weak and unfocused? Drink up. After pondering for a long time, Xianjinzi finally stopped brooding. He decided to return and seek counsel from the old Celestial Master. Though he considered himself unrivaled in physiognomy, the old Celestial Master was truly comprehensive and adept at deciphering heavenly mysteries, far beyond his current ability. Xia Chun and Xianjinzi drank and chatted, discussing everything from nobles and politics to street vendors and the best local delicacies. Eventually, as if the wine had taken hold, Xianjinzi threw an arm around Xia Chen's shoulder and shared his exclusive insights. "Let me tell you, at the Rouge Pavilion on Suyu Street, Lady Lianyu may not be the most beautiful, but she is certainly the most skilled in attending to one's needs. A single night in her chambers, and I guarantee you won't want to go back." Xianjinzi grinned, his earlier sage-like demeanor completely gone. Xia Chun admired him inwardly, truly a venerable master destined to forge his own path in the future, unbound by convention, following his heart with a profound understanding of the Tao. Perhaps he should join him for an exploration of Suyu Street someday. This was a prime investment. He would go all in. While Xia Chun discussed the Tao with Xianjinzi, the literary gathering proceeded with great fervor in the main hall. Drinking games, drumming, and passing flowers, pitchpot, floating cups along winding streams. All manner of cultured amusements were played with lively enthusiasm. At the center of the hall, a hired troupe performed dances. Xia Chun glanced over and could only sigh. Every era has its own version of a tavern. In essence, it was no different from a bar. Losers drank or improvised poems and displayed talents. If only there were a dice game. Xia Chen's thoughts wandered aimlessly with no interest in joining the games. Wasn't discussing life with Xianjinzi here far better? Though Xia Chun kept to his corner, many eyes in the room were fixed on him. It couldn't be helped. He was too handsome and conspicuous, drawing attention even in the shadows. Especially since the Taoist drinking with him was Xianjinzi, a man of true skill from the Celestial Master Mansion, known to a few despite his modest fame. Suddenly, the entire gathering fell into brief silence followed by exclamations. Master Jingxian has arrived. At the entrance, an exceptionally handsome man stepped in, slowly followed by a page. Jingxian paused at the door, a smile on his lips, and stood there opening his folding fan with an air of distinction. He did not advance further, waiting for the crowd's praise. He was used to being the center of attention wherever he went, so he had long mastered this pose. This stance showcased his handsomeness to perfection, especially revealing his right side, his most flawless angle. He reveled in the gazes upon him, ready to accept the adulation that would surely come. Come on, let me be the center of the room. Let the praise rain down upon me like a storm. Come harder. Come on, let me be the center of the room. Let the praise rain down upon me like a storm. Come harder. Come on, let me be the center of the room. Let the praise rain down upon me like a storm. Come harder. Come on, let me be the center of the room. Let the praise rain down upon me like a storm. Come harder. Come on, let me be the center of the room. Let the praise rain down upon me like a storm. Come harder. Jingxian, exuding the utmost gentlemanly grace, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze skyward. Yet after waiting in vain for a long moment, he was astonished to find no chorus of admiration reaching his ears. Lowering his head to survey the hall, he discovered that all eyes were fixed upon a young man seated in a corner. The moment Jingxian's gaze fell upon that youth, his pupils constricted sharply. Standing at the entrance, he was too far to make out more than half of Xiaqian's profile, yet even that mere half-profile sent tremors through his mind and spirit. That profile. It seemed rather handsome. A profound sense of pressure washed over Jingxian. If a mere side profile could be so terrifyingly exquisite, what divine countenance must the full face possess? Though somewhat narcissistic, Jingxian was astute. Even without asking a single question or hearing a word from anyone, he had already surmised the general reason for the shift in atmosphere. It must be related to that young master with the half-revealed handsome face. They were comparing him to that man, judging who was more handsome. Though he hadn't seen the man's full face, the reactions of the crowd told him everything it seemed he had lost. Jingxian murmured to himself. No one spoke a word, but their eyes conveyed all the truth. Silently, he folded his fan, feigned nonchalance, and with a natural smile and unhurried steps entered the hall. Jingxian greets everyone. He bowed to the assembly with impeccable poise. The crowd finally snapped back to reality. By now they were utterly certain young Master Jingxian had been bested. That Xiaqian was indeed matchlessly handsome. For some reason, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. If even Jingxian, one of the four great beauties, could not rival Xiaqian, then their own inferiority to Xiaqian seemed far less unbearable. Who was that man? When did such a figure emerge in the capital? Jingxian found Lin Zihan amidst the crowd. The attendees parted to make way, and he approached Lin Zihan to ask in a hushed tone. Lin Zihan's expression remained stoic as he replied slowly, "That man is Xiaqian, the prince's consort." "He is Xiaqian." Jingxian's face paled slightly. He had come for two reasons: the literary gathering and the Princess Yaoguang. He knew that Princess Yaoguang was already betrothed. Yet 3 years ago at a banquet he had caught a single glimpse of her and was utterly captivated by her celestial beauty, an obsession that had never faded. Though Xiaqian had recently risen to fame in the capital, Jingxian refused to believe that Yaoguang would favor a son of a Marquis military household. Did Xiaqian understand court politics? Was he versed in Confucianism? Did he know Buddhist sutras or Taoist scriptures? He was nothing but a coarse, uncultured warrior. Yaoguang was a refined soul with extraordinary talent and vision. How could she ever hold Xiaqian in high regard? He himself possessed both talent and appearance, and so he had come today brimming with confidence. But now Jingxian felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. His greatest asset, his appearance, had been utterly crushed by Xiaqian. Have you tested his literary prowess? Is he truly the rumored simpleton? Jingxian was a cautious man. Having lost on the front of appearance, he absolutely could not afford to lose on inner talent. He has been drinking with Master Xian Jinzi the entire time and refuses to partake in these games. Lin Zihan remained composed, showing no sign of haste. Jingxian shot him a glance, knowing full well that Lin Zihan's purpose at the gathering was to target Xiaqian. Lin Zihan had passed the imperial examination 6 years ago and now held a 5th-rank official post. With his profound learning and powerful connections, he had no need to seek fame through literary gatherings. He has been cowering over their drinking. It seems he knows he has no real substance. That line about monarch, minister, father, son was probably plagiarized, a lucky phrase that happened to please his majesty. Jingxian's confidence surged. No rush. The gathering has only just begun. Lin Zihan was as steady as an old dog. Who was he? The junior grand secretary. Though the title carried flattery, no one denied Lin Zihan's genuine ability. Many claimed he bore the promise of his father Lin Hanpu, and might one day serve alongside him in the Grand Secretariat. A legendary tale of 2 generations from one family holding the highest office. Thus, he would not be so reckless as to rashly offend the director of the Lantern Bearers, a man favored by the emperor. Moreover, this was the Princess' residence, and Xia Chen was her future husband. Regardless of whether Princess Yao Guang truly cared for Xia Chen, slapping his face in her own manner was tantamount to slapping hers. Lin Zihan, gifted by nature and having served in the Grand Secretariat under his father's meticulous tutelage for 6 years, possessed a breadth of vision and thought far beyond his years. The jealousy and petty rivalries of men like Jing Xian seemed to him like child's play. Seeing Lin Zihan's calm, Jing Xian steadied himself, sat down to savor his wine, and eventually, unable to resist the allure of the games, joined in. The atmosphere in the hall grew lively once more. Time slipped by. This literary gathering was of the highest caliber, drawing nearly every renowned scholar in the capital. Students from the Imperial Academy alone filled over half the venue. Some held no official rank, but most were already provincial graduates. With the triennial imperial examinations looming, this was the perfect opportunity to build reputation. Consequently, the quality of the entire gathering was exceptionally high. Many eagerly stepped forward to present couplets and poems they had polished for days. The caliber was so impressive that the audience nodded in silent approval. Some even composed impromptu verses, drawing waves of admiration. The atmosphere of the poetry gathering reached its zenith. The first part of the gathering was free-form, where guests formed groups to play games. Losers drank or composed poems. The middle segment was for open expression. Attendees could take the stage to showcase their finest recent poems, essays, or musical compositions. This was a golden chance for fame, so people lined up to perform. Some recited poems, others played instruments, and a few played the flute. Throughout it all, Xia Chen remained drinking. He was genuinely uninterested and had no desire to seek renown through such means. To be honest, Xia Chen felt he had already been too conspicuous in the capital lately. This went against his strategy of lying low, building strong foundations, amassing resources, and biding his time. Xia Chen had always kept a clear head. He did not believe that logging into the game early gave him license to act arrogantly. The depths of this world were treacherous. A lesson learned by countless players in his past life, paid for with their lives. The era of spiritual energy awakening had not yet arrived. Thus, no matter how high one's personal martial prowess, it was no match for the terrifying machinery of the state. Therefore, Xia Chen planned to first become a power holder within the Great Wu dynasty, then calmly await the opportune moment. His motto: act boldly in deeds, but remain humble in person. A literary gathering offered fame, but no substantial benefits. He truly had no intention of getting involved. Besides, he possessed a library of an entire world. Tossing out a few earth-shattering poems or a player's classic 4 sentences of Henku would be like beating children in a game. Xia Chen felt it was overkill to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Even if he were to plagiarize literary works, he would save it for crucial moments. Using it at a mere literary gathering was too lowly. Yet he was unaware that beneath the bustling surface of the gathering, undercurrents were already swirling. Many eyes had once again fixed upon him. It seems he plans to watch the spectacle and leave once it's over. We can't let him slip away so easily. Go and test his mettle, someone ordered those around him. The Grand Ancestor's countenance was as handsome as a celestial banished to the mortal realm, peerless in the world. One day the Grand Ancestor attended a literary gathering. Upon his entry, the crowd was stunned, all captivated by his appearance, feeling their own inferiority. At that time, one of the capital's 4 great beauties, young Master Jing Xian, was also present. Upon seeing the Grand Ancestor, he stood frozen, exclaiming in awe, "Today my eyes have truly been opened. I never knew such a handsome man existed in this world. I am far beneath him." Thus young Master Jing Xian was overwhelmed by shame and never again claimed the title of a handsome man. From the Book of Xia Biography of the Grand Ancestor, Volume 3. From the Book of Xia Biography of the Grand Ancestor, Volume 3. From the Book of Xia Biography of the Grand Ancestor, Volume 3. The poetry gathering continued. It had already reached the 3rd segment, where Yao Guang personally stepped forward to pose several challenges requiring impromptu compositions of poetry, prose, lyrics, and other literary forms. Any genre was acceptable. Yao Guang's appearance ignited a fervor among the assembled scholars. After all, she was a princess, someone they would never have had the chance to approach outside this literary gathering. Umitbach. In a corner, a Buddhist chant reached Xia Chen's ears. He was slightly intoxicated, having spent the entire morning drinking with Xianzhenzi. Master Tianhai. Though his body was tipsy, Xia Chen's mind remained relatively clear. Seeing the large monk before him, he rose and nodded in greeting. "Young Master Xia, will you not participate in the literary gathering?" A glimmer of wisdom shone in Tianhai's eyes, which were profoundly deep. A gentle smile played on his lips, exuding elegance. The literary gathering is but a vain title. Buddhism teaches the emptiness of all things. Could it be that Master Tu has an interest in such vanity? Young Master Xia, you are well-versed in Buddhism. Truly remarkable. Tianhai's eyes brightened, and he slowly pressed his palms together, bowing to Xia Chun. I heard your words, let the ruler be a ruler, the minister a minister, the father a father, the son a son, and sense that they contain profound truth, yet seem incomplete. Thus I have come to seek your guidance. Tianhai's demeanor was humble, his bearing truly outstanding. Though his appearance was not as striking as Jingshuan's, he drew no less attention when standing among the crowd. Master Tianhai is a venerable monk, yet why are you so attached to worldly matters? I have heard that Master possesses a Buddha heart, a bright mirror unstained by dust. But as I see now, Master, you are clinging to appearances. Xiaoqun did not respond directly, but instead sat down with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Master Tianhai's perpetually gentle and refined expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by that, young master? Tianhai pressed his palms together, chanting a Buddhist invocation. Confucianism advocates entering the world, Buddhism advocates transcending it, and Taoism advocates retreating from it. Yet Master has constantly moved among the worldly powerful. A decade of heart tempering has not cleansed you of dust, instead it has bred a demon heart. Xiaoqun's eyes were bright as he stared directly at Tianhai. Those eyes seemed capable of piercing through Tianhai's flesh and blood, seeing the demon heart hidden within his body. These words not only changed Tianhai's expression, but also drew the bleary-eyed gaze of Xianjinzi. Who can truly distinguish a Buddha heart from a demon heart? I have my own path. Tianhai regained his composure, a smile on his face as he pressed his palms together again, elegant and confident. Tianhai took a deep look at the young man before him. This person had seen through his state with a single phrase. His decade of heart tempering had indeed gone awry. When he returned, the Buddha light shining from Tianlong Temple was not because he had cultivated a stainless Buddha heart, but because his master abbot Longshu had personally chanted sutras to suppress his demon heart. Few within Tianlong Temple knew of this matter. Yet he did. Buddha can save the next life, but cannot save the sentient beings of this world. I possess a Buddha heart and wish to become a Buddha of the present world. A radiant smile spread across Tianhai's face. An aura of profound compassion emanated from him, as if he were about to transform into a Buddha, saving the people of this era. During his decade of heart tempering, he had traveled to the eastern wastelands, traversed the southern barbarian lands, came to Qing State, beheld the mountains and rivers of Dafeng, and finally journeyed westward to the western regions as a pilgrim. Along this path, he had witnessed countless suffering beings, their present lives filled with agony as they struggled in the mortal world. Years of war, roving bandits, human life as cheap as grass. From that moment, he resolved to no longer transcend the world. He had to do something for the beings of this life. If Buddha could not save them, then he would be the Buddha. He would seize power. He would end this chaotic age. I have a Buddha heart, and I wish for this world to become a pure land of the divine kingdom. Xiaoqun gave Tianhai a profound look. Tianhai's Buddha heart had already deviated from the current Buddhist doctrine. From Xiaoqun's perspective, it was not wrong, in fact he admired it. But in this era, it was unacceptable to Buddhism. This was a Buddhist heretic. Abiding nowhere, yet the mind arises. Xiaoqun spoke slowly, and Tianhai stood frozen, muttering to himself. Abiding nowhere. Abiding nowhere, yet the mind arises is a famous phrase from the Diamond Sutra, meaning the mind should not cling to anything. For instance, do not cling to external fame, wealth, or material pleasures, nor to one's own views, opinions, or emotions. Clinging gives rise to afflictions and obstacles binding the mind. Tianhai possessed great compassion, but he had developed an obsession clinging to appearances. This was why Xiaoqun said he had given birth to a demon heart. Then may I ask, benefactor, what mind should arise, eh? Tianhai stood still for a long time, muttering to himself, repeating Xiaoqun's words. Finally, he earnestly questioned Xiaoqun. A pure mind, a compassionate mind, a Bodhi mind. Unconfused and unbound by all external appearances, give rise to a mind of wisdom and enlightenment. Xiaoqun replied calmly. Tianhai looked at Xiaoqun with profound gravity. This Xiaoqun, was he so deeply versed in Buddhist doctrine? In the hall, many eyes from afar were fixed on Tianhai, Xiaoqun, and Xianjinzi. These two from the Celestial Master's residence and Tianlong Temple. Who would dare to overlook them? Both families possessed top-tier experts of this era. Master Tianhai, what's wrong? Why does he keep bowing to Xiaoqun with his palms together? What are they discussing? Who will go and eavesdrop? Why does Master Tianhai's gaze at Xiaoqun seem strange, respectful, even reverent? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Benefactor, are you saying my path is unworkable? So you want me to let go of my inner obsession? Master has a compassionate heart. I may be transferred to the capital in the future. If Master is willing, you can come and see me. Perhaps then you will find the true path. Xia Chen also pressed his palms together like a Buddhist master, a smile on his face. Fine steel must be used on the blade's edge. Being a literary plagiarist should be applied to practical matters. Tianhai had walked into his trap willingly. Now he would lure him in. He opened with a preemptive strike, stunning Tianhai. Then he brought out the profound maxims from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a powerful shock to Tianhai. Even if he didn't shatter his Buddha heart, he would at least shake it. He didn't say too much because fishing required patience. Tianhai was a very intelligent man. If he showed his purpose too early, Tianhai, like a fish, would slip off the hook. For now, Xia Chen couldn't show Tianhai the clear path. But if he were indeed transferred to the capital as an official and Tianhai came to his domain, he would have plenty of ways to keep him. First, lure the fish in. Whether he could feed it was a matter for later. Tianhai was indeed intrigued by Xia Chen's tactics. This Xia Chen was so proficient in Buddhist principles. Young Master Xia has an affinity with the Buddha. If you have time, please visit Tianlong Temple, and we can discuss the Dharma together. Tianhai bowed. I have heard that young Master Xia possesses extraordinary talent with the bearing of a great Confucian scholar, and even His Majesty has praised you. I deeply admire that. The literary gathering is about to end. Might I have the opportunity to witness your scholarly brilliance? Just as Xia Chen and Tianhai were enjoying their conversation, someone could no longer contain themselves. They stood up and spoke loudly. It wasn't that they lacked patience, but this Xia Chen was too adept at lying low. The entire gathering had been going on for most of the day, yet he had been sitting in that corner drinking and chatting as if that corner were a world apart from theirs. They had been waiting for an opportunity, but seeing the gathering about to end, they had no choice but to force Xia Chen's hand so bluntly. Master Tianhai was a man of profound compassion. In his youth, he was a mendicant monk who traveled the world. Wherever his eyes fell, he saw only the suffering of sentient beings. Thus he made a great vow: he would willingly descend into the 18 levels of hell to exchange for peace in this world. Later, at a literary gathering, Master Tianhai encountered the Celestial Emperor. This was their first meeting. During the gathering, the Celestial Emperor perceived the obsession in the Master's heart and said, "Abiding nowhere, yet the mind arises." Upon hearing these words, Master Tianhai experienced sudden enlightenment. Shortly after, the Master took refuge under the World-Honored One's gate, and from then on our school's Buddha of the present world was established. From the Buddhist History Biography of the Buddha of the Present World, Volume 2. The banquet fell into sudden silence as all eyes turned toward him. Someone inwardly exclaimed that the highlight of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Ever since Xia Chen had stunned the capital a few days prior, many had anticipated this gathering, and some had come specifically for him. Human nature being what it is, how could they not feel envious? Xia Chen was already so handsome, had become the imperial consort, was a fourth-rank official at such a young age, and now he was cultured as well. How could they not be jealous? They had no complaints about other aspects, but culture was their strong suit. And did Xia Chen truly possess any real culture? That point remained questionable. By now, however, most were convinced that Xia Chen's learning was all pretense, flashy but hollow. So they planned to use this literary gathering, especially in front of Princess Yaoguang, to expose his false facade. Pretending to be anything else was fine, but daring to put on airs before them, the true literati, how could they tolerate that? Indeed, Master Xia, your phrase ruler and subject, father and son, carries the essence of a great Confucian scholar. In my view, in a few years you could become the 6th great scholar of our great Wu. What do you mean in a few years? Master Xia's talent rivals even Prime Minister Lin's. I say he already possesses the strength of a great scholar. One after another, voices arose deliberately loud. Lin Zihan, who had been sitting quietly to the side, cast a cold glance at the speaker, committing that scholar's face to memory. This man dared to mention his father, Prime Minister Lin. Though Lin Zihan knew the speaker intended to praise Xia Chen to set him up for a fall, it still trampled on his father's dignity. And to do it in his presence, it was like seeking death in a latrine. Yao Guang and Lu Tong also heard these backhanded compliments. Lu Tong glanced at the expressionless Yao Guang, then turned his gaze to Xia Chen to see how he would respond. Xia Chen's gaze was calm as he slowly rose to his feet. His eyes swept over the speakers, making their hearts quiver, and they involuntarily stepped back. Only then did they realize that this young man before them was not only handsome, but also exuded an overwhelming presence. I am but a martial man, not well versed in poetry or prose. At today's gathering, I merely wished to observe the talented youth of the capital. You may proceed with your contests, I shall not participate. Xia Chen picked up his wine cup, filled it, raised it in a toast to the crowd, and drank it down in one gulp. No one had expected him to so openly admit his lack of skill in poetry. Had he just conceded? Had they achieved their goal? No, this was not enough. If Xia Chun brushed it off with such calm words, word would spread after the gathering that he was merely being modest and disdained to compete. Thus they had to force Xia Chun to compose a poem, so they could mock him mercilessly and stain his reputation throughout the capital. Master Xia is too modest. Everyone in the capital knows of your literary talent. If you refuse to display it today, does it mean you look down on us scholars? Director Xia is already a fourth-rank official, while we have yet to attain even a minor post mere provincial graduates. Naturally, he disdains to stoop to our level. Two voices rang out in succession. The crowd turned to see two scholars from the Imperial Academy, one named Li Chun and the other Wang Ming. Both had some reputation within the academy and were strong contenders in the upcoming imperial examinations. Though their words seemed to praise Xia Chun, they were laced with provocation. Their sharp rhetoric seized the moral high ground, drawing a clear line between Xia Chun and the other scholars, as if they spoke for everyone. If Xia Chun refused to participate, it meant he looked down on all present. Could it be that Master Xia considers our poems and essays as childish as a child's game, unworthy of the Grand Hall, and thus disdains to compete? Li Chun added, I have said I have no interest in poetry, nor do I look down on any of you. You are all future pillars of our nation with bright prospects ahead. I came today merely to meet you and witness the spirit of the scholars of Great Wu. Xia Chun appeared rather subdued, neither angered nor provoked into competing. This only reinforced everyone's belief that Xia Chun lacked real talent. Emboldened, they began to join in, eager to kick a man when he was down. Once word of this gathering spread, they might even gain fame in the capital. No matter how they pressed him, Xia Chun continued to shake his head. In the end, even Jing Xian could not hold back and stepped forward. Recently, rumors have been swirling in the capital claiming that Master Xia's talent surpasses even Prime Minister Lin's. As the head of one of the 9 departments of the Lantern Bearers, could it be that you spread these rumors yourself to gain fame at the Prime Minister's expense? Jing Xian's words were deadly, pinning a heavy accusation on Xia Chun. He knew that Lin Zihan's main purpose today was to defend his father's honor. Prime Minister Lin was a figure of great stature, and though some matters were beneath him, that did not mean he was indifferent. Xia Chun cast a deep glance at Jing Xian, then at the emotionless Lin Zihan beside him. He understood that these scholars like mad dogs were biting at him, trying to trample him at the gathering to curry favor with the young cabinet minister. With the imperial examinations imminent, being noticed by the young cabinet minister could secure a bright future. Though he controlled one of the 9 departments of the Lantern Bearers and was the imperial consort, his authority did not extend to the examinations or the appointments of civil officials. Thus they would rather offend him than miss the chance to please the young cabinet minister. Young Master Lin, the recent rumors in the capital were not spread by me. His Majesty did praise me offhandedly, but he never said my talent surpasses Prime Minister Lin's. I wish to clarify this today to avoid affecting the Prime Minister's reputation. Whether you believe me or not, I will only say this once. This cup is my toast to Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chun rose again, filled a cup, smiled at Lin Zihan, and drained it in one gulp. Such bold grace earned him nods of approval from many. Then, instead of retreating, as before, Xia Chun looked around the room, his gaze sweeping over every face present. With a faint smile, he gathered his qi and declared loudly, Gentlemen, I am indeed not skilled in poetry, for I consider it a trivial pursuit, a pastime of peaceful times. But now the world is divided, the Northwest is in turmoil, and the people are suffering. A true man should hold the people in his heart and think of how to strengthen the nation and enrich its citizens. Therefore I disdain such petty pursuits. Xia Chun's words rang out powerfully, echoing through the hall. Everyone fell silent. Was Xia Chun rebuking them? Rebuking them for not thinking of strengthening the nation and enriching the people, for indulging in elegance instead of caring for the world? As they stood stunned, Xia Chun's voice rang out again. The world is in turmoil. In the eastern wilderness, our great Wu soldiers are fighting bloodily on the front lines. The northern and western borders are also on constant alert. I have no heart for composing poems, which is why I refused earlier. I do not care for poetry, but seeing you all so immersed in these trivial pursuits, my thoughts turn to the unrest on the northwestern frontier, and I am moved. So let me offer you a poem. Xia Chun's voice thundered, making everyone's faces flush with shame. Some shrank back in embarrassment. Indeed, while soldiers fought and bled on the front lines, they were indulging in these petty literary games, always seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chun had just rebuked every single one of them. While soldiers fought and bled on the front lines, they were indulging in these petty literary games, always seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chun had just rebuked every single one of them. While soldiers fought and bled on the front lines, they were indulging in these petty literary games, always seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chun had just rebuked every single one of them. While soldiers fought and bled on the front lines, they were indulging in these petty literary games, always seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chun had just rebuked every single one of them. While soldiers fought and bled on the front lines, they were indulging in these petty literary games, always seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chun had just rebuked every single one of them. Upon the high platform, Yao Guang and Lu Tong both fell into silence. Yao Guang in particular felt the sting. Though Xia Chun's rebuke was aimed at the scholars, this literary gathering was her own orchestration. Princess, Ziyu whispered softly behind Yao Guang. It's nothing. Do you think I have such a narrow mind? Yao Guang shook her head, smiling. Besides, he's right. Poetry is but a trivial pursuit. Throughout history, no grand chancellor has ever governed a nation through verses. The princess harbors grand ambitions. Were you not a woman, you would surely achieve greatness. Lu Tong praised with a sigh. What a pity that Yao Guang, whose talents surpassed both the crown prince and the third prince, was born a woman. Otherwise, the great Wu dynasty would welcome a sage and enlightened ruler. What of being a woman? Who says a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Guang smiled calmly. Lu Tong was taken aback, but Yao Guang did not elaborate. Her gaze drifted to Xia Chun, who stood in a corner of the hall. For some reason, she felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering what poem he might compose. In the hall, Xia Chun, under the scrutiny of the crowd, spoke solemnly. Bring me the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Your Highness, the supplies are here. Just recite, and I shall write for you, said a eunuch, stepping forward with fine materials. I'll do it myself. Xia Chun shook his head, taking the brush and inkstone. Then allow me to grind the ink and recite your verses, Master Xia. Master Tianhai approached with a smile. Without waiting for Xia Chun's reply, he picked up the inkstone and began grinding. The onlookers were stunned. Master Tianhai, acting like a mere attendant, had volunteered to grind ink for Xia Chun. Had the world gone mad? This was the personal disciple of Abbot Longshu. He need not bow even to Princess. Xia Chun, seeing that Tianhai had already begun, wasted no time. Soon the ink was ready. Xia Chun was skilled in calligraphy, having trained rigorously in the Marquis residence since childhood. In his past life, he had practiced Wang Zixi's running script. Not a master, but proficient. Thus his brush flowed like clouds and water, the characters bold and heroic, exuding a soaring vigor and unmatched spirit. Master Tianhai, standing nearby, brightened at the first line. He recited it aloud, ensuring the entire assembly heard. With battle songs I sing of the Wu hook blade. Though only the first line, its bold momentum was already palpable on the paper. Soon Tianhai recited the second line, swear to annihilate Qing, and Feng marching through Wu Pass. The hall, once buzzing with chatter, fell silent, struck by the verse's majestic grandeur. The vow to destroy the Qing and Dafeng kingdoms and unify the realm. Wu Pass, a key fortress in the northwest, served as the dynasty's gateway and a strategic defense against these enemies. To launch western campaigns or northern expeditions, one must pass through this pass. The verse's majestic aura now fully unfolded. The lines stirred some scholars' blood, flushing their cheeks and ears. But then Tianhai's tone shifted, bringing a poignant, heroic, and death-defying atmosphere. Only know to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why need a horsehide shroud to carry the bones home? As Master Tianhai finished, many felt goosebumps rise. Someone murmured, why need a horsehide shroud to carry the bones home? Excellent. A sudden exclamation rang out as a seated guest, unable to contain himself, slapped the table in admiration. Utterly bold. Utterly bold. Another joined in praise. Master Xia's poem renders all our earlier works unworthy of the stage. A young man stood, raised his cup, and toasted Xia Chun with solemn respect. The crowd recognized him as Yuan Yongkue, son of the Minister of War. Earlier, Yuan Yongkue had kept a low profile, yet now he spoke such words before everyone. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem, finding its imagery increasingly majestic. Soldiers facing death, fearlessly unafraid of their end. This is the finest frontier poem in the great Wu dynasty in nearly 300 years. Lu Tong declared solemnly on the high platform. Ziyu repeated the 4 lines, her eyes growing brighter. Yao Guang watched Xia Chun radiant in the crowd, her luminous eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Xia Chun finished the poem and bowed to Master Tianhai, who had ground the ink. Thank you, Master Tianhai, for grinding the ink. My service is nothing compared to the Buddhist verse you gifted me. Tianhai pressed his palms together like a devout believer. I shall visit the Tianlong temple to discuss the Dharma with you, Master. Xia Chun returned the gesture, then turned his gaze to the silently observing Taoist Zuanzenzi. Taoist Zuanzenzi, if you have time, seek me out. I have fine wine, let us drink together. Zuanzenzi, bleary-eyed, nodded with a smile. Xia Qian, let's go. Xia Chun said to his awestruck attendant, then led him through the crowd out of the hall and toward the door. At the threshold, Xia Chun glanced back at Yao Guang on the platform, meeting her gaze. Their eyes clashed in the air. Finally, he nodded to her, then left without lingering, vanishing beyond the door. Once Xia Chun departed, the crowd erupted in loud discussion. Damn, that poem was incredible. Such spirit. Truly a scion of the Xia family, speaking of annihilating both the Qing and Dafeng kingdoms in one breath. With such ambition at a young age, Master Xia might one day emulate the old Marquis of Zhendong, storming into Dafeng's heartland and capturing its capital. Most scholars were fickle. They now heaped praise on Xia Chun, forgetting their earlier mockery of him. Lin Zihan stared at his cup, sitting in silence. Eventually he rose. Let's leave too. With that he stepped outside. Jing Xian remained frozen, muttering Xia Chun's 4 lines. The more he repeated them, the heavier his heart grew. Damn it. I can't match his looks, and now not his talent either. Do I really have no hope? He gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful Princess Yao Guang on the platform, a wave of despair washing over him. Young master, are we really leaving like this? The literary gathering isn't over yet. What if the princess? On the street, Xia Qian voiced his concern. When they pressed me to compose, I deliberately showed weakness. It wasn't to save face for them, but to gauge Yao Guang's stance. Xia Chen said calmly without turning back. His true aim was to test Yao Guang. The scholars were merely tools he used. How laughable. They had preened, thinking they had cornered him, forcing him to lash out and produce a poem. He had waited to see if Yao Guang would speak for him, if she would stop those pressuring him. But she didn't. Yao Guang chose silence. Perhaps she merely wanted to test his mettle, but by not standing by him, she stood against him. There was nothing more to say. Xia Chen's heart turned cold again. Remember the faces of those who cheered the loudest? He asked expressionlessly. Xia Qian sensed his master's foul mood. Though the words were calm, they carried an icy edge. I remember. In a few days after I take control of the Eagle Eye Bureau, have others arrange it. Treat them to a few lavish meals. Xia Chen never failed to repay a grievance. Those people had tried to climb over him to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zihan. How ridiculous. Though he couldn't pave their way to promotion, he could certainly cast them into the 18th level of hell. Without a lesson, the capital might think him an easy target. Also investigate a student from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen. Find an opportunity to secretly bring him to me. Xia Chun gazed at the street vendors, his eyes distant and thoughtful. The Grand Ancestor was broad-minded and virtuous. When jealous courtiers publicly challenged him, he merely smiled and let it pass, never bearing grudges or seeking private revenge. Thus his virtue was praised by scholars across the land. Talented individuals from everywhere gradually gathered around him, moved by his noble character, and willingly followed him. From Xia History Volume 6, Annals of the Grand Ancestor Emperor. On the street, Xia Qian was taken aback, somewhat puzzled as to why his young master would take an interest in a student from the Imperial Academy. Could it be that this student had offended him? Yet he did not inquire, silently etching the name Su Xingchen into his memory. Xia Qian's primary purpose in attending the literary gathering was to seek out Feng Zhiru and Su Xingchen. But to his surprise, neither of them showed up. Though Xia Chun had been drinking, he had been constantly monitoring the gathering's activities, hoping to spot Su Xingchen. From what he knew, Su Xingchen was deeply interested in court politics, and with Yao Guang hosting such an event, he should have seized this excellent opportunity to attend. Yet unexpectedly, there was no sign of him. Indeed, though these extraordinary talents have yet to rise to power, they are each blessed with a measure of fortune, making them not so easily recruited. Xia Chun understood that these individuals were still lying low, biding their time, and awaiting the opportune moment. But this literary gathering was not without its gains. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Jinzi and Tianhai, particularly Tianhai, who had taken the bait he cast. Future rewards might await. With this thought, Xia Chun entered a tavern. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. At Ye Gang's residence, only wine and refreshments had been served, and his recent rapid progress in martial arts had increased his appetite considerably. Esteemed sir, shortly after Xia Chun entered the private room, someone knocked on the door. A young man in a scholar's robe stood at the entrance, smiling at Xia Chun. He had rosy lips and bright teeth, his eyes shimmering like stars. Though restrained, an air of confidence emanated from his very bones. The main hall is fully occupied. Upon entering, I noticed only 2 of you in this room, so I took the liberty of asking if I might share your table. The young man was exceedingly polite, but his request to share the table was unexpected. Before Xia Chun could respond, Xia Qian frowned and stood. Though they were neither arrogant nor bullying, nor did they indulge in the bad habits of the capital's privileged youth, sharing a table was not something to be casually accepted. Moreover, they had reserved a private room precisely for peace and privacy, given that his young master was no ordinary person. We don't, of course. Xia Qian was about to refuse, but Xia Chen smiled and spoke, even rising to his feet. Xia Chen's smile was extraordinarily bright. As the old saying goes, Jiang Taigong, fish is willing to take the bait. Now the fish had walked right into the net. This man was Su Xingchen, the very person Xia Chun had sent Xia Qian to find. He was a great talent who in years to come together with Feng Zhiru of White Deer Academy would be hailed as the twin stars of Confucianism. Unmatched in intellect and master of strategy, he was a top-tier genius with true world-shaping abilities. Su Xingchen stood at the door, a smile on his lips, but his eyes were fixed on Xia Chun, studying him with utmost seriousness. Dining with just the two of us is rather dull, and such a large room for only us seems wasteful. Brother, please. Xia Chun performed a Confucian salute with such precision and an air of scholarly refinement that no one would guess he was a martial artist from a military family. Thank you, brother. Su Xingchen clasped his hands, his gaze towards Xia Chun, now filled with admiration. This imperial son-in-law, born into a noble family and a high-ranking official at a young age, bore not a trace of arrogance. Even his attendant was not overbearing, and though he had initially wished to refuse, he did not speak harshly. His presence here was no coincidence, nor was it truly due to a lack of tables. He was curious about this imperial son-in-law who had recently made a name in the capital. In his 7 years in the capital, he had mentally evaluated many of its notable figures. Yet he had misjudged this son of the Marquis of Zhendong. Especially after learning of today's events at the literary gathering, he wished to see this man for himself. Xia Chun did not believe Su Xingchen had truly come merely to share a table. He had just left the gathering, and the other had followed close behind. How could it be such a coincidence? Though it was still some time before Su Xingchen's rise, Xia Chun did not believe that someone of his near-supernatural intellect would ignore major court affairs. Thus Su Xingchen must have recognized him. Is he approaching me to observe, or does he have another purpose? Xia Chun fell into deep thought. Both young men wore radiant smiles, yet their minds were as cold as ice, their brains operating at full speed. Meanwhile, Xia Qian scratched his head, bewildered. What was happening? He couldn't quite grasp it. My name is Su Xingchen, styled Changya, a student at the Imperial Academy. May I ask your name, sir? After sitting down, Su Xingchen voluntarily gave his name. He saw no reason to hide it, as he kept a low profile in the capital and few knew of him. What Su Xingchen did not notice was that Xia Qian standing behind him narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name Su Xingchen. He studied the man intently, then glanced at his young master, who wore a warm and enthusiastic smile. It suddenly dawned on him why his young master had acted so oddly and allowed the man to share the table. Wasn't this the very person he had been ordered to investigate? Had the prey delivered itself? Xia Qian's gaze towards Su Xingchen grew somewhat strange. My name is Zhang Sheng. Xia Qian played along, adopting an alias. Su Xingchen smiled and nodded, but inwardly began his assessment. He is generous and approachable, yet cautious, preferring to keep his identity hidden when out in public. Su Xingchen never suspected that Xia Qian knew of him. Despite his extraordinary talent, he understood the need for discretion in the capital. There was no need to seek fame or reputation. To maintain a low profile, he had even skipped the literary gathering, sending a classmate to gather information for him. Thus, aside from his classmates, few in the capital knew his name, so he used his real one. He studied the way of the king, seeking the true dragon. Until he found a worthy master, he must not be too conspicuous. He lay in wait, ready to soar to the heavens and make his name known the moment he chose his lord. In his search for a worthy master, he had secretly observed the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. But in the end, he dismissed them all. This left him deeply disappointed. The current generation of the Great Wu imperial family lacked a true sovereign. Yet from his analysis of the world's situation, the great trend of unification under the Great Wu was taking shape. This plunged him into self-doubt, making him wonder if his analysis of world affairs was flawed. When this thought arose, he considered leaving the Wu kingdom for the Dafeng or Qing kingdoms to seek the true dragon destined by heaven. But recently, by chance, he heard of Princess Yaoguang. This piqued his interest. The more he observed, the more excited Su Xingchen became, for she seemed to possess the qualities of a wise ruler, one who could realize his kingly way. Yet he was puzzled, why was she a woman? There had never been a female emperor in the world. Su Xingchen fell into confusion, once more deciding to observe Yaoguang for a while longer. This literary gathering, a grand event hosted by Yaoguang, was a perfect opportunity for observation. But then Xia Qian caught his eye, and so he came to observe up close. Two young men, each with their own agenda, sat at the table scheming and scrutinizing one another. Su Xingchen, styled Changya, possessed unparalleled brilliance and near supernatural intellect. One day he went to a tavern for a meal, but all seats were taken, leaving no room. It happened that the Grand Ancestor was also there. The Grand Ancestor, bold and sociable, saw that Su Xingchen had no seat and invited him to share his private room, not looking down on him for his humble status. Su Xingchen was moved by the Grand Ancestor's magnanimity believing him to be no ordinary man possessing the bearing of a leader destined for great achievements. From then on, their friendship deepened. From the History of Xia, Volume 13, Biography of Su Xingqian, Section 17. From the History of Xia, Volume 13, Biography of Su Xingqian, Section 17. In the private chamber, Xia Chen smiled and asked, "Brother Su, as a student of the Imperial Academy, why did you not attend the literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaguang today?" Su Xingqian replied with a faint, indifferent smile. "My scholarship is shallow, so I shall not disgrace myself there." Su Xingqian shook his head, his demeanor natural. Xia Chen's starry eyes sparkled as he said with a grin, "I beg to differ." Su Xingqian looked at Xia Chen in surprise. His previous words were merely a self-deprecating excuse. He had anticipated that Xia Chen might smile, nod, or change the subject, but never expected him to openly disagree. Curiosity piqued, he paused to hear what Xia Chen would say next. If Brother Su had attended the gathering, other scholars would have had no chance to shine. You merely gave them an opportunity, unwilling to steal the spotlight. Xia Chen took a sip of wine, his gaze calm as he regarded Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian was taken aback. As astute as he was, he never imagined Xia Chen would utter such words. Was this his assessment of him? Yet how could that be? Though he had spent years in the capital, he had never revealed his brilliance, not even to his closest friends. How could Xia Chen know? Haha, your words are flattering, truly giving emotional value. I am 22 now, yet after 3 imperial examinations I hold only the rank of a Xiuzai. If I had talent, would I not have achieved the rank of Jiren? At 22, I am merely wasting my life. Su Xingqian pretended to smile, bitterly shaking his head with masterful acting. I have heard that in the distant northern abyss there exists a fish called Kuan, vast in size, dwelling in icy waters. This wondrous fish can transform into a bird named Peng. Kuan observes the trends of the world, bides its time, and finally leaps from the water to become Peng. The Peng is immense, stirring waters for 3,000 li as it flies from the northern abyss to the southern abyss, revealing its might, and finally soaring 90,000 li on the whirlwind. Xia Chen narrated this fable with a smile. Su Xingqian's expression shifted slightly, though unfamiliar with such a strange fish and bird, he grasped the allegory's meaning. I have also heard of a bird that neither spreads its wings for 3 years nor sings for 3 years. All thought it weak and foolish, yet a discerning man smiled, and said it refrains from flying to grow its feathers, it refrains from singing to observe the people. Though it does not fly, when it does it will pierce the sky, though it does not sing, when it does it will astonish all. When Xia Chen finished this tale, Su Xingqian's face finally changed completely. His eyes sharpened as he stared at Xia Chen. This was no coincidence, no idle talk, nor mere flattery. I believe, Brother Su, you are like that bird, soaring only when you choose, stunning the world with your cry. Xia Chen laughed heartily, his bearing bold and unmatched, leaving others in awe. He did not stop there, but delivered a final heavy blow to Su Xingqian, ending the conversation. When the Peng migrates to the southern abyss, it stirs waters for 3,000 li and soars 90,000 li on the whirlwind. All things arise from yin and yang. Brother Su is like this Kuan-peng, still a Kuan, now lurking in icy depths, yet harboring ambitions to pierce the heavens. You await the opportune moment to ride the wind of fortune, stir the waters for 3,000 li and ascend 90,000 li to reach the southern sea, transforming from yin to yang. Su Xingqian remained silent for a long time, a chill running through him. He had never regarded the world's elite as worthy of his notice. He had always believed himself well hidden, playing the role of a spectator, watching the famed actors take the stage in the capital's grand theater. He relished lurking in the shadows, observing the world's affairs, awaiting his moment. But today someone had forcefully, directly, and arrogantly torn away his disguise, making his supposed concealment seem like a joke. Haha, I always fancied myself unmatched in intellect, prideful and dismissive of all. Meeting you today, I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a sliver of the sky. Su Xingqian laughed bitterly, then rose and bowed respectfully to Xia Chen. Xia Chen did not dodge, calmly sipping his wine as he accepted the bow, projecting an aura of unfathomable depth and mystery. Without cultivation, you see me as a frog at the well's bottom, gazing at the moon. With cultivation, you see me as a mayfly glimpsing the azure sky. Master Su, with your world-shaping talents, have you been lying low in search of a worthy lord? Xia Chen asked calmly once more. Su Xingqian's heart jolted again. He knows this too. What kind of monster is this Xia Chen? Can he read minds? I have never spoken of these matters to anyone. I merely felt my knowledge insufficient. The Great Wu dynasty is prosperous and peaceful, my presence or absence makes no difference, so I saw no urgency. Su Xingqian spoke after a long silence, his words cautious, yet he still dared not open his heart to Xia Chen. He felt his situation was perilous. This Xia Chen seemed to know him inside out, while he knew nothing of Xia Chun beyond street rumors. What was his character? Was he broad-minded? Could he be trusted? And he was the leader of the Lantern Bearers, a spy network. Entrusting his future fate and life to him was far too dangerous. Oh, peace and prosperity. Yet I see a world ravaged, people struggling to survive, unable to pay taxes, and even selling their daughters in some places. These are signs of a dynasty in decline. Xia Chen's tone was flippant, now resembling a true noble scion. His words would chill anyone, yet he spoke them with casual ease. Su Xingqian's pupils contracted. He lifted his head, now truly looking at Xia Chun without evasion. His entire demeanor changed, shedding all pretense of concealment, as if he had become a different person. What do you mean by that, young Master Zhang? Call me young Master Xia instead. We are both intelligent men. You came for me deliberately, so playing dumb is pointless. Xia Chun smirked, abandoning the roleplay. He intended to deliver a shock to the heart of this self-proclaimed genius. Indeed, Su Xingqian's expression shifted again, filled with deep wariness. Who is this man? How does he know everything? Are the Lantern Bearers truly omniscient? But he had never spoken of many matters to anyone. In the private room, Su Xingqian sat as if on pins and needles, already desperate to leave, unwilling to endure even a single second longer. He loathed this uncertainty, this fear of the unknown, which stripped him of all sense of security. The Xia Chun before him was far too dangerous. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. He cast a glance toward the door, only to find that at some unknown moment Xia Qian had silently taken a stand by the entrance, seemingly guarding the two men, yet also deliberately blocking his escape. Su Xingqian sighed inwardly. He had always considered himself exceedingly clever, yet today, he felt like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. And he had delivered himself right to the predator's doorstep. Now leaving was no longer an option. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xia Chen's lips as he quietly observed the restless Su Xingqian. What troubles you, Brother Su? Are you perhaps hungry? The dishes should arrive shortly. Let us have a drink first. Xia Chen picked up the wine glass and poured a drink for Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian stared at the glass, gritted his teeth, accepted it, and downed it in one gulp. Director, I was rash today. I shall punish myself with this cup. Su Xingqian realized that he had not fully considered the matter today. He knew nothing about this Xia Chun, yet had recklessly come to observe him up close. In the end, he had underestimated the heroes of the world. No need for self-punishment. Just answer my question, Brother Su. Do you truly believe that our realm is prosperous and its people at peace? Xia Chen still wore a smile, yet it carried an air of gravity. Su Xingqian gritted his teeth, knowing he could no longer evade the matter. If he did not answer properly today, he feared he would never walk out that door. If Xia Chun were to pin some crime on him, such as being a spy for the Inspection Bureau or the Imperial City Office or colluding with a foreign enemy, and throw him into the Lantern Bearer's dungeon, he would be in grave trouble. Over the years, he had kept too low a profile, making no significant connections in the capital. At this thought, he could not help but regret it. If only he had displayed some of his talents earlier and befriended a few powerful figures, he would not now be utterly without resources in a time of crisis. Though our great Wu's military might is formidable, its finances can no longer bear the strain, functioning only by continuously raising taxes. Among the people, there are already cases of starvation due to insufficient food. In recent years, establishments like the capital's pawnshops and the brothels and theaters of Suyu Street have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, yet the cost of a single visit has been steadily declining for 3 years. This clearly shows that competition among these brothels and theaters is growing fiercer, with more and more beautiful girls entering the trade. The reason is that ordinary families can no longer survive and are forced to sell their children. Though entering a brothel is disgraceful, it is still better than starving to death. Su Xingqian's voice carried a heavy sorrow. Xia Chen shot him a serious glance. This fellow truly had insight. He even understood that the brothel industry reflected the current state of society, using such observations to see through to the essence of social problems. Su Xingqian continued, now Great Wu has 8 princes stationed in the provinces, each ruling like a local emperor, exploiting the people until they are driven to misery and despair. More critically, more than half of these 8 princes harbor ambitious designs. Beyond our borders, the Qing Kingdom and the Dafeng Empire loom with the northwest region in turmoil, war threatening to erupt at any moment. The realm is indeed in trouble. Our Great Wu appears strong, but it is like a pot of boiling oil over a roaring flame. With one misstep, a great upheaval will descend. Su Xingqian spoke gravely. So you have been lying low, Brother Su, waiting to find a wise lord, so that when chaos engulfs the land, you might support the true dragon and claim the merit of enthroning a sovereign. Xia Chun said with a light chuckle, as if the words were casual and offhand. Across from him, Su Xingqian broke out in a cold sweat. He knew. He saw through all of this. Even as composed as Su Xingqian, his heart trembled with fear and unease. He had not forgotten Xia Qian's current identity, a lantern-bearer, a hound of the imperial court, the son-in-law of the reigning emperor, and the legitimate heir of the Xia family. The Xia family had been unwaveringly loyal to the royal house for 600 years. That was why they had been entrusted with military command and the emperor's trust. Now that his schemes were fully exposed, Su Xingqian was filled with regret. One wrong move and the entire game was lost. Today he might truly meet his end here. He harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to become prime minister. Not just any prime minister, but one who would unify the realm and become the greatest chief minister in history. But now he was about to die before his cause could even begin. What do you think of the other two kingdoms? Xia Qian asked, still smiling, posing another question. Though those two kingdoms have some internal corruption, they still possess loyal ministers and capable generals. Their national power has waned, but their fortune lingers. Su Xingqian sighed. He had already envisioned the worst outcome, so he no longer held back and spoke freely. Thus, in this tripartite stalemate, it is our strongest kingdom that faces the greatest danger. Indeed, His Majesty delights in war, and our kingdom is on the verge of internal collapse. If His Majesty would consent to a period of recuperation and appoint me as chief advisor, I could reverse this situation within 5 years. Su Xingqian was like a drawn sword, its edge fully revealed. Sensing the shadow of death, he abandoned his long-held strategy of keeping a low profile. He sought to capture Xia Qian's attention with startling words, hoping to turn this deadened game around. Through Xia Qian, he might catch the eye of the court's grandees, or even His Majesty himself. If only someone would give him a chance, he could surely prove his worth. Though this move was exceedingly risky, he had no choice but to gamble. Su Xingqian was born into a humble family, yet from childhood, he was exceptionally intelligent, unmatched among his peers in the village. At the age of 7, a Taoist priest arrived in the village, shabbily dressed, but with an extraordinary bearing. The priest came to the Su family seeking shelter. Seeing Xingqian's brilliance, he tested him with scholarly questions. By then, Xingqian had already mastered the Confucian classics and understood many principles of the world. The priest was greatly astonished and decided to stay with the Su family. Xingqian took the priest as his master. The priest personally instructed him for 5 years. No one knew what knowledge the priest imparted, only that Xingqian grew increasingly composed, displaying a maturity beyond his years. At 13, the priest bid farewell to the Su family. Before leaving, he bestowed upon Xingqian a book titled The Kingly Way. At 13, the priest bid farewell to the Su family. Before leaving, he bestowed upon Xingqian a book titled The Kingly Way. Xia Qian quietly observed the sharp-tongued Su Xingqian, taking a sip of wine before speaking casually. Are you saying that the current tripartite stalemate among the 3 kingdoms will continue indefinitely? Without my intervention, the world will remain divided among 3 powers for the next 50 years. They check each other's ambitions, yet none possesses the absolute strength to annihilate the other 2. Su Xingqian declared with absolute certainty. But I feel that perhaps within 5 years our great Wu will witness an earth-shattering upheaval, and within a decade at most the current world order will change. Xia Qian smiled at Su Xingqian, voicing his own judgment. Su Xingqian's gaze turned profound. Upon hearing Xia Qian's words, he instinctively wished to refute and elaborate on his own views and reasoning. But he quickly restrained himself, his expression as calm as a placid lake, utterly unruffled. I know you don't believe me, and stand firm by your own judgment. How about a small wager to lighten the mood? Let's revisit this in 10 years. If my prediction about these 2 time frames proves correct, you'll owe me something. You'll decide what it is later, but whatever I ask you must give. Xia Qian looked at Su Xingqian as if provoking him. Do you dare to bet? Su Xingqian stared at the elegant youth before him, his gaze profound. Xia Qian had cornered him completely. Originally, he had expected to be thrown into the lantern-bearer's dungeon, but instead Xia Qian had spoken so much to him. Now, from the tone of Xia Qian's words, it seemed he had no intention of apprehending him. With one final struggle, he had finally found a glimmer of hope. Final, take the bet. Su Xingqian's mind remained sharp. He couldn't fathom what Xia Qian truly intended. Having prepared for the worst, he was surprised that Xia Qian wanted to gamble with him and grant him a way out. So he accepted the wager. Whether he won or lost was a matter for his future self a decade from now. What did it have to do with him now? Let the future him wrestle with those troubles. Moreover, he firmly believed in his own judgment the world situation would remain stable for at least another 30 years. He was confident. Upon hearing this, Xia Qian couldn't help but smile, a radiant expression. He had laid the trap, and now the man had walked right in. I see you're restless, so you probably have no appetite for this lunch. Besides, you don't look hungry. In that case, you may leave. Xia Qian waved his hand, signaling Su Xingqian to go. Su Xingqian felt a surge of joy, but kept his face calm, displaying remarkable composure as he respectfully bowed to Xia Qian. Thank you, young master. I take my leave. Su Xingqian finally relaxed, his mind no longer taut. This Xia Chun may be as cunning as a demon, but he's still too young and lacks experience. I thought he would throw me into the Lantern Bearer's dungeon, but he actually let me go. He must have been stunned by my analysis of the world's affairs, and thus spared me for the sake of our 10-year wager. Su Xingqian chuckled inwardly. To Xia Chun, he was just a minor pawn. His provocative words had stirred Xia Chen's competitive spirit, leading to this bet. Su Xingqian quickly made this judgment in his mind. Though his mind raced, Su Xingqian wore a calm smile on his face. After completing the bow, he prepared to turn and leave this place of trouble. But then Xia Chen's voice suddenly reached his ears again. Come report to the Lantern Bearer's office tomorrow morning. I need a scribe. Su Xingqian froze. What? He immediately wanted to refuse. Was this a joke? Work as a scribe for Xia Chun at the Lantern Bearer's office. He was destined to be the prime minister. Just as he was about to refuse, Xia Chen's voice rang out again, no longer gentle, but calm and icy. Don't think about fleeing tonight or leaving the capital. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun the Lantern Bearers. I can find you anywhere in the world. Everything you said today is noted, utter nonsense. Our great Wu is prosperous, the people live in peace, and the emperor governs wisely, yet you spout such reckless words. Are you a spy from a rival nation lurking in our capital to spread rumors? And following me stealthily at noon today? Were you plotting to assassinate me? Xia Chen glanced at Su Xingqian, whose face had already paled, and continued. Moreover, you said earlier that you've been lying low, waiting for the right moment, seeking a worthy lord to earn merit by supporting a new ruler. Are you plotting rebellion? Xia Chen's final word struck like an invisible sword, piercing Su Xingqian's heart, a fatal blow. Cold sweat broke out all over him, his face turned ashen, and his body chilled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. These were words of death. Su Xingqian never expected that Xia Chun, who had been so gentle and smiling, would suddenly change his demeanor and turn against him. Do you know that these charges warrant the extermination of your entire clan? Xia Chen's words were utterly ruthless and frigid, an overwhelming killing intent engulfing Su Xingqian. This was the murderous aura he had honed while receiving the blade will inheritance in that peculiar microcosm within the system space. Su Xingqian felt as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell, with Xia Chun as a demon crawling out from the abyss. He saw a strange light flickering in Xia Chen's deep eyes, and in a daze he glimpsed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a battlefield of unspeakable carnage littered with broken bodies. Though Su Xingqian considered himself the most brilliant mind under heaven, he had never faced such a scene. He was terrified. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. Steadying his mind, he forced his brain to function, trying to calm himself and restore his poise. He spoke in a low voice. My lord, you said earlier. Did I? This official had just left a literary gathering and entered the tavern when I noticed a suspicious person following me. He tailed me all the way into the private room, attempting to get close and assassinate me. I saw through his scheme immediately. From start to finish, I was merely interrogating him. I am utterly loyal to His Majesty, Xia Chun declared with righteous indignation, clasping his hands in a salute toward the imperial palace. Su Xingqian watched dumbfounded. I can testify that my master was interrogating you the entire time. Not only are you of suspicious identity, but you also uttered many treasonous words. Xia Qian, who had been standing by the door, chimed in, instantly crushing Su Xingqian's hopes completely. Today he had truly witnessed what power meant, how one could call a stag a horse and twist black into white. Su Xingqian had to concede defeat today. You're an intelligent man. I believe you'll make the right choice. I hope to see you at the office tomorrow morning rather than having to send men to hunt you down. Xia Chen sat on the chair, taking a sip of wine, speaking with a cold, impassive expression. At that moment, his official authority radiated like the majesty of heaven, striking fear into all hearts. When Su Xingqian first met the Grand Ancestor, he was moved by the ancestor's benevolence and awed by his profound wisdom. Thus he knelt before the Grand Ancestor, vowing to assist in his endeavors. Even if it meant serving as a mere scribe, he would not complain, seeking only to learn at the ancestor's side. The Grand Ancestor, seeing his sincerity and determination, nodded in agreement. From History of Xia, Volume 3, Biography of Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian departed, leaving in a daze as if his soul had been stripped away. He walked along the street, but his mind was a tangled mess, a stark contrast to his usual sharp intellect. His mind was filled with Xia Chen's voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, like the decree of heaven itself. The extermination of 9 generations of his family. Such a punishment. Su Xingqian never imagined that a single misstep would lead to such a catastrophic disaster. Xia Chun was rumored to be as gentle as jade, approachable, and without the arrogance of a noble. Su Xingqian had initially believed this, which was why he had boldly approached Xia Chen seeking a closer observation. But he never expected such a duplicitous nature. Xia Chen's true colors were hidden too deep. He could turn hostile in an instant. Su Xingchen, thinking of falling under the control of this deeply calculating Xia Chen, felt that his life was now hopeless. His ambition to become prime minister would likely be dashed, and he would be reduced to a mere clerk in the government, a lowly scribe. In the Great Wu Dynasty, clerks were looked down upon by officials. Becoming a clerk would be a stain on his record, a dead end for his future prospects. At this thought, Su Xingchen longed to find a tree and a rope to hang himself. But as soon as the idea surfaced, he quickly shook his head. Su Xingchen, oh Su Xingchen, you who prided yourself on being extraordinary, yet your spirit is so fragile. Faced with adversity, your first thought is to escape through death. How can this be? Today's great calamity is a direct result of your arrogance, your disdain for the heroes under heaven. Your hubris has led to this grave loss. Moreover, that demon Xia is undoubtedly ruthless. He will not spare your family. If you die, they can be accused of any crime. How can a true man shirk his responsibilities? Even if you have to live in disgrace, achieving nothing, you must be as tenacious as a weed. Nothing can break you. Go for it, Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen's inner monologue was exceptionally rich. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Finally, he clenched his fists to bolster his own morale, but the pose was comically awkward. Ha ha, father, look at this uncle, he's so funny. In our school, when someone can't recite their lesson and gets punished by the teacher, that's exactly how the teacher cheers them up. It seems this uncle also failed to recite his lesson and got punished. A child by the roadside clutching a candied hawthorn pointed at the fist-clenched spirited Su Xingchen and laughed with innocent glee. Xiaoji, how can you be so rude? Apologize to this uncle immediately. The child's father quickly scolded him, then turned to apologize to Su Xingchen. The child, only 7 years old, was named Song Ji from an ordinary family in the capital. A child's words are harmless. It's fine. Su Xingchen shook his head, glanced at Song Ji with his candied hawthorn, offered a faint smile, and then turned to leave. In a private room of a restaurant. Young master, what is so special about this Su Xingchen that you would go to such lengths, expending so much effort to bring him to your side? Xia Qian sat down at the table. Now that they were alone, he voiced the question that had been troubling him. He had witnessed the entire scene earlier. Su Xingchen believed Xia Chen was trying to humiliate him, but Xia Qian knew that Xia Chen held Su Xingchen in high regard. Even if Su Xingchen hadn't come to him today, he wouldn't have escaped. His young master had already set his sights on him. This man possesses great talent, the makings of a prime minister, Xia Chen stated calmly. Impossible. He seems so ordinary to me. He's over 20 and only holds the title of a Xiaocai. There are plenty of more outstanding students in the Imperial Academy. Xia Qian was skeptical. He looked at his young master, who simply smiled and did not elaborate. He fell into contemplation. His young master had never praised anyone so highly before. What extraordinary abilities did this Su Xingchen possess? Then how does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Qian asked hesitantly, immediately regretting his question. Wasn't it a foolish one? Who was Prime Minister Lin? He had held the reins of power for over 20 years, remaining unshaken despite the emperor's suspicious nature. And when had Prime Minister Lin become a unit of measurement to judge the talented minds of the world? Just then Xia Chen's voice rang out. Prime Minister Lin is indeed exceptionally capable. He could rank among the top 10 in the 800-year history of the Great Wu Dynasty. Though the realm is rife with problems, the fault lies not with Prime Minister Lin, but with the emperor. In fact, if Prime Minister Lin had not held the reins of government for these past 20 years, the constant wars might have led to the internal collapse of our Great Wu Dynasty. Instead of the current facade of prosperity, we would be witnessing the decline of a dynasty. But Prime Minister Lin still cannot compare to Su Xingchen. Xia Chen said in a calm voice. The private room fell silent while the sounds of diners enjoying their meals drifted in from the main hall. These diners would never imagine that within this small room someone was appraising Prime Minister Lin. Nor would they ever dream that the pillar of their nation in Xia Chen's eyes was inferior to an obscure student from the Imperial Academy. Xia Qian swallowed hard, stunned by Xia Chen's words. Although he still found it hard to believe Su Xingchen possessed such talent, he trusted his young master. If his master said it was so, then it was so. And that was enough. Xia Chen looked up, his gaze passing through the paper window to the sky outside. Lin Hanpu was indeed a man of great talent, ranking among the top 10 in 800 years of history. But Su Xingchen could rank among the top 3, perhaps even contend for the very first place. He was a prodigy of the ages, destined to leave a glorious chapter in history. But a great era of contention was about to dawn, an unprecedented age of unification. And after that unification, a golden age would unfold. Countless heroes would spring forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Top-tier talents, even unparalleled geniuses, would take the stage of history one by one. Even a prodigy like Su Xingqian would find himself somewhat overshadowed in that future, a resplendent era unlike any before or after. Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't try to flee tonight. Xia Chun withdrew his thoughts and spoke to Xia Qian. Understood. He'll handle it personally tonight. But young master, he's a smart man, isn't he? He knows we hold his fate in our hands. Even if he tries to run, we have the lantern bearers. Where could he possibly go? Precisely because he is smart, we must guard against him acting unpredictably. Scholars have the most schemes in their hearts. We must remain cautious. Xia Chun was prudent, not allowing overconfidence to cloud his judgment. Su Xingqian was the first exceptional talent he had encountered, and he took him very seriously. Even though this man would not submit willingly nor serve him with his whole heart. But so what? First get the man to his side. If he couldn't win his heart, he would first secure his person. At noon, Xia Chun dined with sheer delight and unrestrained pleasure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had also concluded. As the crowd dispersed, Yao Guang sat in the grand hall holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem. The characters were elegant and fluid, the poetic vigor bold and majestic. It was precisely the poem Xia Chun had written earlier. Yao Guang gazed at the poem with her bright eyes lost in thought for a long time silent. Xian Jinzi clutched his gourd filled to the brim with wine he had packed from the princess residence. It must be said the wines in the princess mansion were all top-tier brews, which he found quite delightful. Though his eyes seemed hazy with intoxication, he walked through the bustling streets without colliding with a single soul. Moreover, his steps were ethereal, and his pace astonishingly swift, so much so that those around him barely noticed his presence. He seemed to merge into the very void itself, yet he was undeniably there, not vanished. It was merely that passers-by overlooked him. At this moment he appeared to meld with the great Tao, his state profoundly peculiar. He followed the central avenue eastward, eventually arriving before a magnificent mansion that occupied an immense area. More strikingly, within it stood an extraordinarily towering pagoda. It rose 9 stories high, and even these 9 levels alone gave a visual impact of soaring skyward, as if piercing the heavens. This was none other than the sacred site of Taoism under heaven, the Celestial Master Residence. Within resided the old Celestial Master, one of the 5 first-rank powerhouses in the world, the ultimate combatant. Uncle. Greetings, Uncle. Great Uncle has returned. Xian Jinzi strode straight into the Celestial Master Residence, and along the way disciples greeted him one after another. Xian Jinzi held a high seniority within the residence, being one of the leading figures among the second-generation disciples. However, his lineage was not under the old Celestial Master. The residence comprised 3 branches. Where is the old Celestial Master? Xian Jinzi traversed the Great Hall and finally arrived at the foot of the 9-story pagoda. Uncle, the Grand Master is upstairs basking in the sun. A somewhat plump, rotund youth who had been tinkering with something in his hands looked up upon hearing the voice and promptly addressed Xian Jinzi. Good. Xian Jinzi nodded, about to ascend the stairs, but then he glanced at the youth and the object in his hands, prompting him to speak. What are you working on? Uncle, my alchemy is nearing perfection. I intend to use it to craft a marvel of the world. All naturally grown things possess spirit, but man-made creations are lifeless, devoid of that inner essence. So I've carved a wooden figure and plan to imbue it with spirit through alchemy, turning it into a true human. The chubby youth Mo Ban, upon hearing Xian Jinzi's inquiry, burst into an enthusiastic and endless explanation. Imbuing a wooden figure with spirit, bringing it to life. Xian Jinzi was taken aback. Though he knew the lad was deeply devoted to the path of divine craftsmanship, possessing unparalleled talent in it. So much so that even the old Celestial Master held him in high regard. The notion of turning a wooden figure into a real person seemed utterly fantastical. Imbuing all things with spirit was a power reserved for the Creator, what they called the Tao. How are the results? Though he deemed it unrealistic, Xian Jinzi did not discourage the child. Instead, he inquired earnestly. As expected, Mo Ban's expression immediately fell. I failed. I experimented several times, but could only briefly fill the wooden figure with vitality. That wasn't true spirit imbuing. It was merely me manipulating it with techniques. Once I ceased infusing it with energy, it instantly reverted to plain wood. Mo Ban hung his head in dejection. This art of spirit imbuing was truly difficult to master. So now I'm trying to reduce the wooden figure's size and explore other approaches. For instance, perhaps the issue lies with the wood as a medium, so I've experimented with jade stone and exotic metals, also shrinking their size. Maybe this way I can succeed. Mo Ban's dejection did not last long before his fighting spirit reignited, his eyes blazing as he stared at the small jade figurine in his hand. Keep at it. They'll go see the old Celestial Master now. Xianjinzi offered the boy a word of encouragement, then quickly turned away. Partly he genuinely needed to see the old celestial master about something, partly he feared Mo Ban would latch onto him eager to expound on his wild ideas. Each time he heard them, Xianjinzi's head throbbed. Mo Ban paid him no heed, wholly absorbed in the tiny figure in his hands. Xianjinzi ascended to the third floor where he encountered a woman. She was clad in white robes as pure as snow, her jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her countenance was cold and exquisitely beautiful, her eyes like frosty stars, and her brows, though delicate, could not conceal her aloofness. Her slender figure moved with a distant, icy grace like a celestial maiden amidst frosty radiance untouched by mundane dust. Her peerless beauty stirred the heart, yet kept all at bay. Murong Yiyin, born with the innate Dao physique, naturally close to the Dao, yet inherently deficient in emotions, her 7 passions unopened. Little junior sister. Xianjinzi halted at the sight of her and called out, "Senior brother." The woman nodded to him, her face still expressionless like a glacier. Xianjinzi was long accustomed to this, knowing that his junior sister bore him no ill will. It was simply her nature. The woman named Murong Yiyin was the old celestial master's final disciple. Xianjinzi did not linger in conversation and prepared to ascend. He harbored many doubts that required the old celestial master's counsel. Yet before leaving he paused again, turning to look at Murong Yiyin. "Little junior sister, have you broken through to 4th rank?" "I just broke through this morning." Murong Yiyin's voice was cold, ethereal, and terse. It was because she had only recently broken through that Xianjinzi detected it. Even a man as composed as Xianjinzi felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. His little junior sister's talent was terrifyingly monstrous. At just 18 years old, she had already reached the 4th rank realm. Such fearsome aptitude explained why the old celestial master had taken her as his final disciple back then. It was easy to imagine that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the celestial master residence would soon welcome a 3rd-rank true person in her early 20s. Xianjinzi departed, continuing his ascent. He felt a slight sting of inadequacy, but only for an instant. He quickly composed himself, his heart calm and unruffled. He had his own Dao. Old celestial master Xianjun requests an audience. Xianjinzi reached the 9th floor, an open-air terrace where one could behold the azure sky. It was here that the old celestial master observed the stars at night, contemplating the great Dao, seeking a breakthrough beyond 1st rank. Xianjinzi's voice was not loud, but he knew the old celestial master would surely hear him. Given the old celestial master's divine powers, the moment Xianjinzi entered this star-plucking tower, he had already stepped into the old master's domain. This was why the defenses along the way were lax, for the old celestial master feared no one's assassination. Should any fool ignorant of their place attempt to assassinate the old celestial master, they would have the privilege of learning why a 1st-rank cultivator was called a living myth in the mortal realm. "Come in." The ethereal voice of the heavenly master drifted into Xianjinzi's ears. As he entered, he saw an old man with jet-black hair, a ruddy complexion, and skin as lustrous as an infant's. This old man appeared to be only in his 50s or 60s, but Xianjinzi knew that the heavenly master was already over 100 years old. "Heavenly master, I am troubled by doubts, and have come specifically to seek your guidance." Xianjinzi bowed respectfully. "Even you have doubts. It seems you have indeed encountered a genuine dilemma. Speak then." The heavenly master reclined on a rocking chair, dressed plainly, squinting as he basked in the sun. A cup of tea rested beside him, and he appeared as leisurely as any ordinary old man. "Today I attended a literary gathering and encountered a youth. In a fleeting, hazy moment, I saw a surging purple aura spreading behind him. Above his brow and behind his head there was a colossal 9-clawed divine dragon, its head visible, but its tail hidden, spanning an immeasurable distance. But when I looked again, it all vanished as if I were merely drunk. Yet I am usually impervious to 1,000 cups." Even now, recalling the sight, Xianjinzi's heart trembled. He organized his words and spoke earnestly. "More crucially, I could not discern the youth's physiognomy. Every person has a destiny, a fate of fortune. Their facial features reflect these. If I cannot see his, does it mean he has no destiny, no fate?" The heavenly master, who had been squinting with a relaxed demeanor like an old man sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing Xianjinzi's words. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars, infinitely profound, as if the great Tao itself was in motion. "What is the youth's name?" "Heavenly master, his name is Xiachun," Xianjinzi replied solemnly. "Is he the one from the Marquis of Zhendong's mansion, the princess consort, who recently took control of the Eagle-Eye Bureau?" "Yes, heavenly master." Xianjinzi nodded. The heavenly master's cultivation was peerless, intertwined with the fate of the great Wu kingdom. Thus, he was not detached from worldly affairs. He was well informed about the court and the capital's affairs, though he rarely intervened, letting things unfold naturally. I once calculated his destiny. He was of average potential. But his betrothal to Yao Guang brought him into contact with her overwhelming fortune, which was not a good thing for him. He lacked the destiny to bear such fortune, showing signs of an early demise. The Heavenly Master spoke slowly. After learning of the Emperor's decree for Yao Guang's marriage, he had specifically divined the fate of her future husband. Then why can I see nothing of his physiognomy? Xianzhenzi was perplexed. Even if he was far inferior to the Heavenly Master, he believed his skill in physiognomy was not lacking. The Heavenly Master fell silent, aware of Xianzhenzi's proficiency in physiognomy. I shall cast another divination. He rose from the rocking chair, appearing as gentle as an ordinary elder with no hint of aura emanating from him. After a long moment, the Heavenly Master furrowed his brow slightly, then picked up the tortoise shell once more to perform another divination. Not a single one of the 64 hexagrams reveals his fate. None form a pattern. The Heavenly Master murmured to himself. Xianzhenzi, standing behind him, witnessed this and found it hard to remain calm. Even the Heavenly Master could not calculate it. The Heavenly Master divined a third time. But this time, as he cast the tortoise shell before it even touched the ground, the shell, etched with profound arcane patterns, shattered in midair. Unfathomable, unreadable. Though rooted in the present, he exists outside past, present, and future. This is a variable. Has the heavenly mechanism changed? The Heavenly Master's face paled slightly. Even one with his equanimity found it hard to stay calm. Heavenly Master, what is it? Xianzhenzi's pupils constricted sharply. The Heavenly Master's tortoise shell had shattered. An unprecedented event. This person bears great karma. He is a variable. The future has already shifted. As for how it will unfold, I too can no longer see through the heavenly mechanism. After calming his mind, the Heavenly Master spoke gravely. Xianzhenzi was horrified. Even the Heavenly Master, a veritable earthly immortal, could not divine Xia Chen's fate. In this world, there are only two people whose origins and futures I cannot fathom. One is Yao Guang, and now Xia Chen joins her. Strangely, these two are bound by marriage. Even with Yao Guang, I can vaguely glimpse through the mist, recognizing her as one of immense fortune with the bearing of a sovereign. Though still a princess, she already carries a portion of the great Wu Kingdom's fate. She may yet become the first female ruler in history, ending the chaos of the ages. But her husband Xia Chen, I see nothing at all. The Heavenly Master's tone was utterly grave. Xianzhenzi was both shocked and relieved. Shocked that even the Heavenly Master could not see through it, and relieved that his own lack of skill was not to blame. Xia Chen's destiny was simply too peculiar. A person's destiny is set from birth. Defying it is immensely difficult. There are 9 factors: first, destiny; second, fortune; third, feng shui; fourth, accumulated virtue; fifth, learning; sixth, career; seventh, marriage; eighth, noble mentors; ninth, health. Feng shui and virtue can alter minor fates, but even that is extraordinarily hard, depending on whether the original destiny can bear it. Beyond these, only one thing can change a person's fate. The Heavenly Master paused, and Xianzhenzi, who had been listening intently, quickly interjected. Heavenly Master, what other method can change fate? Fortune. The Heavenly Master gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and profound. Fortune is what we call national destiny. Ancient records tell of a time when this world truly had earthly immortals, humans, demons, Buddhas, immortals, shamans, and even strange, powerful beings. It was a flourishing age. But one day our world withered, and we declined. Some aged and died, others journeyed far away. Xianzhenzi listened, his mind stirred with longing. He knew this was a core secret of the Heavenly Master's lineage, one he would not have learned without Xia Chen. In those days there were mighty dynasties and renowned cultivation sanctuaries. Sacred grounds cultivated virtue, while dynasties cultivated fortune. The power of fortune was wondrous. It could appoint divine officials to enjoy the world's incense. All court officials through their ranks could bind themselves to the dynasty's fortune. With such power, even those with the poorest aptitude could cultivate 10 or 100 times faster than others. To completely change a person's destiny, only fortune, and vast amounts of it, could suffice. The Heavenly Master turned to face Xianzhenzi, smiling gently. Vast fortune? Are you saying that Xia Chen has obtained immense fortune and thus defied his fate? But as far as I know, the fortune in this world is fixed, divided among Great Wu, De Feng, and Qinghua. Where could he have obtained it? Xianzhenzi asked, utterly bewildered. But as far as I know, the fortune in this world is fixed, divided among Great Wu, De Feng, and Qinghua. Where could he have obtained it? Xianzhenzi asked, utterly bewildered. The fortune energy of the world is finite, directly proportional to a nation's strength, the well-being of its people, economic prosperity, military might, and the emergence of outstanding talents all contribute to the richness of the fortune energy it nurtures. In essence, it is directly proportional to a nation's comprehensive power. As for institutions like their Celestial Master Mansion and the Dragon Temple to the west of the capital, though they do not meddle in worldly affairs, they assist the Great Wu dynasty in guarding the realm to partake in a portion of this fortune energy. It was precisely because fortune energy was so vital that even first-rank powerhouses of the era had to engage in worldly struggles to claim it. This was why Xian Jinzi was utterly perplexed about where Xia Chun had obtained his. Even if he has altered his fate, he should still be able to divine something, the old celestial master said slowly. This Xia Chun harbors a great secret. Either he possesses an item that shields him from heavenly divination, but I sense he is more of a variable, the one that escaped from the grand design. A brilliant light burst from the old celestial master's eyes as he stood on the stargazing tower, gazing toward the inner city of the capital, as if trying to pierce through the void to locate Xia Chun. The one that escaped, eh? The heavenly Tao comprises 50 parts, with 14 being the grand design. Humans are the one that escapes. All things in the world have their fixed numbers, but it is precisely because of this escaped one that fate can be altered. The old celestial master spoke slowly, his voice resonating like the sound of the great Tao, and Xian Jinzi listened intently to his teachings. You mentioned earlier that you glimpsed a 9-clawed fortune golden dragon spanning the boundless sky and a soaring purple aura. The old celestial master turned to look at Xian Jinzi, who was kneeling before him. Yes, but when I looked again, it seemed as if my eyes had deceived me. You are a master of physiognomy, having reached the pinnacle in this art. At that moment you were drinking your mind in perfect harmony, merging with the great Tao. That is why you might have glimpsed that concealed corner. Hearing the old celestial master's words, Xian Jinzi was deeply shocked. But such a phenomenon is a sign of an emperor's destiny. When I see His Majesty, I can only perceive a half-zhong purple aura and 3 zhong of fortune energy from him. Xian Jinzi could not help but speak. He had read Taoist texts stating that the fortune dragon was a form condensed from fortune energy combined with national destiny. Only when an emperor accumulates 10 zhong of fortune energy behind him is there a chance for it to transform into a fortune golden dragon. The old celestial master fell silent upon hearing Xian Jinzi's words, for he too could not explain it. Xian Jinzi continued. You have said that Princess Yeagang's fate is extremely special. At her birth, she was naturally accompanied by 10 zhong of purple aura, and 2/10 of our great Wu's national destiny spontaneously merged into her body. In the future, she may surpass all emperors past and present, achieve an unparalleled enterprise, unify the world, gather all the fortune energy of the realm into our great Wu, and thus successfully condense a fortune golden dragon. At that time, you bearing this great unified fortune might be able to break through the suppression of the heavenly Tao and step into the legendary super rank realm. Xian Jinzi's tone grew more serious with each word. But now a variable has appeared. Will this affect your plans, old celestial master? Should we eliminate this variable while it is still weak? As Xian Jinzi finished, his tone was filled with a murderous intent. When Princess Yaguang was born, purple aura permeated the entire capital and purple clouds drifted in the sky. Such a strange phenomenon caused everyone in the city to kneel on the ground. At that time, the entire court believed it was a heavenly omen celebrating the victory in the Southern Frontier campaign, a sign that the current emperor's achievements could rival those of the sage kings of antiquity. The emperor was overjoyed and even granted a general amnesty. But Xian Jinzi knew that this heavenly phenomenon was caused by Princess Yeagang's birth. Xian Jinzi was extremely shocked at the time, for the birth of a princess could trigger a purple aura that filled the entire capital. Historically, even some founding emperors born with great fortune and imperial destiny could not compare to Yaguang. Xian Jinzi knew this because the old celestial master had discovered the secret back then. Due to his expertise in physiognomy, he was secretly taken to the palace by the old celestial master to conceal the newly born Yeagang's appearance, preventing others from learning of it. If a variable were so easy to correct, it would not be a variable. If you act personally as a first-rank powerhouse apart from the other 4 first-rank powerhouses in this world, who could stop you, eh? Xian Jinzi spoke earnestly, full of confidence in the old celestial master's strength. Haha, who can claim absolute certainty in the face of a variable? Moreover, who can say for sure that no other first-rank powerhouses have taken notice of this Xia Chun? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura peaceful and kind like a benevolent old man. But Xian Jinzi knew that the old celestial master was not one to be soft-hearted. In his youth, the old celestial master had gone alone to the eastern wilderness with the Xuanwu sword to vanquish demons. Old celestial master, do you mean Abbot Longshu? Xian Jinzi's expression changed slightly. The the contemporary leader of the Buddhist school, also the foremost figure of Buddhism in the Central Plains. He could not help but think of the literary gathering where Master Tianhai had proactively struck up a conversation with Xia Chun. Was their exchange truly just casual chatter? I do not know. The affairs of the world are countless. I am but a mortal. How could I possibly know them all? The old celestial master laughed with great openness. He looked at the distant sky where blue clouds and white clouds drifted, a gentle breeze blowing, and he smiled again. There is no need to harbor murderous intent. Since a variable exists, it has its reason for being. No one can accurately calculate the future. Even I cannot truly see through it. The emergence of a variable does not necessarily mean it will develop in a negative direction. Perhaps precisely because of this variable we may gain other rewards. That is the way of the Tao. In the unseen realm, heaven has its own decree. We are all but mortal bodies unable to contend with heaven. Let everything take its natural course. The old celestial master stood at the very front with no railing to block him. One more step forward and he would fall, but clearly Xianzhenzi had no concern that the old celestial master would plummet. He gazed at the old celestial master, who now seemed ethereal and transcendent, merging with heaven and earth, surrounded by a mysterious Tao resonance. Xianzhenzi sighed. This perhaps was the gap between him and the old celestial master, not only in cultivation level, but also in mindset and understanding of the Tao. Since you have encountered him, perhaps it is fate that binds you two. Try to make contact without any other intentions. Let everything be natural, just as you did with Yaoguang. Plant a seed today, and it may take root and sprout in the future. I will also find an opportunity to meet this young man in person and see what mysteries he holds. The old celestial master stood with his back to Xianzhenzi, as if facing away from all living beings about to transform into the Tao itself, his aura elusive and unfathomable. Yes. Xianzhenzi bowed in salute. When he looked up again, he found himself standing on the ground floor before the stargazing tower. A celestial master mansion technique, the shift of stars. While Xianzhenzi was conversing with the old heavenly master, the events that transpired at the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did the prince consort Xia Chun attend as well? Has he written any poetry, and how did he perform? Didn't someone say a few days ago that he was a seed of scholars? This is indeed a feast of heroes. Many students are eager to test whether Xia Chun possesses genuine talent and learning. It was afternoon, and the tea house was bustling with people enjoying their tea. At this moment, a curious group gathered around a student returning from the literary gathering. The crowd surrounded him, but this student from the Imperial Academy had a grim expression, hesitant and unable to answer. What's wrong? Little Li, we are your uncles. Oh, we've watched you grow up. We even helped pay your tuition when you entered the Imperial Academy. Now that you have achieved the status of a successful scholar and attended the princess's literary gathering, do you look down on us refusing to speak with us? An elder, seeing that no answer was forthcoming, suddenly grew angry. Uncle Chen, don't make things difficult for Li Zhang. At that moment, another student from the Imperial Academy entered the tea house dressed in scholarly robes. This student smiled and asked what happened. The crowd sensed something was off and turned to him for answers. Today Li Zhang and a group of students from the Imperial Academy confronted Prince Consort Xia Chun, forcing him to compose poetry in public. I have no idea what he was thinking. Regardless of whether he has true talent or not, he is still a prince, the scion of a noble family, and now holds a high position as the director of lanterns. He is not someone ordinary folks like us can offend. Yet he boldly charged into act as the sword against him, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hold him back. Zhang Zhongyong shook his head as he spoke. If they hadn't grown up in the same alley, he wouldn't have said so much in advance, but instead Li Zhang didn't appreciate it. I had his best interests at heart, yet he turned around and accused me of hindering his rise to fame in the capital, even threatening to sever ties with me. It's truly a time when good people cannot be rewarded. Zhang Zhongyong sighed as he looked at the attentive neighbors, speaking with a tone of helplessness. If he truly had slapped Xia Chun in public, it would have been one thing, but Xia Chun is clearly not to be trifled with. He publicly scolded them for being obsessed with poetry and not caring about national affairs, neglecting their studies, and always seeking shortcuts and easy paths. In the end, in front of everyone, he composed a poem expressing his ambitions, leaving all their faces stinging with shame. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zhang looked embarrassed. That poem was excellent. After today, I fear no one will dare to say Xia Chun lacks knowledge and literary talent. This is true fame in the capital. A real man should be like this. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, his demeanor filled with grandeur, longing for the profound meaning within Xia Chun's poem. Xia Chun once again topped the headlines of the capital, becoming the topic of discussion over tea and wine. Naturally, the most discussed topic was the poem he wrote, especially the last two lines. To die for one's country on the battlefield, why should I need a horse's hide to wrap my corpse? These words left many feeling shaken and inspired. Director Xia is right, poetry is merely a minor path. Throughout history, which prime minister ruled the nation through poetry? It is practical work that strengthens the country. Currently, the world is unstable, and the northwestern borders could erupt into war at any moment. What we need are capable ministers, not so-called literary giants. Why has the Northern Great Feng's national power been declining in recent years? Is it not because the entire nation upholds civil governance with scholars and students indulging in wine and merriment, completely oblivious to national affairs? This kind of atmosphere pervades the whole country. How can we build a strong army? Therefore, I can conclude that if the Great Feng continues to develop this way in about 50 years, it will surely be devoured by our Great Wu. Our Great Wu must not follow in Great Feng's footsteps and must be vigilant against the corruption of ideas brought about by poetry. A student stood at the entrance of the Imperial Academy, loudly proclaiming, surrounded by many fellow students who could not help but nod in agreement with his words. One must study the teachings of sages and also learn about national affairs and strategies, but one must not waste too much energy on poetry. Since ancient times, no prime minister has achieved their position through poetry. They have all relied on practical deeds. In no time, the name Xiachen spread throughout the Imperial Academy and other scholarly circles, with many even taking his line. To die for one's country on the battlefield, why should I need a horse's hide to wrap my corpse? As their motto, believing that a true man should be like this, loyal to the nation, even if it means dying on the battlefield. Some even began to contemplate enlisting in the military. These subsequent developments were unexpected for Xiachen. At that moment, he returned to his home, where a young boy was sitting in front of him. From his stature, he appeared to be around 15 or 16, but his face was extremely youthful. Why are you here? Third brother, I have come to pledge my loyalty to you. Xiaowen sat on a stool, his face filled with excitement, looking around restlessly, as if he had a bit of hyperactivity. You came to pledge loyalty to me? Yes. If Sister Buju can follow you, why can't I? Xiaowen took the tea and smiled as he spoke, while Buju felt a bit shy upon hearing this. No, you are too young. Besides, does your third uncle know about this? Xiachen shook his head. If he remembered correctly, Xiaowen was not yet 12 this year. But I have already broken through to the 8th rank refinement stage. According to the rules of the household, I can enter the world now. Xiaowen immediately stood up from the stool, speaking earnestly. You broke through to the refinement stage so quickly. Xiachen was somewhat astonished, while also feeling that this kid's talent was indeed monstrous. Compared to his previous self, he had not broken through the 8th rank refinement stage, even at 17, which was certainly mediocre among the young nobles. Yes, I must thank third brother. If it weren't for your improvement of the foundational sword technique, I wouldn't have broken through so easily. Xiaowen scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he explained the situation to Xiachen. Originally, it would have taken Xiaowen at least 2 to 5 months to break through at the normal training speed. However, later on, his uncle Xiaqian personally taught him a sword technique called Shouyang Demon Blade, which could draw upon the energies of heaven and earth to temper the body. Thus, he broke through this barrier in just a month. I originally wanted to join the Forbidden Army, but they said I was too young. Then I thought about joining the Border Army, but neither my uncle nor my father would agree. So I decided to come and seek refuge with you, third brother. In the hall, Xiaowen glanced around, and seeing that Baizhu had already stepped out, lowered his voice to speak. I know that your falling out with the family must be a pretense. Though you are often overlooked at home, uncle and aunt treat you well. All those rumors outside are false. Xiaowen lowered his voice, his youthful face etched with earnestness. Father said he would strike my name from the family register. How could that be fake? Xiaochun cast a glance at Xiaowen. Though his words were dismissive, inwardly, he praised the boy. This kid may be young and seem reckless, but he's not foolish after all. I don't know what's happened, but I'm sure you and uncle have your reasons for doing this. Xiaowen scratched his head and chuckled. Besides, when I told my father I wanted to follow you, he scolded me harshly, yet he still assigned me 3 family soldiers. Isn't that obvious enough? Xiaochun was slightly taken aback by Xiaowen's words. Had his third uncle Xiaohan tacitly allowed Xiaowen to come to him? Has anything happened at home recently? Xiaochun pondered for a moment before asking. Nothing major, but the day before yesterday, I overheard my father talking to my mother in his courtyard. He was dead drunk. I vaguely heard him say that a vacancy for Vice Minister of Rights had opened up, and it should have been his. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the memorial to the Grand Secretariat, but it was rejected, citing his youth and need for further tempering. In the end, the position went to a great scholar from White Deer Academy. Xiaowen hung his head, his spirits low. He had peeked in and seen his father utterly inebriated. a sight he had never witnessed before. Xia Chen fell silent, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his third uncle Xia Han, elegant, refined, and gentlemanly, always smiling at the younger generation, never discriminating by talent or birth. Our Xia family holds immense military power. Third uncle pursuing a civil career already treads on forbidden ground, especially with his political acumen. The imperial exams are imminent, and the Ministry of Rights oversees them, making the vice minister's post crucial. If third uncle took it, even if not the chief examiner, he would nominally be a teacher to all candidates. Xia Chen sighed and looked at Xia Wen gravely. I know. His Majesty fears our Xia family. He's afraid father will build a faction extending our influence into the civil officialdom. With military power and literati support, he fears his throne will be unstable. Xia Wen set down his teacup and stood up, his still young face cold with resolve. Xia Chen was startled by his boldness. This little brother of mine has some nerve. Moreover, though he seemed rash, he was actually shrewd, a truly intelligent and wise person. His father had named him Xia Wen, and perhaps it was fitting. This little brother had indeed inherited his father's political acumen. As expected of the third generation's prodigy, second only to his own younger brother Xia Hao. Though only 11, he already displayed extraordinary qualities. More importantly, he harbored no goodwill toward the great Wu Emperor. Good, he's a promising talent. The sovereign's favor and disfavor are both grace. Xia Chen looked at Xia Wen calmly. I understand, third brother. I won't say such things outside. Our Xia family is of course loyal to His Majesty. Xia Wen looked up at Xia Chen and grinned. They exchanged a knowing glance and smiled in mutual understanding. Stay here with me. Tomorrow I'll take you to the lantern bearers and arrange an identity. You'll start as my attendant. All right. I heard you're already a 4th rank official in charge of the lantern bearers Eagle Eye division. How impressive. My father has been in office for over a decade and is only a 4th rank official. Xia Wen's face lit up with excitement. Despite his precocious intelligence, he was still just an 11-year-old child. Bai Zhu entered and personally led Xia Wen to a side courtyard to settle him in. Xia Chen remained seated in silence, deep in thought. His third uncle Xia Han had passed the imperial exams at 22 as a top scholar. Now 36, with background and ability reaching 4th rank in 14 years was fast for most, but for him, it was merely average, even slow. This was clearly amiss. Third uncle studied at White Deer Academy as a youth and was praised by its head master Qi, proof of his talent. The memorial was rejected by the Grand Secretariat on grounds of youth, not lack of experience or ability. The Vice Minister of Rights is a high post, but only sub-3rd rank, not the top position. Youth is hardly a valid reason. Xia Chen sighed. No wonder his third uncle had drowned his sorrows in drink, wearing a look of unfulfilled ambition. At this rate, his uncle's career had already peaked at vice minister. Becoming minister or entering the Grand Secretariat was utterly impossible. It seems both uncle and third uncle have sensed the emperor's deep distrust of our family, a mix of reliance and wariness. Sending Xia Wen here is a form of gambit. In the third generation of the Xia family, talents were emerging one after another, still largely unknown to the outside world, hidden away like gems. But Xia Qian and Xia Han surely knew the true potential of their younger generation. Though still young, their extraordinary promise was already evident. If the first and second generations already provoked the emperor's suspicion, how could he sleep soundly with so many prodigies in the third? It seems uncle and third uncle have sensed our family's peril and begun to act. So, following the original course of history, our Xia family must have firmly backed Yao Guang to escape annihilation, allowing the third generation to shine brilliantly in the Great Unification era. Xia Chen murmured, his eyes blazing with extraordinary light. His double pupils slowly rotated, shrouded in chaotic energy, as if capable of splitting heaven and earth. The Yamen of the Lantern Bearers. The director of the Eagle Eye Department, who had been absent for 3 days, finally arrived today. After he assumed office and intimidated the entire department, everyone expected a storm of reforms. Yet Xia Chen defied expectations by not showing up for 3 consecutive days. Only yesterday did they learn that their director had attended a literary gathering and secured the top prize. His poem was now spreading like wildfire across the capital. Our director's poem must be disseminated immediately. The capital and its surrounding areas fall under our jurisdiction. Within a day, everyone must know this poem. As Xia Chen entered with Xia, when he heard the voice of Hall Master Zheng Ping instructing his subordinates, Cui Hu and Lu Chen stood beside him silent. The other 2 Hall Masters, Chen Song and Li Yue, were nowhere to be seen. What's all this commotion so early in the morning? Xia Chen asked with a smile as he walked into the hall. The director is here. Zheng Ping's wrinkled face instantly bloomed with a smile, his stern expression shifting entirely. Director? The dozen or so lantern-bearers present, whether willing or not, all clasped their hands in greeting to Xia Chun. During his 3-day absence, they had come to terms with many things. Xia Chun's takeover of the Eagle Eye Department was an unchangeable fact decreed by the Emperor himself. Even if not Xia Chun, someone else would have been appointed. The Emperor no longer trusted the internal dynamics of the lantern-bearers and needed an outsider. "Why are you spreading my poem everywhere?" Xia Chun asked, a strange look in his eyes. Though he was now the director, using his position for personal gain seemed inappropriate. Rest assured, director. No outsider will speak ill of you. Disseminating your poem is an order from above. Zheng Ping pointed upward. While they wished to mend their relationship with Xia Chun, they weren't so brazen as to act without restraint. Xia Chun understood instantly. His poem was about serving the nation without fear of death. With potential war brewing in the northwest, the poem could inspire courage and ignite a nationwide fighting spirit. It was akin to a national mobilization. So his poem had become propaganda, and the lantern-bearers promoting it was now a political task. This was something Xia Chun hadn't anticipated. He hadn't expected Emperor One to exploit even this. Our Eagle Eye Department oversees the capital and its vicinity. Other regions are handled by our brothers in other departments. Your poem will spread across the entire Great Wu within 3 days, making your name resonate among the people. Zheng Ping continued with a smile, then straightened his back, his expression turning serious before he bowed and declared in a booming voice. Congratulations, Director, on soon becoming renowned throughout the realm. Congratulations, Director, on your fame. After Zheng Ping's words, the other lantern-bearers, especially the silent Cui, Hu, and Lu Chun, twitched slightly. They quickly reacted, clasping their hands in unison. Brothers, you've worked hard. Today at noon, I invite you all to Deshing Tower for a drink. Xia Chun smiled and patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder. This old fellow knew how to handle things. Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother Xiao Wen. Arrange his entry following proper procedures. He'll start as a lantern-bearer and serve as my attendant without any official title. Today's lunch at Deshing Tower can double as his initiation banquet. Can you manage that? Xia Chun looked at Zheng Ping with a smile. Zheng Ping glanced at the youthful Xia Wen, who offered a simple, honest grin like a naive lad. Then turning back to Xia Chun, he quickly replied with a smile, with the director personally vouching for him, there's no issue. I'll have the paperwork ready by this afternoon. No, before the initiation banquet at noon, Zheng Ping declared, thumping his chest with a hearty laugh. Such was the privilege of power. What ordinary people would break their backs to achieve. Entry into the lantern-bearers was but a word from Xia Chun. Behind Xia Chun, Xia Wen gazed at his elder brother with admiration. His third brother was truly impressive. These lantern-bearers were all unruly, yet his brother had them completely under control. I want to be just as commanding. I'll learn from third brother, and anyone who disobeys will be beaten into submission. At this thought, Xia Wen smiled, his expression utterly innocent. But the other lantern-bearers eyed Xia Wen strangely. The youth appeared 15 or 16, but his face was too youthful, suggesting he was younger. Is this the son of Xia Han, the junior minister of rights? Cui, who finally spoke, his voice low. Yes, he's my uncle's child. Well, since we're all colleagues, I'll be frank. The boy had a falling out with his father. He wanted to serve the nation, but my uncle refused. After a big argument, he ran away from home. Xia Chun smiled, not bothering to hide it. Such things couldn't be concealed anyway. But he naturally omitted certain truths. The listener's expressions grew even more peculiar, missing the latter part of his words. Has he broken through to the 8th grade? Cui, who couldn't help but ask. If I recall correctly, the lantern-bearers' records show that young Master Xia, when the eldest son of Junior Minister Xia, is only 11 years old this year. Another person blurted out, astonishment on their face. An 11-year-old 8th grade. How is that possible? But the Marquis of Zhendong's mansion's rule is that one can only enter the world after reaching the 8th grade. This is too young. What kind of prodigy is this? The lantern-bearers, usually feared by the common folk, now had their expressions shift in disbelief. All eyes were fixed in amazement. Even Cui, Hu, and the taciturn Lu Chun stared intently at Xia Wen. As lantern-bearers, they had records of all noble offspring in the capital. This was no secret. I'm not that young. I'll be 12 in a few months. Xia Wen stepped out from behind Xia Chun, grinning sheepishly and scratching his head, looking utterly harmless. But this only deepened their shock. Was the world going mad? Was this the direct bloodline of the Marquis of Zhendong's mansion? All such prodigies. Some of their own were in their 20s or 30s and still stuck at the 8th grade. The contrast was staggering. Today at Deshing Tower, everyone must come. Xia Chun clasped his hands in a salute, exuding no official airs. Yet no one dared ignore him. The impression he had left on them that day was too vivid. They knew their superior, seemingly gentle, was in truth cold and calculating, far from the harmless facade he projected. We will certainly attend young Master Xia Wen's initiation banquet. The lantern-bearers quickly returned the gesture, their gazes toward the youthful Xia, when now tinged with respect. Reporting director. Outside the yamen, a man named Su Xingqian requests an audience. He says you summoned him. A lantern-bearer entered to report. Xiachen smiled. Both the scholar and the warrior had taken the bait. The weather was fine today, and his mood was one of great joy. A lantern-bearer entered to report. Xiachen smiled. Both the scholar and the warrior had taken the bait. The weather was fine today, and his mood was one of great joy. A lantern-bearer entered to report. Xiachen smiled. Both the scholar and the warrior had taken the bait. The weather was fine today, and his mood was one of great joy. Su Xingqian followed behind a lantern-bearer, his face haggard and eyes bloodshot, yet a hint of excitement gleamed in his gaze. He had not slept a wink the entire night, tossing and turning in restless agony. Though he had resigned himself to fate, sleep still eluded him. His thoughts wandered far and wide, and in the end he felt as though he had vaguely grasped something in the depths of his mind. Why did Xiachen go out of his way to make things difficult for him? Was it merely to toy with him? He was the legitimate son of a marquis, a consort to a princess, and now the director of the lantern-bearers, while Su Xingqian was but an ordinary student at the Imperial Academy, worlds apart in status. Xiachen could crush him as easily as an ant. Would such a man truly stoop to satisfy his own perverse amusement by tormenting him? Su Xingqian found it unlikely. Then why? There must be some other reason he did not yet know. Just before dawn, a sudden clarity struck Su Xingqian. He sat bolt upright in bed, his body trembling violently. Xiachen knew that he harbored rebellious intentions, that he sought a worthy master to serve. Yet instead of arresting him, he had demanded that Su Xingqian become his clerk. Does he intend to rebel, or is it the Xia family? Su Xingqian's mind cleared. The confusion and anguish that had plagued him were shattered by this startling revelation. He was an exceptionally intelligent man, and should have realized this earlier. But Xiachen had misled him into a mental trap, and only in the hazy moments before sleep did the truth dawn on him. A brilliant light burst from Su Xingqian's pupils. Excitement, elation, and confusion mingled together. Xiachen is a consort, and his majesty favors him so heavily. Why would he want to rebel? Is it the Xia family? But although the Xia family holds great power, now all signs point to their loyalty to the imperial house. Su Xingqian was perplexed. Even his sharp mind could not fathom it. Yet he never considered reporting them, for if he dared to expose Xiachen or the Xia family's treasonous intentions, he would surely meet a gruesome death. Neither the Xia family nor the imperial house would spare him. The imperial court would never break with the Xia family at this juncture. Understanding this, Su Xingqian's eyes gleamed with fervor. Only through destruction could prosperity arise. Out with the old, in with the new. Wasn't this exactly what he had always sought? Su Xingqian stepped into the lantern-bearers' headquarters and began to look around. Outsiders often described this place as a hellish horror. But now that he was inside, he found people coming and going, or it was not nearly as gloomy or terrifying as rumored. We've arrived. Go on in. The lantern-bearer who had led him brought him to a small courtyard and gestured for him to enter alone. Your Excellency. Su Xingqian knocked, and only after hearing a voice from within did he push open the door and step inside. As he entered, he saw an exceedingly handsome young man seated at a desk, apparently working on official documents. Another youthful boy stood in the room, gazing at him with curiosity. Did you not sleep well last night? Xiachen, still seated at his desk, did not lift his head, yet he seemed to perceive Su Xingqian's condition with perfect clarity. This made Su Xingqian feel that Xiachen was even more unfathomable. I was a bit too excited last night, and didn't rest well, Su Xingqian replied with a respectful bow. Excited because you think I harbor treasonous intentions. Xiachen still did not raise his head, his eyes fixed on the documents before him as he annotated them. His voice was utterly calm, but to Su Xingqian it sounded like the whispers of the abyss plunging him into a living hell. How could he possibly know that? Does he have the power to read minds? Thank goodness I didn't think of reporting him to the authorities. He must have already arranged for men to deal with me. The moment I entertained such a thought, I would have been slaughtered before I even left my doorstep. Cold sweat broke out on Su Xingqian's forehead. Once again he had brushed past the gates of death. From now on you will stay by my side as a clerk handling case files and archives. Also, your parents are advanced in years, and you have been away from home for a long time. Our great Wu dynasty upholds filial piety as the foundation of the state. Serving one's parents is the duty of every child. Move your parents from Ping'an County to the capital. There is a small courtyard next to my residence that I have already purchased. From now on you will live there. Xiachen still did not look up. Xiaowen, who had remained silent all along, quietly approached. Here are the keys. Xiaowen handed Su Xingqian a set of keys. Su Xingqian swallowed hard, knowing that accepting these keys meant he was thoroughly aboard the pirate ship. Whether Xiachen was a worthy master or not, he would have to follow this path to the end. but he knew he could not refuse. Otherwise, his destination would not be the lantern-bearer's office, but their prison. His family would not escape either. If he were lucky, they might all be reunited in the lantern-bearer's dungeon, a happy family in chains. Thank you, Your Excellency. Su Xingchen took the keys from Xiao and glanced at the boy's guileless smile and bowed respectfully to Xia Chun. Noon. Dishing Tower. Xia Chun had reserved the entire second floor of Dishing Tower. The establishment was renowned in the capital for its delectable cuisine, but more importantly, its auspicious name attracted nobles and wealthy patrons alike who favored it for celebratory banquets. Not even Boss Zhang can use the second floor. Who has the audacity to be so overbearing? Exactly. I always dine in the private rooms upstairs. Today they relegate me to the main hall. My cousin is the Vice Minister of Revenue. I'd like to see who dares to throw their weight around in the capital. Disgruntled patrons crowded the first-floor hall, angrily confronting Zhang Linda, the owner of Dishing Tower. Zhang Linda, a man in his 40s, hurriedly bowed to the crowd. Gentlemen, you are all valued regulars of my establishment, and I am well aware of that. However, the second floor is truly unavailable today, as it has been reserved by the lantern bearers. If you were to go upstairs and offend the esteemed guests, it would invite great calamity. I am only thinking of your safety. The lantern bearers. At the mention of that name, the crowd's expression shifted. Indeed, and it was Lord Xia Chun himself who reserved it. Gentlemen, please dine in the main hall today, or you may go to Deshun Tower across the street. Either is acceptable, but do not under any circumstances go upstairs and provoke the honored guests. Sweat beaded on Zhang Linda's forehead. In the end, he even suggested they patronize his rival across the street. The crowd cast a glance at the second floor, their anger dissipating. Even the young master who had boasted about his cousin, the Vice Minister of Revenue, fell silent. On the second floor of Dishing Tower. Everyone, today marks the induction of my younger brother Xia Wen and my brother Su Xingchen into the ranks. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence. I'll drink to that first. Xia Chun poured himself a cup of wine, stood up, delivered a brief speech as a leader, expressed his gratitude, and conducted himself with remarkable approachability. Su Xingchen glanced at the unusually amiable Xia Chun, then at the exceedingly docile lantern bearers in the hall, and could not help but marvel. On the surface, Xia Chun was as gentle as jade, devoid of any airs, mingling easily with everyone. Yet he had them all under his absolute control, with none daring to defy him. Was this what true leadership looked like? The entire welcome banquet was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, and throughout the event Xia Chun naturally stood as the center of attention. Those present today were at least mid- and low-ranking officials of the 100 household level. As the evening progressed, they mustered the courage to offer toasts, and Xia Chun smiled, responding to each one without the slightest hint of arrogance, fully integrating himself among the grassroots. This gradually eased the tension in everyone's hearts. The reason for their initial unease was that their new superior was far too young. They feared he would be eager to make his mark employing crude and reckless methods, and that he would begin by purging them, the grassroots officials. Xia Wen and Su Xingchen were also surrounded by many people. Everyone knew these two were surely Xia Chen's trusted confidants, despite their roles as attendants and scribes. After all, even the steward of a prime minister's mansion wielded power comparable to a 7th-rank official. Xia Wen in particular was the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong's estate. Although his branch held no noble title, his father was a Shaoqing, a full 4th-rank high official. Moreover, everyone knew Xia Wen was a prodigy. At just 11 years old, he had already reached the 8th rank, and it was easy to imagine he would become a figure of great stature in the future. Thus, no one overlooked Xia Wen because of his youth. I can't drink anymore, can't do it. Go drink with Brother Su. Xia Wen's eyes were glazed with intoxication, yet he still retained some clarity. Being as cunning as he was, he quickly pointed towards Su Xingchen. Previously, in the Marquis mansion, he had never had the chance to drink. Today, surrounded by the crowd and caught up in the excitement, he indulged himself only to find himself soon tipsy. Su Xingchen heard Xia Wen's voice and saw him pointing, so he feigned drunkenness, slumping onto the table. The banquet was a joyous affair, with everyone drinking heartily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Chun was seated with Zheng Ping, Shui Hu, and Lu Chun. You've spent a fortune today, sir. Zheng Ping's face was flushed. He too had drunk a fair amount, yet he raised his cup to toast Xia Chun. We're all brothers. What's this talk of expense? Xia Chun also lifted his cup, clinking it with Zheng Ping's with a smile. But you know, I rented out the entire second floor today, yet it wasn't even full. Xia Chun sighed, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Zheng Ping, Shui Hu, and Lu Chun all showed subtle changes in expression, each different from the other. His Majesty ordered me to join the lantern bearers and entrusted me with a mission. Xia Chun continued, speaking with an openness that made it seem he regarded them all as his own people. The three of them changed color, and even the usually composed Lu Chun turned his gaze toward him. May I ask, What mission? Chui, who couldn't help but inquire. Ever since Xia Chun had lectured him that day, something had changed. He had become unusually obedient and compliant. His Majesty said that over the years the lantern bearers have been rife with factionalism, everyone forming cliques, and their subordinates have almost become their private armies. Xia Chun trailed off, glancing at the three men whose faces had turned ashen, especially Lu Chun. So disbanding your subordinates that day was to save you. I have high hopes for all three of you. You're smart people, and I trust you understand my good intentions. Xia Chun patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, then did the same to Chui, who beside him. He then looked at Lu Chun, whose expression was the most grim, and spoke again. His Majesty is merciful and broad-minded. Though you are Lu Li's adopted son, you are merely an adopted son. As long as you don't make any mistakes during this sensitive period, there's nothing to worry about. Lu Chen swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on his brow. He finally understood why the Emperor had transferred such a young outsider into the lantern bearers. Young, impulsive, eager to prove himself, and ruthless in his actions. These were the virtues of youth. Young men made the best blades. And now this blade was meant to strike down the partisans of his adopted father Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he too should have been on the list for liquidation. But, given this sensitive time, you are no longer fit to serve as the head of the Pear Blossom Hall. Would you be willing to step down and temporarily serve as my attendant? Xia Chun asked calmly. Lu Chen remained silent. Xia Chun had not resorted to thunderous measures nor pinned any crime on him. He had done nothing wrong. Yet with these quiet words he sought to strip him of all his power, a far graver matter than the earlier disbanding of his men. But Lu Chen knew he had no choice. Moreover, he had to be grateful to Xia Chun for sparing him. In principle, he should have been the first to be made an example of. Now merely having his authority revoked was a great mercy. As you command, sir. I am willing to become your attendant, to follow by your side, and to repay your life-saving grace. Lu Chun raised his cup and spoke solemnly. Whether sincere or not, he knew he must thank Xia Chun, for Xia Chun now held his life in his hands. In the 3 days Xia Chun had been absent from the office, they had all learned that he came bearing the Emperor's sword representing the imperial will. That was why, despite the tension between them a few days ago, they were now as docile as brides. Thus Xia Chun had successfully stripped them of power over wine. Old Zheng. Xia Chun turned to Zheng Ping, who jolted and quickly responded. Sir, I am by no means a partisan of Lu Li, I beg you to see clearly. But I am also willing to relinquish my position as hall master and serve as your attendant. Zheng Ping rattled off his words, hastily distancing himself and pledging loyalty, afraid that Xia Chun would pin the label of Lu Li's confederate on him. The Emperor had undoubtedly resolved to kill. All of Lu Li's partisans would be purged. Haha, old Zheng, am no butcher, no need to be so nervous. I was just wondering. I heard that Chun Song and Li Yu are men of the Crown Prince, and the third prince, aren't they? Xia Chun shifted the topic, picking up a piece of beef from the table and eating as he spoke. Zheng Ping relaxed, but his eyes remained calm throughout. I truly know nothing of such matters, sir. I dare not gossip about the Crown Prince or the third prince. However, for the Crown Prince or a prince to meddle in the lantern bearers is a grave offense. We all serve His Majesty. Zheng Ping spoke with earnest gravity. Haha, old Zheng, you're quite amusing. You're a veteran of the Eagle Eye Department and am new here, unfamiliar with many rules. I'd like to seek your advice. Tell me, today, I invited all colleagues from the Eagle Eye Department to a banquet. You three were gracious enough to attend, but those two not only snubbed me, but also kept their subordinates away. What does that mean? Xia Chun changed the subject again, his tone casual, as if merely asking out of curiosity. Chui Hu and Lu Chen's expressions grew grave. They knew the real reckoning was at hand. Disrespecting a superior and forming factions. These are serious crimes. Zheng Ping said with a stern look. What punishment would be appropriate? Forming factions is a capital offense. The family property is confiscated, the men are exiled, and the women are sent to the Bureau of Music. Zheng Ping answered coldly without hesitation. His words made even Chui Hu and Lu Chen cast a deep glance at him. Was this the same old Zheng who was always smiling and amiable? Zheng Ping answered coldly without hesitation. His words made even Chui Hu and Lu Chen cast a deep glance at him. Was this the same old Zheng who was always smiling and amiable? Xia Chun chuckled at this remark. He picked up another piece of beef and asked again, but what if they really are the Crown Prince and the third prince's men? What do we do then? Chui Hu and Lu Chun understood that this question was not asked lightly. Meanwhile, Lu Chun watched Zheng Ping with a pensive look. The lantern bearers answered directly to His Majesty. For the Crown Prince and the third prince to meddle with them would be a great taboo. I doubt they would dare place their own people among us. Zheng Ping smiled and continued, but Chun Song and Li Yu are insufferably arrogant. They seem like Lu Li's cronies. We cannot allow such factional schemers to remain in our ranks. Zheng Ping spoke with stern resolve, his voice laced with a murderous intent. Haha, Lord Zheng speaks truly. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince ever extend their reach into our lantern bearers? One is the heir, the other a prince. Why would they rebel? What would be the point of infiltrating us? Rumors indeed are nothing but baseless gossip. Xia Chen laughed heartily while Cui Hu and Lu Chen's faces darkened, knowing his words carried hidden meaning. With your guidance, Lord Zheng, I am at ease. Cui Hu, Lu Chen. Xia Chen turned to look at them. You have heard my conversation with Lord Zheng. Assist him this afternoon in apprehending Li Yu and Chen Song. Also arrest all the battalion and company commanders from their 2 divisions who did not attend the banquet. Lock them in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon. Can you manage that? Xia Chen asked calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to interject hastily. Oh my lord, let the young lads handle this. I am old and frail, and I haven't led a mission in over a decade. I might ruin everything if I go. Lord Zheng, precisely because they are young they may not command enough authority. You are a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, a name that commands respect across all the Lantern Bearers. This task requires your presence. Besides, with both of us bearing the responsibility, what could go wrong? Xia Chen smiled, leaving Zheng Ping no room to refuse. By now Cui Hu sensed something unusual. His lord seemed to have a special regard for Zheng Ping. Cui Hu suddenly recalled how Zheng Ping had remained unshaken in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years, and a glimmer of understanding dawned on him. He kept silent, lowering his head to eat, fully supporting Xia Chen's arrangement. This matter required Zheng Ping to take the lead in arresting Li Yu and Chen Song. Xia Chen departed from Dushing Tower with Xia, Wen, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, Xia Xiao, and a man named Li Shi. The wind is rising, he murmured. Cui Hu pushed open the paper window and stood by the balcony on the 2nd floor, gazing at the bustling capital of Dao. He stretched out his hand, feeling the wind slip through his fingers, and said slowly, Is everyone full? Lu Chen remained seated at the table, his face impassive, but then he suddenly bellowed. Yes. Several people stood up at once, shouting in response. Lu Chen turned to Zheng Ping, who sat nearby, and spoke earnestly. Lord Zheng, our lord, ordered us to assist you. Please give us your instructions. How shall we proceed? Lord Zheng, just give the orders, and we will carry them out. You are a veteran with more experience than we have salt. We will follow your lead. Cui Hu, standing by the window, also clasped his hands in agreement. Zheng Ping's mouth twitched. These 2 whelps were being so polite to him now, when before they had always looked down on him, thinking he relied solely on his seniority. Both of them were usually wild and unruly, looking down on everyone else. Now that they were about to move against the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's men, they knew the stakes and had turned into cowards. You 2 hurry back to the office and gather all our men. I will also arrange for people to assist you. This operation must be swift and without disturbance. Once the prisoners are taken, disarm them and lock them in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon. Allow no one near them. Zheng Ping said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Chen and Cui Hu replied in unison. The other Lantern Bearers exchanged glances, unaware of what was to come, but sensing an approaching storm. Yet it seemed this storm had little to do with them, or rather they had become the storm itself. Was this the reward for following the right leader? In the afternoon, a stir ran through the Lantern Bearers. From company commanders up to the division leaders of 2 Eagle Eye divisions, all were taken into custody. Some attempted to resist, but were nearly cut down on the spot. Several company commanders were stripped of their armor and arrested in full view of everyone. This caused unease within the Lantern Bearers, but since the incident was confined to the Eagle Eye Division, many felt somewhat reassured. Good heavens, this new director of the Eagle Eye Division is ruthless. 2 divisions, 2 leaders, over 50 company commanders, and more than 10 battalion commanders, all arrested at once. That's terrifying. That Lord Xia acts so directly, arresting so many people. Isn't he afraid of causing a major upheaval? Young blood, bold and fearless, not yet worn down by society. Li Yu and Chen Song are in deep trouble this time. The remaining division members stationed in the capital gasped in shock, awed by Xia Chen's decisive move. But on what charges? Arresting so many Lantern Bearers without cause. Even a director must follow the rules. Someone wondered aloud what leverage Xia Chen had over these men to act so recklessly. Let me tell you, I heard this from a rumor. Chen Song and Li Yu are suspected to be the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's men. What? Is that true? What are the Crown Prince and the Third Prince thinking? We are Lantern Bearers. This is a huge taboo. But if they really are their men, shouldn't it be top secret? Why does it seem like everyone knows? Some were shocked by the news, while others, more politically astute, questioned it. No one knows where it came from. It's just a rumor, so take it as gossip. The higher-ups are fighting their battles. We'd best stay out of it. If Chen Song and Li Yu truly are the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's men, then Lord Xia's boldness makes sense. This might be His Majesty's will. Someone pointed upward, and the others shrank back, daring not to discuss it further. The third level of the Lantern Bearer's prison. Let me out. Damn it, who gave you the guts to arrest me? Where's the warrant? I'm a hall master. As soon as Xiachen walked in, he heard the furious shouts. What's all the noise about? Xiaowen strode over and kicked the door of cell 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xiachen, on what grounds do you arrest us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared at Xiachen, who had emerged from behind, his eyes blazing with fury. You abuse your power for personal gain, misuse your authority, and exact personal vengeance. I will surely report you to the Commander-in-Chief. Even if you are the Imperial Consort, His Majesty will not spare you. Seeing Xiachen silently, you thought he had intimidated him and grew bolder, speaking with increasing confidence. Are you certain His Majesty will not spare me? Xiachen finally spoke, smiling as he looked at Li Yu, whose expression shifted slightly. Xiachen walked away, and Li Yu ceased his clamor in the cell. As Xiachen passed cell 23, Chen Song, who had been sitting motionless, brightened. Lord Xia, Lord Xia. Chen Song quickly rose, gripping the bars and calling out to Xiachen. My lord, I was wrong. The reason I didn't attend the banquet today is truly a family matter. My mother is ill, and I must care for her. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his acting so pitiful it would stir anyone's sympathy. Old man, who are you fooling? Your mother is ill. Did all your men's mothers fall sick too? Don't tell me you all share the same mother. Xiaowen, following behind Xiachen, couldn't help but laugh. Chen Song's face stiffened, but he did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low voice. My lord, a word in private. Xiachen glanced at him, stepped forward a few paces, and waited to see what the man had to say. My lord, I am a man of the Crown Prince. Previously I was blind and offended you. I now know my mistake. From now on, in the Eagle Eye Department, I will follow your lead. You are the husband of Princess Yaguang. My prince and the princess have always been close. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he will surely not forget your merits. Perhaps the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Lantern Bearers will be yours. Xiachen gave Chen Song a serious, peculiar look. Believing his words had stunned Xiachen, a confident smile crept onto Chen Song's face. Didn't expect that, did you? Shocked, aren't you? I'm the Crown Prince's man. You have connections, and so do I. Ha ha ha. Chen Song laughed, inwardly convinced that revealing this secret would turn the tide, and perhaps even draw the Imperial Consort Xiachen into the Crown Prince's camp. He maintained a humble exterior while harboring these thoughts. Lord Chen, why do you think I had you arrested? Isn't it because we disobeyed orders, deliberately made things difficult for you, and insulted you by not attending the banquet? Chen Song answered instinctively. Xiachen shook his head with a smile at the response. This Chen Song was endearingly naive, already in prison and still unaware of the reason for his imprisonment. Lord Chen, lean in a little closer, and I'll tell you properly. Xiachen beckoned, as if calling a dog, a smile on his face. Chen Song perked up, pressing his ear against the gap in the bars. Xiachen leaned forward slightly, his voice soft and calm. I'm targeting the Crown Prince's people. Having said this, Xiachen patted Chen Song's cheek. Chen Song's pupils contracted, his mind in turmoil. Lord Chen, are you truly foolish, or just pretending? This is the Lantern Bearers. You are a hall master. Did you really think your actions were flawless? Co-opting the Lantern Bearers, colluding with the Crown Prince. His Majesty is still on the throne. What is the Crown Prince eager to ascend? Seeking to control the Lantern Bearers to stage a coup. Xiachen's tone was gentle, but cold sweat had already broken out on Chen Song. His entire body went cold. If he still hadn't realized the truth by now, he would truly be a fool. And now that you're arrested, do you think the Crown Prince will go to great lengths to rescue you, or simply send someone to silence you? The easier option. Xiachen smiled. At these words, Chen Song collapsed weakly in his cell. Xiachen laughed heartily, like a true villain. Xiachen continued deeper into the prison. His visit today was not for Chen Song or Li Yu. They were unworthy of his attention. He had come for 3 talented individuals. My lord, we have arrived. This is where Yu Shaoqian is held. A cell door was opened and harsh light flooded the dim chamber. A man in prison garb with a full beard and sickly pale skin from years without sunlight stirred awake. Yu Shaoqian, come out. The lord wishes to see you. Yu Shaoqian's mind was foggy. He had been locked in this prison for nearly 2 years. After the initial flogging upon arrival, no one had bothered with him since. Why was someone seeking him today? Greetings, my lord. 2 years of prison fare had tempered the once sharp-edged, fearless youth into one who now held reverence, no longer ignorant of the world's vastness. He looked at the extraordinarily handsome young man before him and bowed respectfully. Yu Shaoqian, 2 years ago, you led a group of students from the Imperial Academy to kneel and petition, urging His Majesty to pay more attention to state affairs, to govern through inaction, enrich the people, and allow the nation to recuperate. You also spread seditious words claiming that our great Wu dynasty must cease its military campaigns or face imminent peril. For this you were arrested by the lantern bearers. It has been 2 years and 3 months now. Xia Chun recited the charges, gazing at the kneeling young man. Yu Xiuqian's expression shifted before settling into calm. After 2 years of neglect, I thought I had been forgotten. Is today the day I am to be executed? He straightened his back and smoothed his tattered prison clothes, yet he carried himself with an extraordinary dignity, like a steadfast bamboo rooted in a mountain cliff, unyielding, upright, and indomitable. Do you regret your words from back then? Xiaoqin asked calmly, fixing his gaze on Yu Xiuqian. If given another chance, I would still submit the petition. I do regret my recklessness and ignorance, thinking that as a scholar of the Imperial Academy, I could freely express my views and casually critique matters of state. If I had another opportunity, I would quietly bide my time, diligently earn a place in the Hanlin Academy, and then confront the Grand Secretaries and His Majesty directly, asking why they disregard the welfare of the people. The realm is not the sole possession of His Majesty, it belongs to the myriad people of the world. The common folk can no longer endure. If we do not cease hostilities and allow the nation to recover, our great Wu is doomed to fall. Yu Xiuqian's words were utterly calm, yet his voice rang with unwavering strength. 2 years in prison had taught him the vastness of heaven and earth and his own insignificance, but he still believed he was not wrong. The realm will perish, great Wu will fall. Only the people of this world will suffer. Xiaoqin stared at this young man, radiating righteous spirit, for a long moment. Finally he smiled. Flourishing the people suffer, a fallen the people suffer. Xiaoqin said slowly. At these words Yu Xiuqian's eyes lit up. He repeated the phrase to himself, his gaze growing brighter, and his look towards Xiaoqin changed. Yu Xiuqian, you are released. From today onward you will stay by my side and serve as a scribe. Having steeled himself for death, Yu Xiuqian stood frozen at these words, his eyes fixed on Xiaoqin's retreating back. He is released. Yu Xiuqian, styled Shoujing, was diligent and studious from youth. At 17, he entered the Imperial Academy. At 23, he and his fellow students jointly submitted a memorial exposing the ills of state governance. His words were sharp, including the treasonous statement, the realm is not the sole possession of His Majesty, it belongs to the myriad people of the world. He was thus arrested by the authorities and imprisoned. At that time the Grand Ancestor was the director of the Lantern Bearers. Recognizing Yu Xiuqian as a man of great talent who cared deeply for the nation and its people, he released him and ordered him to study by his side. From the History of Xia Volume 13, Biography of Yu Xiuqian.